Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 401, Chapter 401, that was close. Ha. Ha. After a long run, Harry couldn't run anymore. Let them go. I'll give you the prophecy record and go with you. Struggling to raise his head, Harry panted and bargained with a group of Death Eaters. As long as Ginny and the others escaped, he was content. No. Ginny said anxiously. Harry, you can't go with them. Ron also objected loudly, and several others also showed determination. Never let Voldemort get Harry and this prophecy record. At this moment, they were worthy of their Gryffindor status. Lucius Malfoy scanned the entire hall, his ears moved slightly, and he said to Barty Jr., "Go and bring the prophecy record." Barty Jr. walked over with some unwillingness. He has always disliked Lucius's traitorous behavior. But Voldemort asked him to command this time, and he could not go against Dark Lord's wishes. Accio, prophecy record. Accio, prophecy record. The two voices shouted almost simultaneously, and everyone looked at the entrance in astonishment. The prophecy record followed the voice and landed on a long-haired man's hand. Sirius. Harry opened his mouth in surprise. His reinforcements had finally arrived. Ron, who was behind him, was already crying with tears streaming down his face. Although he stopped Harry from trading with the Death Eaters just now, who would want to die if he could survive? Nicely done, Harry. Sirius ran over and punched Lucius in the face, blocking Harry's body. Outside the door, members of the Order of the Phoenix kept rushing in and attacking the Death Eaters. And Dumbledore also took Lucius's place and fought with Sirius. Take the prophecy record and take Ron and the others out of here. Sirius used a blue streamer to force Dumbledore back temporarily, threw the prophecy record to Harry, and re-entered the fight. His face was very excited, and he threw out several spells with the wave of his wand. As a fighting maniac, Sirius has not been so enthusiastic for a long time. The last time Sirius was so excited was when he fought against the Death Eaters with James. Dumbledore's power made Sirius have some scalp tingling. But it is this kind of opponent that can give him unparalleled pressure. Several young wizards left the room under cover of Lupin and others, and Harry returned to rejoin the fight. Harry is not weak now. Under August's training, although the knowledge reserve has not been good, his actual combat ability is outstanding. Stupefy. The Death Eater, who was fighting Tonks, was hit by Harry's spell, and the continuous offensive stopped instantly. Tonks also seized the opportunity, stunned Death Eater with spells, turned around, and gave Harry a thumbs up. Nice job, baby. Harry blushed and hurried to help Lupin relieve the pressure. Although the Order of the Phoenix Wizards is all elite, far more Death Eaters are coming to the Ministry of Magic than in the original books. Many face 2 or more enemies. Moody's and Kingsley, the two strongest, are in a 1-5 matchup. Lupin was a little stretched under the siege of Barty Jr. and Goyle. Just when he was about to be hit by a curse, Harry put a layer of a shield on him in time to stop the magic. Thank you, Harry. Lupin breathed a sigh of relief. He almost thought he would die here today. And Harry didn't have time to be polite to him anymore. He watched Sirius and Dumbledore fiercely fighting, and the wands of both sides dance followed their hands. Although it seems to be evenly matched, the fine beads of sweat on Sirius' forehead have shown his weakness. The two stood in the stone pit in the middle, and the other Death Eaters and members of the Order of the Phoenix were reluctant to approach for fear of being accidentally injured. This is also the most intense battlefield on the field. Come on. This is not your level. Dumbledore. Sirius' wanton voice echoed in the room, and another blue light flashed between his waves. Dumbledore calmly swept it away and launched a counterattack. Sirius' shield charm blocked the first attack for him. But the second spell in a row hit him in the chest. The smile hadn't completely disappeared from his face, but his eyes widened in horror. Harry watched Sirius' body draw a graceful arc, and the landing point was the veil. He had a hunch that if Sirius fell into that veil, he would never see Sirius. Carpe retractum. A spell hit Sirius, making him change his location. Wow. Sirius, who hit the ground heavily, spat out a mouthful of blood. Dumbledore's spell and physical shock took double damage. Who? Seeing that his attack was defused, Dumbledore was furious. Dolokhov has known the strangeness of the veil of the Department of Mysteries for a long time and deliberately hit Sirius into the veil. Seeing that he was about to succeed, a Carpe Retractum spell that appeared out of nowhere resolved his calculations. Sirius, you owe me another life. August's figure suddenly appeared and said loosely. Seeing him coming, Harry was overjoyed. His thighs finally came. Maybe we can catch all the Death Eaters today. Cough, cough. I have nothing to repay you, and you don't like anything from the Black family. Sirius clutched his chest and stood up. Although he was grateful, he really had nothing to do. Forget it, August waved his hand. I did it for Harry. He had no good feelings for this reckless man, and is still recorded in his small notebook. But after all, he was Harry's godfather. After thinking about it, August saved him. And his arrival also frightened many people, most of whom were Death Eaters who were not imprisoned in Azkaban. August's ruthlessness towards his enemies in the Quidditch World Cup also frightened many people. These people all shook off their opponents and stepped back to the side. On the contrary, those who have just come out of Azkaban are a little confused. However, seeing the movements of his companions, he also stopped attacking. For a while, the scene returned to calm. Malfoy, what's going on? Dolohov asked Lucius Malfoy on the side in a low voice. He didn't understand why a little wizard had such a great deterrent power. But before he could speak, August shot. Hurry up to clean up these miscellaneous fish so that today's protagonist will appear. Chapter 402, Wild Tom appears. Thunder. August spits a word softly but lands on a group of Death Eaters like thunder. No, it's a thunderbolt. At the same time, a blue lightning bolt condensed above the heads of all the Death Eaters, which was particularly conspicuous in this dark room. The speed of the lightning was unimaginable. Fortunately, many people had already cast the shield charm in advance to block some of the lightning's power. But even so, many people spit black smoke out of their mouths and fell to the ground. Damn. Dolohov got up from the ground in embarrassment and looked at August with horror. What kind of magic is this? He had never seen such a scene before. One word destroyed most of the Death Eaters. When did such a strongman appear in the magical world again? TSK, it seems that it still lacks a little power. August shook his head as if dissatisfied with his attack. The fact is also true. Although the instant lightning is powerful, the damage is too low. The ability brought by this Thunderbird bloodline can only be used to abuse vegetables. Well, it can also be used to pretend. After all, whether you are strong or not is temporary, and whether you are handsome or not is a lifetime thing. Hearing his dissatisfied words, Harry's envious eyes turned red. He also wants such handsome and powerful magic. However, he remembered that Dumbledore seemed to have defeated Scrimgeour and the 10 Aurors with a similar trick back then. Did Dumbledore teach it to August? I don't know what Harry was thinking about August's second attack. Resist the Ring of Fire. With him as the center, a ring of flames rose up, sweeping toward the audience with unparalleled power. And the Death Eaters who have the ability to resist are all elites, and naturally, they won't sit still. Their faces were solemn, and they forcibly used their magic power to cast protection, blocking the sea of fire coming. Malfoy, think of a way to inform the Dark Lord. Barty's face was hideous, trying his best to squeeze the magic in his body. This little wizard is simply a monster. For God's sake, resist the Ring of Fire. Did he think they couldn't recognize the spell by changing the name? This is a fire-making spell. Why the fire-making spell be more terrifying than the usual fire-making spell? This does not make sense at all. Lucius also smiled wryly. Is this new boss really not afraid of accidentally hurting him? Although complaining in his heart, Lucius knew August was not the master who would kill his men. Just hold on. Dark Lord should be here soon. Helpless in his heart, he could only speak to everyone in an encouraging way. So mighty. Tonks, who was behind August, looked at the Death Eaters who were cornered by the flames in a stunned manner and spoke out everyone's heart. Kingsley smiled wryly. He was the only one in the group who had been beaten. Only he knew that August was playing around with these Death Eaters. Once he takes a serious shot, it is estimated that Barty Jr. and Dolohov alone will not be able to last for so long. In a trance, Kingsley felt that he had lived in vain for so many years. What is the Order of the Phoenix needed to deal with the Death Eaters? Just inviting August over will solve everything. The Death Eaters, headed by Dolohov, were all sweating profusely at this time. If this continued, the water in their bodies would be completely evaporated. Conf Ringo. Desperately risking injury, Evan Rosier blasted the wall with a blasting curse, and the Death Eaters escaped along the hole. And those who are in a coma are left alone. People will run away from each other when disaster is imminent, not to mention these ruthless dark wizards. August frowned and waved away the flames. Without the protection of these Death Eaters, those who had fainted would soon be incinerated. At this juncture now, he doesn't want to kill too many people in front of everyone. The magical world is an extraordinary place. There are obviously too many spells and methods to put people to death, so killing someone is no small matter at any time. But why are so many people so afraid of Voldemort that they dare not even mention his name? It's nothing more than that Tom's wanton killing of wizards and muggles back then was out of tune with the worldview of wizards. August didn't want to get in the way of taking over the wizarding world in the future because of too many killings. Ventus. A gust of wind rose out of thin air in the hall, swept the unconscious Death Eaters together, and moved them to the corner. Immediately afterward, he held his right hand to the wall. The broken wall was like an extension of his body, turning into a giant stone palm, pressing toward Barty and the others. They fought back desperately, and countless spells splashed to the giant palm beat. But in the end, it was still in vain. The giant palm grasped the Death Eaters, turning into golden ropes that bound everyone. "This is the end," Neville said in a daze. He looked at the group of captured Death Eaters and returned to his senses. "End." August smiled playfully and looked at Harry. "Harry, give me the prophecy record." "Huh." Harry was stunned, and without the slightest hesitation, he handed over the prophecy record that he had been pinching. Sirius opened his mouth but didn't have time to say what he wanted. Logically speaking, he felt it was better to leave it to Dumbledore for such an important thing. "Tom, if you don't come out, you'll never know what this prophecy is about." Turning the prophecy record in his hand, August said something that made people's faces go hideous. "Is Voldemort coming?" Moody's magic eye turned quickly, trying to find the clues that Voldemort had appeared here. "August Gaunt, you are worthy of that last name." The cold voice echoed in the room, and Harry felt a layer of goosebumps on his body, and the scar on his forehead was burning with pain. He doesn't know when, but the strange black mist spread before August's eyes and gradually converged into a human figure. Voldemort in a green robe appeared in everyone's sight. The Death Eaters, who were bound, looked ecstatic. "My lord, you are finally here to save us." When they saw Voldemort, their fear of August vanished. In their hearts, as long as Dark Lord takes action, any wizard is an ant. Hearing their cries, Voldemort's mouth twitched visibly. This bunch of rubbish, they know how to embarrass him. Chapter 403, Tom, do your best to defeat and kill me. Voldemort flicked his wand impatiently, and a few pieces of rock turned into sharp daggers, cutting all the ropes. After these Death Eaters got out of trouble, they limped behind him. Ignoring these disgraceful things, he turned his attention to August again. As for those members of the Order of the Phoenix, it was not worth mentioning in his eyes. "August Gaunt, give me the prophecy record, and I can give you a chance." Staring at August, tall and slender, with sharp eyes, Voldemort's vertical pupils flickered with admiration. Once upon a time, he was as handsome as this junior. His portrait played a big role when he became the head boy at Hogwarts. Many girls voted for him without any hesitation. Even Gryffindor was no exception. Unfortunately, appearance is a foreign object after all, and only eternity and dark arts are his pursuits. "Tom," August said slowly. The prophecy record in his hand glowed strangely, and when he flipped it over, he put it away. "I thought you would start fighting as soon as you disagreed, but I didn't expect you to want to recruit me." "Can't you?" "August, in terms of seniority, you must call me Grandpa. Regarding talent, you are among the few people in the magical world I look at." Glancing at the Death Eaters behind him, Voldemort shook his head regretfully. "Together, this group can't compare to you alone." The contempt in words made Barty and the others grit their teeth and feel humiliated. But even in anger, they had to admit that the strengths of the two sides were completely different from one dimension. August was also interested in Voldemort's words. "You know about my parents." Since the rebirth, although it is a standard orphan treatment for reincarnation, August also wanted to know the news of his parents in this life. After all, they gave him this opportunity, which is why he is today's brilliance. But the old dean gave him information that he was assigned to the orphanage by the government, and there was no other useful information. And Voldemort actually has news of his parents here. "I'm still very interested in your..." Seeing August taking the bait, Voldemort didn't hide it. "I stole your great-grandfather's wand from and planted a false memory in him. I also got him imprisoned in Azkaban, where he died of old age. When it comes to killing his uncle, Voldemort has no guilt at all. He is an extreme egoist. To shape his pureblood identity, he even killed his Muggle father without hesitation." There was no wavering on August's face. He had no feelings for these relatives and quietly waited for Voldemort's following words. "I was also surprised that before Morphin Gaunt went to prison, he had a son, and that was your grandfather." Voldemort told a secret story no one knew and hooked everyone's curiosity. Before that, not many people really knew the true identity of Voldemort. No one expected such a relationship between him and August. And this makes them sigh in their hearts. The Gaunt family really always produces some legendary wizards. There was Slytherin in ancient times, Voldemort and August today. Then why didn't I find his records at Hogwarts? August asked back. Since he went to Hogwarts, August found out that the last member of the Gaunt family was Voldemort's mother, Mary Gaunt. After that, and until he showed up, the school didn't have members of the Gaunt family back. Voldemort sneered. "Your grandfather is also a genius of dark arts. Before he entered school, he killed a wizard and fled to France. From what I've heard, he married a Muggle and disappeared from the wizarding world. As for your parents, they were completely integrated into the Muggle world, and they both died in a ridiculous traffic accident not long after you were born. August nodded slightly and finally knew the cause of death of his parents in this life. As for resurrecting them, August really didn't think about it. He never saw the two of them and never felt their soul breath. Thank you, Tom. August thanked him. Although the two were enemies, this time, Tom did help him. I'm already your only relative in this world. Voldemort's voice contained a hint of bewitchment. Join me under my command, and you will become a big man under one person and above 10,000 people. When the time comes to kill Dumbledore and Grindlevald, you and I will rule the world. Even. I can make you immortal. The hearts of the Order of the Phoenix were tense, and Voldemort's offer was quite tempting. Didn't you see that a few Death Eaters were already breathing heavily? And once they work together, Dumbledore's trouble is really big. Only Harry looked calm, confident that August would make the right choice. Sure enough, August couldn't help but sneer. Immortal. Just your present honor. Looking at Voldemort's nose, oh sorry, the two nostrils in the nose, he couldn't help it. Isn't it, said Voldemort. You are still young, and you don't understand that time is our wizard's worst enemy. Look, when Dumbledore grows old, and Grindelwald becomes the bones. I, Voldemort, remain as strong as ever. In words, there is a strong self-confidence. The Death Eaters looked at Dark Lord adoringly. Even Lucius Malfoy's eyes showed a trace of struggle. It should be said that Voldemort still has a certain personal charm. Otherwise, he would not have pulled up a group of Death Eaters back then. It's just that August doesn't want to talk nonsense with him anymore. He has already obtained the information he wants. Shouldn't it be a routine operation to destroy the bridge once it has been crossed? He stroked the wand with his left hand, and a group of flames emerged from the wand's tip and flew to the bonfires one by one. The originally dark and mysterious room was suddenly filled with firelight. Behind the two stood the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix, who were clearly distinguished. Come on, Tom. Beat me and kill me with all your might. Strength and immortality can't be shown by just talking. Chapter 404, The Decisive Battle at the Ministry of Magic. August did a standard dueling etiquette. Sycamore, 10 1/2 inches, phoenix feathers, but I added a strange material later, resulting in some subtle changes. It's more than just a wand. Voldemort frowned as he heard August introduce his wand softly. He knew it was a rejection of his own offer. In this case, he can only grant the other party death. Holding up his wand, his pale and slender fingers stroked the knuckles of the Elder Wand, and Voldemort calmly introduced his wand. Elderberry, 15 inches, Thestral tail hair. You can call it the Elder Wand, or you can call it the Deathly Hallows. Damn. So stylish. Listening to them introducing their wands, whether it was the Death Eaters, or Harry and others, this idea popped into their minds simultaneously. These people are also experienced in dueling and never thought they could introduce their wands like this before fighting. Next time, they must do the same. Especially Sirius, his face was full of excitement at this time. He should do it too, when he and Dumbledore fought again. Harry was at a loss. How did he think this wand belonged to Dumbledore? He once obtained Dumbledore's wand with the disarming charm and remembered its appearance. August smacked his lips, not talking, afraid that he would laugh. Voldemort was clearly satisfied with the Elder Wand and how he would have looked if he had known that it was all Dumbledore in his calculations. The EA wand waved, and in the air where no one noticed, 3 invisible sharp blades formed, rapidly approaching Voldemort. Snape's Sectum Semper played to the extreme in August's hands. Voldemort listened to the bursts of air breaking and gave August a deep look. A silver shield unfolded in front of him. Ding! 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 The harsh sound of gold and iron symphony made the spectators who had retreated cover their ears in pain. Avada Kedavra. The scarlet light flashed from the eye socket, and the deep green light cut through the sky with a deadly breath, approaching August. Earthwall. Gently chopped off his right foot, the ground in front of August shook violently, and a dirt wall carved with a dog's head rose. The strong killing curse slammed into the earth wall and exploded a big hole, but it did not completely break through the defense. But the dog's head was blown off, making him grin. Tom, you don't understand art. Voldemort frowned slightly, and when he heard August say the earth wall, he thought it was a new type of spell. The result is an application of transfiguration. Immediately, I felt like I was being tricked. Transfiguration again. As an absolutely unsolvable killing curse, there was naturally no need to doubt its power. But it also has its own many weaknesses. The damaged area is too narrow, which belongs to the ultimate single-target killing. The physical object or the wizard's movement makes evading it very easy. In the hands of Voldemort, the speed and accuracy of the killing curse were raised to an unprecedented level. But another problem is the congenital defect of the curse, and even Tom has a very headache. This is why he is so afraid of Dumbledore. Although Dumbledore is proficient in everything, he is best at the transfiguration spell. As long as you fight against him, the countless products of transfiguration are an inescapable hurdle. For this reason, transfiguration is one of Voldemort's most hated magics. Well, and Lily's magic of love. Do you think I can only cast killing curses? Voldemort smiled icily. A red whip formed on the Elder Wand, smashing the stone wall to powder, and August operated and disappeared in place. In less than a second, he appeared behind Voldemort, and a dazzling golden arrow shot from the wand's tip. The arrow's speed was so fast that Voldemort had no time to turn his head, and the silver shield slid behind him, trying to block it. But this is of no use. Just like a piece of paper, the shield didn't hold up for even a second, and it was pierced with destructive force. Voldemort's face changed slightly, and his body twisted at an incredible angle, dodging the arrows dangerously. This waste power, even Nagini would feel ashamed to see it. Boom. A large hole was blasted out of the wall, revealing a cabinet full of hourglasses, the time room of the Department of Mysteries. Unforgiving, August made a move, and the two statues in the central hall suddenly came to life. A statue of a knight rushed over, wielding a long sword, while another statue of a dwarf raised a side of the gravel and threw it out like a cannonball. August, you totally pissed me off. Voldemort snorted angrily, muttering words and making a strange hiss. This is Parseltongue. Harry hid behind the shield held up by Sirius and others, trying to hear what Voldemort was saying. Unfortunately, he was so far away that many words could not be heard clearly. Hiss. A voice emanated from under Voldemort's robes. Two giant pythons crawled out meanderingly, with countless small snakes behind them. August frowned in disgust. From his point of view, it was like Voldemort laying eggs, and he gave birth to a steady stream of snakes. A giant python soon entangled the knight, and a battle broke out between the two sides. The giant sword slashed at the sturdy scales of the giant python and burst sparks, and it seemed that the winner would be indistinguishable for a while. Another giant python was also approaching the dwarf. In an instant, the dominance of field control occupied by August was reversed by Voldemort. Expecto Patronum. There was no change in August's face, the wand was raised above his head, and two Patronus came out. Affected by the room, the Phoenix and Unicorn Patronus are not large. But the rich silver light on their body seemed like a real entity. Crip. After two chirps, they rushed into the group of snakes to stir up the situation. Especially the Unicorn Patronus, this Patronus has a wonderful connection with Celestia, and seeing her old enemy is even more useful. I made a mistake. I should have brought Celestia here and let her take revenge herself. August thought for a while. His wand pointed at the great sword of the knight statue. A crimson flame erupted from it, and the serpent roared repeatedly. The scale of the battle continued to expand, and the loud rumblings were heard incessantly. Harry and the others also retreated again and again. Sirius had some doubts in his heart. He had already informed Dumbledore. Why hasn't the other party arrived yet? Chapter 405, Chapter 405, Death Form. Avada Kedavra. The green light passed August's side and blew the statue of the dwarf who was entangled with the snake group to pieces. And August was not to be outdone. One after another, Thunder dead a large number of poisonous snakes. Voldemort's anger had peaked at this point, and he was no longer calm and confident as when he first arrived at the Ministry of Magic. Since he obtained the Elder Wand, his heart has swelled very strongly, and he does not know who else his opponent is in the magical world. That's why Voldemort recruited August, because he was confident that he could overcome everything. But reality slapped him in the face. In front of everyone's eyes, he was completely on par with August. How could Voldemort, who was full of confidence in his own strength, endure this? It is a pity that anger cannot improve his combat effectiveness. After watching his army of snakes be wiped out by two Patronus and knights wielding flaming great swords, he knew he couldn't hide. Some of the means that were initially reserved for dealing with Dumbledore need to be taken out. Otherwise, his reputation will be affected. There may also be a siege from Dumbledore, who will surely come. With his left hand beside his mouth, he spat out a mass of fiend fire, and the fire snake quickly took shape, replacing the previous giant python as the front row. Immediately afterward, Voldemort raised his arm and a powerful magic burst. In an instant, countless pieces of glass used for decoration or lighting were shattered and turned into shards that filled the sky, accompanied by the sudden pressing of the palm of his hand, overwhelming the sky and hitting August. The surrounding wizards are about to suffocate. Is this the realm of masters? The spells at your fingertips, the continuous attacks, and even the most common bullets are all transformed into magical changes in their hands. Sirius and the others silently put themselves in the position of August. They found it would be considered an extraordinary performance if they could last for a minute. Moody and Kingsley may be stronger, but after 3 minutes, they will also fall into defeat. Seeing the fiend fire that expanded in size again, everyone silently retreated to the corner and continued to watch the battle. Although hazardous, they cannot give up such a rare opportunity. Looking at the glass fragment in the air were still changing during the flight, and each piece turned into a sharp needle. August took a deep breath, and the EA wand emitted a colorful light to greet it. All the glass that touched the colorful light turned into butterflies and flew freely. There was a hint of romance in this dangerous duel for a time. August easily defused his offensive, and Voldemort's face did not reveal the slightest surprise. This is just a means he uses to delay time. Just now, he has completed his secret technique. August, you've lost. Voldemort, who felt he was winning, regained his calmness and said contemptuously. Seeing his eyes that had turned scarlet to green, August felt uncomfortable. He didn't feel any improvement in Voldemort's magic, but it felt so real. Avada Kedavra. Two more swifter and darker killing curses than before hit the two Patronus, blasting them into a cloud of silver smoke, which floated in the air. Keenly aware of a familiar aura, August stared behind Voldemort. Immediately afterward, the knight statue was also solved by Voldemort, and the changes on him were wholly completed. The green light enveloped Voldemort tightly, and a figure wielding a sickle floated behind him, appearing a little blurry. And August finally understood why he felt the familiar feeling. Death. This is the breath of death. The only big loss that August suffered was from death in the underworld. Although he only saw the huge palm that covered the sky, he was sure that the phantom behind Voldemort must have a connection with death. There was an expression of pain and enjoyment on the pale and terrifying face. It took Voldemort more than 10 seconds to recover. Seeing that Voldemort didn't say a word and just cast 2 killing curses, August raised his eyebrows. This was the first time Voldemort had cast the killing curse nonverbal. As the most efficient and direct spell for killing people, the killing curse does not kill someone hit by the spell. It has something to do with the magic power of the wizard and also has something to do with the wizard's strong will to kill. In the original movie, Barty Jr., disguised as Moody, once said that even if the student cast the killing curse on him, it would only leave him with a nosebleed at most. Therefore, to strengthen their will and the determination to kill, even those wizards who have mastered the skills of nonverbal spells will not use nonverbal if they cast the killing curse. The same is true of Voldemort. It does not matter whether he uses nonverbal in his spell or not. Still, against August, nonverbal casting can only be a waste of his own magic. Wanting to feel the difference between Voldemort now, August did not choose to avoid it. Still, he threw the same 2 golden arrows, and the two came to confront each other. A strange thing happened. The spells of the two sides met, and the arrows only lasted for less than 2 seconds, melting like ice and snow. And the killing curse still exists, with the breath of annihilating all things indomitable. August's face changed slightly, his figure disappeared in place, the wall behind him suffered, and a bottomless hole was drilled. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that his spell had such a strong effect, Voldemort laughed wildly. He was also experimenting with the secret technique for the first time. Still, he did not expect the power to be so mighty. After his resurrection, Voldemort made several Horcruxes again. He gained a deeper understanding of soul killing, which made his killing curse rise to an unprecedented level. August. Didn't you let me kill you? Stand in front of me, coward. The wand in his hand was flying, and the green light filled the room, and August was not reckless, constantly operating to avoid his attacks. For a time, Voldemort actually had an absolute advantage. Chapter 406, Dumbledore arrives. August kept operating in a small range in the room filled with green light. His speed was breakneck, almost leaving an afterimage. Usually, before he stood firm, Voldemort's spell came to him, and he could only continue to avoid it. Voldemort's killing curse is really powerful now, and there is a rule in it. Just like August's spell, it is conceptually killed by it. This situation is unheard of, and no one has ever thought that even a spell can be killed. Any person or item touched by the killing curse at this time will be destroyed, and the spell will not stop until the rules are exhausted. Even August can't guarantee that he can withstand a few times with Avalon's hard resistance. After all, both are conceptual level abilities. The way to survive is to go first. August wouldn't do that kind of unsure thing, either. Because of this, he did not choose to resist hard but to deal with the nearby and experience the concept of death. In his current state, whenever he wants to improve a little, August can only do it by drawing super prizes or taking a long time to understand. This time to solve Voldemort, there are unexpected gains. August complimented Tom silently in his heart. But Voldemort was furious. Watching August tossing and turning in the air, Voldemort vomited blood. Proficient in combat magic and transfiguration, which can be said that August was a genius. But why does apparition, which adult people can only use, August could play so smoothly? With a wave of the Elder Wand, Voldemort frantically poured magic into the shadow of death behind him. The phantom quickly solidified, even leaving Voldemort and slashing August. What is this? A stand. August's scalp was numb, and he dared not play any more. Endless light bloomed from his whole body, and the EA wand in his hand also bloomed with golden light. The two complement each other and weave a big net. A Mintox web. Commanding the big net to distribute in the void in front of him, he surrounded the shadows of death, and the place where the two touched made a sizzling sound. Seeing that his lore was under control, Voldemort's pupils showed an unbelievable look. Ultimately, the phantom and the light perished together and disappeared midair. And he also wholly got out of the state just now and returned to normal. Looking at August's calmness, Voldemort felt a rare fear in his heart. He knew that he had lost. Although the death mode is powerful, the magic power consumed is not a small number. Now he is just forcibly supporting the surface scenery. And August is also delighted with his magic. This light magic from the inheritance of the Lord of Endless Brilliance is definitely the nemesis of dark arts. While the two were facing each other, a silver thread suddenly emerged from the gaps in all directions, forming a huge barrier that enveloped the place. At the same time, an old voice also appeared in Voldemort's ears. "Tom, I'm definitely not letting you escape this time." Voldemort's face changed greatly. Even if he died again, he would not forget the master of this voice. Dumbledore. Along with a flash of fire, Dumbledore and a rebellious middle-aged man with white hair stepped out of the fire ring and came to August's side. Harry and others who had already hidden at the corner also came over surprised. With Dumbledore and August present, today's Voldemort is unable to escape. "Sorry, Gaunt, for leaving you fighting alone for so long," Dumbledore said apologetically. He actually came very early, just to prevent Voldemort from escaping. He and Grindlevald teamed up to arrange an anti-apparition charm. So it took so long. "Oh, I thought the headmaster wanted to see me and Voldemort lose both and then come out and take advantage." August responded with a half-smile, and what he said embarrassed Dumbledore. In fact, he really has such a plan. After all, the two are now in a hostile relationship. It's just that he had to show up when he saw that Voldemort had lost his mind. Since he can't solve all the problems simultaneously, let's deal with Tom first. A flash of coldness flashed in his eyes, Dumbledore's lips moved slightly, and a voice that Harry could only hear entered his ears, causing his complexion to change greatly. With an encouraging look at Harry, he took a big step forward, confronting Voldemort instead of August. "Tom, after so many years, it's time for you and me to conclude." A wand appeared in his hand, and Dumbledore took the lead in attacking. More than a dozen statues took heavy steps, obeying Dumbledore's call, and came from other floors. Looking at the statue that seemed alive, August compared it with his own methods. He found that Dumbledore gave the transfiguration product a higher spirituality than him. Like real creatures, these statues can think and cooperate. Although the magic power contained is not as much as he has changed, and the hardness is a little worse, the effect is also not weak. Seeing his thoughtful look, Grindlevald quietly came to August's side. "Dumbledore relied on this trick to suppress me back then, but the number is much more than now. There are hundreds of them. The most troublesome thing is that I broke a few, and they can combine freely and rejoin the battle. Then you are really not good enough. The Elder Wand was in your hands at that time." Grindlevald, the greatest wizard in the world, gave August an angry look, but August continued to watch the battle. After being beaten by him, Voldemort lost too much magic power. He no longer dared recklessly use the killing curse or other dark arts. Voldemort can only deal with Dumbledore with all kinds of little magic. And those Death Eaters got his orders and attacked the barrier frantically. As long as the barrier was broken, they could still use apparitions to escape. It is a pity that it is the result of the joint efforts of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. How can they shake it? Didn't you see Grindelwald just standing there and watching, didn't even mean to stop it? Chapter 407, Chapter 407, we don't need to talk about morality to deal with Dark Lord. The burning hatred is used as a driving force, and the blooming killing intent turns into a sharp blade. Voldemort waved his Elder Wand vigorously. Bang. Boom. Boom. With three muffled sounds in a row, several statues were blasted away by two jet-black spells, and a huge depression appeared before them. A black mist with a strong corrosive aura emanated from the statue, quickly turning into a pool of golden liquid. But Voldemort was not at all happy. His eyes swept to August and Grindelwald, who had never made a move, and his heart became heavier. This is the most dangerous situation he has encountered since his debut. Even when it ravaged the magical world in England, it never encountered three besiegings of the same level. If he had known this, he would not have risked coming to the Ministry of Magic to steal some prophecy record. This is all the boy's fault. Thinking of this, he glanced at the shivering savior hiding in the corner with murderous intent. Hurry up. A burst of noisy footsteps sounded, and Crouch and a group of Aurors stayed outside the barrier. When they saw the men who fought against Dumbledore, the expressions of several veteran Aurors suddenly changed wildly. Voldemort. And those new generation Aurors who had never seen Voldemort before heard the exclamations of these old seniors, and they also looked unbelievable. Is Voldemort really back? Crouch's face was grim. He tried it and found that he couldn't break the barrier, so he led the Aurors scattered around to watch the world-shattering battle. He had to ensure none of the Death Eaters could get away. And the Death Eaters inside are even more desperate. August saw all the actors in the audience, and when he rolled his eyes, it was righteousness and stern words. To deal with a dark wizard like Voldemort, we don't have to talk about morality. Mr. Grindlevald, let's take action together and take down this Dark Lord. After speaking, he raised the wand in his hand, and a terrifying thunderstorm formed and then slammed down a silver snake. The corners of Grindelwald's mouth twitched. This little guy is going further on the road of not being a human being. Helplessly aiming at Voldemort, a blue flame also spewed out. How dare you? Voldemort's angry roar sounded, and he cast a silver shield before him. But he faced the attacks of the three at the same time. The shield only lasted for less than a second before it shattered. He also took advantage of this time to cast an apparition and come to Harry's side. Avada Kedavra. Casting his killing curse again, Voldemort really gave his life this time. He would rather risk the risk of being bombarded by Dumbledore and kill Harry, the source of everything. To his surprise, he encountered unprecedented obstacles in casting the spell this time, as if resisting him from attacking Harry. But in the end, he still forced the Elder Wand to cast the killing curse with his deep killing intent and powerful magic. Through his glasses, Harry stared motionless at the green light gradually taking over his entire field of vision, recalling what Dumbledore had just said. Harry, only by letting Voldemort's killing curse hit you can you completely cut off the connection between you and him and let him suffer a strong backlash. Don't worry. I'm 80% sure you can survive. In a short moment, he experienced countless choices in his heart. Thinking that this time, it was because of the false memory that Voldemort presented him that Ginny and others were trapped in danger. In the end, Harry closed his eyes and opened his hands under the horrified gazes of countless people. Welcome the bright green light. You go over there. At the same time as the war at the Ministry of Magic. A group of wizards followed Vinda Rosier. Snape stood beside him, and the group came to Malfoy Manor. Bombarda Maxima. The exploding charm cast by dozens of wizards was terrifying and completely destroyed the protection of the Malfoy family. There were still some Death Eaters in the manor at this time, and they responded quickly after being attacked. For a time, explosions and screams were heard everywhere, and eerie green lights flickered away from time to time. Unfortunately, the more dominant alliance quickly dismantled the Death Eaters, who handed over their wands and were captured. Ah! An alliance let out a shrill scream, and a giant python sprang out from the depths of the bushes, biting off his neck incredibly fast. The python's body was extremely flexible, and that guy died before he could release any magic spell. But his screams also successfully attracted the attention of others, and the 5 alliance members tacitly attacked the giant python. After much effort, it was tied up with countless ropes. Vinda walked into the hall with elegant steps and nodded slightly to Snape beside him. Mr. Snape, our task has been completed, and the rest is left to you. She got Grindelwald's order to capture this manor and nothing else. A group of Death Eaters pinned to the ground looked at him angrily. Traitor! Is it you who brought the devil here? And Snape turned a blind eye to these eyes. He searched in the crowd and quickly found the target. Narcissa, come here. Hearing this, Narcissa Malfoy walked beside Snape in a panic. Severus, what the hell is going on here? The Malfoy family had a very good relationship with Snape, who was also Draco's godfather. So, Narcissa wasn't too worried that Snape would hurt her, just a little surprised that he would betray Voldemort. Narcissa, I've always belonged to Dumbledore. Snape said with a slight pause. Wait, he seems to be August's man now, but that doesn't really matter. Now the Dark Lord and Lucius have fallen into a trap, and the Ministry of Magic at this time can be described as an endless network. So, if you still want to save your husband's life, then just obey me. Narcissa Malfoy immediately panicked when she heard this. Severus, you are Draco's godfather. You must help us. Don't worry. As long as you give me what I want, I guarantee they will be safe. Chapter 408, Voldemort's End. The Department of Mysteries. Harry's actions frightened Sirius and others. Because of the incompatibility of the wand, the speed of Voldemort's spell was not as fast as before. With his Seeker's reflexes, he had time to dodge the attack. But Harry just completely stood there, motionless. And finally gave up resistance completely, closed his eyes, and waited. When Voldemort saw this scene, a sneer appeared on his face involuntarily. After 15 years of entanglement, his grievance with Harry will finally end today. In an instant, Harry was overwhelmed by the green light and lost all consciousness. No. Ginny cried out in grief, desperately trying to rush to Harry's side, but was suppressed by Tonks beside her. And Voldemort's reaction was even bigger. The moment he hit Harry, his head seemed to be smashed with a heavy hammer. The pain that penetrated his soul made Voldemort roar uncontrollably, staggered back a few steps, and suddenly fell to the ground. This was a situation that no one expected, and they were all stunned for a while. But the three who knew the inside story did not waste this great opportunity. A piercing golden glow was from August's wand, Grindelwald's blue, and Dumbledore's red. 3 attacks of different colors hit Voldemort lying dead almost simultaneously, destroying his body. Subject to such a strong stimulus, Voldemort's soul quickly awakened, and when he saw that he had become a ghost again, he let out bursts of roars. It's only 1 year. He originally wanted to take revenge on Harry and Dumbledore with full confidence. How did he fall into such a state again after only a year? What made him even more desperate was that Harry, who he thought had been completely killed, moved his fingers slightly and then opened his eyes. I'm not dead. Harry looked around blankly. He clearly remembered that he had entered a vast white space. Why did he come back when he opened his eyes? What exactly is going on? Voldemort screamed and didn't understand why his own killing curse couldn't kill Harry, but he still hurt himself so badly. Dumbledore walked to Harry's side and kindly helped him up. Harry, you have done a great job, and if I were still the headmaster, I would definitely give you 200 points. His eyes were full of relief, and that kind of attitude toward death calmly was not something that any kind of person could have. And when he looked up at Voldemort, he was relieved with 3 points, 3 points of regret and 4 points of emotion. Tom, you still didn't understand the emotion of love until now. Voldemort's soul floating in the air is a question mark. What does this have to do with love? In fact, Dumbledore and August were so confident that Harry would survive. Among them, the factor of the Elder Wand accounts for half, and Lily's magic also cannot be ignored. This magic will protect Harry until he reaches adulthood before it loses its effect. There was another burst of apparition, and Snape and Vinda also appeared outside the barrier with people. They were still holding a few things in their hands, and behind them was this big, tightly bound snake. Snape. How dare you betray me? There was a gloomy sound, and Voldemort had already recognized it. His Horcrux was in Snape's hand, with the Brazilian python behind him. Except at Bellatrix's hand, most of his Horcrux is here. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them coming. He knew that the Horcruxes here were not all. Only the Hufflepuff's cup in Bellatrix's hand was left, and the problem became much simpler. And what surprised Voldemort more was behind Snape. A middle-aged man with a haggard face and a green wizard had appeared beside Snape and silently handed over a Hufflepuff's cup. Snape, I have done your business. Remember the conditions you promised me. After speaking, he glanced at Voldemort full of hatred and left the Ministry of Magic before the others could react. This man is Rodolphus Lestrange, Bellatrix's original husband. He was an avid Death Eater and served Voldemort together with Bellatrix. But when Rodolphus Lestrange saw Bellatrix and Voldemort having sex, not only did they not feel ashamed, but they also let him watch the door afterward. From then on, the man's loyalty to the Dark Lord was gone, and all that remained was endless hatred. Under August's instruction, Snape incited him in a few words. Voldemort arranged for Rodolphus to take care of Bellatrix, who was pregnant. Rodolphus also took this opportunity to sneak up on Bellatrix and steal the Hufflepuff's cup. He completed vengeance against Voldemort. When you killed Lily, do you think I'm still on your side? Snape spoke coldly, and the unforgettable hatred made the expression on his face a little distorted. Even though August pulled Lily's soul back, the pain tormented him for over 10 years. Dumbledore and Grindelwald also opened a hole in the barrier at the right time, allowing Snape to throw all the Horcruxes in. Accio, Horcrux. August waved his hand, and with the big snake, all 4 Horcruxes flew in his direction. Professor, I am relatively experienced in destroying Horcruxes, so let me do it. Looking at Dumbledore, who was a little wary, August explained with a smile. Then he summoned a fiend fire to cover several Horcruxes. And he instantly contacted the system and exchanged all the souls into system gold coins. The 20,000 gold coins were worth the hard work he had put in for a year. The black mist in the air continued to twist and evaporate, and everyone present could hear Voldemort's wailing. 5 Horcruxes were destroyed simultaneously, and even he couldn't bear this kind of backlash. Under the desperate eyes of the Death Eaters and the ecstatic expressions of others, the black mist gradually turned into nothingness. Just when August thought the first boss was over, an accident happened. The last wisp of soul fragment was burning with green flames, ignoring the barrier, rushing out of the blockage like a meteor and disappearing. What happened? Not only him, Dumbledore's complexion also changed, looking at Grindelwald beside him. Didn't you say he can only make 9 Horcruxes? Grindelwald was silent, and after a while, he looked at Harry, who was a little sluggish and said faintly. Perhaps, this is because one of the Horcruxes was formed too ingeniously to make him unaware of the problem. Chapter 409, The Beginning of Chaos. Grindelwald also had no idea how this would happen. According to his calculations, no matter who they are, they will reach their limit after making 9 Horcruxes. Because the capacity of the soul is limited. But Voldemort just now subverted his argument. In the state of the soul, once all the Horcruxes are destroyed, the soul has no right to stay in the world. It will soon fade away. And Voldemort obviously still has the existence of a Horcrux so that he can escape at the last moment. After thinking about it for a long time, Grindlevald could only push the problem to Harry. After all, only his Horcrux was special. And Dumbledore looked at his brooding old friend and did not continue to ask. Magical things are magical and cannot be expressed in constant formulas. So Voldemort escaped. Although disappointed, he could accept it in his heart. He could see that Voldemort's soul was volatile. He comforted himself with optimism in his heart and opened the barrier. Crouch waved his hand when he saw this, letting all the Aurors surround the group of Death Eaters. Decisive and others wanted to fight to the death to see if they could escape. But at this moment, Lucius Malfoy suddenly launched an attack with a few people behind him, knocking down a group of Death Eaters by surprise. Barty Jr. Do it now. Crouch shouted angrily, and Barty Jr. found that his body was out of control and attacked his companions. With their help, the Aurors subdued everyone with little effort. It's just that they didn't relax their vigilance and used their wands to aim at Barty Jr. and others. Although these people turned against the Death Eaters, they looked like they saw Voldemort escape and made a helpless choice. They are the undercover agents I arranged under Voldemort. Mr. Crouch won't attack the meritorious people, don't you? August walked over slowly and pat Lucius Malfoy on the shoulder. Yeah, Mr. Crouch. We stayed with Voldemort according to Mr. Gaunt's instructions. Even today's action is what I told Mr. Gaunt in advance to save Harry Potter and others successfully. Crouch looked at him with disgust. He had always hated Death Eaters. When he was the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic, he wanted to imprison all Death Eaters. But it's a pity that many pureblood families fooled him. They escaped by falsely claiming that they had been under the Imperious Curse and had been controlled, so they had to obey Voldemort's orders. Now that he has such an opportunity, he is really unwilling to let Lucius Malfoy go. But under the eyes of August, he still said to the Aurors, "Send a few people to follow them, and let's talk after a thorough investigation." The Aurors agreed without hesitation, and it was an excellent achievement for Crouch to bring them here today. Fudge is completely finished, and now they, the Aurors, have to pick a new leader. Crouch, who has always shown a tough style, is a good choice. There is a saying that the official messenger always appears at the end. Fudge has fully proved the correctness of this statement. After the battlefield was basically cleaned up, he hurriedly brought his men to the scene. What the hell is going on? Fudge looked in shock at the ruins of the Department of Mysteries, and even the upper and lower floors were also destroyed in a mess. Merlin Beard. He exclaimed and soon saw Dumbledore, who was talking to Crouch and Grindelwald beside him. Ha! Dumbledore, you shouldn't be here. You did all this. With a hint of disbelief and panic in his voice. What is Dumbledore trying to do? Completely destroy the Ministry of Magic. Soon he discovered something was wrong. Why are so many wizards being watched over by Aurors? Looking at Fudge, Dumbledore said cheerfully. Cornelius, I have only contributed a little to everything here. I think you should ask Mr. Gaunt and Voldemort more. They are the main force. The officials who followed Fudge had expressions of panic. Dumbledore, you know who is dead, don't use him as a shield. Grindelwald sneered. Dumbledore, you were forced to go to me by this waste. This kind of waste can actually become a minister of magic. He might have succeeded long ago if the European Ministry of Magic was all this stuff. Dumbledore blinked. Maybe it's just me wanting to go on vacation. The two ignored Fudge, and the evidence was so overwhelming that he could not cover up the truth no matter how much he quibbled. Under the testimony of all the Aurors and the group of Death Eaters is on the ground. Fudge's face was pale, and he knew what a wrong decision he had made this year. But it was all too late. Cornelius, I will impeach you as a senior official at the Ministry of Magic. Because of your mistakes, the public ignored the news of Voldemort's resurrection, causing great harm. Crouch's sharp eyes glanced at Fudge, who was already sweating, and his tone was very intriguing. I have reason to suspect that you have become one of the Death Eaters. Fudge was about to vomit blood. When did he become a Death Eater? Why is it so hard to keep the position of Minister of Magic? He tried to communicate with Dumbledore but was ruthlessly rejected, and then he saw August standing next to Harry. Like grabbing the last straw, Fudge smiled and leaned forward. Mr. Gaunt, thank you for your contribution to maintaining the peace of the Ministry of Magic. Tomorrow, Daily Prophet must be a wonderful report of your struggle against the Dark Lord. Fudge swears that this is the most flattering he has ever been in his life, and even licking Dumbledore has never been so humble. August, who was about to explain the cause and effect to Harry, was also a little impatient. Fudge, don't you know it's rude to interrupt someone's conversation? Hard, his fists were hard, Fudge's face quickly flushed red, and his temples throbbed. He hasn't stepped down from his position yet. Believe it or not, I ordered Auror to arrest you now. For a time, the anger came out of the heart, and the evil turned to courage. "Sorry, Mr. Gaunt, I was reckless. I'll visit you tomorrow, and we'll talk in detail then." With a stiff smile on his face, Fudge looked at the busy people around him. For a time, he felt that he had been excluded from the circle. And August said to Harry with a gentle smile after driving Fudge away, "Come on, let's continue." Chapter 410, The End of Fudge. In any society, people at the bottom are sad. They can never confirm the authenticity of the news they receive and passively live in the so-called truth. So much so that when the truth emerges, they realize how wrong they are. How much can happen in one night? Many people have no concept of this time, thinking it is enough for dinner and a sweet dream. And after seeing the Daily Prophet, the wizards in England realized how fantastic things happened after they fell asleep. It's simply out of line. Shocking. The Dark Lord returns. Appears in the Department of Mysteries. Hero. August Gaunt fights against Dark Lord. In the end, he wins. We have a traitor. Crouch angrily scolded Fudge as a Death Eater. Looking at the headlines that subverted the three views, these wizards who looked at the newspapers wiped their eyes subconsciously. We must be dreaming. Haven't we woken up yet? Or is April Fool's Day early? After reading the three news, everyone clearly understands what happened to the Ministry of Magic yesterday. First, Harry Potter and other students broke into the Ministry of Magic at night. Then they were attacked by Death Eaters in the Ministry of Magic. Immediately afterward, the Ministry of Magic seemed dead, and no one was on duty. Sirius Black and others rescued Harry and the others. An even more terrifying thing happened. The Dark Lord, who had long disappeared from everyone's eyes, appeared directly. If it hadn't been for August Gaunt to stop him, he might have gotten what he wanted and left. As for what caused the Dark Lord to attack the Ministry of Magic, the newspaper did not mention it, and people speculated that it was probably a powerful weapon. The Dark Lord must want to obtain this weapon and then rule the entire magical world. Ultimately, under the siege of Gaunt, Dumbledore, and Grindlevald, his conspiracy failed, and he escaped with serious injuries. And when everything was over, Fudge, the Minister of Magic, was long overdue and knew nothing of what happened. This is the truth presented to the public in the newspapers. Although there are some gaps in the facts, it is generally enough to be appalling. After learning everything, the wizards were furious. As early as a year ago, Dumbledore and Harry Potter had preached to them about the resurrection of you-know-who. But the Ministry of Magic kept telling them they were safe and that it was fiction. As a result, they lived ignorantly for a year in this dangerous environment. The anger of the majority of the wizards could no longer be suppressed. They were no longer satisfied with the protest method of sending howlers because it was utterly displeasing. Countless wizards operated at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic, marching and protesting. They don't care about the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy and must make Fudge pay. As a result, in the next few days, the magical world was in chaos. The Ministry of Magic had to send many people to maintain order and eliminate the memory of accidentally injured muggles. And what about Fudge, the source of all storms? He has now been imprisoned in his mansion under semi-house arrest. There is no need to go out, and all rights to communicate with others are prohibited. Everyone knows that he is done. And those who hope to become Minister of Magic also started their own activities. Aside from Scrimgeour and Bones, who were already popular candidates, Barty Crouch Sr. emerged as one of the most promising candidates to become the next minister. The reason is straightforward. A year ago, Crouch stood firmly on Dumbledore's side, believing that Voldemort had returned, repeatedly reminding ordinary wizards to pay attention to their safety. This move made many people feel good about him and hope that he would become the next Minister of Magic. Let go of me. Let go of me. At Hogwarts, Umbridge's scream was extraordinarily weak under the cheers of the surrounding students. I'm the headmistress of Hogwarts. And the senior undersecretary to Minister of Magic. You have no right to do this to me. I want to see Minister Fudge. I bleed for him. I did my deeds for him. The two Aurors held her arms tightly, and Lockhart held Umbridge's wand in his hand. After Fudge lost power, his cronies would naturally be liquidated individually. And Umbridge is the first to bear the brunt. August has long been impatient with this toad. Dumbledore didn't show up at school for 2 days, so he asked Lockhart to come over first to solve the problem. Lockhart is hot now, and after Fudge's downfall, he took out a lot of evidence that he accepted bribes from pureblood families and stabbed him to the last. Those families like Crabbe, Goyle, and Malfoy are still Death Eaters. Of course, the Malfoy family has been whitewashed. They are the meritorious people who have endured humiliation and provided information to Mr. Gaunt under the command of Voldemort. With these credits, Lockhart also became the deputy head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Today, his purpose is to liquidate the evidence that Umbridge committed at Hogwarts during this time. Taking out a piece of paper, Lockhart showed his signature smile to the onlookers. Waving at them with enjoyment, Lockhart cleared his throat and said solemnly, Dolores Jane Umbridge, you are suspected of interfering with the normal teaching order at Hogwarts and punishing students by illegally using the dark arts. And acted as the Dark Lord's inner responder at the Ministry of Magic, providing him with a lot of intelligence. The Ministry of Magic will now hold you in lawful custody pending trial at Wisingamot. I'm not. Umbridge struggled frantically. I'm not a Death Eater. Umbridge knew that she must not admit to this crime and that if she only helped Fudge to do something wrong at Hogwarts, she would still have a chance. But if she were really identified as a Death Eater, she would definitely be put in Azkaban. Whether it's a Death Eater or not, it doesn't count what you said, and what I said doesn't count either. Lockhart leaned closer to Umbridge's ear, looking at August from the corner of his eye. The truth is only in the hands of the strong, and your struggles are meaningless. After speaking, he just stood up and waved his hand. Take her away. Chapter 411, The New Minister of Magic. The sad ending of Umbridge also means that Hogwarts is back on track again. At the same time, it once again proved Voldemort's curse on this position. However, since it is the end of the semester, the 5th and 7th grades who have completed the exams are excluded. The other little wizards just celebrated briefly and then re-entered the intense exam. As for the 2 grades who have passed the exam, they are enjoying the most relaxing time at the end of the semester. After the news in the Daily Prophet, Harry immediately received an apology and admiration from countless people. He was recorded in the newspaper as someone who insisted on the truth and kept trying to protect everyone's image, making many readers cry. Although many people are also swearing before the newspaper and the Ministry of Magic colluded to cover up the truth. However, most people also know that the newspaper cannot decide some things. The root of the matter is those rotten politicians. For a time, Harry got the treatment like August at the beginning. Every time it was time for dinner, a large group of owls would rush into the Great Hall and throw him a lot of baggage. There are apology letters, as well as various souvenirs and gifts. This has caused him not to have a good meal, and these little guys will leave him some prize every time they go. Thank you, August. Fred hugged August, thanking him for protecting Ginny and Ron at the Ministry of Magic. After Umbridge's departure, George and Fred's expulsion order was automatically cancelled, and they returned to being students at Hogwarts. To allow the two to graduate smoothly, Professor McGonagall wants them to repeat their grades and take the NEWT exam next year. The twins' faces changed with fright. God knows how happy they have been for more than a month. After the joke shop opened, they earned the sum of all the years they spent at Hogwarts in a month. And Arya also noticed their booming business. After discovering they were all working for August, the two parties were ready to open overseas markets. Now the twins are sharpening their knives and preparing to open their own shop on the European continent. As a result, Professor McGonagall asked them to return to school and delay for a year. Only a fool would be willing. So, under Professor McGonagall's hateful eyes, the two ran out of the office and came out to find August. It's okay. We're all friends. August waved his hand, indicating they don't have to be so polite, and then exhorted. You two don't go too far. Voldemort has not completely fallen, and now he is the most difficult time to deal with. Be careful when he blows up your store. The twins shrank their necks at the same time. The two wanted to turn Voldemort into a spoof prop to win attention, but August disagreed. Harry admired these two daring fellows. No one dared to mention Voldemort's name. But these two are already thinking about how to let Voldemort make money for them. By the way, Fred looked around the Great Hall and finally at the high seat, where the headmaster's seat was always vacant. Where's Dumbledore? Umbridge is gone. Should he be back? In Crouch's mansion, Dumbledore sat opposite the owner, Barty Crouch Sr. Dumbledore's complexion looks good, but his hair and beard are messy. Obviously, he hasn't taken care of it much these days. But, unsurprisingly, Fudge was utterly done, and he had to deal with such a big thing himself. He has been so busy these days. Especially when he and Grindlevald appeared together, which touched the sensitive nerves of many people. The first Dark Lord and the greatest White Wizard teamed up to defeat the second Dark Lord, the implication of which is unthinkable. Dumbledore also spent a lot of effort to appease these people's emotions. And today, he came to Crouch for one important thing, the position of Minister of Magic. After experiencing Fudge's incident, he also understood how much trouble a cooperative Minister of Magic would save him. Now he and Crouch are in the honeymoon period, and the other party has shared a lot of pressure from the Ministry of Magic for him over the past year. Even in Grindelwald's case, he was a big help. Just because Crouch persuaded the people of the International Confederation of Wizards, he had the opportunity to live in peace with his old friends. Compared with the hot-tempered Scrimgeour and the old-fashioned Bones, Crouch's ability is undoubtedly above the two of them. Fudge would never have been Minister of Magic had it not been for the crimes of Barty Jr. As for Barty Jr., Dumbledore never worried. He was a man who was very willing to give people a chance to correct him. Even he believes that only when a person makes mistakes will he go all out to get better. Thinking of this, he looked at Barty Jr., who was sitting motionless in the chair, and his tone was gentle. Then Barty, can you tell me how you let your son betray him? He clearly knew that Barty Jr. was a fanatical follower of Voldemort, and he almost killed his father the old last year. But how could such a person turn against Voldemort at the time in the Ministry of Magic? I used a potion to temporarily control him for a while at a critical time. Crouch didn't hide it and simply told the information. Dumbledore nodded slightly and did not suspect anything. The Crouch family is also a pureblood family with profound background, and it is not uncommon to have some strange methods. It's just that he only doubts when this potion was given. Dumbledore, Crouch said in a deep voice. I'll give my son a disciplinary hearing on Wizengamot. I can step down from all my duties, and he will live in Crouch Manor forever. Although August told him Barty Jr. would return as a hero, Crouch wanted a face. He knew how much trouble his son had done. For the rest of his life, Barty Jr. is estimated to be the reproductive machine of the Crouch family, used to pass on the lineage. And Dumbledore did shake his head, rejecting his offer. Barty, I suggest you think about it and let them go over the matter of Barty Jr. I think you have more important things to do next. Chapter 412, Chapter 412, the script has already been arranged by August. Dumbledore admired Crouch and was very satisfied with his practice of giving up his rights to keep Barty Jr. Only those who understand family affection and are willing to sacrifice for it are his fellow travelers. Barty, Voldemort is not dead. He still has a chance to make a comeback. This is a time when you need to take on greater responsibilities, and there's no better person to be Minister of Magic than you. I think Rufus is more suitable than me. Crouch said calmly in the face of the ministerial throne, without showing any fluctuations. If it doesn't work, Amelia is also a good candidate. Hearing the two he recommended, Dumbledore frowned slightly. You know Rufus, his character is too tough, and he has many opinions on me. Speaking of which, he also sighed. Scrimgeour had certainly been much more honest since the last time he was tortured by August pretending to be him. But the hostility has not decreased but increased. His temper is too hot, and he has always believed that the Ministry of Magic should handle everything in the magical world and everything is done with passion. He completely disregarded whether he had the ability to deal with such a complicated situation. Suppose Rufus was to hold the post of Minister of Magic. In that case, he might be unable to maintain his current relationship with Grindlevald. Crouch was noncommittal about Dumbledore's assessment. He has worked with Scrimgeour for many years and knows his temperament. What about Amelia? She is in the highest position among the three of us, and it is only logical that she should take over. In the Ministry of Magic, although each department is independent of the other and performs its own duties, no department has the right to interfere with other departments. Of course, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Auror is a bit special. In name, the Auror office must obey the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's orders. But as the largest armed force of the Ministry of Magic, the Aurors are absolutely impossible to be mastered by one department. Generally, it is divided among three departments, the Minister of Magic, the Auror Office, and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Therefore, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which initially held the legislative power, became the largest real power department after acquiring a part of the armed forces. Amelia Bones' power is second only to Fudge and far higher than an unknown senior undersecretary minister like Umbridge. So, generally speaking, the Minister of Magic is taken over by the Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Amelia she. Saying this, Dumbledore hesitated and organized the language. She's still too rigid and only puts us on the passive side. Voldemort and August both were his enemies at this point. Although Grindlevald has had a good relationship with him recently, until now, he has not figured out what conspiracy is involved. Based on what he knew about Grindlevald, he definitely didn't leave Nurmengard to become a headmaster. There must be a deeper plan. In the face of these three people, Bones' rigid temper will definitely affect decision-making and work efficiency. Amelia is definitely a very good enforcer, but she's too disciplined when it comes to making decisions. Like when you proposed that Aurors could use the unforgivable curse against the Death Eaters, isn't she a staunch opponent? Crouch showed a stunned expression, and what Dumbledore said, he really forgot. During the height of the Death Eaters rampant, he insisted that the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic could do whatever they could, even killing the Death Eaters on the spot. And Bones is the one who is most opposed to him, and the reason is straightforward, the law of the Ministry of Magic does not have such a provision. At the time, he was pissed off. Barty, only you can clean up the current mess. Don't worry, as long as you want. I will definitely support you on Wizengamot. Dumbledore persuaded bitterly, and he had never thought that it would be so difficult for a person to be Minister of Magic. This was not the case with Fudge back then. As soon as he heard that he intended to support him, Fudge immediately agreed with joy. After pondering for a long time, Crouch nodded heavily. I promise you, Dumbledore. Seeing that he finally let go, Dumbledore was relieved a lot. There will be a meeting in Wizengamot the day after tomorrow. With my support and your own prestige, this matter is basically guaranteed. When the time comes, I would like to invite you to the Hogwarts school year wrap-up to cooperate with me in issuing some policies. No problem, just in time to announce the problem on Hogwarts. Crouch responded vaguely. Dumbledore nodded, looked at his watch, and left after chatting for a while. He still has a lot of things to deal with today, and at the school, Snape is still waiting for him to report some work. Watching Dumbledore leave, Crouch untied the shackles of his son. Old man, I really never thought that you would surrender to a kid. As soon as he opened his mouth, Barty was sneering, and he also saw the truth of many things at home these days. It turned out that Dumbledore did not defeat his master, nor was Harry Potter, the son of prophecy, but August. Thinking of this, he regretted it to death. When he was pretending to be Ludo Bagman, why didn't he find an opportunity to sneak up on August? Even a life for life is worth it. Crucio. Crouch's indifferent voice sounded, and Barty Jr., who was hit by the Cruciatus curse, fell to the ground with a pale face and twitched, stiffening and not screaming. It doesn't matter if you know about some things, but there are some people you can't slander at will. Looking at his incompetent son, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. But he promised the woman who had never asked anything of him once to save his son's life. You have also seen the horror of Gaunt. The Dark Lord, who you regard as a god, is played like a toy by him. Dumbledore's mind was also clearly guessed by him, and every word I said today, every word, was taught to me by him. Crouching down, Crouch stared at his son with sharp eyes like falcons. You can survive now, thanks to me. I sold my life to him and didn't know what to do. Speaking of his hideous expression at the end, even Barty Jr. was frightened. He stared blankly at his father, unable to say a word. Chapter 413, Chapter 413, The Intruder at the Wizengamot Conference. Crouch did not intimidate his son, and August had anticipated what happened today long after the events in the Department of Mysteries were over. Initially, he confessed about Barty Jr. and rejected the post of Minister of Magic, all according to the script. And Dumbledore also wholly fell into the carefully set trap and spared effort to support him. Crouch couldn't help feeling chills at August's ability to calculate people's hearts. He can always accurately grasp everyone's weaknesses, use his emotions as chains, and control everyone remotely. The existence of Barty Jr. controlled him, and August guessed all of Dumbledore's thoughts because of his character. As for Snape, Crouch knew of Lily's existence. This is also the fundamental reason why he can't raise any resistance to August. He wanted his dead wife to come back to him. It can be said that August, who has mastered the Resurrection Stone, has got the lifeline of many people. With this as a fetter, he can do too many things. And because of his existence, the Resurrection Stone has become the most powerful of the three Deathly Hallows. Time soon came to the day of the Wizengamot meeting. On the 6th floor of the Ministry of Magic, there is a magnificent conference room, which is specially provided for the use of the Wizengamot. This is also the dream place of countless wizards. Only when you enter here can you enter the highest circle in the British wizarding world. As the current chief warlock, August naturally needs to attend. He was wearing a lavender gold-trimmed robe embroidered with stars, sun, and moon embroidered with mithril threads. There was a letter W on his left chest, which was the symbol of Wizengamot. The decoration and gold edging on his clothes represent his identity as chief warlock. When August came here, the others were almost there. Dumbledore and Crouch sat together and whispered something. He didn't go up to say hello and came to his seat on his own. Not long after, the hall was almost full of people. Compared with the last disciplinary hearing of Harry, there were a lot more people this time. After all, the election of the Minister of Magic was more important than the disciplinary hearing of a boy. 2 of the vacant seats belonged to Fudge and Umbridge. Okay, glanced at the audience. August's voice was like a muffler, suppressing all the discussions. 4396 sessions in Wizengamot, moderated by August Gaunt. Looking at the thick meeting minutes in his hand, August realized that this ancient organization had held so many meetings. First and foremost, the previous Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, has been removed from office as he faces multiple charges. One of the most important things we do today is to elect a new Minister for Magic. Tapping his fingers on the table, August saw that Scrimgeour and Bones' faces were slightly flushed, looking at him expectantly. Let me say it first, it's only been 5 years since I entered the wizarding world, and I have no idea who is more suitable for this position, so I give up the right to vote. However, from the current point of view, there are only 3 most qualified, Mr. Bartnios Crouch Sr., Mr. Rufus Scrimgeour, and Ms. Amelia Bones. I believe you have no objections, right? Everyone approved his words, and after Dumbledore made it clear that he would not participate in the election, only these 3 were eligible. Then ask the 3 of you to speak in succession. Who will come first? Leaning back in a comfortable position, August was ready to start watching. He felt that such a scene was very similar to the Parliament of England of the Muggle world. Watching the people below was also very interesting as the controller. I come. The hot-tempered Scrimgeour was the first to step forward. It was a mistake for Fudge to be a minister, and as long as I take office, I will definitely correct his mistakes. As soon as he spoke up, he secretly poked at Dumbledore. Everyone knew that Dumbledore was the one who supported Fudge, who everyone did not favor. Frowning slightly, Dumbledore did not refute but listened patiently. Afterward, Scrimgeour spoke out about his philosophy, spitting out his excitement and waving his arms excitedly. The power of the Ministry of Magic is far from enough, and our threat is not only you-know-who but also Grindlevald far away in Europe. So we need more Aurors. The teaching philosophy of Hogwarts is too backward. Looking at the quality of graduates in recent years, there are hardly many who are eligible to enter the preparatory Auror training program. Reform. Must be reformed. Speaking of this, Dumbledore finally couldn't bear it any longer. Scrimgeour wanted to put his hand into Hogwarts, which he absolutely did not allow. Rufus, this is your speech for the Minister of Magic, not the headmaster of Hogwarts. Please do not interfere too much with Hogwarts affairs. Besides, there are enough Aurors at the Ministry of Magic, and if I remember correctly, there are already a full 20 teams. His words have won the approval of many people. Aurors are not so easy to cultivate. The energy and resources consumed are by those in power who know best. What's more, it doesn't mean that training an Auror is over, and their salary is far higher than that of ordinary employees. Keeping so many Aurors now is a huge burden for the Ministry of Magic. Seeing so many people opposing him, Scrimgeour's face was also a little unsightly. Shallow. He was a little angry. Now that there are two Dark Lords outside simultaneously, are you ignoring the safety of the people for such a short-sighted benefit? Do you know how many the Alliance members Grindlevald are? What if they attack, and we don't have enough manpower? The scene depicted by Scrimgeour managed to scare a group of people. Not only afraid of his magical achievements, but the huge number of wizards who once gathered around Grindlevald also cast a great shadow on this continent. It's not bad for the Ministry of Magic to have more power. At least it can better reassure the people. Just when they were hesitating, a chuckle sounded, and then it turned into a burst of sarcastic laughter. Ha 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 ha. August, who was watching the play, regained his senses, followed the voice, and looked over, and then he was slightly stunned. Why is he here? The laughing old man slowly combed his white hair upwards, and his appearance and body shape changed rapidly. A person who shouldn't be here is sitting here so swaggeringly. Gellert Grindelwald. Chapter 414, Chapter 414, Easy Wins. Looking at Grindelwald, who was still laughing, many people did not react. Why is he here? Only Dumbledore's face was calm, and it was no surprise that this person appeared there. After all, he had always been very courageous. When Grindelwald was wanted worldwide, he also mixed into the Ministry of Magic of various countries to stir up the storm. In this regard, America country has the most say. At that time, Grindelwald became the head of the American Auror Office. If Newt's appearance hadn't disrupted his plans, Makusa might not have survived that fate. What is even more outrageous is that the plans of America, Germany, and other countries to arrest Grindelwald were actually made by him when he was involved in the Ministry of Magic. The world is so magical. After many years, Dumbledore saw this scene again, and it felt like a lifetime. But now is not the time for him to sigh. Grindelwald's approach has touched the bottom line of these people, and he must show some posture. Gellert, you've gone too far this time. Where's Bagshot? Bagshot was the name of one of the Wisengamot members Grindelwald used to disguise himself as being here, and Dumbledore fears that he would do something irrational. That would be a big deal if a Wisengamot member died because of him. Catch him. Dumbledore, Gaunt. With you two here, Grindelwald can't escape today. Scrimgeour shouted, his expression very excited. The wand had appeared in his hand, ready to attack at any time. Following his words, the entire venue suddenly became noisy. Many people realized this was an excellent opportunity, and everyone urged Dumbledore and Gaunt to do it. Kill him. You will pay the price if you dare to appear here alone. Dumbledore, kill him. Looking at these clamoring people, the corner of Grindelwald's mouth outlined a cold arc, and his eyes, without a trace of emotion, swept over everyone. Shut up. Crouch yelled, interrupting them. Now is not the time to start a war. If Dumbledore and the others fight, who will keep you safe? One sentence was like pouring cold water on everyone's heads, making them completely sober. Then Crouch glared at Scrimgeour. Rufus, I'm head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The Grindelwald affair is diplomatic and should be handled by me. Scrimgeour was speechless at the remarks, and he really just went overboard. August didn't speak the whole time. Watching Crouch's performance, he suddenly understood something. And those Wisengamot members looked at Crouch with grateful eyes. They were also stunned by Scrimgeour for a while, and their blood boiled. Now calm down and think about it, and fight with Grindelwald on the spot. Maybe we can take him down with the presence of August and Dumbledore. But how many of the people present will survive is unknown. Grindlevald couldn't help but chuckle. I originally thought that the British Ministry of Magic were all idiots like Fudge, but I didn't expect that there are still smart people. The entire venue was silent. Now no one dares to jump out and act as the first bird. Who knows if the Dark Lord will hold revenge? Don't worry, Albus. Bagshot is safe. I'll just let him sleep a little longer. After all, he's very old, and a little more rest is always good. Grindelwald smiled at Dumbledore, indicating that he should not be so nervous. Then what is the purpose of your visit today? Dumbledore's expression was slightly relaxed. As long as he didn't kill anyone, he could say anything. Just pretend I don't exist, Grindelwald waved. I'm just here to join in the fun and see what kind of person the next British Minister of Magic will be. After staring at him for a long time, Dumbledore nodded slowly, agreeing with his statement. Cough cough. August coughed lightly. Since Mr. Grindelwald is here to watch, we shouldn't neglect the guests. Let's continue the meeting. This is the end of Mr. Scrimgeour's speech, and the next is yours, Ms. Bones. A middle-aged woman with short, capable hair stood up and slowly shook her head. Sorry, Mr. Gaunt, I suddenly found that there is no good way to deal with these emergencies. The position of Minister of Magic should be left to someone more capable. She looked at Crouch and gave up today's election with some regret. Just after Grindelwald appeared, her mind went blank, and she subconsciously wanted to call out to the aura. But after seeing Crouch's neither humble nor arrogant and confrontation with Grindelwald lightly, she realizes that she is still too immature. As a public-minded Hufflepuff, Bones felt from the bottom of his heart that Crouch was a better fit for that position. Therefore, although she has regrets in her heart and cannot show her ambition, she still gives up wisely. August looked at her with surprise but still continued. Now that Miss Bones has given up, Mr. Crouch. Now it's your turn. Crouch also nodded to August and then glanced at Grindelwald with a playful face before he started his speech. My philosophy is completely different from that of Scrimgeour and Fudge, that development is the first priority of the wizarding world. Of course, I also have a detailed plan for Voldemort. The Death Eaters have been wiped out, and only Lestrange escaped with serious injuries. So we shouldn't put too much energy on that lonely wolf but on the magic world itself. After a speech, Crouch successfully distributed the benefits, and many people were satisfied. Compared to Scrimgeour, they felt more comfortable getting along with smart people like Crouch. What a great Ravenclaw. In the end, Crouch also looked meaningfully at Grindelwald, who had been silent. As for Mr. Grindelwald, I'm sure we'll be friends forever, won't we? Quietly looking at Crouch for 2 seconds, Grindelwald smiled. Crouch, isn't it? You are such an interesting person. Chapter 415, Crouch's Request. Grindelwald is gone, and after the play is over, his task can be considered a successful completion. Before leaving, Dumbledore invited him to Hogwarts in 2 days, and he agreed. The rest of the matter has no suspense. With an almost unanimous attitude, Crouch successfully served as the new Minister of Magic. There was a smile on Dumbledore's face. Although there were some twists and turns in today's affairs, the result was always good. Now that the Minister of Magic has been elected, Crouch will preside over the next meeting. After promulgating some policies to raise people's vigilance and awareness of prevention, the action against Voldemort ended there. Although he is still alive, he will not pose any threat to England in a short period. Only when he shows up can he be better targeted. At the end of the meeting, Crouch also announced that he would make some personnel adjustments at the Ministry of Magic in the near future. No one was surprised about it. Didn't Fudge also transfer Crouch to the Department of International Magical Cooperation when he took office? Only Scrimgeour looked gloomy, and he was the biggest loser after today. Bones' remarks just now undoubtedly make Crouch a good deal. She will definitely get a good result in the subsequent position adjustment. But he is different. He has always been worried that Crouch has a Death Eater son, and the relationship between the two is relatively rigid. He usually finds trouble for Crouch. He, the head of the Aura Office, is estimated to have done with it. With a sullen face, Scrimgeour walked out the door as soon as the meeting ended. And August was not in a hurry to leave. After everyone left, he looked at Crouch, who was packing, and said with some doubts. When did you get Grindelwald's help? Only the two were in the room then, so August didn't bother to avoid anything and asked directly. A smile appeared on Crouch's serious face. Just after Dumbledore looked for me, I contacted Mr. Grindelwald, hoping he would help me reduce some resistance. However, I didn't expect the effect to be so good, and Bones gave up directly. Honestly, I didn't expect Mr. Grindelwald to talk so well. I just tried it. Crouch is now more and more emotional. The gap between the two generations of Dark Lords is still too big. In his heart, Voldemort has been completely reduced to a small fish. Then Crouch asked worriedly. You don't want us to cooperate in private? Shaking his head, August wasn't displeased with their private connection. On the contrary, he feels that it is a good thing that his subordinates can exert their own initiative so that he can save a lot of things. Rest assured, you are free to play, everyone has their own place, and all I need is to make your talents work for me. After comforting Crouch and telling him not to overthink, August was ready to leave. The real drama was yet to come. 2 days later, Dumbledore invited officials from the Ministry of Magic and the Order of the Phoenix members to attend the closing dinner at Hogwarts. He also did this to appease people and declare his attitude toward the magical world. However, August decided to give a big gift that day. Dumbledore is ready to attack him, and one of the conditions for supporting Crouch to go up is to curb the development of the magic web device. Although he didn't know why August would spare no effort to promote that device, Dumbledore knew it must greatly help him. As long as it benefits August, he will subconsciously curb it. And when August knew about this, he didn't plan to play any wretched development routine with Dumbledore. He is now full of wings, and some things need to speed up the progress. Before transcendence, he must completely control the magical world so as to make a smooth transition under the great changes in the future. Thinking of something, Crouch suddenly stopped him. That. Crouch's expression was a bit tangled, but he finally asked. Mr. Gaunt, what conditions do you need before you can resurrect my dead wife? As long as you speak, I will fight this old life and complete your task. In normal times, August is very approachable in front of his subordinates and never puts on the air. Generally, Crouch and others will call them by name directly, without any sense of restraint. But his wife's affairs were so important to him that he used honorifics subconsciously. Hearing his request, August also frowned, which made Crouch's heart skip a beat. After pondering for a long time, August said, Mr. Crouch, I don't want to hide from you. I have no plans to resurrect anyone in the near future. Not long ago, Grindlevald also wanted me to help him resurrect a person, but I also refused. Crouch was a little sad. Even Grindelwald's request was rejected. He didn't think he had more face than Grindelwald. Looking at the old man who was so haggard in an instant, August also had a headache. It's not that he doesn't want to promise Crouch, but he really has many psychological shadows on death. Now he is indeed a lot stronger than before, but there is no qualitative change, and he still has no confidence in the face of the legendary death. If he took the Mage Tower with him, he felt that he would still have a chance of winning. But the current Mage Tower is his top priority, and if it suffers a little damage, that will hurt for a long time. Without hiding, he told Crouch all his concerns. The death actually exists. With shock written all over his face, Crouch knew what August meant by no plan to resurrect people soon and was shocked by the existence of death. Born in a pureblood family, he grew up listening to the tales of Beetle the Bard. He never thought a fairy tale collection would contain the biggest secret in the magical world. Yeah, August sighed and patted Crouch on the shoulder, you can ask Snape for specific things. He was also a witness at the time. In short, when I'm not absolutely sure, I won't act rashly. Chapter 416, Chapter 416, the lottery that appeared after hundreds of chapters. After leaving the ministry, August returned to Hogwarts. However, he was not in a good mood, and the last conversation embarrassed him. Since he entered the magical world, he has always been smooth sailing. Even Voldemort was teased by him at will, and Grindelwald became half of his subordinates. But only when facing death made him flee in embarrassment. The other party didn't even show his face, just relying on one palm. Looking at the surge of gold coins in the system account, August decided to go back and draw a wave of cards to see if he could get any good things. System, you have to work harder, don't keep giving junk cards. Although the dog author has not written a system for so long, our protagonist still draws cards often. But the effect has not been very ideal. Although there are some good things, it does not help August to improve his strength. This time, August would get a big one with the 20,000 gold coins brought by the Horcrux and the more than 10,000 gold coins he had saved before. He wanted to dive straight into the dormitory. Still, he was stopped by Cho and Hermione. Blinking her big eyes, Hermione looked at August curiously. How? Who is the new Minister of Magic? Cho was equally curious. After all, her parents worked at the Ministry of Magic and had been more concerned about these things since childhood. The little girls, Luna and Astoria, didn't care about this but argued endlessly with the yellow-skinned rat described in the Quibbler. That's what August told me. He said this is Pikachu. Hearing their conversation, August took a few steps back silently. Before Luna depicted many creatures that never existed in the magical world, he also spoke a lot of information about Pokemon. Unexpectedly, Luna was convinced of this. In her worldview, August would not lie to her. Consequently, she submitted the information about these creatures to her father, and Mr. Lovegood published it. On the contrary, it made August a little embarrassed now. August didn't go to see the two of them with a guilty conscience and told Hermione and Cho the news of Crouch's election, and they were not surprised by this. During the Triwizard Tournament last year, Crouch was meticulous in his work, and many students admired his well-organized image. Hermione was one of them, and she felt that ministry officials should be this strict, not a pot-bellied politician like Fudge. Cho is also thrilled because Crouch is a graduate of Ravenclaw College. You must know that Ravenclaw rarely produces ministers of magic. Most Ravenclaws are obsessed with knowledge and can easily become technical talents. Not many are deeply cultivated in the Ministry of Magic. Conversely, Slytherin's ambitions and Gryffindor's style-loving personality go hand in hand at the Ministry of Magic, where the two houses make up the majority of ministers of magic. Like Fudge, he was a student of Gryffindor. What about Headmaster Dumbledore? Umbridge was kicked out. Shouldn't he come back and be headmaster? Cho's question is also a question for many students. Professor McGonagall has done an excellent job presiding over the school recently. Still, Dumbledore is like the backbone of this school. Without him, it always felt like something was missing. I saw him today, but he left when it was over. What could be wrong? August answered vaguely, not telling them his plans. It's not that he doesn't believe Cho and others, but this time the action is a bit big, and he doesn't want to see a little risk of leakage. After coaxing a few girls away, August was finally free and ready to start the lottery. Host, August Gaunt. Age, 15. Birthday, October 31st. Status, Order of Merlin First Class Recipient, Fudge abdicated and reinstated, Chief Warlock of the Wisingamot. 5th graders at Hogwarts. Bloodline, Son of Magic, Wizard Complete Body. Magic Scale, 723. Magical Items, Avalon, Enuma Elish. Charm Talent, 9. Transfiguration Talent, 9, varies freely. Divination Talent, 6, excellent. Potions Talent, 9, Reincarnation of Potion God. Dark Arts Talent, 9, the Demon King comes to the world. Defense against the Dark Arts Talent, 9, Partners of Justice. Spells, 3 Unforgivable Curses, Arcane Inheritance of the Lord of Radiance, Stella, Polar Reversal. Gold Coin, 32500. Systematic Evaluation, congratulations to the host who has gone further and further behind the scenes. You can overturn the Justice Order and establish your own rules with just one step away. Looking at the gorgeous panel, August was also very emotional. From the beginning, only Charm Talent and Dark Arts Talent were superior, and now they are almost full. Even Divination has reached level 6, successfully surpassing Trelawney. This is all due to his efforts in the past 5 years, although the system has played a role in it. But what the hell is this dog system? What is the mastermind behind the scenes overturning the order of justice? He is working hard for a better tomorrow, okay. After operating for a while, August didn't find the function to modify the system evaluation, so he could only start the lottery under the scolding. Dog system, I've got all the gold coins. This chapter will be completely watery if you don't get something good. By then, readers will be unable to scold me to death. With a word of warning, August clicked the lottery button with ease. The familiar multicolored streamer flashed, and his face was filled with joy. The colorful light means that he has successfully drawn a diamond-level prize in this lottery. Although August doesn't know if it will help him, there is at least one hope. Soon, more than 300 cards appeared in front of August's eyes. 5 gold cards and 2 diamond cards first caught his eye. Looks like I'm lucky this time. There are still 2 diamond cards. Somewhat unexpectedly, August didn't expect today's system to be so powerful. But the good stuff is fun to open until the end. It's still an old habit, all the cards below the gold card are directly open, and the items are stored in the storage space. The magic spell cards are converted into knowledge and flow into the mind. At his current level, his mastery of magic spells has reached an extreme state. Although the number of cards is large, its improvement is minimal. It would be great if he could distribute these cards to his girls. Thinking helplessly in his heart, August flipped open the 5 gold cards. Chapter 417, Chapter 417, Susanoo is here. Name, Gellert Grindlevald. Quality, Gold. Talent, Prophecy Animagus. Dark Arts, 8. Spells, Contemporary Dark Arts, Defense against the Dark Arts, Ancient Dark Arts. The first one is Gellert Grindlevald. August raises his eyebrows and decisively chooses to Prophecy Animagus talent. In the past, August didn't choose this talent because his divination talent was too low, and it was useless to choose it. Unlike the general divination talent, Grindelwald can capture the picture of the future because of this talent. Like Trelawney, she can only make predictions but can't see the specific picture, let alone present it. After fusing the cards, August was faintly touched, and a strange feeling burst out in his heart, but it was elusive. There seemed to be a series of pictures flashing in his mind, but the speed was too fast to be seen clearly. Frowning slightly, he knew his divination talent was not high enough. Of course, the reason he had never learned any divination knowledge. Divination is very special, not a kind of magic at all. There has never been a spell in the wizarding world that can be used to predict the future. A talented person continuously explored this discipline's formation, and then various divination techniques were obtained, such as tea divination, crystal ball divination, and tarot divination. Therefore, August's talent is up to standard, but he can't fully develop his potential without the right method. I need to read books about divination when I go back. Thinking so, he looked at the other cards. 2 character cards, one from Mr. Newt and one from his own head of house, Professor Flitwick. Although he respects Professor Flitwick, August still has to say that this card is really useless. Say sorry to Professor Flitwick in his heart. The card turned into a streamer to improve August's magic scale. But Mr. Newt has an animal-friendly talent, which is somewhat useful to him. The 4th gold card is a skill. Zero Freeze, releases cold air that is infinitely close to absolute zero, freezing any object it touches. The introduction is simple, but the implications are terrifying. The freezing spell in the magical world has basically been reduced to a life spell. Sometimes it is necessary to freeze beer or drinks, and freezing spells basically achieve it. And the usefulness in battle is also minimal. It can only cover a layer of frost on the ground to limit the opponent's actions. It's not the same as the Zero Freeze spells drawn by August. It can be regarded as a good spell, but the strength improvement is not obvious. After making such an evaluation for Zero Freeze, August learned the spell. Maybe this is a killer existence in others, but he feels it is too limited to use. And the last gold card is a bottle of Bloodline Awakening Potion. There is no surprise. Let's look at what good things can be opened with 2 diamond cards. Silently bowed to his ancestors, and all the prizes of the 2 diamond cards appeared in front of his eyes. A guaranteed talent-breaking limit card, nothing new. Just skip it. The 2nd card made him instantly widen his eyes. Name, Susanoo. Quality, Diamond. Introduction, the top pupil technique from the world of Naruto. After being transformed by the system, the host can turn his own magic into an indestructible huge energy body capable of attacking and defending. After reading all the information, August could only shout out loud. He clearly knew that although Susanoo was a powerful skill, the real upper limit was not high. After all, the world of Naruto is stronger than that of the Harry Potter world, which involves the cosmic starry sky. But it is also limited. Therefore, even if the skill is developed to the limit, it is at a legendary level. However, strong or not is temporary, and handsome or not is a lifetime thing. At least August can guarantee that even Dumbledore and Grindlevald can't do anything about him by using his current magic. As for death, he also has a certain degree of confidence to retreat. After all, complete body, Susanoo is no joke. With a thought, before August appeared in Black Lake, he couldn't wait to see the color of his Susanoo. The magic power surged all over his body, and golden energy surged out of it, forming a 3 or 4 meter high skeleton, wrapping August in it. With the continuous infusion of magic power, the skeleton became more 3-dimensional. In the end, flesh and blood were derived, gradually transforming into a human form. And the fluctuations that August radiated became stronger and stronger. Many small creatures in the Forbidden Forest were frightened and shivered by him. Celestia, who was playing with her friends, felt August's breath and ran over with a neigh. And faster than her is the basilisk lurking under the artificial lake. Since being brought here by August for retirement, the basilisk has nothing and never emerges. But he would come out today. He has already felt the threat. Although the basilisk knows that this is the magic power of its own master, he is really a little flustered standing in front of its own nest. What if the master wants to chop it up and eat snake soup? The calm lake water fluctuated violently, a huge snake head appeared, and August was startled. He found that the 2 protrusions on the basilisk's forehead became increasingly obvious, and the 2 horns were about to emerge. It's been a long time since August saw this big guy, and he almost forgot that he still had a pet living under the Black Lake. I don't know how the despicable Herpo cultivated the basilisk. Still, it became increasingly in line with the Jiaolong in Chinese mythology. Imagine Shenron in Dragon Ball. Hiss. The basilisk closed his eyes tightly and roared at his master. Although it sounds terrifying, August feels the meaning of ingratiating. With a dumb smile, August didn't expect this guy to be quite timid. He felt August's movements and felt so nervous. Don't worry. I'm just experimenting with new magic. August reassured him, and then the conversation changed, but you came out just in time. Come and do me a little favor. Hiss. The basilisk is a little confused and doesn't know what his master needs it to do. It's all right, just don't move. August's tone sounded like he was flicking a child's lollipop. So when Celestia arrived, she saw the basilisk with a body length of tens of meters caught by a huge golden arm like a loach, and it was thrown around. Chapter 418, Chapter 418, The Power of Time. Hiss. The basilisk sounded again, but it was full of grievances. August was too addicted and put it back into the Black Lake. The basilisk did not turn his head back and got into the deepest. And Celestia saw that her master was wrapped in a huge golden armored warrior and curiously pushed the armor with her horn, making a sound of gold and iron symphony. August waved Susanoo away and felt the consumption of magic power was still within an acceptable range. However, he only reached the third form, his legs did not grow out, but the upper body was covered with armor. The bigger the size of Susanoo, the more magic consumed, and August can't guarantee that he can use the complete body, Susanoo now. Perhaps even if it can be used, the time will not be too long. But it can already be counted as a good trump card at this stage. After playing with Celestia for a while, August looked at the distant unicorn and contemplated. After a long time, he opened the system panel again, looked at the 2 talent-breaking cards, and added all of them to the divination talent without hesitation. In fact, it is very disadvantageous for him to do so. Grindlevald's divination talent is 7. He can wait patiently. After drawing 2 cards again, he only needs 1 talent-breaking card to reach the full 9th level. It's just that since he merged with the prophecy Animagus, there will always be some images flashing involuntarily. And August has absolutely no control over this happening. Anyway, his current talent is enough. Since this is the case, it is better to put forward the divination talent in one go, and maybe there will be some unexpected joy. The card shattered, and a strange feeling came to him. August closed his eyes and realized it carefully. Although he closed his eyes, the world appeared in his mind, and countless threads intertwined, forming a dense web. Putting a thought into one of them, he saw it. A velvet will live freely here for 3 months and then die naturally. As he concentrated his attention, he also saw more detailed pictures and the puffy velvet flying freely and playing with his companions. Leave offspring after 2 months and then die. After a long time, August opened his eyes again as if it was an illusion, and there were gears intertwined in his pupils. A look of shock gradually appeared on his face. It's the power of time. He never thought that the divination talent he initially despised could be traced back to the mystery of time. Just now, he just passed the long 3 months and experienced the rest of his life as a velvet. It's a big loss. August muttered to himself. He now regretted using the 2 limit cards so hastily. Throughout his experience for so long, although his talent has significantly improved from the 7th to the 8th level, it has not changed the level of quality. But once you reach the 9th level, it is different, representing the road to legend. In other words, as long as a wizard has the talent to reach the 9th level and perseveres in research, there will be a great chance to achieve the legendary rank. The current August is extremely curious, how far can he achieve when his divination talent is at full level? But regretting it is useless now, he can be described as a poor man now, spending all the gold coins cleanly. Why can't Tom make more Horcruxes? At this moment, August once again plays an idea about Voldemort and thinks with some anger. If Voldemort hurt his heart, would he rush to August desperately and die with him? Soon, a long semester is coming to an end. Since Crouch has been Minister of Magic, he's been in many moves. The first is Voldemort's problem. The Ministry of Magic has issued a self-defense guide to every wizarding family with many practical distress spells. Crouch repeatedly stressed that they should not fight the Death Eaters or Voldemort, and as soon as they found out about Death Eaters, auras would immediately apparate. If you can't escape, use the spell taught above to call for help. The auras were also scattered to several areas where wizards mainly lived. When the little wizards of Hogwarts went to Hogsmeade to play, they could see the auras patrolling. Another key issue is Azkaban. By now, the Ministry of Magic naturally knew what deal Voldemort had made with the Dementors, which is why so many prisoners were allowed to escape. Crouch, who originally wanted to exterminate these creatures, was persuaded by August. He gave a better way, that is, to control their clan with 2 Dementors of Wulong and Fengchu. The 2 strange among these Dementors have not been released since August captured them. They live a wonderful life under the support of many Muggle emotions. Compared to that year, neither knew how much stronger they were. When Crouch saw that August even arranged undercover with the Dementors, he admired it. This boss is really hidden, Dark and White's wizards have his people, and now even Dementors are not spared. With the help of Wulong and Fengchu, those Dementors also obediently obeyed the orders of the Ministry of Magic and dutifully guarded Azkaban. After a retrial, many fugitives have also been sent back. Many Death Eaters who escaped trial more than 10 years ago have also been wiped out. The only exception is Rodolphus Lestrange. Because he successfully captured the Horcrux, Crouch gave him half a year to leave a bloodline for the Lestrange family and be locked in Azkaban. In this regard, the Green Hatman has no opinion. After such a painful experience, he feels there is nothing wrong with Azkaban. He'd be waiting there. Waiting for the day Bellatrix was locked up. The last thing, which has nothing to do with ordinary wizards, is the adjustment within the Ministry of Magic. Scrimgeour was undoubtedly transferred from his position as the head of the Aurus office to the improper use of the Magic office. In his position before was Lockhart, one of Fudge's hearts. Many people wondered why Crouch chose him for such an important position. Still, they guessed that Lockhart must have put forward some conditions that could not be refused. Finally, amid the ongoing turmoil, it was the last day of August's 5th grade. Many off-school wizards have come to Hogwarts for the last supper of the school year. Chapter 419, My Eyes Are on the Future. Many people came to Hogwarts today, members of the Order of the Phoenix, Ministry of Magic officials, and some newspaper reporters. Some well-informed people already know that Dumbledore and Crouch may have something big to announce today. Currently waiting anxiously. What's wrong with your eyes? Grindlevald looked at August with some doubts. He hadn't seen him for a few days. He found that this little wizard had undergone some tremendous changes. Especially the pair of eyes. Grindlevald clearly remembered that August's eyes were standard black pupils. Still, now they are as bright as colored glass. Although the aura emanating from it was not terrifying, he was keenly aware of a trace of unease. It was as if he had been seen through, and in front of August, he had no secrets at all. It's nothing, I've been working on a new kind of magic recently, and it's normal to have some changes. With a smile on his face, August explained indifferently. Normal. Grindlevald has a strange expression on his face. August is too skilled at talking nonsense with his eyes open. However, he was not asking, and some secrets should not be delved into. Have you really decided to have a showdown? Speaking of the most important thing today, Grindelwald's face also became much more serious. Just before he came, having known the full script, he couldn't imagine how much damage it had done to Dumbledore. It is even said that in a rage, the two sides may go to war directly. This is what Grindelwald doesn't want to see. He knows that Dumbledore and August will only have a dead end at this time. Also, to be precise, it will be extremely difficult to fight against August from now on. This kid is a monster, and it's been almost a year since he was released, and he's unaware of August's deep dive now. Only when he does it can he feel the magic power that is as deep as the sea. Thinking of this, Grindelwald was about to crack. Why can't the magical world be more peaceful? It's ridiculous to say that a Dark Lord is the person who is most concerned about the comfort of the wizarding world, although he only cares about Dumbledore. Looking at Grindelwald, August thought deeply. You can rest assured that everything will develop according to my will, and Dumbledore's reaction is no exception. Why? Grindelwald looked at him suspiciously. Are you so sure that Albus won't turn his face? Because my eyes are on the future. Grindelwald's heart jumped when he said this, and he thought of the pair of eyes that ran through time and space and made him backlash, and his expression was slightly unnatural. Just seeing the old enemy, Newt, not far away, Grindelwald hurriedly made an excuse and went to trouble Newt. Looking at his hurried back, August's mouth twitched slightly. Just now, he suddenly discovered that Grindelwald's purpose of relying on himself was not so simple. But there are too many variables in the future. Just August's observation, Grindelwald made more than 500 different choices. August shook his head slightly and said to himself helplessly. Grindelwald, it's quite pleasant to get along with you. I hope you don't make the wrong choice. Mr. Scamander. Grindelwald stopped Newt, who was exchanging knowledge about magical creatures with Cedric and other Hufflepuffs. Seeing his arrival, those students' faces changed, and they left consciously. In the face of the Dark Lord, these little wizards were still very afraid even though Grindelwald didn't act so ferociously the last time he came to Hogwarts. In an instant, there was no one around Newt. He smiled wryly. Grindelwald was really a stalker. Why is the Dark Lord so vengeful? Voldemort was doomed against Harry, and Grindelwald was doomed against him. I heard that you left Hogwarts. Are you interested in coming to Demstrang for a year? Another invitation was issued, and Grindelwald really wanted to entertain Newt. Before Newt refused, an old but full of air voice interrupted their conversation. Grindelwald. What do you want to do? A white-haired old woman stood in front of Newt. Although her face was wrinkled, she could vaguely see that she was also a beauty when she was young. That woman was Newt's wife, Tina Goldstein, now also called Tina Scamander. She is the legendary Auror of the Macusa, who was able to fight against the existence of Grindelwald with Newt. Cassandra's idol is Tina, and she plans to enter Auror after graduation. Tina, long time no see, didn't expect you to be so old now. Grindelwald was not angry and greeted her with a smile. And Tina looked at Grindelwald as before, her face darkened. What a woman cares about most is her own appearance. Seeing Grindelwald mocking herself like this, she couldn't help it because she had a hot temper. With a flip of the palm, the wand appeared in his hand. Grindelwald, no matter what conspiracy you have, Newt and I will defeat you, just like New York, Paris, and Berlin. For a time, the tense atmosphere here attracted the attention of many people. The little wizards did not dare to approach and only dared to watch from a distance. When Moody and other Order of the Phoenix members saw that the situation here was wrong, they quickly stood beside Newt. They looked at Grindelwald with serious expressions. Obviously, they are the party with the most people. Still, Sirius and the others always feel that they are like a lonely boat in the storm, and there is a possibility that the boat will capsize at any time. But it is relieved that Grindlevald has no intention of doing it. Because Dumbledore came, he watched them silently. Glancing at them, Grindlevald walked towards Dumbledore. You don't have to be so careful. Today's protagonist is not me. Dumbledore frowned slightly and didn't think much about it. I just don't want the news of the Dark Lord's arrest at Hogwarts in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Grindelwald's every move is being watched as the only Dark Lord currently active in the wizarding world. But Dumbledore didn't want the two to turn against each other again, and his current target was August. With different thoughts, the two also came to the high seat. Dumbledore ceded the center seat to Crouch and took Grindelwald to the left. The 5th grade Hogwarts school year wraps up, officially starting. Chapter 420, Big Surprise from an Announcement. Strictly speaking, now Dumbledore is not the headmaster of Hogwarts. Because the Ministry of Magic has so far not issued a single order stating that Dumbledore is reinstated. It's just that everyone subconsciously believed that after Umbridge left, he automatically became the headmaster again. And one of the reasons Dumbledore asked Crouch to come here today was to appease people's hearts and announce the appointment of the headmaster. As Crouch got up, the entire Great Hall became silent. People on and off school are all looking forward to what the new minister will say. First of all, I apologize to all Hogwarts professors and students. As soon as he came up, the new Minister of Magic bowed slightly to the surrounding. In the past year, because of some improper operations of the Ministry of Magic, it has brought you a lot of trouble. Even some students' learning progress has been delayed. As the saying goes, predecessors plant trees, and later generations enjoy the shade. But it can also be said conversely that the predecessors dug the pit, and the later generations compensated. The actions of Fudge and Umbridge have long made many young wizards complain about the Ministry of Magic, and this anger still needs to be pacified by Crouch. Obviously, his low profile won a lot of goodwill as soon as he came up, and the whole Great Hall burst into warm applause. The reporters' magic cameras were not idle. They were frantically taking pictures, and they all thought of the title. Shocked. Crouch completely rejected Fudge's education reform and made a low-profile gesture to Dumbledore. After the applause died out, Crouch announced a series of compensatory measures. For example, increasing the funding support of the Ministry of Magic and providing more British pounds to galleons for Muggle-born wizards. Even the salaries of the professors have been increased by him a lot. For a time, both the students and the professors have smiles on their faces, obviously very satisfied. Finally, Crouch solemnly promised. I can guarantee that during my tenure, I will give Hogwarts the greatest autonomy, and no one can interfere with the headmaster's decision. As soon as these words came out, many people were moved. Although Hogwarts had a special status before, the Ministry of Magic would not interfere under normal circumstances. But as long as the minister wants to, he can always take advantage of the loophole and increase his influence in the only wizarding school in England. Otherwise, Umbridge wouldn't run amok in the school. As soon as Crouch's words came out, it represented that the next Hogwarts had become a semi-independent state, and even he could not control it. Once he repents, it also means that his credibility will be lost, which is fatal to a Minister of Magic. That's why everyone was so shocked. They didn't expect Crouch to make such a heavy commitment in public. Even Dumbledore's face showed consternation, apparently unaware that Crouch would do this. What followed was a deep emotion. Dumbledore didn't expect Crouch to trust him so much. Sure enough, supporting such a smart man to become Minister of Magic was a correct decision. Speaking of this, Crouch looked annoyed. I'm sorry, I forgot, there is no headmaster at Hogwarts at this time. Then let me announce now that the Ministry of Magic has decided that the headmaster of Hogwarts is. He deliberately sold out, but no one was aroused. Everyone knows that this is just a cut scene. Mr. August Gaunt. There was thunderous applause in the Great Hall, but after a few shots, it disappeared again. Everyone felt wrong. If they heard correctly, it was not Dumbledore's name pronounced just now, right? Dumbledore was also stunned. He looked at Crouch. Barty, you pronounced the wrong name. Although it was a little weird, he still reminded Crouch in a low voice. At this time, Crouch didn't look at him but swept his eyes to everyone who looked at him, repeating word by word. The headmaster of Hogwarts will be succeeded by Mr. August Gaunt. Now, everyone knows that there is really no problem with his ears, and Crouch is rereading August's name. In an instant, he became the focus of the audience. Even Cho, Hermione, Luna, and Astoria couldn't believe it. How did their boyfriend change from a student to a headmaster suddenly? August stood up, used his magic power to transmit his voice to his girlfriend, then explained to them, facing thousands of eyes, and walked to the high seat. Barty, what the hell is going on? This is no time for jokes. Dumbledore spoke very seriously. If this was a joke, no doubt it must be stopped. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, Crouch still didn't look at him, didn't speak, but gave up his seat when August walked to him. Sorry, Professor, Mr. Crouch thinks I may be better suited to be headmaster of Hogwarts than you are. Keeping Crouch behind him calmly, August faced his old headmaster with a full aura. Professor McGonagall wanted to open her mouth angrily. Still, during the confrontation between August and Dumbledore, she found it difficult to breathe, let alone speak. So, Barty has always been your man. Dumbledore was not stupid and instantly found the crux of the problem. He suddenly found that he seemed to have fallen into a bottomless trap. Before that, he didn't find any connection between August and Crouch, and neither social circles intersected. Unexpectedly, after he worked so hard to send Crouch to the throne of the Ministry of Magic, he showed his fangs to himself. In a trance, the terrifying power of his body dissipated a lot, and August also restrained a lot. Gaunt. What the hell are you trying to do? Professor McGonagall was finally able to speak. She was as angry as a lioness, glaring at the student she had always been optimistic about. She couldn't imagine the betrayal this time came from within the school. And most of the Order of the Phoenix members also stood up. The situation at this time has already made many people dumbfounded. Even they were, but standing behind Dumbledore was their subconscious choice. Faced with Professor McGonagall's questioning, August finally spoke up. Chapter 421, Am I on the opposite side of the world? Professor McGonagall, do you think Professor Dumbledore is really a qualified headmaster? August's voice was soft, but under the influence of magic, the entire Great Hall could hear it clearly. And Professor McGonagall was also stunned. Of course, Gaunt. Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard of the century, one of the best headmasters in Hogwarts history. If he's incompetent, don't you think you'll do better than him? Her words won many people's approval, and the audience discussion became louder. Dumbledore's face also showed a look of relief, and getting the approval of so many little wizards was even more pleasing to him than defeating Voldemort. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. Because he noticed one thing, the expression on Grindelwald's face did not change in the slightest. It was as if he knew what had happened today. A sudden premonition poured out of his heart, and it was constantly expanding. Professor, can I ask you a few questions? August looked at him and asked very politely. He didn't wait for Dumbledore to reply and asked his own questions. May I ask how many Defense Against the Dark Arts professors have changed at Hogwarts over the years? Why has the quality of students at Hogwarts been getting worse in recent years? Two simple questions silenced Dumbledore. He can actually answer both of these questions. The first is that Hogwarts has replaced 38 Defense Against the Dark Arts professors in the past half-century. No, 39 if you include Umbridge. Voldemort has cursed the position since his mastery of the dark arts, and no one has served more than a year since then. Although Dumbledore knew about it, he couldn't do anything about it. Because this is the magic that Voldemort casts in his name, and as long as others are still afraid of this name, the effect of magic will always exist. For so many years, he could only keep looking for a suitable wizard, making the professor of this class a consumable item. This also explains August's second question, why students' quality has worsened over the years. The imperfect teaching system makes it almost impossible for students to learn any useful knowledge from Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Of course, occasionally, there will be one or two reliable teachers. Still, suppose the tacit understanding between professors and students has been cultivated. They still would leave saddened by the curse issue. What Scrimgeour is saying is right. The students at Hogwarts have been getting worse every year. Even the quality of the Aurors in the Ministry of Magic has been declining. But can he say these things? Once it was said, it made public the fact that this position was cursed and completely confirmed the possibility of rumors. And August also revealed Dumbledore's inaction. He could only watch Voldemort rampage and do nothing. Therefore, Dumbledore could only be silent. Seeing that Dumbledore didn't mean to answer, August didn't bother. Professor, you can't solve some problems, but that doesn't mean I can't. I believe that under my leadership, Hogwarts, no, the entire wizarding world, will be better. At this point, August has made no secret of his ambitions and declares that he will control the wizarding world. Some smart people were shocked when they saw that Crouch didn't respond to this. Such an attitude was already evident, and the Ministry of Magic welcomed another puppet minister. Like Fudge back then, Crouch is now obedient to August. Even if you say that, it can't hide your danger, Gaunt. Dumbledore's eyes gradually turned cold. Your ideal is great, but it is very likely to bring the wizarding world into the abyss. He dared not tell the truth because it seemed like a fantasy to most people. Unless it's a personal experience, who would believe that August used the means to awaken muggles to the wizarding bloodline? Dumbledore felt as if he was on the opposite side of the world for the first time. All along, he is in the camp of absolute justice to fight against Grindelwald and Voldemort. August used upright rules to get him kicked out of Hogwarts. Professor, this is the end of the matter. It's useless to say these things. As the new headmaster of Hogwarts, I cordially invite you to serve as Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts next term. If you wish, I can also add a vice-headmaster position for you. Dumbledore was silent. He had reason to suspect that August was trying to use Voldemort's hand to kill him directly. Gaunt, I wouldn't admit anyone but Dumbledore as headmaster. If you're going to drive him out, then expel me too. McGonagall also understood the current situation, but she could do nothing. She could only stand up to express her support for Dumbledore. The situation this time was completely different from the one with Umbridge when almost everyone believed that he was only temporarily away and would return sooner or later. But this time, McGonagall didn't know what to do and could only hope that his threat would make August slightly afraid. Her words also aroused the emotions of many professors, and they spoke out in support. Yes, Dumbledore is gone, and so am I. This is the professor of the study of ancient runes, Professor Babbling. Gaunt, how did you come to be like this? If you drive Dumbledore away, then expel me too. With regret in his voice, this is the head of Hufflepuff, Professor Sprout. She has always admired August and never thought things would get to this point. Next, the professor of Muggle Studies and Madame Hooch also stood up. Unfortunately, the efforts of these professors are doomed to be in vain. August was indifferent to their threats and even respected the professors. But in the face of the general situation, a little personal emotion doesn't matter at all. Very well, you were fired. Professors can go to their offices to pack up and leave school. Thank you to several professors for their teaching over the years, and Hogwarts will never forget your contributions. His indifferent attitude finally angered Dumbledore. The huge magic power on his body rippled unconsciously, and a wand appeared in his hand. But what happened next made his heart completely cold. Chapter 422, If you want war, I will give you war. Gellert, you. Feeling held back by a wand, Dumbledore's voice trembled slightly. There was also a hint of helplessness in Grindelwald's tone, as well as an indescribable disappointment. Sorry, Albus, I'm an undercover agent. The crowd was in an uproar, and no one thought Grindelwald, who had never spoken, would attack Dumbledore from behind at such a critical time. The flames flashed, and a phoenix appeared above Dumbledore's head, leading him out of the high seat and coming to the Great Hall gate. And Grindelwald didn't make any moves, letting him escape from his hands. Gellert, why? Why did you do this? A fool could even hear the anger in his tone. Dumbledore did not expect that his ominous premonition just now had come true. Seeing Grindelwald's indifferent look, he had a bad premonition then. The result was even worse than he expected. The other party ignored the friendship for so many years and directly attacked him. Suddenly, Dumbledore's mind flashed, and he looked at August with burning eyes. Gaunt, did you release Grindelwald? Everything, finally colluded in his mind. His good relationship with August has also undergone some subtle changes in the last year. Because of the magic web device's existence, communication between the two has obviously decreased a lot. And his purpose of releasing Grindelwald is obvious, to divert his attention. Under the double restraint of Voldemort and Grindelwald, he has almost no energy to care about other things this year. It wasn't until Newt brought him the news that he suddenly realized August's big move. But how could that be? Fudge was pressing step by step, Voldemort hid in the dark, and Grindelwald was eyeing him. These things, on the surface, were messy enough that even after discovering August's true purpose, he didn't act immediately. One is because he has not thought of any solution for the time being, and the other is that he feels that August's power is weak and its development will not be too fast. He can completely solve the threat before him, and then he frees up his hands to make a good plan. But until today, Dumbledore realized he was wrong, and an invisible net had already shrouded him. It is extremely difficult to resist now. Professor Dumbledore, you can't say nonsense. I don't know how Mr. Grindelwald left Nurmengard. It's just that I didn't know where Mr. Grindelwald learned about my plan, and he told some of your past events and made it clear that he would support my actions. I saw that he was so sincere, so I naturally agreed. August took Dumbledore's words lightly and blocked them back. If he publicly admitted that he was the one who released Grindelwald, then the nature of the matter would have changed. So even if it's bullshit, August must give a reason. That little bastard. Grindelwald scolded angrily. He clearly arranged everything. How could he put the whole problem on his head? Didn't you see that the way Dumbledore looked at him had changed? But although he was aggrieved in his heart, Grindelwald knew that he could only bear all this silently, and he nodded his head and said, "That's right, Albus, you once betrayed our blood pact, and today I want you to experience what it's like to be betrayed by your own students." As soon as the words came out, he actually felt a little relaxed. Sure enough, the process of hurting each other is painful and happy. Okay. Dumbledore took a deep breath, suppressing his trembling heart, and looked at the others in the Great Hall. The expressions of these people are different. Today's melon is really too big, and many people have already expressed that they can't bear it. Especially the students of Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, they haven't reacted yet, so their head of houses was fired like this. Crouch, you have also seen that Gaunt has joined forces with Grindelwald, are you still so obsessed with it? And everyone here, we just defeated Voldemort once, and now a bigger threat is before you. You really don't see that our magical world has been manipulated by a behind-the-scenes hand. Dumbledore knew now that he could turn the tables today only if they were on the opposite side of the majority. That's right. August Gaunt. You are a complete conspirator. Moody limped to Dumbledore's side, and the magic eye kept scanning Grindlevald and August. In his eyes, as long as there is a connection with the Dark Wizard, it must not be a good thing. August didn't speak but gestured to Crouch with his eyes. He also understood and took a step forward. Mr. Grindlevald and I had a conversation just 2 days ago, and he promised that as long as August Gaunt became the headmaster, then he'll make an unbreakable vow with me that he won't kill a single native wizard in England. Even his army will be similarly restrained. The crowd boiled. They did not expect that Grindlevald would offer such generous conditions. Mr. Crouch, are you telling the truth? Rita Skeeter asked excitedly. This is big news. If it is true, as Crouch said, then for England, Grindlevald is just a powerful wizard, but no longer a threat. That's right, Crouch said loudly. If it can't be done, I, the Minister of Magic, will resign on the spot. Just kidding, with August there, it's too easy. Seeing that he was so determined, those who were swaying fell silent again. Dumbledore also accepted his fate, and he knew that he was over. But it doesn't matter since there is no way to solve it through peaceful means, then the only way is to use force. You want war? I will give you war. Gaunt. There's something you haven't figured out yet. The old man's voice was loud and vigorous, and the magic power on his body galloped up. Hogwarts is the Hogwarts of England, the house of all professors and students. But he's not the Hogwarts of the Ministry of Magic. It was my failure to educate you like this, let me tell you now. What is the Millennium Will of Hogwarts? Chapter 423, The Wrath of the Lion. As the words fell, Dumbledore's aura once again rose to a peak. Don't resist, everyone. This battle is very dangerous. A gentle force enveloped everyone present and wanted to move them to the edge of the Great Hall. Almost everyone obeyed Dumbledore's will, and soon the middle of the Great Hall was emptied. And several head of houses did not move at all and chose to stay in place. Professor McGonagall wanted to fight with Dumbledore, while Professor Flitwick was extremely complicated and didn't know how to choose. August is one of the most satisfying students in his teaching career, bar none. Whether it is his respect or thirst for knowledge, he is worthy of the best Ravenclaw in history. He also often feels that having a student like August is the pride of his life. Because of this student, he always received envious glances from Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout. But today's events have far exceeded his ability to cope. Professor Flitwick, who was caught in the middle, didn't know what to do. Professor, please go aside first. There are some things I have to do. Looking at Professor Flitwick, August sincerely persuaded him not to join the fight. With a sigh, Professor Flitwick left. Instead of joining the audience, he left the Great Hall directly. He didn't want to see what happened next. No matter who stayed, it was a kind of injury to him. Watching his leave, August waved his sleeves, and a shock wave through several professors who were caught off guard into the crowd, leaving only Snape standing there. Snape, help me protect Hermione and the others. August gave a command, and Snape nodded under Dumbledore's unbelievable eyes, turned into a black robe, and came to Hermione and the others with a few ups and downs. Looking at the small wizards crowded around him, he frowned, displeased, and opened a protective shield. In the scene, it is just August, Grindelwald, Crouch, and Dumbledore. I don't know if it was an illusion. Still, many people saw a flaming phoenix hovering behind Dumbledore, and a giant blue bird competed with him. Let me go and get rid of Dumbledore. Grindelwald's position is slightly higher, and it is he who is competing with Dumbledore at this time. His expression was solemn because he had already felt the raging anger contained in that old body. At this time, Dumbledore's mentality was very unstable. One of the people he trusted the most, Snape, was actually a spy. Does he still have someone he can trust in this world? Grindelwald was afraid that Dumbledore, in this state, would do something irrational and be slaughtered by August. That's right, he wasn't worried about August, but he really thought that Dumbledore couldn't beat August, so he was ready to make a move and let him retreat. No need. August said in a relaxed tone. He took a step forward and came to Dumbledore in an instant. Professor, there's actually something I'd like to tell you. It's not the Ministry of Magic who made me this headmaster, but the school that chose me. Dumbledore laughed angrily. He didn't do any useless battles of words but silently meditated on something. Fawkes's figure disappeared around him and soon returned with a hat still in his mouth. What are you doing? A duel demonstration. Dumbledore, you should take care of your phoenix. He burned all the new dust on my body. The Sorting Hat was slightly surprised, and the big mouth at the top chattered. But Dumbledore was not in the mood to accompany him to make fun of him at this time. He took the hat with a blank face and stretched out his hand to take it something. People are still wondering why the sorting hat is brought here now. People saw that Dumbledore's hand had left the hat, and he was holding a silver sword that looked very sharp. The little wizards were in an uproar, and their eyes widened involuntarily. There's a sword hidden in the sorting hat. Everyone here entered the school through the sorting ceremony, and when they saw the blade that shone with cold light, their necks were a little cold. No one knew that the sorting ceremony was so dangerous. If the sorting hat accidentally leaks the sword, the consequences were unimaginable. And Dumbledore's following words can be regarded as a solution for them. This sword, the legacy of Godric Gryffindor, is called the Sword of Gryffindor. Only a real Gryffindor can pull it out of the sorting hat. Slowly talking about the sword's origin, Dumbledore also held him high under August's eyes. There was a raging fire on the sword. This sword not only represents the history of Hogwarts, but it is also the last resort of protection left by the founder to the school. Dumbledore muttered to himself, guilt in his heart. He really is an incompetent headmaster, and he actually used the trump card left by the founder during his tenure. Moreover, it turned out to be used to deal with a student in the school. But this emotion comes and goes quickly, and now is not the time for sentimentality. He had to use this to drive August out of school with the power of Hogwarts. Only in this way can he turn defeat into victory. Almost at the same time, all Gryffindor students throbbed, even Hermione. The 4 house pennants hanging high in the Great Hall slowly fell, and countless golden light spots converged in front of Dumbledore. Soon, a male lion was formed, and he roared to the sky with terrifying momentum. Roar. The sound was so loud that even the starry sky ceiling above his head trembled slightly. And August also felt that the whole castle was rejecting his existence as if his existence was the biggest threat to the school. August Gaunt. Dumbledore slashed the sword fiercely, the tip of the sword pointed at him, and there was a grandeur in his voice. I declare as heir to Gryffindor. You've been banished from Hogwarts. Chapter 424, Chapter 424, You are not the only heir. As his voice fell, the lion roared wildly, waving its sharp claws and pouncing. Its sound is like a drum, its momentum is like thunder, and it is incomparable to an ordinary lion. August frowned. It wasn't that he couldn't deal with it. Still, the feeling of being in the quagmire and being constrained everywhere made him uncomfortable. Even casting spells takes a lot more effort than usual. He raised his hand and fired a thunderbolt, directly blasting the lion into the sky. Then the silver snake danced wildly and fell on it frantically. Soon, the male lion turned into a spot of light and tried to gather again. Also, from inside the castle, the Gryffindor teachers and students radiated continuous light spots, and they were still forming golden lions. Is this Gryffindor's legacy to Hogwarts? Grindlevald's face was amazed, and his tone was incredible. What kind of magic is this? Crouch asked him a little worriedly and saw 2 more lions in an instant, as well as the changes in the expressions of everyone. At that time, even if August wins, Dumbledore has successfully planted a seed in everyone's heart. He was orthodox at Hogwarts and was simply driving August away by force. Grindelwald pondered for a long time before speaking, and his tone was still uncertain. Hogwarts Castle has experienced thousands of years of precipitation. There are countless wizards who have been active here. The magic power they unconsciously exude has long cast this place into a huge magic tool. And Gryffindor took advantage of this and turned the continued power of the entire castle into its own means to protect it. He turned to look at the group of Gryffindor students and rubbed his chin. And this group of students. It should be that they signed a contract with this castle when they entered the school, and they will contribute their strength at a critical moment. In the end, he was also a little unsure. The mystery in this area was not Grindelwald's main specialty direction, and he was also half guessing and half speculating. Contract. Crouch's heart moved, and he found that only Gryffindor students were producing light spots. Is it from the sorting ceremony? So August, is he sure he can win? Grindelwald reluctantly slapped his mouth. I had full confidence in him at first, but now I can't see it clearly. After all, now he is not fighting against Dumbledore but against the wizards who have existed in this castle for thousands of years. Boom. Another red light cannon split a lion flying, and August also felt the difficulty of the matter. Every lion here is not weak, and the magic power contained in its body far exceeds that of Aurors. The most difficult thing is that they are immortal. Seeing Dumbledore standing there comfortably, a rare burst of anger appeared in his heart. Although August has seen this picture from the process of predicting the future, he still feels uncomfortable. He has always tortured others. When is it someone else's turn to torture him? You are the heir to the founder, right? Just wait, Dumbledore. A golden skeleton appeared outside August's body, quickly becoming a warrior holding a shield and a giant sword, sweeping away all the male lions like chopping melons and vegetables. Seeing this scene, Dumbledore did not panic at all. As long as the castle's magic power was not exhausted, his attack would not stop. And August, who summoned Susanoo, also freed his hand, and a crystal ball and a wooden token appeared on the two palms. At the same time, the Slytherin puppet is hidden in the chamber's deepest chamber, and Rowena, who is far away in Paris and experimenting with Nicholas Flamel, is feeling weak. Slytherin closed his eyes, felt the situation in the castle, and laughed dumbly. Godric, I didn't expect the fight between you and me to last 1,000 years. Well, let's see who is right this time. The voice fell, and a piece of paper deep in the castle trembled slowly, and August's name gradually appeared on it, but the speed was very slow. And Rowena is similar, handing over the authority to control the castle to August and no longer paying attention to the situation here. For her, the battle after 1,000 years could not give her the slightest interest, and only August's grand plan could dazzle her. In the hall, the students of Slytherin and Ravenclaw had the same changes as the Gryffindors. Under Dumbledore's unbelievable eyes, green and blue light spots floated out of their bodies, converging into giant pythons and eagles. As soon as they appeared, they were fighting with his lion army. You. Dumbledore looked at August, who was holding a crystal ball and a wooden token and was completely numb at the moment. Professor, thank you for your reminder. Otherwise, I would have forgotten that I am still the heir of Ravenclaw and Slytherin. August's words were very sarcastic, but he also succeeded in shocking many people. They did not expect that in addition to Gryffindor's heir, Dumbledore, the other two founders' heirs also appeared. And still the same person. Injured, Dumbledore was very injured. Since this day, his initially very strong heart has been shattered. So bully. A series of blows followed, and he couldn't accept it. Especially in the last wave, he clearly gained the upper hand with Gryffindor's legacy but was backstabbed by his beloved school. Suddenly, Dumbledore was urged to drop his wand and surrender directly. And at this time, there are Hufflepuff students who are just as depressed as he is. Why do the other three houses have heirs, but they don't? In fact, what they didn't know was that the heir to Hufflepuff was standing there. It was Mr. Newt. It's just that the easygoing Hufflepuff didn't leave any backhands, only a lot of knowledge about magical creatures, which was taken away by Newt when he was a student. And he also wrote it into the book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find It, without reservation. After August revealed his identity, the situation changed. In the simplest math problem, 2 is greater than 1. Under the siege of the python and the eagle, the male lion retreated steadily and was soon scattered into a light spot. What was different this time was that although these light spots wanted to converge, they were blocked. The light spots floating out of their body reluctantly converged into a humanoid figure and sighed helplessly. Salazar, are you going to be against me forever? And you, Rowena, why are you helping this old snake? Chapter 425, Meeting Across the Millennium, Let the School Decide His Master. Shocked. Everyone was shocked again. Today's reversal is something they have never thought about in their life, and now even the legendary Gryffindor has appeared. No novel would be written like this. Yes, they're not stupid, though it's unknown by what means Gryffindor has reincarnated. But they all knew clearly that the voice must be from him just now. The python and the eagle stopped their offensive and gathered into 2 human figures. They can't see the specific appearance, but Slytherin gives the impression of a spooky old man. And Rowena is more eye-catching. Just standing in there makes people feel that elegance is peerless, and her strange charm makes many people forget to breathe. Godric, after over 1,000 years, your mouth is still so stinky. Slytherin cursed angrily, but anyone could hear the joy in his tone. The relationship between the two is very complicated, that is, lifelong friends and lifelong enemies. The friendship and struggle between them have lasted for too long, and it has to be emotional to be able to meet after 1,000 years. Rowena, you have never intervened in the fight between Salazar and me before. Why are you on his side now instead? Directly ignoring the bad old man of Slytherin, Gryffindor stared at Rowena with some resentment. Hogwarts was divided into 3 factions. The Gryffindor faction and the Slytherin faction. The remaining good friends, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, did not interfere in the affairs between the two and were neutral factions. Godric, Rowena is always on my side. Is there anything strange about her dealing with you? To shut up. Slytherin, who was still proudly laughing at Gryffindor, was instantly misfiring. And the viewers who have been eating melons have also discovered that it seems that Ravenclaw's status was somewhat special among the founders. And Ravenclaw also flew in front of August and stood beside him. This matter has nothing to do with Slytherin. It's just that my heir is the same person as Slytherin. August nodded to her, looked at Dumbledore, who had fallen into black and white and asked. Professor, are we still fighting? But before Dumbledore could speak, Gryffindor answered him in a passionate tone. Fight. Our Gryffindor house never gives up the word. Until the last moment, the outcome is still unknown. He is such a person, on the road of fighting all his life. Although he has no certainty in the face of the siege of Ravenclaw and Slytherin, the more he does, the more his blood boils. August Gaunt, as you can see, this great hall has been scarred by our fighting. This is still the result of our extreme restraint. I believe you don't want Hogwarts to suffer more damage, right? August heard it. This Gryffindor wants to change the method. It must be a method that is beneficial to him. He was overjoyed. He never thought that Gryffindor, who was recorded as the most reckless wizard in history, especially likes to carry swords and cut people, would have such a delicate mind. The glazed brilliance in his eyes flashed, and scenes that might happen in the future appeared in front of August's eyes. He was stunned for 2 seconds before he suddenly realized. Is that so? No problem, Mr. Gryffindor, everything is yours. August complied with his request, and Dumbledore did not object. Now the protagonists on this stage are not him and August, but the 3 founders. Seeing him so happy, Gryffindor was overjoyed and said to Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Then let the castle choose his master. As long as his name appears on it, I will immediately admit defeat. Rowena, Salazar, I need your help. I can't summon it alone with my authority. What are they talking about? Most of the people looked dumbfounded and couldn't understand the conversation between the founders at all. And why does Hogwarts Castle choose its own owner? But Dumbledore's mind moved slightly, and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart. Ancestor, Rowena, please cooperate with Mr. Gryffindor. August said to the 2 who were looking at him, and he stood there quietly. Only after experiencing despair, perhaps, will Dumbledore accept his fate. If that's the case, then he won't be polite. With his permission, the 2 nodded slightly and stretched out a finger simultaneously. At a point in the void, Gryffindor did the same. 3 rays of light shot out from their fingertips, intertwined in the air and gradually turned into a quill and a book. Is this the legendary Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance? Hermione, who was guarded by Snape, exclaimed, attracting the attention of many people. Seeing everyone's curious eyes, Hermione didn't give a shit. I have seen in A History of Hogwarts that Hogwarts selects wizards based on 2 powerful magical artifacts. They are the Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admittance. As soon as all young wizards born in England show a talent for magic, they will be accepted and recorded in the Book of Admittance. And the power of the Book of Admittance is even greater. He has the right to reject those students who are not eligible to enter the school, to ensure that the students' talents meet the standard. Gryffindor also heard Hermione's explanation. When he saw the radiance of courage from the little girl, he knew that this was an excellent Gryffindor. That's a right, little girl. I'm thrilled that you are such a brilliant student in my house after 1,000 years. Gryffindor smiled heartily and simply told what was about to happen. And one thing that not be recorded in that book is that the Book of Admittance is actually the title deed to Hogwarts. Title deed. Someone's eyes widened, looking at the Book of Admittance with burning eyes. So, if anyone can get this title, doesn't he become the master of Hogwarts? And Gryffindor's following words also proved their conjecture. Chapter 426, Dumbledore's defeat. When a school elects a new headmaster, the Quill of Acceptance will put the new headmaster's name on the Book of Admittance. Once the Book of Admittance deems the person qualified enough to be a headmaster, his name will appear below the headmaster's as before. Gryffindor also completely solved everyone's doubts. Little girl, do your best. I think you will likely become one of the headmasters in the future. Gryffindor encouraged Hermione. He had seen too many advantages in Hermione, and he also believed that the future of this little wizard was limitless. If she can become the headmaster, it will be a good thing for the school. Hermione blushed slightly after being praised and said very embarrassedly. I think it's quite suitable for my boyfriend to be the headmaster. Oh. Gryffindor became interested. Who is your boyfriend? Let me see if he's that good. Hermione embarrassedly raised her hand and pointed to August, who smiled at her. He's my boyfriend. What? Gryffindor wants to scold her. How can you just find someone who is related to Slytherin? He did not expect that he would be backstabbed by his own little wizard 1,000 years later. Gryffindor, who felt a little socially dead, quickly changed the subject, pointed to the already formed Book of Admittance, and said, let's see the final Hogwarts choice. Who is the most qualified candidate? The paper slowly unfolded, with dense words on it. Gryffindor enlarged it a lot to make it clearer for everyone to see. With the appearance of names, the little wizards also saw characters they knew well from above, such as the heads of houses and other professors. I saw my name. A 7th grade student shouted excitedly, and many others, like him, saw their names. When the paper was finally stretched out completely, the names of the successive headmasters also emerged one by one. Phineas Black. Armando Dippet. At this moment, whether it was Dumbledore or anyone present, they all looked nervously at the bottom of the paper. Albus Dumbledore, and August. August's name has not been completely portrayed, but the Quill of Acceptance is gradually writing his name firmly. This also means that the school has chosen August as his new owner. Seeing this result, Slytherin laughed, Gryffindor remained silent, and Dumbledore's eyes completely lost their luster. He lost terribly. The little wizards were also very complicated, especially Harry, who didn't know whether to celebrate for his friend or mourn Dumbledore's departure. He was also one of the most uncomfortable people at this dinner party, with his his best friend, on one side. On the other hand, an elder who treats him very well. He suddenly felt that he should turn around and leave like Professor Flitwick and stop looking at these bad things. And now he also knows why Dumbledore made him careful about August then. Grindlevald also had a tangled face. He had never seen Dumbledore like this. At any time, he is calm, and no difficulties can hit him. But now, Dumbledore was just an old man who suffered successive blows and couldn't bear it. Ah. After a long time, Gryffindor let out a long sigh and floated to Dumbledore's side. Sorry, but I couldn't help you in the end. Dumbledore shook his head. Don't say that, Mr. Gryffindor. Maybe I'm really not fit to be the headmaster. Seeing him like this, Gryffindor wanted to comfort him, but any words at this time were pale. He knew it was useless to say more. Stop laughing, stinky snake. It's time for us to disappear. People who have long since passed away, don't meddle too much with the things of the present. Angrily scolding the smug Slytherin, Gryffindor took the lead in turning into a spot of light and scattered into every corner of the castle. Seeing that the old opponent took the initiative to hide, Slytherin jumped his feet angrily, but he had no choice but to snort coldly and then disappeared. Rowena smiled slightly. Disappear? Sorry, I'm not like you. I want to see more of such a wonderful world. Nodding to August, she flew to her daughter's side and chatted with her. Professor, what do you think? August called Dumbledore softly to see if he still wants fighting or not. August intends to show some real skills if Dumbledore still wants to continue fighting. August looked at the system taskbar and found it still displayed as unfinished. He was not surprised. After all, the battle just now was exactly a contest between him and Gryffindor. If Dumbledore is still obsessed, then today is the time for him to break into the legend. Forget it. You win, Gaunt. The staggering walked to the entrance of the Great Hall, and August opened the oak door for him kindly. The banquet that initially started at noon, now the sun is setting outside, and Dumbledore, who has a lonely expression, compliments each other a little. Wait for me, Albus. Professor McGonagall suddenly made a sound, tore off the robe with the Gryffindor logo on his body, and walked quickly to the old man's side. I said that Hogwarts is the Hogwarts where you are there, and since you are leaving, I will not be staying at this school. Despite the pain in his heart, Professor McGonagall said firmly to Dumbledore. There is no doubt about her love for the school, but August's actions completely broke her heart, and it is better to leave now than to suffer in the future. Reading this meaning from her eyes, Dumbledore did not refuse. Immediately afterward, all the Order of the Phoenix members and Professor Sprout also stood up and came to Dumbledore's side. Even though some students are just around the corner, this matter is too important for them to decide quickly. Seeing that he still has so many supporters made the disheartened Dumbledore feel a lot better. Glancing at the castle one last time, Dumbledore's eyes became firmer. Hogwarts, he will definitely come back. Chapter 427, The Consciousness of the Black Hand Behind the Scenes. Many times, the development of things does not depend on people's will. Moreover, they have also far overestimated the meaning of some people's existence, and the world will run as usual without anyone. The events of Hogwarts that day quickly spread throughout the English wizarding world, and many people felt that the sky was falling. Dumbledore has always been a symbol of England, and his status is very special. Almost all the Mesozoic and Cenozoic are his students and are deeply influenced. They did not expect that one day their beloved principal would be overthrown by a fifth-grade student. Coupled with the cooperation of Crouch, huge England has no place for Dumbledore to stand. After this turmoil enough to be recorded in the annals of history, countless people felt that their future life would definitely undergo great changes. But the magical world has remained calm since the beginning of July, with no waves. Even with August's relationship with the Ministry of Magic, the tension that had permeated England has dissipated a lot. Until this time, many people suddenly realized that it really doesn't matter whether Dumbledore exists or not. People just get used to it. And during this time, August has also been very busy. Now he has officially walked from behind the scenes to the front desk, and the whole wizarding world is spreading his story. The wizarding world here does not refer to a small land in England but wizards worldwide. Many people are wondering how evil a person is to be able to play Dumbledore with applause at this age. And August didn't have time to judge and speculate about him in the unexpected world. The Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts, and Knockturn Alley all came to him. Especially on the school side, many professors need him to reselect suitable candidates. Those who are not good enough and those who are too good are very difficult to find. August already has a rough plan for other classes, but August has no favorite candidates for the Transfiguration class yet. Professor McGonagall has a very high reputation among students. If he can't find a better candidate, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face? By the way, he has to face the questioning of his girlfriend recently. What happened that day excited Hermione and others. Not that August was doing something wrong, but they were definitely on his side. It's just that August didn't show any signs before for such a big thing, which hurt them. Sometimes women don't want much. What they need is your trust in her. As a result, even the most well-behaved Luna didn't give August a good look during this period and must coax her for a long time. August also knew in his heart that it was wrong for him to do so, and he had to spend much time every day to atone for his mistakes. Suppose it weren't for the fact that the dragon blood body refinement ritual had increased his physiques. In that case, it is estimated that now his limbs have become weak, and his eye sockets are sunken. After this period was over, August decided to go to Osiris to borrow a little dragon's blood. He found that everything he could do was much easier after his physique had improved. And just one day in mid-July, Harry, who had not been seen since the end of the semester, suddenly came to his house. August was a little surprised. He thought that Sirius and others would take Harry away from England, but he didn't expect him to stay here. Dumbledore and some Order of the Phoenix members have left England, and there is no word on where they went. Seeing Harry, who suddenly matured a lot, August nodded slightly. After all, when he was at the Ministry of Magic, he also experienced death. It can be said that as long as you are not stupid, you will definitely grow up. And as soon as he came in, Harry directly asked August what the purpose of doing this was. So many questions were buried in his mind that Harry didn't know where to begin. August took his time and didn't answer Harry's question immediately but took the lead in asking a question. Do you know where Dumbledore and the others went? Harry was silent for a few seconds before speaking. I only know that they left Europe, and I don't know exactly where they went. In fact, Sirius goes to Petunia's house the next day and wants to take him away with him, but Harry refuses. Because of this, the two also had a big fight, and Sirius felt that it would only be more dangerous for him to stay with August. Seeing his expression, August also understood many things and felt relieved. Friendship for so many years has not been in vain, and Harry finally chooses his side. Harry, Dumbledore, and I don't have any personal grudges. It's a battle of ideas between us. But, it's bigger than a personal feud, so I had to attack when he wasn't prepared. Harry asked, a little puzzled. Then you are really indifferent to the departure of Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout. This is also a very uncomfortable point for him. Although Professor McGonagall is very strict with him, Harry can feel the care in it. And Professor Sprout is also part of his fond memories of Hogwarts. It's uncomfortable. August nodded. Several professors are usually good to me, but I can't be lenient this time. I can do even more extreme things for the greater good. This time, I've been merciful. Otherwise, with Grindlevald and me, Dumbledore can't leave Hogwarts that day. Here, he also vaccinated Harry for the future. There's much to lose since he decides to go this route, but August doesn't care. The rest is unimportant as long as the people he values are still by his side. Now that he has chosen to be a mastermind behind the scenes, August has long been aware of it. Those he can use will be treated well, and those against him he would not be merciful in the future. Letting Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and others go the last time that he has softened his heart. It should be regarded as a repayment for their kindness at Hogwarts over the past few years. Chapter 428, Chapter 428, Crouch's Action. In fact, August is delighted with the current situation. Although Hermione and the others make it a little awkward, they don't say a word about his actions because of his concealment. The Flammel couple, the elders who took good care of him when he first entered the magical world, also supported him without hesitation. Especially Nico, who is still contributing to his research in the laboratory at an ancient age, made August a little embarrassed. In addition, there are two professors, Snape and Flitwick. Needless to say, Snape, the relationship between the two has changed now. Because of Lily's existence, Snape is definitely his most staunch supporter. Professor Flitwick also wrote back to him these days, saying that he would still stay at Hogwarts. But August's request to make him the vice-headmaster of Hogwarts was rejected. And Harry saw his resolute attitude and knew that August's temperament was like that. Usually jokes, but no one can change his decision once he gets serious. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly and say resignedly, I'll help you, August, but don't regret it. Having said that, things can be considered open, and Harry has also fully stated his position. Harry knows that he may not be able to help August with his abilities, but he will give his best whenever August needs it. Not for anything else but for the realization of my friend's dream. Well, although he still doesn't know what August's dream is. After the business was over, Harry also began complaining to August about the bad things that had happened during this period. The Weasleys are quarreling because of what you've done. When I went there a few days ago, Mr. Weasley advised me not to go to Hogwarts next term and let me transfer to Ilvermorny or Beauxbatons. As soon as I mention you, Mrs. Weasley's tears can't stop flowing. Harry is curious to know if Ginny and Ron will return next term. Their family has been divided into two factions. Some stand for August, and some stand for Dumbledore. The twins, for example, were surprised but thought Hogwarts would definitely be fun under August's management. Both of them regretted that they had graduated so early. And Arthur, the backbone of the Order of the Phoenix, was very jealous of August. If he hadn't had to work to raise a family, he would have left England with Dumbledore. Hearing this, August waved his hands indifferently. It doesn't matter if they go back to Hogwarts or not. If they do, I will definitely welcome them. If they don't come, I can only say it's their loss. Beginning next semester, I'm going to make a big overhaul of the school, and I'm sure there will be surprises. Surprise? Harry was very curious when he heard the words, but August's tone was stringent, and he didn't reveal it at all. And he also told Harry that this year's birthday present was ready, but he needed to attend school to receive it. Harry didn't respond to this. Every year August would prepare him a birthday present, let alone a little later. Even if August didn't give one, he doesn't care. On the contrary, he was a little worried when he gave August gifts yearly. Because August doesn't lack everything, Harry has to use many brain cells every time before he can think of a suitable gift. Suddenly thinking of something, August asked, "What are you doing this summer?" Harry shook his head blankly. "I don't know either. The Dursleys don't care about me now, so I have much free time daily." "Then, are you interested in experiencing the life of an Auror?" He had arranged for Hermione to intern at the Ministry of Magic. Harry, the future thug he valued, should also undergo some practical training. Harry's eyes lit up in an instant. Don't look at Aurors as no different from regular wizards compared to August, Voldemort, and the others. But in the eyes of others, Auror should be one of the most high-end professions. When Harry said he wanted to be an Auror when he was in a career guide, Professor McGonagall and Umbridge had a big fight. Now that August says so, of course, he's interested. Is that okay? But I'm not an adult yet, so outside of school, I am not allowed to cast spells. Although Harry was excited, a shadow from last year had not disappeared, and he didn't want to go to the disciplinary hearing again because of the issue of off-school spellcasting. Absolutely no problem. August assured him. Now that the entire Ministry of Magic is my word, you can just go back and wait for the news. Sure enough, Crouch, who had been quiet all the time, moved on the second day. And his first fire was on the issue of underage magic. Crouch directly revised the age limit, as long as students who passed the OWLS exam were allowed to cast spells outside school. Of course, this is also limited and must be done with the parent or guardian's consent. The revision of this law has won the favor of many young wizards. You must know that it is difficult to be unable to cast spells for 2 months during the summer vacation. The little wizards can also practice their spellcasting proficiency during summer vacation. The second fire, Crouch, was aimed at those ministry officials who were dissatisfied with him. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that he is August's person, and even the primary and secondary positions of the two are very obvious. How can a dignified minister of magic be a puppet? Especially Amelia Bones, who felt cheated and thought Crouch could be better than her against Grindlevald and Voldemort. Unexpectedly, he is actually the spokesperson of a little wizard. To this end, she is already preparing for the impeachment proceedings and wants to bring Crouch out of office directly. And Crouch also knew his current situation and used the minister's power to exclude dissidents. Supported a lot of people who came from August. Of course, this process is not achieved overnight, but Crouch is very confident, and no one in England can stop him now. Grindlevald also signed an unbreakable vow with him in the public eye, fulfilling the day's promise. This catapulted Crouch's fame to its peak in an instant. Like ordinary people in the Muggle world, wizards don't pay much attention to the battles at the top. It doesn't matter who is the real ruler as long as they can live a good life. These people wouldn't have been so angry if Fudge had not endangered their safety by hiding what happened to Voldemort. Now, it seems that Crouch is clearly doing a good job. Chapter 429, Chapter 429, Vinda Rosier was caught. Mage Tower. Grindlevald, who performed a play with Crouch in front of the public, did not leave England but came to Knockturn Alley. It's still summer vacation, and Demstrang has nothing to deal with, so he just came here to visit August's lair. This time, he found something amazing. In front of him, a magnificent mage tower stood quietly, and what surprised him was the huge magic power contained in this mage tower. This is like an active volcano. Although it remains calm on the surface, it will destroy the earth once it erupts. Call it the Tower of Glory. From now on, this will be the headquarters of the Illuminati. August hasn't given up on the Illuminati he created on a whim, the prototype of what he sees as the World Council. It's just that his requirements are relatively high, and few people have joined so far. Come on, I'll take you in for a tour, and there are other things that need your help. Leading Grindelwald and Vinda into the Mage Tower, August introduced them to the layout of each floor. The more they listened, the more shocked the two of them became. There is a space dedicated to growing magical plants, a space dedicated to raising magical creatures, and a variety of well-equipped laboratories, a living place to meet any need. There is even a floor for the staff area for the mage tower servants and alchemy creatures to survive. And these are just incidental. What shocked Grindlevald the most was that he found many unheard of spells and runes knowledge from all aspects of this mage tower. As if, not of this world. After seeing those transistor cannons, Grindlevald broke out in a cold sweat. If this thing hit him, his defense would be as good as paper. Ultimately, they came to the master living area at the top of the tower, which was also the area that Arya and Nagini arranged most carefully. The two and Fleur personally selected all the things used in it. The layout is also very particular, which is very comfortable. The three sat on the tea table by the window, enjoying afternoon tea. Looking at the view of the mountains and the small scenery outside the window, Grindlevald felt a little uncomfortable. The same tower. Why was I so casual when I built Nurmengard? Suppose he was as diligent as August, although the tower is not as mysterious as him. Still, at least from the point of view of enjoyment, it was definitely not much different. In that case, he could live much more comfortably during the decades he was detained. Vinda, on the other side, didn't say a word, tasting the tea in silence. She has always been very measured in her heart. Although August let her sit here with him, it was just because of his easygoing personality, and he didn't care much about these differences. But she couldn't push his finger on his face. When the two bosses spoke, she just needed to listen quietly. You just happen to be here today, so I don't have to look for you again. There are two things I want you to do. After enjoying a pleasant time, August also talked about business. In fact, if Grindlevald doesn't come today, August will find him in 2 days. England has stabilized a lot recently. Some things also need to be put on the agenda. Grindlevald did not speak but ate another piece of pastry. He has no decision-making power, and he does what August says. If he can't do it, he simply refuses. August didn't wait for his answer and continued talking on his own. You can also see that my mage tower has been built, but it still lacks many things. I'll give you a list of material in a while. The magical creatures and potions on it are not easy to collect in England. You go and ask your alliance to help. August wants to collect a copy of all species and put them in the mage tower to prevent some species from going extinct in the future. The magical world now lacks many materials, so all kinds of potions only exist in books and can no longer be refined. He makes more preparations, and he will save trouble when needed in the future. Moreover, the environment of the planting layer is very suitable for the growth of magical plants. Not only the efficacy of the plants will be improved, but the time to fully mature will also be greatly reduced. If you want to make a huge amount of awakening potions, then August needs a steady stream of materials. It's just that England is still too small, and although species are rich, specialties in certain regions are still hard to find. This has to rely on the alliance, who are numerous and powerful. No problem. Grindlevald agreed immediately, such a trivial matter costing him no energy at all. After saying the first thing, August thought of something again and turned his attention to Vinda, who had been drinking tea. Grindlevald, does Miss Rosier have any position at Demstrang? As soon as her name was mentioned, Vinda's hand holding the tea stopped. She didn't know why the topic came about her. Grindlevald was also a little puzzled but still replied. She is now a vice headmaster, but someone handles the usual trivial matters. She's just showing up as my face. Hearing this, August nodded, and since that was the case, then he would have no psychological burden and invite her. Ms. Rosier, are you interested in teaching at Hogwarts? Teach. Grindlevald and Vinda didn't expect August to mention this. What do you want her to teach? Grindlevald was curious, could it be defense against the dark arts? If it were this class, he would definitely not agree. After all, Voldemort has not been completely solved, and the curse against this position still exists. No, August shook his head in disapproval. I want her to teach an introductory course in dark arts. Ms. Rosier is proficient in all kinds of dark arts and has much experience. I couldn't find someone more suitable than her for a while. Halfway through the conversation, August looked at Grindlevald with bright eyes again because he suddenly realized a more suitable candidate was here. Grindlevald, why don't you come and be this professor? Grindelwald's head was shaking like a rattle. Are you joking? Asking me to teach a bunch of kids? Thinking of the group of Gryffindor kids, he was afraid that he would use these kids as his dark arts experiments. Vinda is indeed a good candidate, but you still have to find a suitable replacement. I don't want my right-hand man to be poached by you like this. Chapter 430, The Plan of Conquest. For his freedom and a leisurely retirement life, Grindlevald sold Vinda without hesitation. However, the last sentence was considered a conscience discovery. After all, Grindlevald couldn't bear his right-hand man to be prostituted by August like this. Seeing Grindelwald's refusal so firm, August was a little pitted, but he didn't say anything more. Digging up Vinda is already a good result and belongs to today's windfall. Without further ado, August explained that Vinda must come to report on the day of the school's start date, and he said another most important thing today. I'm going to attack Dumbledore, and the one who does it is you. Grindelwald's heart froze, knowing that August was going to make a big move. He subconsciously stroked the silver pendant in his arms. What are you going to do? Ever since the day at Hogwarts, Grindelwald knew that August was unstoppable. But he still did not expect that this day would come so quickly. Seeing his unnatural look, August laughed and joked. Are you afraid? Grindelwald laughed instead. Afraid? When I was traveling across Europe, Voldemort was still playing in the mud at Hogwarts. He said that in terms of how to conquer Europe, no one was better than him except the student who was rejected from the School of Art. I'm just worried that if the action is too big, it will hurt countless ordinary wizards. They are all my compatriots and should not be killed in this internal struggle. Grindelwald's words are at least 80% true. He does not like to kill his compatriots very much unless absolutely necessary. This is in stark contrast to Tom. Seeing that he had such a big reaction, August opened up the topic with a funny smile. This old man is very old, and he still eats the tricks. It's really fun. Okay, I know you're the best at rebelling, and you care about the world. First, he praised him lightly before August revealed his plan. Don't you think there are too many Ministry of Magic in Eastern Europe right now? Grindelwald nodded. There were indeed too many. Since he was released from prison, he found that the East Side, which had been unified into one giant, had actually split into so many small countries. The establishment of the Ministry of Magic is usually closely related to the regime of the Muggle world. That's why dozens of Ministry of Magic are in that small place. Although most of them are 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, at least they have been recognized by the International Confederation of Wizards. Then let's unite them first. Such a loose regime prevents us from implementing executive orders and selling my web magic device. This time, after you go back, start taking action. I believe you should be familiar with this action. However, Grindelwald shook his head. This matter is not as simple as August thought. If you do this, the International Confederation of Wizards will definitely not agree. If they can't even protect the sovereignty of a Ministry of Magic, they don't need to exist. Unless you are ready to go to war with the entire International Confederation of Wizards, I advise you to change to a more euphemistic way. In fact, there are now several small countries with the Ministry of Magic attached to Grindlevald, but this is their own choice. The International Confederation of Wizards also cannot interfere with the internal resolutions of countries. But August's approach was a bit too blatant, and he wanted to start a third world war. He initially wanted to control the International Confederation of Wizards through a roundabout strategy. Still, in the end, he failed, so he had no choice but to fight head-on. Sure enough, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. August not only did not feel discouraged but looked at Grindelwald with admiration. Being able to think of this is enough to prove that he is really considering his proposal seriously and is not perfunctory. It's just that since he came up with this plan, how could he not have thought about this? Don't be in a hurry, Grindelwald. After waving the teapot to fill Grindelwald's cup with tea first, August continued. I have no plans to start a war with the International Confederation of Wizards now. We can change our minds. If these small countries, together with other countries in the entire European continent, form a consortium together, wouldn't it be enough for us to control this consortium directly? At that time, even if the International Confederation of Wizards is looking for trouble, we can use the names of so many countries to push back directly. Once his plan is successful, it will be no different from becoming the Supreme Emperor of Europe. Resources and manpower from all over the continent would be available to him. Immediately afterward, August told a lot of details, and Grindelwald was silent for a while. After thinking for a long time, Grindelwald sighed. Even if your magical talent is not so monstrous, with this brain, the position of Minister of Magic is yours. Stop talking nonsense. Just say whether you do it or not. Not caring about his flattery, August waited for his reply. You have put such a beautiful plan in front of me. There is no reason not to do it. Grindelwald put down the teacup, and his heart was also a little boiling. Although life in Demstrang this year was leisurely, it was a little too dull for a man like him, who used to be all-powerful. Leaving aside the ties between him and Dumbledore, Grindelwald felt that August was really his confidant. Although the two have different routes and different ideas, they are both working hard for the future of the wizarding world. How great would it be if Albus could understand us too? I don't know how often I have expressed such emotion in my heart, and Grindelwald left with Vinda. And August's side also has some work to prepare. This kind of political matter is more suitable for Crouch to come forward. Telling him everything about today, Crouch marveled at the madness between the two but also expressed that he would cooperate with all his strength. On the first day of August, as the British Minister of Magic, he invited the Ministers of Magic of all the countries on the continent. Chapter 431, Provocation from the French Minister of Magic. In the hot summer, on August 1st, almost all the European Ministers of Magic came to England with a few escorts. As Crouch's first invitation after taking office, as long as they are a normal person, they will not refuse. If it did, it would really be a slap in the face of the British Ministry of Magic. Moreover, these countries are also very curious about the big event that can make Crouch such big moves. So there is such a strange scene on the streets of London. In a dilapidated phone booth, from time to time, elites in suits walked in and disappeared. Occasionally, muggles noticed what happened here. They were also cleaned up by the wizards on duty nearby, who cast memory charm. Today is such a big day, and Crouch does not dare to neglect it. At this time, inside and outside the Ministry of Magic, many Aurors are patrolling. It can be said with certainty that if something happened to these people today, then the whole of England would become the target of public criticism and even trigger a wizarding stand. Eustace. A wizard stopped and looked back at the men who stopped him. When he saw the grey-haired old wizard who was wearing a burgundy suit, an unexpected look appeared on his face. "Mr. Leno, I didn't expect you to come." This wizard named Leno is the French Minister of Magic, and Eustace is the Russian Minister of Magic. "Ha ha ha, you can come. Why can't I come?" Leno walked up to Eustace and wanted to give a warm hug but was ruthlessly rejected. Eustace just shook his hand formulaically. "Mr. Leno, I can't get used to the passion and romance of your country." Leno didn't care either if he really had such a good relationship with this man. His gesture was just to prepare for the next cliché. Sure enough, after a few formulaic greetings, Leno asked calmly. "I heard that the personnel of your country arrived in England yesterday. How is it? Have you heard any news?" Eustace sighed and shook his head. "Although we arrived yesterday, we haven't seen Crouch yet and don't know what he wants to do." Leno frowned, thinking about the truth of what he said. Still, after observing Eustace's expression for a while, he knew that Eustace did not lie. Recent England is a bit weird, especially the shadow of Grindlevald, which makes him has to be vigilant. After thinking for a long time without thinking of any clues, Leno had no choice but to walk into today's conference room with Eustace. The two came relatively early. At this time, only a few people were in the huge conference room. As the host, Crouch was naturally here. In addition to him, ministers from several small Eastern European countries also arrived. And the most eye-catching are the two young people sitting next to Crouch who are chatting. One of them was wearing an Auror uniform with a prominent scar on his forehead, and it was Harry. The other is naturally August. Harry had recently received special Auror training at the Ministry of Magic. Because of his relationship with August, Crouch gave him a lot of special care. After only 10 days of not seeing each other, Harry has a resolute temperament and obviously has gained a lot. At this time, he was chatting with August about his experience during this period, and he couldn't stop ecstatic when he talked about the wonderful things. The Dark Wizard saw us approaching the door and subconsciously wanted to attack. Mr. Gaunt." A voice interrupted their conversation, and Leno walked over to the two with a serious face. "You are?" August was a little puzzled. He didn't know the old man. "I'm the French Minister of Magic, Leno Dorian, and I have a few more questions to ask." Leno first reported his name and then looked at August with scrutiny. August also suddenly realized that this was France's newly appointed Minister of Magic. As for the one he met at the Alchemy Summit before, he has already retired automatically after his term of office. "I don't know if Minister Leno has anything to do with me." He didn't know what intersection he had with this person and looked at him with this kind of eyes as soon as he came up. Although he was upset, he didn't show it. He still had patience. "I would like to ask what is the relationship between you and Grindlevald and why he would support you against Dumbledore. Also, why do you want to cooperate with him? Don't you know the monstrous deeds he has committed?" His tone became extremely severe when he said the last sentence, expressing strong dissatisfaction. The smile on August's face subsided. Who did he think he was? August has always had a good impression of France. Whether it is Nico or Fleur, they have an unusual relationship with him. Even Madame Maxime took good care of him. But today, as if he was interrogating a prisoner, Leno's arrogant attitude thoroughly angered August. Crouch and Harry, who were on the side, were a little frightened when they heard it and took 2 steps back silently so as not to be stained with blood in a while. How dare he? Harry has never seen anyone dare to speak to August in such a tone. Even Fudge was polite to August before. Really ignorant. "I don't seem obliged to answer you, Mr. Minister." August tapped his fingers on the table and said casually. The ticking sound was particularly clear in the empty room. Along with his movements, a palpitating feeling shrouded Leno and several Aurors. They seemed to be strangled by a pair of invisible hands, making breathing difficult. Several Aurors struggled to draw their wands, but it was a luxury for them to move their fingers because they couldn't breathe now. In Leno's eyes, August's figure became taller and taller, and he was as small as an ant in the ground. Chapter 432, European Union. In the trance of consciousness, Leno even felt his soul being pulled away from his body. Mr. Leno, we in England are a country of the rule of law, and even defamation is liable. August stepped forward, put his hand on Leno's body gently, and reminded in a familiar tone. And the several auras behind him have been completely blurred, and there is no reaction at all. Fortunately, today's August did not have the idea of hands-on. He just warned and dispersed the means. Leno put his hands on his knees, panting heavily. His straight suit was already soaked with sweat and became soft and slumped. Before today, he absolutely couldn't believe that one day he would be toyed with by an underage wizard without the slightest resistance. As French Minister of Magic, August's intelligence and combat analysis have long been on his table. But he has always dismissed it and thinks maybe it's just the British people exaggerating. A student, how powerful can he be? There is no need to read those newspapers and rumors. From now on, as long as it is about August, he will never miss any. Leno. Mr. Gaunt is a special advisor to the British Ministry of Magic and the headmaster of Hogwarts. Please pay attention to your attitude. Crouch spoke coldly as if he wanted to hold accountable from him. But Leno was not only not angry but gave him a grateful look. He knows that this is Crouch giving him a step down. Sorry, Mr. Gaunt, I was the one who made a slip of the tongue. Please excuse me as a Franceman for being wary of Grindlevald. With an apologetic expression on his face, he explained to August sincerely. His words came from the sincerity of his heart. For the wizards of France, Grindlevald was the existence that could stop children from crying at night. When Dumbledore defeated Grindlevald, the French Ministry of Magic strongly demanded the execution, but Dumbledore refused in the end. The same was true last year, when the representatives of France refused to negotiate, even though the vast majority had agreed to reconciliation. Leno's age is from that era, and his father was killed in a battle with the Grindlevald army. The hatred for Grindlevald can be imagined. However, he still had some doubts about the relationship between August and Grindlevald. But now the situation is stronger than he thought, so he can only take it easy first. Then he will investigate slowly when he returns. August waved his hand, said nothing, and sat back in his seat. This person can't stay, and his relationship with Grindlevald will be exposed sooner or later. It will be annoying if France is dragging their feet from the inside. He would find an opportunity to let Leno step down and support his own men to go up. Now August is very familiar with this kind of thing, and changing a Minister of Magic is really not a big deal. And from the beginning to the end, the ministers of those small Eastern European countries did not say a word. They just ate the melon in silence. They are not yet qualified to participate in matters between the two great powers. After Leno became honest, people from other countries soon arrived. Crouch also did not talk nonsense and directly threw out the idea. Hearing his proposal, many ministers of magic were very moved. In a sense, the International Confederation of Wizards organization is a burden to European countries. As the birthplace of magic, the European continent is naturally much stronger than other continents. To help the development of America, the International Confederation of Wizards takes a lot of resources from the European side every year. Potions, potion raw materials, various magic props, and even galleons. Although it is not much to be apportioned from each country, it would be unpleasant to take out so many things for nothing. What's more, what about these politicians who count every profit clearly? However, although Crouch's idea is good, the benefits are not enough to make them make up their minds. The reason is very simple. The current International Confederation of Wizards is very strong, with the support of America behind it. Grindlevald stirred the situation for decades, and the entire European continent suffered heavy losses. A large number of elite wizards died during that period. Although America was also affected at the beginning, after all, due to the geographical location, the war did not really spread there. Under the situation, they rely on the unique location factor and population advantage, and their overall strength is rapidly expanding. After the war, the European wizarding world discovered that the real winner of this war was neither them nor Grindlevald, but America country. Therefore, although England had such a world-class wizard as Dumbledore, but in terms of overall strength, it was still much worse than America. After all, many excellent wizards died at the hands of the Death Eaters and Voldemort. As for why Ilvermorny's students were so weak last time, it is because the Makusa was established for too short a time, and the background is insufficient. They can train qualified wizards in large numbers, but geniuses are really rare. Crouch saw that these people were interested, but no one spoke, and he was a little disdainful. In the end, there is still a lack of interest. But it doesn't matter. Ladies and gentlemen, the establishment of our European Union is not only a benefit. If there is a unification between us, then tariffs on various items will naturally cease to exist. In addition, the wizards who originally needed to apply in advance to go abroad can also travel freely, which greatly increases your local income and saves a lot of trouble. The scenes he depicted attracted many people, especially those of the great powers. Often the Ministry of Magic in those small countries will impose high tariffs on their products, greatly limiting their profits. According to Crouch's vision, it is undoubtedly a big piece of good news. As for those small countries, Crouch may promise that a support fund will be allocated to them every year to develop their own wizards. So far, almost all participating countries have felt the benefits of joining the European Union. Without any hesitation, they voted in favor. Chapter 433, Grindlevald Action. When the overall situation is confirmed, some small profit distributions still need to be discussed. And these things have nothing to do with August. The result he wants has been achieved, and the remaining small problems are left to Crouch to solve. After 3 days of the War of Words, the European Union was officially formed. Once the news was announced, it immediately caused a sensation in the entire magic world. Especially the International Confederation of Wizards and the Makusa were stunned by this big news. What's the situation? Why don't you tell them about such a big thing? They didn't even get a little wind. In a blink of an eye, the entire European continent is united. What will this do, and what is it to do alone without the International Confederation of Wizards? The two anxiously sent several questioning emails to the Ministry of Magic of the European countries to test their attitude. But these letters all flowed into the sea like mud, and no reply was received. Finally, Crouch wrote back to them with only a short sentence. This is an exchange between the Ministry of Magic of the European countries, and it does not violate the rules of the International Confederation of Wizards. Seeing such a perfunctory sentence, both of them were almost dizzy. But Crouch was right. The International Confederation of Wizards really had no position to intervene in this matter. In the past, they could use their power to bully these scattered European countries, but now they don't even have the ability. In desperation, the two could only watch them develop independently, but there was nothing they could do. Those ordinary wizards will not care about the game at the upper level. They will only proceed from the perspective of their own interests. Obviously, this is a good thing for them. For a long time, the Ministry of Magic of various countries has strictly controlled the matter of going abroad because wizards are a group of people who control extraordinary power. Once they are allowed to move freely, any trouble in other countries is a troublesome diplomatic affair. Newt is the best example. At that time, he made a lot of noise because he captured magical creatures everywhere. Many countries refused his entry, and he would enter other areas through Muggle means when there was no way. And this is also the choice of many wizards, disguised as Muggles, to go to other countries. Because this does not have to go through a series of audits saves a lot of trouble. But when they go abroad, they must be careful if they want to cast magic. Suppose the Ministry of Magic finds out their identities. In that case, they will be deported, and in serious cases, they may be detained. Well, now, wizards from various European countries only need to register at the destination, and they can move freely, which is very convenient. For a time, the tourism industry in various countries has developed a lot, allowing local businesses to make a lot of money. They are full of praise for Crouch, who proposed the European Union. In this new look, Grindlevald slowly stretched his black hand to the goal that August gave him. In a way, Grindlevald now was far more terrifying than he was then. After experiencing the ups and downs, coupled with being imprisoned in Nurmengard over the years, he has realized a lot of mistakes he made at the beginning. He was too impatient. Because he saw the prophecy of the cruelty of the future, his actions were inevitably affected. Although Newt's Scourge has 1,000,000 points of credit among them, Grindlevald believes that as long as he is allowed to start over, he will definitely be able to do better than before. Well, in addition to losing to Dumbledore in the end. This can't be changed because tricks cannot make up the gap in strength. And this time, August let him do his old job again, and now he can be regarded as smug. In fact, this is also the case. Since Grindlevald was released from prison, it can be said that he has had a good time. From the perspective of the site, Grindlevald has a very wide range of Demstrang radiation. Germany, Poland, and the Nordic side are all affected by this magic school. He did not show his fangs in the past because of August's restrictions and Dumbledore's presence. Now that Dumbledore has run away, August lets him act freely. Grindlevald is slowly changing this influence into actual control. One small country after another was captured by him, and occasionally he encountered some stubborn people, and he patiently persuaded them. Crucio. The icy red light knocked the wizard to the ground, and he let out a painful howl. Well, Mr. Minister, do you think I have the right to protect you now? Sitting on the sofa, Grindlevald looked at the Minister of Magic of a small country as if looking at a wild dog. Don't get him wrong, the Cruciatus curse just now was not released by him, and it is not his turn to take such a role. After a while, the minister slowly raised his head and looked at him in fear. Grindlevald, aren't you afraid of the International Confederation of Wizards' revenge for doing this? Anyway, I am the Minister of Magic of a country. With a cold snort of disdain, Grindlevald didn't even raise his head. Do you think they can still reach out to Europe now? Perhaps you can count on the Europa Union, but you need to know that many people are already on my side. The minister was silent, knowing that what Grindlevald said was the truth. Now that Crouch is powerful, the relationship between the two is a partner, and it is impossible to stand out for him. For a time, he had already produced many things. This move of the Europa Union seems to be a good thing for all of them, but they have fallen into a trap. But after the minister figured out what to do, he smiled bitterly in his heart. The minister reluctantly agreed to Grindlevald and became one of his subordinates. Carry away. He waved his hand to let the two alliances take him away, and Grindelwald's heart was not disturbed. He had seen too much of this kind of thing in the past 2 days. There is no shortage of smart people worldwide, but smart people often lack enough power. Just like now, many smart people must have seen something wrong, but facing Grindelwald and August, they have no confidence to resist. And often, because they are smart enough, they will not make extreme choices but will only choose to yield. Dumbledore, look, this is who you want to protect. Holding the pocket watch in his hand, Grindelwald sighed mockingly. Chapter 434, Chapter 434, Exam Education Like an Asian People. August, wake up and pick up Cassandra. Early in the morning, Cho pushed August, who was sleeping with great effort. Don't get him wrong, August didn't do something that writer couldn't write last night. Instead, August went to the Mage Tower and re-recorded some of the new runes and formations that he had learned, making him so tired. Come on, honey, let me sleep for half an hour. The big slender hand took Cho into his arms, August muttered, and fell asleep again. And Cho also breathed a helpless breath and lay quietly with him. Then, 2 hours later, August hurriedly apparat at the airport. He saw Cassandra sitting expressionlessly in a cafe. Sorry, Cassandra, I'm late. You're an hour late. Cassandra looked at her watch and turned her head away angrily. Cassandra was afraid that she couldn't help laughing because August came in a hurry, and even his hairstyle was like a messy chicken. Seeing Cassandra was not particularly angry. August was also relieved. The two did not go home but wandered around London. The last time Cassandra came in a hurry, she finally didn't have time to take a good lap in England. This time is different, she has fully graduated, and this time she came to England to help August manage the business. Originally, Arya was in charge of these things. Still, as August's affairs became more and more, she could no longer manage them. Nocturne Alley, the construction of the Mage Tower, and men's training. Especially now that the level is getting higher and higher, Arya is walking on thin ice with every step. After all, in essence, she is just the head of a small family in Nocturne Alley, and it is not bad to be able to maintain the situation barely. Unlike Cassandra, her background and talent determine that her ability is destined to be much stronger. After all, from the beginning, she was raised according to the standards of the Vol family heir. Originally August wanted to bring Cassandra to Hogwarts. Still, after thinking about it, maybe these things were more suitable for her. August asked for her advice, and Cassandra also chose business. In her words, the time spent in school was long enough, a full 7 years. It would be dull to let her go back to school now. Taking Cassandra through the bustling commercial street, the two also chatted about another important thing. Dumbledore and some of his followers appeared in America country. I also heard from my grandfather about this. After the establishment of the European Union, Dumbledore secretly went to the Makusa. My grandfather doesn't know what they talked about, but it seems to be related to Ilvermorny. Cassandra talked about the information she knew, but there was not much because Dumbledore's whereabouts were also very secretive. August raised his eyebrows, not too surprised that Dumbledore appeared in America. After all, the world is big, and only there is in line with Dumbledore's choice. Dumbledore's influence there is very high, coupled with the current relationship between Europe and the International Confederation of Wizards. He will choose America country. But August didn't care much about this, and this year was the development period he fought for himself. Once everything was in place and Dumbledore didn't bother him, he'd take the initiative. After playing with Cassandra for a few days, the time came to the end of August. And August is also ready to go to Hogwarts to take office. Several vacant professor candidates were also basically filled by him, except for Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall did a really good job. Several candidates in his mind are either too old or have no teaching experience, but this he had expected. Who made his recruitment work difficult. But there was one thing to cheer him up: no student chose not to come to Hogwarts. Even those wizarding families whose families worked for the Order of the Phoenix. In fact, August probably guessed the thoughts of these people. That is a bet on both sides. Then at that time, he will let the talents he cultivated fight against those who follow Dumbledore and ultimately destroy their beliefs. At that time, I don't know how wonderful their expressions should be. On the last day, August brought Cho, Hermione, Luna, and Astoria to Nocturne Alley to buy books for the next semester. To let the wizards feel the changes in Nocturne Alley, he deliberately set out a few shops and let some merchants settle in. Among them, he deliberately did not allow Flourish and Blots in Diagon Alley to sell this year's textbooks, just to force those people to come and take a look at Nocturne Alley. At first, many wizards feared Nocturne Alley's notoriety and dared not come. After all, Nocturne Alley used to be synonymous with danger and dark wizards, and only shady deals would come here. But after some daring people promoted it, everyone gradually realized that Nocturne Alley was completely different from before. Even in a way, better than the environment of Diagon Alley. August, why are there so many more books this year? Looking at the book list in her hand, Hermione was a little surprised. In the past, except for the Lockhart session, Hogwarts needed only to buy very few books yearly. But looking at the long list of books in her hand, Hermione wondered if her boyfriend had run out of money recently and was going to extort money from the little wizards. The Wizard's Guide to Self-Defense, Introduction to Elementary Dueling, Potions from the Field. Hermione counted, and there were about 20 new books, which was a record. Because these books have to be used. August answered randomly, holding the flower crown that Luna had bought just now. Have you been too busy at the Ministry of Magic during this time? I have sent a special push to explain this problem. Starting next term, Hogwarts students won't be as laid back as we were. Not knowing what to think, August's mouth showed a wicked smile. The Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon, and that's what he is now. It's time for these Hogwarts students to experience what exam education is like in Asian people. Chapter 435, New Potions Professor. Hearing August ask this, Hermione's pretty face also showed a hint of embarrassment. As August said, she'd been in the Ministry of Magic lately, ignoring the school. Throughout the summer, Hermione worked with Mrs. Greengrass as an intern. Many people quickly recognized Hermione for her intelligent and studious talent. In general, interns do chores like sending documents and the like. On the other hand, Hermione was regarded as a regular employee in that department. She was often too busy to touch a book. Although she is exhausted daily, she has no intention of complaining but enjoys it very much. Maybe she was born to be suitable for such an environment. Hermione has grown rapidly in the past 2 months and realized how naive she was. If it wasn't for August to protect her, she doesn't know how many losses would have to be suffered. But the consequence of this is that Hermione pays too little attention to the outside world, and it was only today that she hurriedly drags August to buy things with her. Naturally, she doesn't know these things. After a while, they returned home after shopping. Tomorrow is the start of school. Even though they felt used to it, the girls were somehow excited. Maybe it's because August is the headmaster. It feels strange enough that their boyfriend is the headmaster. And the result of being too excited is that everyone woke up late the next day. August doesn't care. He's not a student now and can attend school with a single apparition. Others can't do it. One of Cho and the others is either a prefect or the head girl and must appear on the train to maintain order. August was still enjoying tea at home when they hurriedly rushed to the train station. Only in the afternoon, he went to the castle with Cassandra's kiss goodbye. Why are you here at this time? Looking at August, who suddenly appeared in his laboratory, Snape frowned in dissatisfaction and reluctantly emptied the potion that had been brewed and discarded. It will be deducted from your salary. August didn't care about his complaints. Instead, he glanced at the potion, feeling a little distressed. With his eyesight, he naturally discovered the value of this potion, but August didn't know what it was used for. Possibly a new potion that Snape himself researched. Had Snape been so wasteful when Dumbledore was in charge? That pot of raw materials was at least 400 galleons, which was about to catch up with Arthur's one-year salary. August is also plausible about this. In the past, Hogwarts was not his property. No matter how much harm was done, it had nothing to do with him. It's different now. As the headmaster of this school, he is spending his money on his own research. Hearing his explanation, Snape was speechless for a long time and could only nod his head in recognition. Mr. Gaunt, is Harry here? Seeing that their friendly exchange was over, a middle-aged witch who had been silent since the beginning asked expectantly. Miss Evans, you also graduated from Hogwarts and should know that Harry is still on the Hogwarts Express. August looked at Lily and spread his hands helplessly. Yes, this red-haired, green-eyed, middle-aged witch is Harry's mother, Lily Evans. Now she has been wholly resurrected, but it is not Snape's credit. In the end, Snape still found that his talent in alchemy was too poor. He might have to wait in his next life if he wanted to make a body for Lily. Snape couldn't bear Lily's existence in the form of a soul body and asked August for help. After signing some long-term work contracts, August also helped him. But instead of making his body, he used a skill he had drawn long ago. Resurrection Radiance. That's right. This legendary skill has not been mentioned because it has spent too much magic power. Now that he has the Mage Tower, he worries no about the magic power. Resurrection Radiance is not only a healing skill to bring back to life, but it can also help wizards who only have a soul or a body that fits perfectly. This is how August completely resurrected Lily. Not only her but also Luna's mother was replaced by August. Now Mr. Lovegood's wish to add a sister for Luna can be fulfilled. Lily blushed. She knew she was too impatient and apologized repeatedly. Naturally, August wouldn't care about such a trivial matter and laugh and joke. Miss Evans, don't make excuses because Harry is your son in the future. Lily was the new potions professor he had chosen. She is a potion genius, Snape affirmed in the original book. Although she has been dead for so many years, she has learned much from Snape's side in the past 2 years. She is more than enough for the duties of a potions professor. Hearing his teasing, Lily shook her head again and again. I will only treat Harry more strictly. As my son, how can he lose to others in potions? Hearing this, August inexplicably wanted to observe a moment of silence for the upcoming Harry. It seems that having your mother as your main professor is not a good thing. Oh yes, there is also his stepfather. These days should be even more difficult. Mr. Gaunt, Lily said, awakening August from a little distraction. Have you solved the curse on the defense against the dark arts professorship? Is there any danger in Snape taking the position? Speaking of this, she glanced at Snape worriedly. August was a little surprised. Who said I solved the curse of this position? Also, Snape wasn't this year's defense against the dark arts professor. Snape's face changed immediately. Isn't he the professor of defense against the dark arts this year? Initially, he thought that August had moved him out of the potions class to be the defense against the dark arts class professor. So what kind of professor is he going to be? Transfiguration. His transfiguration isn't that deep. Seeing his face, August knew the two had misunderstood and laughed dumbly. Don't guess. The new position guarantees your satisfaction, and you will know it at the opening ceremony shortly. After speaking, August left the laboratory and returned to the headmaster's office, which now belongs to him. Chapter 436, Assistant Headmaster. If there's a place at Hogwarts that is the most awe-inspiring and longing for students, then it is undoubtedly the headmaster's office. Since the establishment of the school, the influence of Hogwarts has continued to spread. Until now, every headmaster has been an important figure. Especially Dumbledore. He is known as the greatest headmaster the school has ever had and the greatest white wizard of the century. Of course, there is a little moisture in it. At least the Big Four level is beyond Dumbledore's reach. And his teaching level is really worrying. The quality of students at Hogwarts is not as good as the year. But it is undeniable that his prestige has made the position of Hogwarts headmaster even more aloof. In the castle at this time, except for a few professors, there was no one else, and August came to the office on the 8th floor. This place may be a little mysterious to other students. But August, no matter the number of times he came to Dumbledore, or the days when he pretended to be the headmaster, couldn't be more familiar with what he was already familiar with. The statue at the door saw him. Without asking for the password, it directly separated from the middle and made way. August thought for a moment, then said to it. If someone comes to me in the future, the password is the magic web. The statue nodded silently, memorizing the password. The office was much more empty than the last time he had come. Everything that belonged to Dumbledore was removed, but the iconic pensieve remained. It was not Dumbledore's property. It belonged to Hogwarts. Looking at the empty bookshelves and many missing decorations, August decided to arrange it after he was free. Surrounding, the successive headmasters' portraits opened their eyes and looked at him with complex expressions. They are all too familiar with August. Many thought he could take Dumbledore's place in the future and make Hogwarts great again. But no one could have predicted that August would return here this way. And Dumbledore did leave the school so suddenly. One of the frames was empty and reserved for Dumbledore, but he left before he could leave the portrait. Seniors, are you so surprised to see me? Didn't you accept this fact in a summer vacation? Sitting comfortably in the main seat, August looked at the previous headmasters with a playful look. After another long silence, Phineas Black, whom August was most familiar with, spoke up. August. Headmaster, where's my poor great-grandson? I hadn't seen him the last time I returned to Grimmauld Place. Although he was scolding Sirius all day, Sirius was the only seat of the Black family after all, and he was still very concerned about it. He feared August would come to kill Sirius and destroy the Black family. Sirius, he should be with Dumbledore in America now. I don't know how he is doing. There is no hiding. August said it truly. Cassandra did not tell him who was still with Dumbledore. Still, as a die-hard Dumbledore, Sirius had a high probability of being together. Hearing the news of the great-grandson, Phineas Black, was also relieved and thanked August again. Last time at the Ministry of Magic, if it weren't for August's shot, Sirius would have been dead. Phineas always wanted to express his gratitude to August, but only now has the opportunity to meet him. Those headmasters opened the chat box with Phineas's warm-up and communicated with August. As one of the backgrounds of Hogwarts, although they regret Dumbledore's departure, the current headmaster is their target. So the two sides chatted quite harmoniously. A new headmaster came. They must understand August's philosophy and see if it is qualified. When they heard that August would put great pressure on these students, a few headmasters Ravenclaw agreed. But other headmasters felt his demands were too strict. After all, in the West, they are really not used to managing the students strictly and planning their development. I can't do anything either, August said innocently. These students are so full of energy. I have to find a way for them to vent. In this way, they can learn knowledge and leave me a lot of things. Isn't it the best of both worlds? Numerous portraits looked at each other. Although it sounded reasonable, they still felt that something was wrong. Is your intention ultimately for the students or for your convenience? Seeing that he had successfully bluffed these headmasters, August's heart burst into laughter. There is no purpose for him to do this. It is purely for his own fun. Where did the Hogwarts students experience what is the 996? They still had much time daily to study mischief and explore the castle. How can this be done? If the flowers in the future have not been destroyed, can they still be called flowers? To get rid of these old antiques, August also began to deal with some things. With the experience of helping Dumbledore on behalf of the class, August quickly explained trivial matters. However, he frowned. In the past, he knew that as a headmaster, there were many things every day. It ranges from teaching planning to the purchase of kitchen ingredients. August wanted to be the headmaster, not the nanny for the students. Moreover, he has to replace the vacancy of Transfiguration Professor. There are not many administrative positions at Hogwarts, and the deputy headmaster handles these things. When Professor McGonagall was there, she was in charge of many things. Now Snape has become the deputy headmaster but has more important tasks. It seems that he has to find an assistant headmaster to help him with these troubles. After thinking about it, August thinks Nagini is a good choice. It's good that Arya is in charge of the affairs of the Mage Tower. After a year of growth, Nagini is already competent for this job. He took out the magic web device and sent a message to Nagini, and soon she came directly to August through Floo Network. Master. Looking at the well-dressed maid, August also smiled with satisfaction. Nagini, you will be my assistant headmaster in the future. Except for some difficult issues, you can come to me and decide the rest by yourself. Nagini nodded lightly without any objection. Chapter 437, Chapter 437, the sorting ceremony begins. It was getting dark gradually, and the students of Hogwarts also entered the school one after another. Unlike the usual liveliness, although today's little wizards also enjoy meeting their friends, their faces are blank. After all, what happened on the last day of the previous semester was too big. During the summer vacation, they may not feel much, and they just go to play. But when they came to the school, they suddenly realized. Hogwarts has changed owners, and many familiar professors have resigned. Yes, August has a special place in the school and can even be said to be on par with Dumbledore. But that is because everyone looks forward to his talent, admires his strength, and fears his achievements. This has nothing to do with being a good headmaster or not. Especially since the headmaster and 2 head of houses have left, what will happen to their class this semester? With apprehension and daze about the unknown, the little wizards in the entire Great Hall whispered in low voices. Usually, at this time, all professors should be sitting at the high table smiling and watching their arrival. But today, there were only a few professors present. Snape sat there expressionlessly while Professor Flitwick went to the side hall to manage the first-year students. The professors of several other elective courses were restless on the high table, not knowing what was happening. The headmaster has already selected professors for other classes, and they will appear individually later. Snape said something lightly, which relieved everyone's embarrassment. Cho, the others, and Harry were a little worried about whether August could do it today. This stinky bastard has to beat himself for making people have to worry about him. Astoria whispered to Luna that this guy did a very good job of keeping secrets, and even they didn't know who the new professor would be. Cho glared at her angrily. The little girl stuck out her tongue playfully and stopped nagging. Among the few people, Cho was the eldest sister, and the naughty Astoria was usually the most afraid of her. The wooden door behind the high table creaked open at this moment, and August appeared in the great hall wearing a gorgeous silver mage robe. And behind him was Nagini, her very worn sorting hat in her hand. In an instant, the buzzing noise in the great hall disappeared, and everyone looked in his direction. Facing the gazes of so many people, August was not flustered at all but rather made a joke. Look at what I do. Everyone here is old. Don't you know me after a summer vacation? All the students complained. We know the student August, not the headmaster August. But when August said this, everyone's heart was inexplicably relieved. After all, August is also an acquaintance, but just his identity has changed, so there is no need to be so nervous. With a slight toss from Nagini, the sorting hat fell on the small stool, and Professor Flitwick led this year's first-year students into the Great Hall from one side. The process is the same every year, but this is still the most anticipated part for the students. Looking at these little guys who are about to enter school, many people's faces have a look of reminiscence. They were so immature back then. And these new little guys are also shocked. Why is there a young man sitting in the middle of the high table? although he is very handsome, but when they compare, maybe some students will be older than this young man. Flitwick nodded to August. He quickly accepted the fact that his student was his immediate boss. After the Sorting Hat sang the once-a-year, different year-to-year sorting song, this year's sorting ceremony also began. It is worth mentioning that he also incorporated August into the song. Those freshmen know that this young man is this school's headmaster. Some Muggle-born people even think, sure enough, this is the wizarding world. Even the headmaster is so magical. Alice Abbott. Flitwick uttered the name of the first freshman of the year, a little freckled blonde witch trotting to the Sorting Hat. Hearing this name, August raised his brows and looked at Hannah Abbott in Hufflepuff. Hannah Abbott also felt his gaze and nodded lightly. Alice is also a member of the Abbott family. Sure enough, as soon as the Sorting Hat touched the girl's hair, it couldn't wait to report the Hufflepuff results. Hufflepuff gave warm applause and welcomed their new student. Beasley Devon. David Lee. As Flitwick read out the names, the number of first-year students gradually became shorter. Soon after this year's last freshman was sorted into Slytherin, the sorting ceremony ended. After seeing him seated, August also stood up and started today's main event. The students looked forward to their plates to see when the damn dinner would come. But today, they don't think so. Welcome to our old students and our new first-year students. August came to a regular opening with a smile on his face, and the people below also clapped. According to the normal process, I should let you fill your stomachs first so that everyone will not be hungry and listen to my nagging. However, as you can see, quite a few of our professors were not present. This is a welcome ceremony that I specially arranged for them. In the entire Great Hall, except for August's voice, no one else spoke, all waiting for the arrival of the new professor. This year's Hogwarts has ushered in a big change. I have become the headmaster, and many subjects have also changed professors. Defense against the dark arts, potions, transfiguration, herbology, care of magical creatures, alchemy, study of ancient runes. There's even a new subject I've created that will bring a new professor. August talked eloquently, but the little wizards, including Cho, were all anxious. They all looked at him with dissatisfaction. After talking for a long time, just let them come out. Chapter 438, Introduction of New Professors. Looking at the eyes that were about to kill people in the audience, August couldn't help but smile. When the bad taste is satisfied, he will stop playing. Didn't you see that Cho and Hermione started grinding their teeth? Well, the first professor, the professor of study of ancient runes, is also a professor of alchemy. Violet Evergarden. The voice fell, and there was a sound of leather boots stepping on the ground, and Violet walked in front of everyone with brisk steps. There was a burst of exclamation from the 4 long tables, and even the professors on the high table couldn't help but widen their eyes. Violet left a deep impression on them when August gave an open class. That one-handed flame magic is something that many wizards can't even do. But everyone did not expect August to let her be a professor of the study of ancient runes and alchemy. Ignoring everyone's reaction, August continued. Alchemy is closely related to study of ancient runes, and alchemy can only be taken as an elective after 6th grade. So I chose a professor to be in charge of both classes. I know that you doubt Violet, but you must know that I taught her runes and alchemy skills. Even in my usual experiments, she played a key role. So you can put your heart in your belly. The little wizards fell into contemplation. Needless to say, August's level has more than once been praised by Nicholas Flamel. As one of the alchemist masters in the world, Violet can serve as his assistant, and the level is naturally no problem. Having figured this out, everyone immediately welcomed Violet's arrival, and she bowed politely to express her gratitude. When the applause died out, August also announced the following new professor. The new professor of herbology. He is also an old acquaintance, although I regret the departure of Professor Sprout. But I'm sure this new professor will do just as well. The little wizards of Hufflepuff looked tangled. Professor Sprout was already the best head of house and professor in their hearts. But August said that he is everyone's old acquaintance. Who is it? Cedric, come out. August shouted to the door, and a wizard as handsome as a vampire walked out with a smile on his face, waving to greet everyone. This person is Cedric Diggory, who participated in the Triwizard Tournament with Harry. Everyone did not expect this senior to return to everyone after only leaving school for 2 months. For a time, the sadness of the little badgers in Hufflepuff because of Professor Sprout's departure was greatly diluted. August was also delighted when he saw the surprised students. I won't introduce Cedric too much. Everyone must be familiar with him. In addition to being the professor of herbology, he has also become the head of Hufflepuff House. Cedric's popularity is guaranteed as one of the best students in Hogwarts. His presence can effectively ease the Hufflepuff's heart. And, as a Hufflepuff genius, Cedric's talent in herbology goes without saying. During the Triwizard Tournament, Cedric used herbs to help himself through difficulties more than once. He could be regarded as a practical player. Although he is definitely worse than Professor Sprout, he is still young and can keep improving. Thank you, I will try my best to share my skills and experience in herbology with you without reservation. Cedric was also delighted to see familiar faces. He initially thought it would be difficult for him to see these lovely juniors after graduation, and he did not expect that he would have the opportunity to come to Hogwarts to be a professor. Since August gave him this stage, Cedric also decided to live up to August's expectations. Sitting beside Snape, Cedric was still a little nervous. In the past, these people were all his professors, and now everyone has become colleagues, which is strange enough for him. Then, August continued to introduce the next professor. Professor for the Care of Magical Creatures, taught by Miss Fleur Delacour. Cho and Hermione's eyes widened. No wonder Fleur would return to France during the summer vacation. Initially, they felt a little strange. Fleur and August only had time to spend more time together in the 2 months of summer vacation, so how could she go back at that time? But now they understand that the two must have much alone time after becoming professors. Even when Cho, Hermione, and the others were working hard in class, maybe the two of them were chatting with each other in the office. The more they thought about it, the more wrong their faces became. The eyes they looked at August became increasingly dangerous. Cough cough. Noticing something was wrong with his girlfriends, August quickly coughed twice, waking up the students attracted by Fleur's natural charm. The current Fleur is brighter and more attractive than before, and the development of the Vila bloodline is also a step closer. Although it is not her initiative to exude charm now, it is enough for these young people to stunned. Especially those freshmen and second-year students who had never seen Fleur were short of breath and blushing. It was as if the goddess Venus had descended, firmly grasping their heartstrings. But what happened next broke their hearts. Fleur came to August's side with a beautiful smile and passionately kissed him. At the same time, the professors pretended they didn't see anything. Well, this is also a benefit after Professor McGonagall leaves. If she were there, her fur would definitely explode. The mentality of the first-year students collapsed. You will abuse us as soon as you come. After enjoying Fleur's enthusiasm, August pushed her away helplessly. This woman doesn't even look at how much hatred she has drawn for herself. August suddenly regretted letting Fleur be the professor. Will the students forget to learn something when they go to class and are only immersed in her prosperous appearance? Chapter 439, Mother and Son Reunion. Although she thought so in her heart, Fleur was indeed a qualified professor of the care of magical creatures. First of all, her unique bloodline advantage is not comparable to ordinary people. Fleur's grandmother lived in the Vila tribe, where she used to play since she was a child, and there were many other magical creatures around. It can be said that she has forged an indissoluble bond with various magical creatures since she was a child. In addition, the blood of Vila has strong tameness with all kinds of magical creatures, and it can also ensure that there will be no dangerous situations in the classroom. That's why August chose her. When Vinda Rosier was introduced to everyone by August, there was nothing sound in the Great Hall except claps by the first-year students. Others were already terrified. When Grindlevald brought Vinda last semester, almost everyone remembered this elegant and calm lady. Not only because of her beauty but also because of her special status in Demstrang. Almost all the students did not dare to look up when they saw her, and they were very respectful. Even against Grindelwald, they were not like this. And what is the purpose of her appearing at Hogwarts? I dug up Ms. Rosier with a lot of hard work. August spoke without blushing. Vinda, on the side, couldn't help rolling his eyes. You and Grindelwald just had a cup of tea. How exaggerated is it? No wonder Grindelwald would reveal a hint of helplessness whenever he mentioned August. This boy sometimes does things, and it does a little, unique. Then surprisingly, when Vinda sat down, August didn't say what class she would be teaching. August pointed to the last vacant seat without giving them a chance to ask questions. The last one, the last professor of the day. Welcome to our new potions professor, Ms. Lily Evans. Hearing this name, Harry instinctively frowned but didn't remember anything until he saw the red-haired and green-eyed woman. Harry suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had seen this figure countless times in his dreams and burst into tears. Mother. Harry's voice was so abrupt in the silent Great Hall that everyone in the entire Great Hall heard his shout. And Lily looked at Harry with tears in her eyes, ran over desperately, and embraced him in her arms. Harry, I'm sorry. It's me who has made you suffer all these years. Lily burst into tears and stroked Harry's hair with difficulty. She has seen Harry's experience all these years, and it hurts her heart. Especially in the past 2 years, he was involved in the Triwizard Tournament. This year, she almost lost her life at the Ministry of Magic. She knew all of this. Sometimes, Lily thought that it might be better to let Harry live his life in the Muggle world smoothly. But this is fate. Since Voldemort entered their house 15 years ago, the involvement between the two has been doomed. Before, as a soul body, she had no power at all. But now it's different. With the help of August, she is reborn and can help her son shelter from the wind and rain. Feeling the throbbing of the blood connection and the warm embrace, Harry was also sure that this was his mother. Mother. Unlike the subconscious shout just now, after confirming Lily's identity, his shouting was not so smooth and even sounded a little jerky. After all, the word had only appeared in his dreams, and Harry had never pronounced it in 15 years. What the hell is going on? Aren't you? Although Harry was pleasantly surprised, the doubts in his heart increased. Lily pushed Harry away and looked at him with tender, watery eyes that were almost identical. Happy belated birthday, Harry. Mr. Gaunt resurrected me, and I am your birthday present this year. August. Harry raised his head, looked at August, who was watching him with a smile, nodded at him, and a word only he could hear appeared in his heart. Happy birthday. How about this birthday present? Laughing and wiping away tears, Harry didn't answer, but this was the best birthday present he had ever received in his life, and he would never have it again. August, what the hell is going on here? Flitwick stammered and asked. He naturally knew Lily and couldn't help crying when he saw her. Because Flitwick really liked this well-behaved and sensible student, he couldn't believe the news of her and James' sacrifice at the time. And Lily, who reappeared today, once again challenged his worldview. Miss Evans was resurrected by me. After tracing some ancient books, I successfully found a way to resurrect some people. It's just that this kind of thing is too difficult. Even I have paid a heavy price, and now, I don't have the ability to resurrect anyone at this time. His voice was not lowered. He intended to let everyone hear it. August knew what a shock it would make in the wizarding world once Lily showed up. Even more shocking than the appearance of a Dark Lord. At that time, countless people would be crazy to explore this secret. Although August is not afraid, it is troublesome, and he also hopes to bring his meaning to the outside world through all the students in the school. Hearing what he said, Professor Flitwick nodded sullenly. His students are really getting more and more incomprehensible. Now he can even resurrect a dead person. Could he be the reincarnation of Merlin? No, according to historical records, Merlin has no such ability. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. Flitwick simply gave up, looking at August with pride. No matter what achievements August has achieved now, he was once his student, which cannot be changed. Chapter 440, The Miserable Life of Students. The shock brought by Lily is far beyond what other people can match. Except for Hermione and others who knew about August's ability, others also recognized his mighty power. It has always been known that August is very strong, but it is impossible to speculate on the specifics. If there is a measure, it is not weaker than Dumbledore. After all, in this great hall last semester, August personally drove Dumbledore away. This concept is very vague because the levels are too different. Can you tell the difference between the world champion and the world runner-up? At the same time, some people have no qualms about August becoming the headmaster. August looked at his watch. It had been more than an hour since he started talking, and there were still some things to finish. Let these little wizards eat. Lily also found herself taking up so much time that she couldn't stop talking to Harry. It wasn't until he heard Ron's stomach gurgling next to her that she realized it was not the time for their mother-son communication. Seeing that she was about to come over, August waved his hand. No need, Miss Evans, you can just do that. I'll go on about mine. Everyone saw it too, Miss Evans, Harry's mother, once a hero of the wizarding world. From today onwards, she is everyone's potion professor and the head of Gryffindor. The applause in the Great Hall was louder than ever. Lily was a celebrity, and anyone who knew Harry definitely knew this great mother. For such people, no matter which houses they are in, they will respect her from the bottom of their hearts. It's just that some people are wondering, since Lily is a potion professor, what does Snape do? After introducing new faces, let me announce the school's educational reform and some personnel changes. With a wave of August's hand, all the candles in the Great Hall went out, and a light curtain appeared in front of him with the positions of various professors on it. There is currently no suitable transfiguration professor, so I'll give you a substitute for now. Professor Snape will teach a new class, Practical Spells. Practical Spells class. Hearing this word, many people's eyes light up, and it sounds like a course that allows them to cast spells to their heart's content. August continued. This class will replace and improve the old Defense Against the Dark Arts class. You will learn not only the content of the previous Defense Against the Dark Arts class but also the application of spells. Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Snape's face. This coincides with his goal. Although the name has been changed, the core is still Defense Against the Dark Arts. But the following sentence made Snape's face turn black. This will be your most important class in school. I am ready to change if Professor Snape's teaching results are unsatisfactory. Suddenly, his sense of crisis rose. If he was replaced, wouldn't it prove that he had been begging for a Defense Against the Dark Arts position for so many years was a joke? Snape's initially happy mood immediately subsided, and he turned to think about how to make the class more efficient. As for Ms. Rosier, August looked at Vinda. She will be the professor of the introductory of dark arts. The entire great hall fell silent again. Did they hear it right? What August just said, that she is teaching dark arts. August repeats with certainty, looking at the disbelieving students and the professors. You heard right. From now on, Hogwarts will teach the dark arts. This time, the crowd completely exploded. Dark arts have always been synonymous with evil and darkness, and in general, everyone is disgusted by them. Although some pureblood families habitually collect dark arts books, they even regard them as a family's heritage. But Durmstrang was the only school that declared that they would teach dark arts like August. Looking at the noisy crowd, August pouted. He had expected this to happen. It's just that it's too late now. Even if they're not hungry, they must still eat it. Quiet. With the help of the amplifying charm, his voice easily suppressed all the discussions. The dark arts class is not an introductory class. Only students who have reached the 3rd grade and who have reached O in the previous year's defense against the dark arts can take it as an elective. As for more details, you can find out later. Seeing that August has said so, the students can only give up, but some people are already ready to move. The more forbidden something, the more desired. The same is true of dark arts. Many people are both fearful and curious about it. They used to get in touch secretly in the past, but now the school has given them this opportunity, and they naturally won't miss it. Next, August announced several reforms, most of which delighted the students. In the past, there were only a few games every year, and it was not enjoyable to watch or play. Now that he has changed it a little and doubled the number of games, everyone naturally welcomes it. Okay, let's eat. After talking about the Forbidden Forest at the end, August was a little hungry. He didn't even sing the school song. He just served the food. The same is true for the rest of the people. Before they know it, the time has come to nearly 10 o'clock. In the past, everyone had returned to the dorms at this time. Finally, after enjoying the sumptuous dinner, the little wizards returned to the dorms while August pulled the professors into a classroom and continued the meeting. It's about curriculum reform, but also specific matters about homework reform. He handed out the paper for the professors to browse. The content is not too much, but each one makes everyone a little scared. Headmaster Gaunt, do you really want to change this? The professor of Muggle studies swallowed and looked at his colleagues. They all had the same expressions as him, and he knew that everyone got the same content. He can already see the miserable lives of future students. That's right. What's the problem, Carity? Chapter 441, Humanoid Transfiguration. Carity Babaji is the name of this professor. I think it's a bit too strict. Can these little wizards adapt? Carity said periodically. He knew that it was wrong to oppose the new headmaster's policy from the beginning, but he couldn't care less. If you do as August thinks, the students will suffer in the future. His views represent the opinions of the majority. If August's method is followed, these little wizards will not only have to must complete the thesis but also double their daily homework. Most importantly, August divided the entire academic year into 2 semesters and 4 exams. This means that the previous kind of surprise review is no longer possible. On average, they face an exam every 2 months. And it will still be recorded in the total score. Seeing this, many people have already thought that August has a grudge against the students. When he was a student, Dumbledore was not so cruel. Lily and Snape didn't speak, and Snape favored the plan. He felt that the Hogwarts students were just too indulgent, and they even can't do something as simple as brewing a potion. A long time ago, he had actually spoken to Dumbledore about this and wanted to be stricter with the students. It's a pity that Dumbledore, who loves students, stopped him. He advocates free education more so students can better discover their talents. Sirius and Harry's father are his favorite works. As for Lily, don't say that August just added a burden to the students. Even if she was asked to punish others corporally, she didn't care. Everyone. August's voice was very calm, and there was no displeasure at their dissent. I think, as a professor, everyone wants their students to be better, right? No one objected to this. Anyone who could come to Hogwarts to teach should have the idea of educating people. Otherwise, the magical world would have a lot easier positions than here. Since we all think so, then let's do an experiment with Christmas as the limit. If the results are unsatisfactory, we gradually return to the early status. How about it? Several professors nodded and agreed with his proposal. After carefully looking at the teaching requirements, they also dismissed the meeting. And August also returned to the 8th floor. The exclusive headmaster's dormitory is in a secret door in the office, where the elves have prepared a new decoration for him. But August was used to living in his own private villa, and this room was considered a waste. The following day, August had breakfast and came to the Transfiguration classroom. There are a lot of empty classrooms at Hogwarts. However, August still uses the one on the 2nd floor that Professor McGonagall used before. There is no other reason. It is because it is big enough, even if students from 4 houses come together, there is enough space inside. It didn't take long for Ravenclaws and Gryffindors to arrive one after another. Luna was startled when she saw August, and then she smiled. It was the first time she had a class with August, although one was a professor and the other was a student. The classroom was very quiet, and no one dared to make a loud noise, which was still the influence left by Professor McGonagall. As one of the 2 strictest professors at Hogwarts, no one dared to mess with her class. At 9 o'clock, the class bell rang on time. I still remember when Professor McGonagall gave me my first transfiguration class. She used animagus and turned from a cat into a man. Instead of starting the lecture immediately, August fell into memory instead. The little wizards were in the same state. At that time, they were startled by Professor McGonagall. Still, they also succeeded in arousing the curiosity and yearning of these little guys for transfiguration. As they learn about magic, they realize how difficult it is to be animagus. August mentions this. Is he also animagus? Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, August smiled. I'm not an animagus. I like the way I am now compared to the animal form. However, as a new teacher, I should show you something. After August finished speaking, his fingers moved a little away. An idle table in the back of the classroom turned into a lion. With a roar, it jumped up under the terrified eyes of the students and rushed to the front of the classroom. Finally, it jumped up and rushed toward August. But when it was in the air, the lion turned into an eagle and landed lightly on August's shoulder. Afterward, the eagle circled in the classroom, turning into a badger and a python on the way. From beginning to end, the change process is smooth and natural without any stagnation. The 4th grade students are no longer novices of magic, so they naturally know how difficult it is. Especially when he performs deformation again based on deformation, August can still do so smoothly. August's transfiguration level can only be described as superb. And the most shocking thing isn't that. Just as the python slowly climbed to August's side, everyone thought it was over. They saw the python stand upright and slowly turn into the appearance of Voldemort. The long and narrow scarlet eyes, the 2 huge nostrils, and the pale and sinister face are exactly the same as the wanted list published in the Daily Prophet. Humanoid transfiguration. Just as everyone fell into fear, Ginny blurted out. She was the only person present who had seen Voldemort in person, and her fear of him was not that deep. After all, after seeing Voldemort being beaten by August and Dumbledore, Voldemort's image wholly collapsed. What surprised her the most now was that August had used humanoid transfiguration. Because on the first day of learning transfiguration, Professor McGonagall said that the human body is the most complex combination, and it is extremely difficult to use transfiguration to conjure a human body. Not even Professor McGonagall can do it. And today, August made it easy. Seeing the lifelike Voldemort, if not for seeing it with her own eyes, Ginny even thought it was Voldemort's invasion of Hogwarts. That's right. It's humanoid transfiguration. 10 points for Gryffindor. August smiled at Ginny and gave her a point. These little wizards were stunned by the success so that he could start his lecture smoothly. Chapter 442, Remedial Classes. With the scene at the beginning, the class was also much smoother. The little wizards listened honestly while August explained the techniques of transfiguration. As 4th graders, they had already begun to touch the living body transformation, which was also when everyone opened the gap. Talented students can master it quickly, and from then on, the level can be continuously improved. And students with less talent may only be able to conjure some simple animals in the final 7th grade. Magic is spiritual, and no matter how many techniques August talks about, he can't teach them all. But he knows that one thing is absolutely right: diligence can make up for the poor. So August stopped with 5 minutes to go before getting out of class. That's it for how to decipher the owl's body structure. Remember to use your senses and magic to outline the species you want to transform. That's it for today's class. Let me talk about homework and extracurricular tuition. The faces of the little wizards who were initially very immersed immediately drooped down. As a student, anyone who hears the word homework will not have a good face. And those little muggle wizards were even more terrified. Did they hear it right? Extracurricular. August used his wand as a teaching stick, tapped on the blackboard, and a large piece of dense handwriting appeared on it. This is the content of this week's homework. You don't have to memorize it. After class, use your magic web to download a software called showdown. Afterwards, your assignments and papers will have prompts on them, and you can also submit them there. No one spoke, and everyone was stunned by the homework content. Headmaster, are you sure this is a week's homework? A Gryffindor couldn't help to ask. Isn't this amount too much? Successfully use transfiguration 50 times a day, and there are quality requirements. Doesn't that mean that this alone will take up nearly an hour of their time? That's right, Mr. Bugatti, if you can't finish it, I'll write to your parents. August looked at everyone with a smile on his face, but to the little wizards, it was the devil smile. Even Luna's eyes widened, looking like she was betrayed. Then, what about the extracurricular cram? Colin asked weakly. He quickly accepted that he should do more homework and it would not be a big deal not to follow Harry for an hour. But this extracurricular. Starting the second weekend of this term, the school will offer remedial classes for all 5th grade students and below. There are 3 types of classes. Basic class, which is for students with grades below P. Consolidation class is for students with grades P and E. The promotion class is for students with O. Besides the promotion class, the other 2 remedial classes are compulsory. You don't have to worry about so many grades, and the school's educational resources will be insufficient. Believe me, Hogwarts will not abandon any student. After speaking, August transformed his textbook into an envelope. He put it in his pocket and left the classroom lightly. Only a group of dumbfounded students remained. After a long time, Ginny looked at Luna and muttered to her. Luna, your boyfriend, this is killing us. The same scene happened not only in August's class but also in other professors' classes. When everyone saw the mountains and seas of homework and the development of cram schools, they were all numb. Initially, they had expected it to be just the private actions of the professors. But when they came to the Great Hall, except for the first-year students who knew nothing, the expressions on everyone's faces were the same. Only at this time did the little wizards realize the seriousness of the matter. After a series of conversations, no matter who it is, everyone knows that the future will not be easy. Immediately, countless pairs of mournful eyes looked at August, who was enjoying the meal leisurely. They know that this former classmate and the current headmaster are the culprits. However, August did not have the slightest sense of self-awareness. He just ate his meals and chatted with Fleur from time to time. Have you figured out what to teach in the class? Fleur has the first class tomorrow, so August naturally has to take good care of his fiancée. She stroked the silver hair that was hanging down from his ear, and Fleur looked at him with all kinds of looks. I think I've thought about it, but I just don't know if someone supports it or not. Oh. August became interested. Don't worry, as long as you ask. I can even catch Voldemort as your teaching aide. Puffed. Fleur couldn't help laughing and patted August, who was making a joke. He even used Voldemort as a teaching aide. August dared to catch it, but Fleur didn't dare use it. By then, the little wizard would be scared, and her reputation would be ruined entirely. Damn, don't make trouble. I'm serious. Fleur's eyes shone brightly. In the first class, I want to introduce unicorns to everyone, but you kidnapped all the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, and you must be responsible. There was another sentence she didn't say. The unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, it is a high probability that they will not agree to her request. After all, this pure creature will only get close to the pure girl they admire. So you're making up your mind. Caressing Fleur's cheek affectionately, August did not refuse. Those unicorns eat his meal, and it's time for them to contribute. I'll get them out in a minute, but I won't give Celestia to you. How can I pull out my little baby and show it to those students as monkeys? Fleur, who had achieved her goal, happily kissed August's forehead, causing Professor Flitwick to choke. What happened at Hogwarts? Has now the dog food been fed to the professor? Look at Lily and Snape, who is about to be together, and Fleur and August, who are already together. The old professor suddenly had the urge to find a wife. Chapter 443, The Old Man Who Looks at the Sea. The following month, the little wizards at Hogwarts felt that going to school was such a pain. Different from the past, all professors' attitude towards students has taken a 180-degree turn. Amiable professors, such as Flitwick, are increasingly demanding of their students. In the previous semester, students only had to master a few key spells. The professors would hint in their usual lectures about what spells might appear in the final exams. As for the others, it's better if you learn them, and it's not a big deal if you can't learn them. So many times, after mastering the necessary magic spells, everyone relaxes or chooses some interesting ones to study freely. But now, no matter what the professor teaches, it is possible to appear in the exam. The amount of work is enough to make student collapse, which has frightened many people. The most damned is the software called showdown, and its intelligence is outrageous. Some students secretly reduced the amount of practice and wanted to pass the test. Still, they were faithfully recorded by this shit software. The next day in class, these students were called in public and warned that if there were a next time, they would call their parents. Damn it. Who came up with such a vicious trick to call parents? In this high-pressure state, countless little wizards are in a hurry just to complete the tasks of the professors as soon as possible so that they can play a fruit ninja with friends. The only gratifying thing is that the new professors this semester are all very good, and the departure of McGonagall and others causes no inconsistency. One of the most popular is, of course, Fleur. When she came to the students with 4 unicorns, everyone was sure that this was the best professor ever to the care of magical creatures. Not even Newt can compare. Who made the unicorn mysterious and has many legends. It is very popular among the group of little wizards. And Fleur's outstanding appearance and interesting classroom process also greatly made everyone like it. Although everyone knows that she is August's girlfriend, who doesn't like to let beauty teach them a lesson. The same is true for Lily, who was resurrected already had a high topicality, coupled with a gentle temperament, forming a strong contrast with Snape. Especially Harry. His favorite class now is potions, although his mother leaves a lot of homework for him and is very strict with him. But that's all about loving him. Life is so wonderful. Harry, who hated potions the most and swore that he would not take potions class after 6th grade, has become the most loyal supporter of this class. America, in a small town in California. This is a beautiful seaside town, but few foreign tourists visit it because of its remote location. Just a month ago, a group of Englishmen had come to live in Eulalie Hicks' house. Hicks is also a weird person to the small town's residents. She rarely communicates with outsiders and claims to be a professor. But until now, no one knows which school she works in. Over the years, Hicks has also retired. Whenever someone asks her this question, she always smiles and says a strange name. Ilvermorny. Because she was unwilling to speak, the residents stopped asking questions. The newly arrived Englishmen have also become familiar with them during this period. There is also an old man who often comes to the beach with a small bench and sits for an afternoon. Dumbledore, I knew you were here. McGonagall's voice sounded behind Dumbledore, pulling his wandering thoughts to reality. This group of visitors from England was part of Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. After being kicked out of Hogwarts by August, Dumbledore suddenly discovered that he had no home other than Hogwarts for over 100 years. At first, McGonagall suggested that they could go to France, to Beauxbatons. But this proposal was rejected by Dumbledore, who knew that the entire continent and England would inevitably fall into the hands of August and Grindlevald. A good student of his own will not watch himself develop smoothly under his nose. It happened that Hicks in America invited him to be a guest here, and Dumbledore brought a group of followers to America. Hicks was a comrade who once fought against Grindlevald with him, and what happened on Europe's side made many people uneasy. And this time, the invitation is not so personal. Hicks did so at the request of McCussa. In fact, as these people expected, after the establishment of the European Union, the control of the International Wizarding Federation over there has dropped to an unprecedented level. And they were horrified to discover that Grindelwald's figure had slowly penetrated various countries. It was not an exaggeration to call it the Supreme Emperor. The situation now is even more terrifying than it was a few decades ago. After all, the European continent has been resisting, but some are losing ground. But what about now? Grindelwald devoured most of the continent without a single shot, and his footsteps never stopped. At this time, Dumbledore's importance is reflected. He is the only one who can fight against him. Well, the people here don't know much about August's fighting power, and they only think that he drove Dumbledore away through trickery. Only Dumbledore knew in his heart that August was a wizard at the same level as him or even higher. During this period, in addition to discussing with McCussa how to solve Grindelwald, he often came to the beach to reflect. Why did things turn out like this? He didn't believe August's wording, and the cooperation between him and Grindelwald was definitely more than just driving himself away. Even he was extremely certain that the resurrection of Voldemort and the escape of Grindelwald were all made by August. But, what's the use of knowing it? He has not thought of any good solutions for over a month. He didn't know of any means to stop August's ambitions other than directly wage war. Chapter 444, Chapter 444, Dumbledore's Evaluation of August. Minerva, what's the matter with me? Looking at the somewhat dusty McGonagall, a trace of guilt flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. She would still be the esteemed deputy headmistress if she hadn't chosen to leave Hogwarts with him. From what he knew about August, there would be no less respect as long as she was still in school. Without seeing Dumbledore's expression, McGonagall's face was solemn and complicated, and she said solemnly. There is some news about Hogwarts from Pomona. I think you should know about it. Pomona is Professor Sprout. Although she also left Hogwarts, she did not choose to leave with Dumbledore. She had no interest in these battles and felt a little tired when she left Hogwarts. Now that Sprout is retired, she plays with the herbs she has cultivated at home every day, which is quite leisurely. It's just that Hogwarts has changed a lot in the past month or so. She felt that some things were very important to Dumbledore, so she contacted Professor McGonagall and told her everything she knew. Sure enough, after hearing this, Professor McGonagall's face changed greatly, and she immediately came to Dumbledore. Did Gaunt bomb the school? His eyes looked behind McGonagall, where Sirius, Lupin, and others were coming, apparently handed over by McGonagall. After the Order of the Phoenix member was in place, McGonagall took a deep breath and said slowly. August, he, resurrected Lily. It's Harry's mother, Lily Potter. In an instant, Sirius raised his head in disbelief and screamed. Professor McGonagall, are you sure you're not kidding? Dumbledore's originally sloppy eyes also became sharp, the wand appeared in his hand, and he arranged an invisible soundproof barrier. "What's the matter, Minerva? I know you can't believe it, even when I first heard it." McGonagall was not surprised by everyone's reaction and told everything that happened at the school opening banquet without anyone interrupting her statement. After a long time, Dumbledore stood up tremblingly and looked at the other side of the ocean. "Gaunt, you're more capable than I thought." With a heavy whisper in his heart, he was also severely touched by August. It is such a big deal to be able to resurrect a person who has been dead for more than 10 years. And does this also mean that even someone who has died longer can? His heart was beating violently, and Dumbledore took a deep breath under everyone's worried eyes. "No, I can't think about it anymore." Dumbledore tried to calm himself down, but it didn't work. Because he has always had an object that he wants to resurrect. Sirius took the lead and couldn't sit still. He was about to leave here, and he shouted, "No, I want to go back to see Lily. Why is she resurrected, but James is nowhere to be seen? Come back." Dumbledore's voice was more serious than ever. "In what capacity are you questioning her, or are you going to trouble Gaunt?" "Professor." Sirius shouted without showing weakness. "I don't understand why you are enemies with August, exactly, why the two of you are enemies." Sirius had been holding back this sentence for a long time. Since Harry didn't leave with him, Sirius doubted his choice. In fact, it is not only him. Even if other people choose to follow Dumbledore to America, it is because they trust Dumbledore. But their hearts are confused. They don't know why Dumbledore and August are fighting. Seeing their eyes, Dumbledore was helpless. He originally planned to tell the truth before the war, but now it is impossible. Because Gaunt is more ambitious and dangerous than Tom. Hearing this, McGonagall and others became even more puzzled. In their impression, Dumbledore never cares about the ambitions of others. As long as he is not an evil dark wizard, even if the power is monstrous, he will not have any ideas. Although people like August have a little more means, they can't be called evil, right? Sirius, what do you think if the world is full of wizards one day? Without answering their doubts immediately, Dumbledore asked Sirius first. Full of wizards? Scratching his head, Sirius was a little confused. How is this possible? Hogwarts has only those students every year. How can the world be full of wizards? What if August's goal is to turn all muggles in the world into wizards? Dumbledore's words frightened these people. Albus, you're kidding, right? Professor McGonagall stammered, apparently in disbelief. First of all, it's an impossible thing. Even if August succeeds, how many muggles are there in the world, and what good is it for him? Seeing Dumbledore's serious eyes, McGonagall couldn't speak anymore. She knew that Dumbledore would never joke about such a big thing. Sorry, Minerva, he has the ability to turn a muggle into a wizard now. Gaunt and Nico have successfully turned a muggle into a wizard. As for why he did this, I actually feel that I have overlooked one thing for a long time. What's the matter? McGonagall looked at him curiously, wanting to hear his evaluation of August. Fawkes had just returned from foraging and landed on Dumbledore's shoulders. In essence, Gaunt was a man as proud as Grindlevald. No, he was prouder than Grindlevald, and they both thought muggle blood was backward and wizards were unreasonable. Dumbledore sighed softly. That's why they all chose to fight against the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Grindelwald wants to enslave the Muggle world. And August is even better. He wants to make the whole world supernatural. The whole world will be a wizard, and the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy will be useless. Chapter 445, Voldemort reappears. If August had heard Dumbledore's assessment of him, he would have applauded him. After so many years, it was not Cho and the others who knew him best, nor his subordinates like Snape, but Dumbledore. All along, August has always been kind in front of outsiders, and his occasional anger is only aimed at the enemy. That's why he gained everyone's admiration and respect. Why is Dumbledore so famous? It's not because his strength matches his character that makes him impeccable. The same goes for August. But how can a high-ranking strongman not have his own pride? Voldemort's pride is to see the weak as ants. He is strong, so he can dominate the life of any weak. Dumbledore's pride is restraint. He knows that once he can't restrain his ambition, the entire magic world will fall into unprecedented turmoil. And August's pride is directed at himself, compassion for the weak, respect for friends. These are the performance of personal qualities. He doesn't need to show his strength all the time like Voldemort, nor does he need to restrain his ambitions like Dumbledore. Unswervingly accomplishing his goals is what he really needs. Since Dumbledore stood in his way, August would defeat and destroy him. This is the real August. After listening to Dumbledore's evaluation, Professor McGonagall also sighed slightly. She thought she cared about every student, especially a genius like August. However, in the end, she still didn't see it as thoroughly as Dumbledore. Then what exactly should we do to make his conspiracy public? This is the only way McGonagall can think of. As long as the wizards know what August is thinking, even many of those who submit to him will not be able to accept this matter and thus defect. Minerva, Dumbledore stroked Fawkes's feathers. Something was not as simple as they thought. If we break August's plan now, he'll be completely free from fear. It won't be something that can be solved by killing 1 or 2 wizards, and countless muggles will be involved. So we have to wait until the day when we can completely defeat him in one fell swoop. Dumbledore, who has been conservative all his life, still chooses a conservative strategy this time. He will not do it easily if he is not fully prepared. Professor, are you trying to kill August? Sirius was a little moved, and Professor McGonagall became nervous. You guys overestimate me. Dumbledore smiled bitterly. I don't even know how to defeat August, let alone kill him. In fact, as long as I can stop his idea of turning muggles into wizards, I'm satisfied, even if he rules the wizarding world. Hearing this, McGonagall was relieved. In any case, she still liked the student like August very much, and she regretted more than once that he was not a student of Gryffindor. Looking at the Order of the Phoenix members with a heavy expressions, Dumbledore waved his hand. Don't think about it too much. The top priority is to unite with more friends to fight against August and Grindlevald. Remember, don't reveal what happened today, lest some people panic and startle the snake. Everyone nodded, they knew the seriousness of the matter, and naturally, they would not talk nonsense easily. After sending McGonagall and the others away, Dumbledore sat on the stool again and looked into the distance. In fact, there was one thing he didn't say just now, that he was thinking about whether to cooperate with Voldemort. At the level of Dumbledore, there is no eternal enemy. In the face of the powerful August and Grindelwald, he naturally thinks of Voldemort. Voldemort, whose 9 Horcruxes have been destroyed, was no longer a threat compared to these 2 people. As long as the matter is resolved, the chaos of the wizarding world will only return to the state of his confrontation with Voldemort, which is better than sailing into the unknown abyss. But these words can't be detailed with McGonagall and the others because not everyone thinks about the big picture like him. Tom, I don't know how you are now. I didn't expect that one day I would have the intention to cooperate with you. Laughing at himself, Dumbledore also sighed helplessly. Albanian forest. The interior of a giant tree in the sky was hollowed out. Bellatrix had a big belly and sat with difficulty on the chair she made with magic. My lord, I have already felt that the child will be born soon. A gentle smile appeared on her initially crazy face, and the brilliance of motherhood also shone up. Voldemort's voice came out of his head. Thank you, Bella. Since the war at the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort has fallen into a coma after escaping the siege of the August Trio. And his soul also came down to Bellatrix, who was also fleeing for his life under a strange gravitational force. After a long period of warm cultivation, his consciousness gradually awakened. Speaking of which, Bellatrix also had a big fate. Rodolphus Lestrange's shot made her keenly feel that something was wrong. With the blood of Voldemort, Bellatrix naturally wouldn't take risks. Bellatrix went to Albania before the Alliance and the Orus moved, so she slipped through the net. My lord, do you really want to do this? Listening to Voldemort's praise, she did not show joy but looked at her belly tangledly. This is her child. I don't want to do this either, Bella. But you and I are in too dangerous a situation. I must resurrect as soon as possible to face Gaunt and Grindelwald, who may come at any time. As for the child, I can give you another when I am resurrected. Although the tone was calm, the awe-inspiring killing intent and deep-rooted hatred could not be concealed. During this period, Bellatrix also collected a lot of news from the outside world. Voldemort also wholly understood that his great enemies were never Dumbledore and Harry. It's his descendant, August Gaunt. Chapter 446, Unprecedented Obscurus. Voldemort was not a fool, or rather, he was an extremely intelligent person. In various senses. It's just because Voldemort's talent is too strong, his power has expanded to a terrifying level, and the influence of dark arts makes him slightly reluctant to use his brain. If you can convince people with reasons, why do you have to work hard to convince people with reason? So all along, he has never been able to think about any conspiracy and tricks, relying on his own magic to conquer the world. This situation changed after his resurrection. On the one hand, it was the pressure brought on him by Dumbledore. On the other hand, it was the content of the prophecy that he had already made a comeback, and Voldemort couldn't help being careless. This is also why he did not show up in the past year but secretly did things. Finally, under a series of intrigues, he successfully leads Harry out of Hogwarts. Harry helps him get the prophecy record in the Department of Mysteries. At this time, he felt that he could do it, and it was time to move. And then. First beaten by August, then by Dumbledore, then by August, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald together. In the end, even the Horcrux was destroyed. He would have died if he hadn't left a secret card on Bellatrix's body. After returning to Albania, he stayed in Bellatrix. He had nothing to do, spending much time thinking about life every day. The same doubt as Dumbledore appeared in his mind. Why did things turn out like this? Could he be retrograde this year? And when he learned that August drove Dumbledore out of Hogwarts and joined forces with Grindlevald to dominate the entire continent, Voldemort couldn't help but let out a sigh. As expected of the species of the Gaunt family, intrigues and tricks play just like that. He has long known that August is definitely not a good student. Sooner or later, one day, he will show his fangs. Seeing Dumbledore's fate, Voldemort somewhat gloated. Then, he gradually discovered something was wrong. Why did August arrive early when he was at the Ministry of Magic? Why did August only save Harry when I was completely resurrected? The most important thing is, why after his fall, Snape, Malfoy, and these people actually betrayed without hesitation, and life is better than before. And it all makes sense when you bring August into that manipulative position. It turned out that August's eyeliner was all around him, and even his own resurrection had August's handwriting in it. Even Bellatrix's search for him was planned by August. Although it is unknown why August did this, Voldemort was sure that the person who released Bellatrix must not be Peter Pettigrew. Either August or his men. After being enlightened and clear about everything, Voldemort fell into autism. He didn't know who his opponent was for a long time, and he kept focusing on Harry and Dumbledore. That's what happened today. The anger in Voldemort's heart was burning. If he had the ability now, he would definitely go to Hogwarts immediately and kill August 69 times before giving up. But he's a piece of shit now. What qualifications does a lone ghost living on Bellatrix have to talk about revenge? Fortunately, Bellatrix is still alive, and the child in her belly is still alive, so he has a chance to start over. Bella, I can already feel the active magic of this child in you. Voldemort comforted in a soft voice. Now, just like 2 years ago, he had to rely on this woman to survive and make a comeback, and his attitude was naturally must good. The child is your and mine, and the body best suits me. Once I am reborn in this child, I will give you everything you want in the future. Bellatrix's children were his last resort. After Bellatrix became pregnant, Voldemort was acutely aware that the child had the breath of his soul. Due to the large number of Horcruxes made, his soul was very unstable. When the essence was delivered to Bellatrix, the child accidentally took away a piece of his soul and accidentally generated a Horcrux. After discovering this, Voldemort kept silent and silently regarded it as a whole card. Because of the soul fragments, this body seems to be tailor-made for him, it fits perfectly, and the magic talent is definitely not weak. Seeing that Voldemort had said so, Bellatrix's eyes flashed a trace of struggle, but she finally accepted her fate. My lord, I will listen to you. But how long will it take after your resurrection before we can go to Gaunt for revenge? When it comes to August, Bellatrix is also gnashing her teeth. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be reduced to this point, and she wouldn't even be able to keep her own flesh and blood. But August is too strong. Her ability makes it impossible to hurt him in this life. If Voldemort develops, how many years will she be able to revenge? What worries her even more is that the previous Voldemort does not seem to be August's opponent. In the Ministry of Magic battle, the Daily Prophet described it in great detail to make August famous. Even if Voldemort returns to his peak, August will be stronger by then. Don't worry so much, Bella. Voldemort said calmly. I know what level of an enemy I'm facing. If I grow up naturally, I'm sure I'll be at the same level in 10 years, but it's not enough. He no longer has any contempt. There is a terrifying power in this world that can make a little wizard show the ability that even Aurors are afraid of, and that is Obscurus. Obscurus? Bellatrix, who was born into a pureblood family, naturally knew what Obscurus was and also knew how powerful Obscurus was. A trace of horror flashed in her eyes. Is it? Sure enough, Voldemort's gloomy voice sounded in her mind, this time with a hint of madness. That's right. I want to suppress the magic in my body and create an unprecedented Obscurus one with this superb magic talent. Chapter 447, Chapter 447, The Disgraceful Hogwarts Student. August, who was far away at Hogwarts, naturally didn't know, and now he is constantly busy with two things. In fact, even if he knew about it, he didn't have the time to pay attention to it now. Because this time is one of the few relaxing moments in his day. Now August is very regretful. Why must he take up the position of Professor of Transfiguration when the school started? This is simply not what people do. There are 7 grades at Hogwarts, and Transfiguration is compulsory, which means he has 14 lessons a week. And Hogwarts classes are usually large classes. Each class is 2 hours, and it can be said that he must take a full 6-hour class almost every day. This is not the end. August still needs to prepare lessons, pay attention to the progress of other professors' courses, and even revise homework. If August had another chance, he would definitely not choose to be this professor. Sitting by the side and correcting documents, Nagini felt slightly distressed when she saw his master's unlovable appearance. She put down the pen in his hand and came behind August, and massaged it gently. Nagini's massage has become more and more superb over the years. She knows where to press the most comfortably for August. If it hadn't been for Nagini's existence to save him a lot of chores, he might not even have this rest time now. At this moment, there was a movement at the door slowly opened, and Vinda walked in. She was slightly taken aback when she saw Nagini, then smiled and said hello. The two are old acquaintances. When she was in Paris, she even shot and arrested Nagini. The purpose was to force Cretans to submit. It's just that she didn't expect that the two of them would work together decades later. The world is really amazing. Seeing Nagini's bumpy look and collagen-rich face, Vinda was also envious. Although she has regained her youth now, it is only an appearance. Unlike Nagini, time has had no effect on her since she became a snake. Until August resolved her to restore her original shape, she was still a woman's most beautiful grade. Ms. Rosier, what's the matter? August's words interrupted Vinda's mental activities, and she also straightened her expression, clarifying the purpose of today's visit. Mr. Gaunt, after more than a month of observation, I have a general understanding of the magic level of the Hogwarts students. The little wizards who signed up for the Introduction to Dark Arts have also been screened. August nodded. The Introduction to Dark Arts was not taught initially but had a 1-month screening period. August supports the spread of dark arts, and the little wizards of Hogwarts are seriously insufficient in lethality because shield charm can defend most normal magic. This also led to the fact that when many people were dueling, whoever had the thickest shield would often win the final victory. But the dark wizards can play this with you because countless kinds of dark arts can break through the defense of the shield charm and kill people directly. This is also the purpose of August opening this class, to enrich the offensive methods of the little wizards and to have more understanding of dark arts. But this process needs to be cautious, and he doesn't want to cultivate a bunch of little toms by himself. This is what Rosier observed and screened for this month. Then do you have any specific thoughts, Ms. Rosier? August said that you are an expert and listened to her. And Vinda also hesitated a little, then said his thoughts. I think it's better to slow down first and let Professor Snape improve the students' willpower. This semester, I mainly focus on introducing the negative effects and hazards of dark arts. Over the past month, she has also gained some preliminary understanding of the students at Hogwarts. It cannot be said that it is the flowers in the greenhouse. It can only be said that it is unsightly. She did not expect that most of the little wizards at Hogwarts, under Dumbledore's management, had no concept of fighting at all. As for why, it is mostly because she still found some good seedlings. For example, people like Hermione, Harry, and some students who have participated in DA. At least they know how to move and dodge when they cast magic instead of ignorantly resisting. Controlling dark arts requires a strong heart. If dark arts are spread recklessly, she fears that some people will go astray and August will trouble her. And August naturally understood what she meant, and his face was a little awkward. In any case, Hogwarts is also his territory, and his own family is so embarrassed he is also very embarrassed. It seemed that he would have to give Snape something to think about. Having decided in his heart, August nodded calmly and agreed with her idea. You can do it in your own way, and I will give you the greatest rights under the condition of ensuring safety. Vinda sat for a while and then left, even taking Nagini with her. The two made an appointment to go to Hogsmeade for afternoon tea together in the chat just now. August saw that Nagini rarely had a chat, so he agreed she would take a vacation early. And he looked at the time. There was still half an hour before the afternoon class, and he called Snape over. No one knew what the two were talking about, but someone saw somber on his face all afternoon. On the second day, Snape brought a box of potions directly to the classroom. Today, I will not give any knowledge about spells. You have only one task, which is to fight. But I have one condition: no one is allowed to use the shield charm. The little wizard was in an uproar. Don't use the shield charm. What if we get hurt? Snape patted the box he had brought and said sadly. You don't have to worry about injuries. The potions here are all healing potions specially brewed for you by Professor Evans, which can deal with any type of injury. After all, you can't cast any powerful spells at your level. In the end, Snape sneered. The little wizards in the audience were also very angry. Who do you look down on? In this anger, the atmosphere of this class has become a lot warmer. The little wizards took out their strength to fight against their opponents, and soon, exclamations, screams, and wailing sounds were heard in the room. Snape's eyelids jumped. August says that he really didn't find out. These little wizards are foolish. Without the shield charm, will you only use the spell in the body to resist the opposite attack? Chapter 448, Chapter 448, This man is a real dog. The next day on Hogwarts was a strange scene. Many little wizards are more or less injured, which does not affect their everyday life, but they look terrifying. This was also deliberately done by Snape, just to teach these people a lesson and to lose face so that next time they won't use their bodies to resist the spell. And what he did was quite effective. The wounds on the little wizards are getting less and less, and the spell control has significantly improved. After all, everyone is not a fool. Anyone who is beaten every day will grow up. Time has come to Christmas unknowingly. August was finally fed up with the hard work of the substitute professor and decided to choose a suitable transfiguration professor for the students this holiday. So, he called Grindlevald. "Mr. Grindlevald, I need to trouble you with something." In the headmaster's office, August looked at Grindelwald's projection sincerely. And the eyelids of Grindelwald, who was far away in Demstrang, twitched. Based on what he knew about this little guy, if it wasn't too much, he would never be what he is now. Grindelwald held the chair handle, and he pretended to be calm. "If you have any task, just say it. Is it weren't too much for me to complete?" "How could it be?" August waved his hands repeatedly. "If it weren't too much, I wouldn't need you. Is this human talk?" Grindelwald couldn't be mad at August's confident tone. But he didn't feel angry anyway because he knew it in his heart. Even if he disagrees, August will also make him agree. This man is such a dog. "I'm going to bring down the Minister of French, but I don't have much time to play around with them." Grindelwald opened his mouth faintly, trying to struggle. "It won't waste too much of your time," August said in a relaxed tone. "You come to Hogshead in Hogsmeade tomorrow, and I have a deal with you." "Huh? Hogshead?" Grindelwald's eyes instantly sharpened, and he looked at August, who was still in a lazy attitude. "Tell me if you have anything to do, or I can go to your Hogwarts tomorrow." He couldn't believe that August didn't know the details of the inn and his relationship with the owner there. Aberforth Dumbledore, the owner of that inn, Dumbledore's younger brother, and Grindelwald's mortal enemy. Aberforth believed that he caused his sister's death and his brother's pain for a long time. If there is a chance, he will definitely kill Grindelwald with a killing curse without hesitation. But this is not the end. Aurelius Dumbledore, the most powerful obscurial in history, is also the son of Aberforth. He also died because of him. Even after these two grievances were settled, Grindelwald believed that even if Dumbledore helped him speak, Aberforth would not hesitate to attack him. He thinks that August is not trying to say things but to kill. "I know very well who exists there, and I also know some grudges between you." August sat up a little bit, and his eyes became emotionless. "But that's a matter between you. I have done what I promised you, and Ariana is sleeping quietly in the Resurrection Stone now." Grindelwald stood up suddenly and said in a deep voice, "Give her to me. Send your people to receive the alliance." This is the agreement between him and August. Whenever, as long as he resurrects Ariana, then Grindelwald can hand over everything except himself. For a long time, a large part of the strange relationship between him and Dumbledore was caused by the accidental killing of Ariana in the first place. As long as he can make up for this mistake, does it mean that Dumbledore's relationship with him can be restored to the way it was before? Calm down. August tapped his fingers on the table and reminded him. "Our transaction is to revive Ariana, but I didn't say that it would be handed over to you. Besides, you and she are not related to each other, and rashly handing over a little girl to you, I can't bear it." Grindelwald almost vomited blood. What does August mean? Is he a pervert? He is not interested in women at all. Under his murderous gaze, August said slowly, "So I want to find a witness, someone related to Ariana, and give him the soul." This guy. From what Grindelwald knew of August, he knew that the kid was never good at no-nonsense things. So why did he clearly promise himself but also involve Aberforth? You want to use this guy Aberforth? After figuring out some things, Grindelwald also regained his composure. That waste Aberforth is completely different from his brother, and his strength is not worth mentioning at all. This is a bit offensive. As Dumbledore's younger brother and the father of the most powerful obscurial in history, Aberforth would never be as bad as he said. At least 8 or 10 Aurors are still no problem. At the time of Grindelwald's heyday, he could not find a few figures comparable to Aberforth. Everyone has his value. August said slowly. At least for now, he is an indispensable pawn for me. Grindelwald sneered. Then you need to reconsider. That guy is a standard Gryffindor who never does things through the brain. If he sees you, the culprit who drove his brother away, I can guarantee that he will draw out his wand as soon as possible and have a duel with you. Then he persuaded bitterly. August, he is an existence who can screw up no matter what. You can tell me anything. Now I can do anything you need except kill Dumbledore. Grindelwald was also a little tired. He had tried his best and hoped that August would not go to that idiot. He was pleasantly surprised to see that August nodded slightly. Just when he thought he was successful, August also spoke up. You said it very well, don't repeat it next time. Chapter 449, Meeting at Hogshead Inn. Grindelwald took a deep breath and calmed the stirring emotions in his heart. By the way, let go of the wand in his hand. He found that his temper had indeed improved a lot. If someone in the room dared to talk to him like this before, then this person is guaranteed not to see the sun the next day. But isn't August still alive and well? What are you doing with Aberforth? Grindelwald tried his best to keep his tone calm, and since the matter was irreversible, all he could do was try his best to save that idiot's life. I find that being a professor is really torturous. Since Aberforth is a member of the Dumbledore family, then transfiguration must not be bad, right? August turned his head to the sky, his tone mournful. Just for this. Grindelwald's tone was weird. He didn't believe that August had given up so much energy that even Ariana moved out just to hire a professor. A mere professor, he can't find anyone. Does August have to find such a sensitive person? Grindelwald killed Ariana and Aurelius back then. If he involved Aberforth again and killed another, Dumbledore would look for him desperately. You think it's a trivial matter? August's tone was excited, the tabletop thumping loudly. Do you know how painful it is for me every day to face the little wizards who can't turn pears into water glasses? He couldn't understand why everyone was a wizard, but the gap was so big. August had expected that everyone couldn't complete the complex transfiguration, but why couldn't anyone complete the second grade exam question until the 4th and 5th grades? You don't have to say so much, Mr. Grindelwald. Come to Hogshead in tomorrow night and invite Mr. Aberforth together. August waved his hand and hung up his communication with Grindelwald, leaving Grindelwald alone in contemplation. It's a headache. Grindelwald took out a photo. The two handsome young men were smiling brightly, and a younger man was behind him with a reluctant expression. August, this little guy, is not an ordinary bad character. But he brought out enough benefits every time he wanted to do it. He doesn't believe that August just needs a qualified transfiguration professor, and there must be a deeper plan in it. Although I don't know exactly what it is, I know it with the mind of a troll, and it must be aimed at Dumbledore. Thinking of Ariana's imminent resurrection, Grindelwald felt that the future became interesting again. It would be even better if August did something that was a little more human. Grindelwald never realized that the education of young people is such an important thing. If Dumbledore cared more about his students, his relationship with August would have been better. So is it a happy ending now? The next day, Grindelwald went to England after instructing the deputy headmaster of Durmstrang to strengthen the moral education of the students, leaving a bewildered subordinate. When will the Dark Lord care about the character of the students? On the other hand, Hogwarts has finally entered the holiday, and the little wizards left the school after the exams. This half-school year is simply more than what they need to learn in the previous school year. It is a nightmare experience. Of course, they also realize the benefits. Their control of magic is progressing at speed visible to the naked eye. With the help of homework and cram school, the previously incapable of being learned spells have become less difficult, and the understanding of various creatures and potions has become much clearer. It can be said to be painful and happy. Even Harry went to Athens this Christmas with Lily and Snape. Although it was strange to bring Snape, Harry could ignore this kind of thing as long as he could stay with his mother now. He could also see how the relationship between his mother and Snape, but he did not object. August had already told him that James was killed by the killing curse. Without his soul, it could not be resurrected. Therefore, it is also good for my mother to find someone to rely on for the rest of her life. Just don't make him call Snape father. Hogsmeade Village. At this time, August was hanging out with Hermione and the others, and they were going to spend a good holiday with August this holiday before returning to their home. Seeing that the shops are decorated with a festive atmosphere, and the magic stars are shining on the Christmas tree, the shopping nature of the little witches is coming up. Boss. How much is this quill? 1 galleon, dear. Bought. August looked at Hermione helplessly. This was the 5th quill she bought today, and it was more than enough for graduation. Sure enough, even Hermione was not immune to shopping. If it weren't for the extension charm, he would now be covered with all kinds of shopping bags. Looking at the clock hanging on the wall, it was almost time for him to meet Grindelwald. Hermione, Cho, I'm leaving here first. After you finish shopping, take Luna and Astoria to Nocturne Alley, where today's dinner has been prepared. After exhorting the two women, August left the store and went to the Hogshead Inn. On the other side of Hogsmeade, the figure of a middle-aged man with white hair walked slowly on the lively street. Grindelwald. Grindelwald is here. How could he be here? Everyone who recognized him became nervous. Although Grindelwald and Crouch signed a peace pact, not everyone can keep calm when they see the Dark Lord face to face. And Grindelwald didn't care about the comments of these villagers. He looked at each house independently and finally came to a very dilapidated pub. The tattered sign hangs on the rusted door, and a blood-stained hog's head is painted on it. Aberforth, hope you're a little smarter today. After whispering softly, he walked in. Chapter 450, I am waiting for someone. Are you waiting to die? The Hog's Head Inn is a historic pub. Wizards familiar with history know that this was the headquarters of the Goblin Rebellion in 1612. Since then, this pub has become a gathering place for the countless dark transactions and calculations that have occurred here. It was here that Snape overheard Trelawney's prophecy and told Voldemort. Because of this, he hated this place so much that he never returned to the Hog's Head Inn. Compared with the bright and warm atmosphere of the Three Broomsticks Inn, the Hog's Head Inn lights are extremely dim, and almost everyone surrounds themselves tightly and chats with their companions in a low voice. And the biggest gap between the two sides is the owner. Madame Rosmerta is a well-known beauty in the magical world. Even Fudge is fascinated by her. Occasionally, he will come over for a drink. And what about the Hog's Head Inn? A bad old man with a very bad temper. When encountering unpleasant guests, he will be very rude to drive them away. This bad old man is Albus Dumbledore's younger brother, Aberforth Dumbledore. The two are actually 8 points similar in appearance. Still, Albus's beard is so long that people ignore his appearance and are not associated with the owner of this pub. At this time, Aberforth was bored holding a wine glass, wiping it back and forth. It was just his disguise. In fact, he was eavesdropping on the two wizards next to him, discussing how to obtain some contraband. This is the purpose of his taking over this pub. There will always be well-informed people, and he can often get some unexpected news. Then it was handed over to his brother, Albus Dumbledore. But things changed a few months ago when Albus was kicked out of Hogwarts by his student. At first, Aberforth thought he was listening to an April Fool's joke, but he knew it was true when his older brother showed up here in embarrassment. Ultimately, his brother left England with a group of people. He refused to leave, choosing to inquire more about August here. He remembered this little wizard. Last year, August brought a group of people here to set up a secret organization to train defense against the dark arts. And the source of his impression of August was the praise of Ariana, which gave him a lot of goodwill. He couldn't figure out how such a gentle and courteous handsome guy with a smile on his face had driven his brother away and established a cooperative relationship with Grindlevald. Most importantly, he has the ability to resurrect others. When Aberforth learned that Lily appeared at Hogwarts and served as a potions professor, the whole person's three views were split. Now he doesn't care about the fight between August and Albus. He just wants to do everything he can to discover August's secret. A glass of rum. Just when he was a little distracted, a magnetic and somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. Find a place to make it yourself. The wine has to wait. Aberforth dealt with it casually, but a panicked voice appeared in the pub. Grindlevald. The entire pub's guests couldn't help but look up at the white-haired man standing before the pub. Why is Grindlevald here? Some people's legs even started to sway, trying to escape from the room, but they didn't have any strength. Only wizards who live on the dark side can better understand the gold content of a Dark Lord. When Aberforth heard the name, the movements in his hands stagnated. He slowly raised his head and saw the face he had wanted to kill countless times in his dreams. Grindlevald. As he gritted his teeth and read the name, Aberforth already had a wand in his hand. In the face of the enemy who killed his sister and the enemy who killed his son indirectly, he shot without hesitation. Avada Kedavra. The green light enveloped the blazing killing intent and attacked Grindlevald, who was close at hand and expressionless. Just when Aberforth's eyes widened in surprise, thinking that his spell had hit the enemy, a wand resisted the green light and swept it toward a chair. In an instant, the chair was blown to pieces. Without launching a counterattack, Grindlevald just sat at the pub, staring at the melon-eating crowd who didn't dare to breathe. Everyone Grindlevald saw felt that he had fallen into the ice cellar, and the bone-chilling chill was about to freeze his soul. I'm waiting for someone. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die? The melon-eaters were startled, got up from their seats, and ran out of the pub with a tumble. Many people still had lingering fears until they escaped from the pub, and some were dissatisfied with Grindelwald's domineering. In fact, what they didn't know was that they just happened to bump into it today. Since being tortured by August yesterday, his anger has not subsided. At this time, there were only Grindlevald and Aberforth left in the Hog's Head Inn, and even the waiter ran out with the crowd. You don't blame me for driving away your guests, do you? Grindlevald sighed slightly as he looked at the tightly covered portrait that Aberforth guarded. A portrait of Ariana Dumbledore. And Aberforth also noticed his line of sight, and the calm mood that was initially due to the huge gap in strength turned into a rage. Grindlevald, only one of you and I can leave this room today. After that, bursting fireballs spewed out from the top of the wand. Reluctantly reaching out to resolve all the offensive, Grindlevald had a headache. Why is Albus' younger brother so stupid, even knowing that he is not his opponent and provoking him? Do you really think that I dare not kill him? Well, he really didn't dare. Calm down, Aberforth. A Cruciatus curse hit Aberforth without warning, causing him to bow in pain. Although he didn't do anything ruthless, Grindelwald's Cruciatus was not something that anyone could resist. At this moment, a somewhat suspicious voice came from the door. What's the matter? Has the business of the Hog's Head been so bad? Chapter 451, Grey Demon Lord. Grindlevald and Aberforth stopped their movements simultaneously and turned to look at the door. Aberforth's expression changed slightly when he saw August walking in a snow cape. Only then did he know the purpose of Grindlevald's coming here. Up to now, the relationship between Grindlevald and August is no longer a secret. The two almost cut off the continent from the whole world, and it became their private land. Although many people wanted to resist, they woke up too late. Without top-notch wizards in the face of Grindlevald, who can shoot at will, the actions of these people have no meaning at all. As for August, he is even more unfathomable. He has only shown his edge twice throughout, beating Voldemort once at the Ministry of Magic and driving Dumbledore away the other time. Good and evil styles make people unable to understand his details. There are only wrong names in the world, no nicknames. Now August has the title of Grey Demon Lord because he is not as ruthless as the Black Wizard, nor is he stick to the rules like the White Wizard. Everyone can only use a grey in between to give him a definition. And today, the two lords, Grindlevald and August, meet in his Hog's Head Inn. Aberforth had already thought of countless conspiracies and intrigues. You are late. Ignoring Aberforth, whose expression constantly changed, Grindlevald closed his eyes and played with the wand. I'm sorry, I just went shopping with Hermione and the others and wasted some time. Hearing his complaint, August smiled, moved casually to his side, and said softly to Aberforth. One butterbeer, please. Aberforth wanted to say no to the two stubbornly. Still, after weighing it, he silently walked to prepare drinks. He is not cowardly but wants to hear what they are trying to say. Right, that is it. And Grindelwald's mind moved slightly. He seems to have overlooked a problem for a long time. This kid August seems to have always been a shortage of beautiful women around, and even Nagini didn't know how to cure it. Can he try from here, let alone control August? It is very good as long as he influences August to a certain extent. This little guy is too evil to do things, and even he can't stand it. While his thoughts were turning, Grindelwald had decided to return to Durmstrang to see if any beautiful girls were in his school and then send them to Hogwarts after training them. Aberforth put the butterbeer ordered by the two in front of them, sat expressionlessly at a place far away from them, and read a book. Grindelwald glanced at him. This idiot took the bait. Taking a sip of butterbeer, August frowned slightly. Had Aberforth drugged him, why was it so unpleasant to drink? In fact, Aberforth really had this plan. Would the two lords be solved if he drugged them? It's a pity that it happened so suddenly. Aberforth wasn't ready yet, so he could only give up and add some seasonings to disgust August and Grindelwald. Forget it. Stop drinking. Glancing at Aberforth, August silently wrote him down in his notebook. Then he looked at Grindelwald, who had no intention of touching the butterbeer at all. What's going on over there in France? You won't see him after Christmas. Grindelwald responded casually. You're right. This country surrenders the fastest. If Grindelwald had known that France was this virtue, he would not have spent much trouble doing things in Paris and would have lost the blood pact. August nodded lightly, and after France had been dealt with, the whole of Europe fell into his hands. And his next step can begin. I need a lot of wizards to help me brew potions. The level doesn't need to be that high as long as they pass the new test. Nico and Rowena have thoroughly researched the awakening potion. They can mass-produce it without relying on the bloodline awakening potion in August's hands. The appearance of the Mage Tower also solved the problem of raw materials. Under the nourishment of magic power, potion materials that initially needed several years to mature now only take half a month to a month. The only thing that restricts August's development is the manpower for the brew potion. After all, there are so many people in the world, Nico and others alone. They can't meet much demand. Aberforth, who pretended to be reading, was actually eavesdropping. Grindelwald's attack on the French Ministry of Magic sounds like August's request. The Ministry of Magic of a big country is like a small person in the mouths of the two, and their fate is arbitrarily decided. No, I have to tell my brother about this. Aberforth was rarely worried about his brother. He knew that Dumbledore was preparing for a counteroffensive on the side of America. But at this rate, when Grindelwald expands his power to America, it is estimated that Dumbledore is not ready. As long as you give me something, all the Alliance will obey you. Grindelwald pretended to raise his wand unintentionally, trying to set up a soundproof barrier. The next thing is not suitable for that idiot to eavesdrop. However, August stopped him with a smile. The good show has just been staged. How can Grindelwald exclude the main supporting role like this? To show my sincerity, what you want, no, it should be said that I have brought it. Grindelwald's breathing was a little heavy, and his eyes were fixed on August. Seeing him like this, Aberforth was also a little curious. What deal did the two negotiate so that Grindelwald could use his control over the Alliance in exchange? Aberforth couldn't care about hiding now and looked straight at August with both eyes, and when August turned his right hand, a dark gem appeared in front of the three of them. Grindlevald reached out involuntarily, wanting to grab the gem in August's hand. Give her to me. Chapter 452, Chapter 452, Ariana. August retracted his palm, a little displeased. I can't give you the resurrection stone. Grindlevald stopped, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. I lost my way, sorry. In fact, Grindlevald preferred the resurrection stone, and he knew in his heart that even if Ariana's soul got into his hands, it would most likely be controlled by the resurrection stone. But August's attitude is so firm he can only think otherwise. And Aberforth's eyes straightened. What did he hear? The resurrection stone. His older brother had owned the Elder Wand for so many years. Naturally, he knew something about the Deathly Hallows. According to legend, the resurrection stone can summon the soul of the dead back to reality. Thinking that Lily was in Hogwarts then, Aberforth already understood what means August used to bring the dead back to life. The next scene made his mind go blank for a moment. He saw the gem in August's hand emitting a soft light, and a milky white figure slowly emerged from it, floating in the air. Originally, Aberforth was incapable of seeing, but August has already studied the soul very deeply and deliberately did some tricks on Ariana so wizards can see it. Bang. Aberforth stood up abruptly, and the violent movement directly caused him to overturn the table before him. Still, he didn't seem to notice and stumbled towards August. And Grindelwald's face remained calm. It was just that the hand was hidden under the table tightly, and blue veins had appeared, obviously not as calm as he was. Ariana's eyes were tightly closed, and her blonde hair fell over her shoulders, revealing a broad forehead. Looking at the face that was somewhat similar to that of Albus when he was young, Grindelwald had mixed feelings in his heart. Although he has only seen this girl a few times, this is the person who has influenced his life. To put it simply, it was a girl who changed the pattern of the wizarding world and saved countless Muggle lives. In the beginning, he and Aberforth had a conflict, and the two sides fought, and in the end, Albus also joined in, and it became a three-way melee. But no one thought that the three of them were unscathed, but they accidentally killed the innocent Ariana. From then on, he and Dumbledore parted ways, and the two sides became mortal enemies. And Aberforth hated him all his life. But fate is so wonderful. The two culprits at the beginning now appear simultaneously beside this girl. Ariana, Ariana. Aberforth burst into tears and reached out to touch the sleeping girl. August saw that an old man of that age was still out of control because of the girl, and suddenly August couldn't bear it. So August waved his hand understandingly and put Ariana's soul into the resurrection stone. Boss, are you all right? Aberforth looked at August in disbelief. In an instant, he experienced great sadness and joy. After being furious, Aberforth felt that his heart seemed to stop mobilizing, and he could not speak for a while. Even Grindelwald looked at August in confusion. Is this kid seriously ill? After a long pause, Aberforth regained his ability to speak. Let me see Ariana, Gaunt. Aberforth, get out of here. It's none of your business here. Grindelwald scolded coldly. He knew that this idiot would do bad things. Shut up, Grindelwald. If you feel a little guilty, help me subdue August and grab the resurrection stone. Aberforth was like an angry lion, roaring at Grindelwald. If it wasn't for Ariana's soul being too important, how could he think of working with the person he hated the most? But as long as he can resurrect his sister, he will endure it. August looked at Grindelwald with interest, wanting to see his options. Aberforth. Grindelwald looked at Aberforth with red eyes coldly, and his disappointment was beyond words. After 100 years, can't you grow a little bit? Even your brother was defeated by him and kicked out from Hogwarts. Why do you think I can deal with him? Not to mention, with such a burden as you. Without Albus' existence, do you think I'll look you in the eye? Grindelwald's words stabbed into Aberforth just like a sharp blade, revealing the reality before him. That's right, how can he be able to accomplish what his brother can't do? Get out of here now. Grindelwald walked behind Aberforth, pointed to the pub door, and said sharply. Ariana is my trade with August, and it has nothing to do with you. Trade. Aberforth looked at August expectantly as if he had grabbed the last straw. Gaunt, I can also make a deal with you. I can give you anything you need, and if I can't do it, I have my brother. This is his last resort. As long as he can come up with another bargaining chip, will August give his sister's soul to himself? Grindelwald watched the scene sadly, knowing that he could no longer stop Aberforth from taking the bait. Sure enough, except for Albus, the Dumbledore family is a bunch of idiots. People in this family all yearn for family affection from the bottom of their hearts. Once their relatives are involved, their IQ will quickly become 0 or even a negative number. The same was true of Aurelius, who was under him initially. Aurelius never surrendered to him from beginning to end, and the purpose of following him was just to find his own relatives. Sorry, Albus, I've tried my best. Now, August has pinched the lifeblood of Aberforth. Sure enough, hearing Aberforth's begging, August's eyes flashed slightly, looking at him with interest. Trade. Boss, there's something you might not know. Mr. Grindlevald didn't hesitate to use his 100,000 armies as a bargaining chip for Ariana's soul. And you? August looked up and down the somewhat sloppy Aberforth with a hint of suspicion in his tone. What do you think you can come up with to make a deal with me? Chapter 453, Chapter 453, Capitalists would cry when they saw it. Aberforth had never once hated himself as much as he did now. The younger sister was clearly in front of him, but he didn't have enough bargaining chips to exchange her for this little devil. Aberforth Dumbledore. August also put away the smile on his face and looked directly at Aberforth. Do you know how much I paid to bring Ariana's soul back to this world? If it weren't for the deal with Mr. Grindlevald, I would never have taken such a risk. Grindlevald was a little moved when he heard this. The harvest is proportional to the effort. Resurrection is such a heaven-defying thing. He believes that it will be tough to resurrect a person even if he has the resurrection stone. Otherwise, wouldn't the world be in chaos? And August's face was slightly hot because it was a half-truth. To be able to use Aberforth, Ariana's soul is essential. Initially, he was ready to fight against death. In August's heart, he relied on Susanna's strong defense and Avalon's double protection. Even if August can't beat him, he can retreat calmly. Anyway, death wouldn't dare to chase him to the present world. As for why he is so sure. The reason is very simple, the giant hand from last time can tear space completely. But the giant hand disappeared when he and Snape escaped into the space tunnel, leaving only a roar. And after so long, there is no news about the appearance of death in this world. That's why August was convinced that, perhaps because of the constraints of the rules or for other reasons, death could not leave the underworld. This is a paper tiger. Besides, even if death came to this world with cooperated the Mage Tower and Osiris, August was sure to teach the other party a profound lesson. So now August is not at all cowardly. But when August aggressively blasted open the space passage to the underworld, he did not encounter the battle he imagined. Until the souls of Ariana and Mrs. Crouch were brought back into the world, death still did not move at all. August has a lot of doubts in his heart, but it's a good thing to be able to accomplish his goal without doing anything, so he doesn't think about it anymore. He will not be afraid no matter what the conspiracy of death is. The longer time passes, the more powerful he will become. When he becomes a legend, it is not a matter of death looking for trouble for him but the problem of him going to death to settle accounts. Of course, August certainly couldn't tell Grindlevald and Aberforth about this. The more difficult it is to resurrect in their hearts, the better they can hold everyone. Just like now, a first-generation Dark Lord and the younger brother of the strongest White Wizard are willing to pay a huge price for the soul in his hands. August said in a low voice. Mr. Aberforth, I once asked a person the same question. What are you willing to give for your beloved? Grindlevald raised his eyelids slightly. He knew it was Snape. The one who once told me he could give everything. Just for her to come back, and he did. Looking at Aberforth, who said nothing, August slowly walked to his side. Actually, my deal with Mr. Grindlevald is to resurrect Ariana, not to give him. So you still have a chance. As long as the chips you pay are satisfactory to me, I can hand over your sister's soul to you for safekeeping. Even, I could make her a real person like Miss Evans, not a ghost. Like a demon's whisper, the scenes depicted by August made Aberforth's breath thicker, a temptation he couldn't refuse. This little thing, is that what Muggles call a capitalist? Grindelwald thought silently in his heart that Ariana, an innocent soul, had already fully utilized her value. No, it should be the capitalists in the Muggle world who will cry when they see it. But he can't say half a word because that's exactly what his deal with August was about. As long as Ariana can be resurrected, he doesn't care where the girl will appear. What he cared about was that Dumbledore could see his efforts. So there's nothing wrong with handing it over to this idiot, Aberforth, at least in terms of taking care of his family. He's still qualified. Aberforth took a lot of energy to keep himself calm. The old man looked at Grindelwald, then at August, who was playing with the resurrection stone, and finally asked. What do you want? I want you to be. As soon as August's words came out, Aberforth was frightened and backed away. He's not like his brother. What happened to the little wizard now? He is over 100 years old. Does he have such strong taste? Seeing his actions, August also had a black line on his forehead. What are you thinking? I want you to work for me. Aberforth breathed a sigh of relief but then became entangled again. Now August is his brother's worst enemy. If he really does things for August, will Albus be pissed? August waved his hand as if he had guessed what he was thinking. Don't worry, Mr. Aberforth. I don't like your poor fighting ability. I just heard that the wizards of the Dumbledore family are very talented in transfiguration. As long as you are the Transfiguration Professor at Hogwarts, I can guarantee that you and Professor Dumbledore will not be enemies. This is really annoying. Aberforth knew in his heart that he was far worse than his brother and wizards like Grindlevald, but that definitely didn't mean he was weak. Apart from these lords, there is really no one in the magical world that he dares not compare. But now to add in August. This kid is also a monster, and he can't beat it, either. It's like breaking into the enemy's interior and passing information to my brother. With self-comfort in his heart, Aberforth agreed. It also brought a smile to August's face. He can finally get rid of those kids. Chapter 454, Christmas Banquet. It was already dark when August came out of the Hog's Head Inn. After agreeing to be Professor of Transfiguration at Hogwarts, August made several more demands to Aberforth. First, he cannot tell Professor Dumbledore about Ariana's resurrection. He really wants to see if Dumbledore still dares to shoot at him when he sees Ariana. In the near future, August will not completely resurrect Ariana. First, let her observe the world in the form of a soul and then give her a physical body after she is thoroughly familiar with it. The second is to make Aberforth a spy. After Snape's betrayal, he loses sight of Dumbledore's side. He could only judge the movements of Dumbledore and others through outside news. Although he has a strong predictive ability, the future is constantly changing, and it is not advisable to rely blindly on the power of magic. Now that he had Aberforth, he would definitely put it to good use. Although this old man was very reluctant, after August released Ariana, he immediately followed suit. August, is there really no turning back between you and Albus? Looking at the stars in the sky, Grindlevald asked melancholy. Seeing that Aberforth inevitably entered this vortex, he felt that the situation was becoming more and more uncontrollable. Albus's concern for family affection is beyond imagination. Once he discovers the truth, even Grindlevald can't imagine how angry he will be. By then, August will be irritated, and his goal of saving Dumbledore's life will be even more difficult to achieve. Grindlevald, there are some things you shouldn't ask me. August patted Grindlevald on the shoulder, only to realize he had grown much taller. When August released Grindlevald, he was still about the same height as him, and it has only been more than a year, and he is already half a head taller. I never saw Professor Dumbledore as my enemy, just, he got in my way. August snapped his fingers, and Fury's figure appeared before him and then turned into a portal with sparks. The other end of the door was Arya Manor. If you can convince him not to be my enemy, I may even give him back the position of headmaster of Hogwarts. But if he is still obsessed, I can save his life for the friendship of the past, but his old age will not be comfortable. After leaving a warning similar to a threat, August walked through the portal and disappeared into Nocturne Alley. Grindelwald silently savored August's words, shook his head, and apparate disappeared. Nocturne Alley. At this time, the Arya Manor was very lively. Hundreds of large and small wizards gathered here, all of whom were the backbone and confidants of the Arya family. It's the same scene here every year. Even before August shows up, Arya brings family members together on Christmas Eve to connect. Now it's just that there are more people, and the wizard's strength is stronger. August also enjoyed a sumptuous dinner with the core group of people in the main hall. In addition to his few girlfriends, there are only Arya and the Crouch family. At this time, Crouch was a little restless. After all, he was the only man on the table except August. Initially, August had reserved places for Snape and Lily, but they took Harry on a trip and could not participate. Fortunately, a slightly older woman was beside Crouch to accompany him. It was his wife, Royce Crouch. August, who has always been good to his own people, did not put forward any conditions and directly resurrected Royce Crouch as a Christmas gift. And when Crouch saw his wife, he was also in tears and swore that no matter what August asked him to do, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Even to assassinate the Prime Minister, he will act immediately tomorrow. By the way, Barty, come with me to meet the Prime Minister after Christmas. August suddenly thought of something and told Crouch, who was cutting steak for his wife. This surprised Crouch. Are you going to assassinate the Prime Minister? What's the matter with you? Seeing his reaction, August was a little strange. Crouch hurriedly covered up. It's nothing, I'm just a little surprised that you are suddenly looking for the Prime Minister, and we have nothing to do with him. As the pinnacle of Muggles' power, the Prime Minister naturally knows the existence of wizards. Still, the two generally do not interfere with each other. Unless there is a major event, the wizard will say hello there. Just like the last time Sirius fled, Fudge found the Muggle side and asked them to publish the wanted notice together. Usually, the Ministry of Magic really didn't want to have too much contact with Muggles. Oh, it's not a big deal. August didn't suspect him, handed Astoria a bowl of onion soup, and carefully wiped the corners of her mouth for her before explaining. The plan is about to start. I need some Muggle scientists to help me complete some things. It's too much trouble to find it myself. It's better to do things for us through official forces. Crouch's heart froze. He naturally knew what the plan meant but didn't expect August to be ready so soon. That's a big project. But he had no objection at all. The greater the number of wizards, the greater his power. Crouch is also an ambitious wizard and is naturally happy to see it. After the agreed time, the two didn't discuss business at the dinner table. August cherishes the time when his girls are by his side. Usually, either Fleur is not by his side or Cassandra is not. Now that everyone has finally gathered together, he is also thrilled. Only now, suddenly, there is a problem. Whose room is he going to visit tonight? After thinking for a long time, after the dinner was over, August decided to work hard tonight and visit them one by one. Astoria stopped him with a blushing face and whispered something in his ear. Luna's ears also turned red. Chapter 455, Meeting with the Prime Minister. Sorry for the mistakes in the previous chapters. I've fixed them, and please enjoy. When August struggled to get up the following day, Crouch was already waiting in the living room. Looking at Astoria and Luna, who was still sleeping, he was also a little helpless. These two girls were too crazy last night, and it is estimated that they will not be able to get out of bed today. However, this is the first time he has enjoyed this kind of blessing from them, which is really exciting. After sending a message to Arya, asking her to take care of Astoria and Luna, August took Crouch to number 10 Downing Street. 10 Downing Street, London. It has been the official residence of the Muggle Prime Minister for hundreds of years, symbolizing the pinnacle of Muggle rights in this land. As the person in power today, Robert is in a very bad mood. Prime Ministers are human, too, especially in the Western world. They hate working overtime on weekdays. Originally, today's Robert planned to relax and take his wife and young son to Manchester for a circle. By the way, he would show the public his side of the people. However, last night, a letter from the Ministry of Magic completely interrupted his plans. When he took office a year ago, his predecessor had told him all about the existence of the wizarding world. Still, Robert had never taken it to heart. But yesterday, when an owl brought a letter to his desk, Robert realized that something was unusual. Because his predecessor had said that the wizards used owls as postmen. I don't know what a real wizard looks like. Robert sighed, curious like a tickling in his heart. No one does not yearn for the existence of extraordinary power, and so does Robert. Even to a certain extent, he wants to do these things beyond the scope of cognition more than the average person. Ordinary people are troubled by daily trifles such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt. Even if they know the existence of wizards, they will at most sigh and worry about whether it will affect them. Then they will continue to put their energy into life because the pressure of various aspects has made them have no time to take care of these things that are far away from themselves. And Robert has reached a certain height. He already has power and money. Only some things beyond his cognition can bring a touch of excitement and novelty. Hasn't this Prime Minister ever seen a wizard? Just when he fell into a reverie, a slightly suspicious voice sounded in the empty and calm office. Robert was also startled and immediately returned to his senses, looking up at where the sound came from. Appearing in front of him were two unfamiliar men, a boy, and a middle-aged man, to be precise. They appeared weirdly, and no one had been there a few seconds ago. Robert did not show panic. On the contrary, he was relieved. Appearing in front of him so bizarrely, the wizard's existence seems real. You're from the Ministry of Magic. Didn't anyone teach you how to visit people? There is an idea in his heart, but it is different when it comes to his mouth. As the Prime Minister, how could he allow these outsiders to enter and leave his official residence at will, which provokes the Majesty and, more importantly, threatens his health? Robert didn't want to die at home unexplainably one day. Facing his questioning, Crouch did not respond but first answered August's doubts. The Prime Minister has just been in office for less than a year. Fudge has not been sent someone to contact him before, and I have been busy with other things since I took office. Speaking of which, he really saw the existence of a wizard for the first time today. August nodded, understood what had happened, and then said with a smile. It doesn't matter. It's good to meet him for the first time, just to make a good impression on him. He looked at Robert. Please allow me to introduce myself, August Gaunt, Chief Warlock of Wisingamot, recipient of the Order of Merlin First Class, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You may call me Mr. Gaunt. As for the one next to me, Mr. Bartmeos Crouch Sr., he is the current Minister of Magic, and in a sense, your positions are equal. I'm sorry that our appearance seems to scare you a bit, but according to the so-called International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, other than you, the security personnel outside are not qualified to know our existence. After the introduction, August explained the reason for their sudden appearance. Crouch nodded in greeting. And Robert didn't look at him but looked at August in disbelief. Did he have hallucinations? Why does this seemingly underage child have such a long title, or is he the headmaster of magic school? Little Mr. Gaunt. Robert asked curiously, forcing his name to be corrected. How old are you? He doubted whether the little guy before him was an old monster disguised as children who often appeared in the fairy tales he read as a child. August tilted his head. It seems that the Prime Minister doubts my identity, but I am not an adult this year, only 16 years old. Now Robert can't hold it all. Can he be a headmaster at the age of 16? What is going on in the magical world? Don't you know that it is illegal to employ child labor? Oh, Muggle laws don't seem to keep them in check. That's fine. Suppressing his inner shock, Robert ignored August's identity and turned to look at Crouch. His Excellency Minister of Magic, what are you looking for from me today? In his subjective consciousness, Crouch's style of being an elite at first glance is the one who wants to see him. To his surprise, Crouch silently stepped back and highlighted August. Mr. Gaunt is the most powerful man in our England, and he is a well-known wizard worldwide. It is he who needs your cooperation in some matters. August smiled slightly and sat across from Robert in a flash, startling him again. Your Excellency Prime Minister, I have one thing to ask you for today. I have a study that requires the help of many scientists in physics and chemistry. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, it is a god. How many steps does it take to turn a Muggle into a wizard? For August, it's a two-step process. The first step is to make an awakening potion. The second step is to give the awakening potion to the Muggles to drink. It sounds very simple, but August's goal is definitely not one or two Muggles but billions of Muggles in this world. So how to deliver the potion to everyone is August's major problem. According to the household registration book, he can't make thousands of alchemy creatures and feed them individually. There is a well-known saying, use magic to defeat magic. Conversely, it can also be said that use science to defeat science. So, August thought of Muggle scientists and would let the smartest people in the Muggle world figure out a way for him. This is the scene in the Prime Minister's residence today. Borrow a scientist. Robert frowned. He was a little confused about August's intentions. How does it sound weird that magic and scientists are involved? But now that August is begging him, he can offer some conditions. He raised the teacup with a smile and motioned for August to taste his tea. Robert asked casually. Mr. Gaunt, speaking of which is the first time I have come into contact with the existence of wizards, I have been very interested in the legendary magic since I was a child. I wonder if I am fortunate enough to see it today. The corners of August's mouth twitched slightly, and the Prime Minister's curiosity was really heavy. However, he also intends to show his strength. Reaching out and snapping his fingers, Robert was horrified to find himself bound by an invisible force. Since your Excellency is interested, then I will show my ugliness. Immediately, under Crouch's astonished eyes, August and Robert disappeared, leaving him alone. River Thames, Victoria Tower. There is also a well-known name in the world, Big Ben, an iconic London building. During Christmas, an endless stream of tourists came and went here. Still, no one noticed that two figures suddenly appeared on the top of the tower where a landing was forbidden. Robert watched all this in shock, and a second before, he had asked August to show him some magic in number 10 Downing Street. In the next second, he appeared several kilometers away. How do you feel, Mr. Robert? The cold wind blowing August's black hair fluttered. He waved and arranged a shield to isolate them from the outside. Very good. I have never seen it. Robert replied subconsciously, and then he realized that now was not the time to be emotional. Is this the power of magic? Overlooking Westminster Bridge, August introduced himself patiently. This magic is called apparition, and it is a very convenient means of transportation. Wizards can basically master this magic as long as they pass the assessment of the Ministry of Magic after they reach adulthood. There is a sentence August did not say. However, ordinary wizards have mastered apparition, but the distance they can move is very limited, and the accuracy is not well mastered. But that's not what Robert needs to know. Robert was silent. Is this ability to move instantly? Is it possible for every wizard to master it? In an instant, he raised the danger level of wizards by more than 10 levels. He initially thought that no matter how powerful the wizards were, the government, with the army and various destructive weapons, would not be afraid of them. But now Robert finds himself wrong. Those ordinary security guards would be useless if August wanted to kill him. Mr. Robert, it's Christmas. Don't you think you're missing something? August looked at the blue sky and asked softly. What's missing? Robert didn't understand what August meant, but the next scene completely shattered his three views. I saw August slowly raise a finger and softly talk. Wind. As his voice fell, the gust of wind that had stopped suddenly appeared and was extremely violent. Robert clearly saw that the sudden wind blew away the hats of many tourists, and they shouted in panic. But August didn't stop at all. He just spits out a word. Cloud. Initially, the sky was clear, but the endless sky turned gloomy instantly. Clouds gathered from nowhere and shrouded the whole of London as if it were evening in an instant. Since it's Christmas, without snow, I always feel that something is missing, so let me add some festive atmosphere to the city. Snow. August snapped his fingers, and flakes of snowflakes fell on the dark clouds. It is foreseeable that, before long, London will become a city of snow. Pedestrians on the road feel very strange. Obviously, the weather forecast did not report that there would be snowfall today. The weather just now was very comfortable. After doing all this, August stopped his actions with satisfaction and looked at Prime Minister Robert, who was already dumbfounded. Today's visit was too rushed, and I didn't bring you any gifts, so I could only make a fool of myself. This heavy snow should be used as a Christmas gift for the first meeting. Robert swallowed a sip of saliva with difficulty and felt tearful in his heart. Isn't this greeting a bit too big for him to bear? He could already foresee that the sudden heavy snow would make the front pages of various newspapers, triggering a series of speculations. Robert now fully understands why August can become the headmaster of a magic school, and even the Minister of Magic will take him as the master. He looked in awe at the boy who was about the same age as his son in front of him, and there was no contempt in his heart. August had gone beyond what he understood as a wizard. Call the wind and call the snow. Change the world. In just a few gestures, a snowfall can cover a city. Such mighty. It's not so much a wizard as it is a god. Chapter 457, Chapter 457, I am the general trend. Mr. Gaunt, how many a wizards as powerful as you are in England? After calming down for a while, Robert asked the question he was most concerned about. He didn't notice that he had unconsciously used the honorific title when communicating with August. This is the deterrence of power. Well. August tilted his head and thought for a moment before saying. If you only look at nationality, there should be 3 people in England who can achieve this scene. There is no doubt about Dumbledore. It is only a matter of time before his power destroys the city of London. But we must have put a question mark on Voldemort, not that he was weak. August played against him several times and found that Voldemort prefers single-target killing magic. But give Fiendfire enough time to expand, and it is not a problem to destroy half of London. 3. Robert was about to faint. This kind of battle force seemed to be a city-destroying city. There were actually 3 people in a small England. The thought of living a carefree life like a fool for decades made Robert feel like crying without tears. It turns out that ignorance is the greatest happiness. Don't worry, August reassured him. There were 3 before, but one was beaten by me and fled England. The other is my old headmaster, who also fled to America because of me. Looking at August, Robert was like looking at another monster. What did this kid grow up on, and how did he sound so terrifying? However, he was indeed relieved. At least now, he doesn't need to worry so much. He just needs to deal with the boy in front of him. August naturally understood what Robert was thinking and understood it very well. People with higher status are less likely to don't want things not within their control. They allow wizards because, while some magic seems magical, muggles can easily do it through technology. But at the level August, all he can bring is fear. Mr. Robert, the magic of the wizarding world is far more than that. Originally, wizards did not intend to disturb the life of muggles. August reached out, caught a snowflake, and watched as it melted into the snow. But just like the snowflakes here, there will always be a day to melt in the hard ice, and in a secret life, there will be a day to be discovered. His words seemed to have a deep meaning, which made Robert alarm bells. If we discovered the existence of wizards, what would you do? He was a little panicked and thought of the many people who disappeared yearly. Wouldn't they be silenced because of the discovery of the wizard's trace? Usually, we would cast a memory charm on muggles, and they would forget what they should forget and go on with their ordinary lives. Robert was a little uneasy about the name Muggle. Although it was just a word, he felt that it contained deep malice. What about unusual situations? He continued to ask questions, and now is a great opportunity for him to thoroughly understand the attitude of the magic world towards muggles. Unusual situations. August looked at him in surprise, like a fool. Is there no bad guy in the muggle world? Robert suddenly realized, and then embarrassed, it turned out that August meant this. Just like the villains in the muggle world, it's not unusual for them to do anything. However, once a wizard in the magical world is evil, his destructive power is far greater than that of a few gangsters. This made Robert feel uneasy. When did his life become so fragile? Fortunately, August spoke sympathetically at this time. If Your Excellency the Prime Minister is concerned about his personal safety, I can ask Mr. Crouch to send a team of Aurors to protect you. The Aurors are the highest armed force of the Ministry of Magic, and if you compare them, they are equivalent to the special forces of the Muggle world. Robert's eyes lit up. Is it really possible? Will it be a bit too expensive? Having said that, anyone could see the anticipation in his eyes. Of course, no problem. I can even make you a wizard if you want. Although wizards can't live forever, under normal circumstances, wizards' lives far surpass that of muggles, and it's easy to live more than 100 years. This is not August's nonsense. Although the magic power is not like the spiritual power of the immortal world, it can be done with a slight increase in lifespan. Just like Grindlevald and Dumbledore, they seem to be only 70 or 80 old men, but they are almost 120 years old. If there are no special circumstances, it is not a problem for two to live for decades. Ha. Ha. Robert's breathing became heavy. Long live. This is what everyone yearns for, not to mention a person of his status. In normal times, Robert pays great attention to maintaining his body, his diet, work, and rest are also very regular. Hearing August's promise now, he admits, he is heartbroken. What do I need to pay? As expected of an existence that can reach the top of a country, even in the face of great temptation, Robert still suppressed his inner throbbing and asked calmly. Because he knows there is no free lunch in the world. August gave him the treatment these former prime ministers have never had, so his request must be very terrifying. Your Excellency Prime Minister, do you think? The words behind August were not spoken but were sent into Robert's mind in the form of sound transmission, and Robert's eyes widened. You are. Staggering back 2 steps, Robert stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Impossible. I will never promise you. August was not surprised by his attitude at all. He waved his hand, and the two disappeared on the top of the Tower of Big Ben and returned to the back garden of number 10 Downing Street. Some things can't be stopped by refusing. The momentum is like a torrent, and anyone's power is incomparably small. And I am the general trend. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, The Angelic and the Demonic. Now August said this with great confidence. In the wizarding world, maybe he could not cover the sky with one hand, but he could cover half of the sky with one hand. When you sneeze, the whole continental trembles. As long as it is what he wants to accomplish, no one in this world can stop it. The reason for the showdown with Robert is also to save some trouble in the future handover. That's all. In an instant, August's image in Robert's eyes quickly grew taller, like a giant spanning the sky and the earth, making him breathless. Think about it. If you agree to my request, you will get life expectancy in the future and protection from me. Even if you satisfy me, I promise you will live for 300 years. August patted Robert on the shoulder, left him in a daze, and went into the room to find Crouch alone. Time flies, and the Christmas holiday ends in the blink of an eye. Until now, Crouch did not know what August said to Prime Minister Robert that day. When he left, he glanced hurriedly and saw that the other party was stunned in the same place as if he had been cast on the spell. However, looking at the results, the two had a good talk. As soon as the vacation was over, Robert assembled dozens of scientists as agreed for August to dispatch. This is your research goal. In a spacious laboratory, August told his request to 2 groups of people. The physicist studies how to deliver a quantitative potion to everyone. The chemist, August, gives them a diluted awakening potion to see what they can study. August had this idea a long time ago. He wanted to see if he could use scientific analysis to understand some problems with wizards. Although they were slightly confused about his request, these people didn't ask anything. This is the task assigned by the Prime Minister, and everyone has been given a generous scientific research fund. Even if they are allowed to study human excrement, they will also study. After instructing his subordinates to look after these people and follow anyone who goes out, August also left London and returned to Hogwarts. At the same time, the little wizards also embarked on the train to prepare for their next semester. In fact, many little wizards have both fear and expectation in their hearts. What they fear is that Hogwarts, after August's reform, is too convoluted. To avoid losing face in front of classmates. Those students who were just messing around in the past also had to study hard. It is expected that everyone can clearly feel their progress, and the smiles parents show when they return home when they see their transcripts also touch these simple-minded children. Whether they are muggles or wizards, the approval and praise of their parents are always what they want most. He didn't ask any questions after he understood the thoughts of these little wizards, and they would naturally figure it out in the future. Even if the school does not force students to roll up, this generation will let their children roll up when they become parents. I have suffered so much. How can you, a little bastard, be so comfortable? The prosperous world of the magical world has been opened from his hands. After saying some unnutritious words with satisfaction, August introduced Aberforth, who had been sullen, to everyone. This is the future professor of transfiguration, and you may call him Mr. Aberforth. Aberforth didn't stand up to express his compliments, he simply waved his hand, and then there was no movement. And August did not introduce his surname. After all, Dumbledore is still relatively sensitive in today's Hogwarts, and there is no need to let irrelevant people know. It's just that Flitwick is a veteran who knows Aberforth and has been a little surprised since seeing him. He even doubted whether he saw the wrong person. It was not until August introduced his name that he finally affirmed his inner thoughts. Drive away the elder brother and then invite the younger brother to be a professor. What is this operation? The students in the audience were also relieved that August was finally not their professor. Although he is handsome, lectures well, and is still his peer, none of the students would like the headmaster to be his professor. However, some people stare at Aberforth suspiciously, such as Harry. He always felt that this old man's face was very familiar, as if he had seen it before. Isn't that the owner of the Hog's Head Inn? Neville's exclamation evoked many people's memories, especially those who were the first members of the DA club. Only then do they remember that Aberforth was the boss of the Hog's Head Inn. But Harry still frowned. No, it wasn't for this reason that he was familiar with Aberforth and must have seen it elsewhere. After thinking about it for a long time, Harry didn't understand what was happening, so he only kept his doubts in his heart. In the following time, Aberforth gradually gained recognition from everyone. Although he often had a straight face, his unsmiling appearance reminded many little wizards of Professor McGonagall. However, his level of transfiguration is still unspeakable, and he is very patient in answering the doubts of the students. He is a qualified professor. Many people are still sighing, and sure enough, strange people in the magical world are everywhere. Who would have thought that the owner of an ordinary pub was a master of transfiguration? Although their vision is not high enough, it can be seen that this person's level is definitely not below Professor McGonagall's. It was just a little strange to many people that Aberforth always ran to the headmaster's office when getting out of class was over. The frequency is even more exaggerated than Cho, Hermione, and other August girlfriends. In fact, the last person Aberforth wanted to see at this school was August. But there is no way. Who let his sister still be in August's hands? Now that Ariana had woken up, August kept her by his side, occasionally chatting with her and teaching him some common sense in the magical world. To see his sister more often, Aberforth had no choice but to endure the daily pain. While looking at the angelic Ariana and the demonic August. It's quite confusing. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, The Root of the Misfortune of the Dumbledore Family. In the headmaster's office, August, who had resigned as a professor of transfiguration, had nothing to do with it. Although still serving as the headmaster, Nagini has become more adept at handling day-to-day chores. He only needs to act as a humanoid stamping machine once a day. At this time, August was teaching Ariana. Ariana, you don't have magic power now, so you need to focus more on magic theory. When I revive you, you will learn magic spells faster than ever. Holding a copy of Basic Spell Principle Analysis, August explained patiently to the blonde girl floating. Ariana nodded obediently. I see, Brother August. I will listen to you and memorize all this book. Looking at the well-behaved ghost girl, August smiled. No wonder Albus and Aberforth Dumbledore both loved their sister so much. She is such a well-behaved and sensible sister. He wants one too. However, August did not consider it a problem at all. If it is really calculated by age, Ariana would be her great-grandmother. It has been a while since Ariana woke up, and now she has realized that nearly 100 years have passed since her sleep. She is naturally grateful for August, who resurrected her. He also promised to help her regain her body after a year. In this case, Ariana is naturally obedient to August. Even though she learned a lot about what August did, he even kicked her brother out of Hogwarts. But that didn't stop her from being on August's side. As a child, Ariana was bullied by 3 Muggle boys who discovered her secret of magic. Her father, Percival Dumbledore, was in a fit of rage, took revenge on the boys, and was imprisoned in Azkaban. A few years later, he died of depression in prison. Because of this incident, Obscurus was born in Ariana's body and often out of control. Her mother, Kendra Dumbledore, died in the worst case due to her riot. It can be said that the root of all the misfortunes of the Dumbledore family is those Muggles. In this case, Ariana's impression of Muggles will naturally not be particularly good. Do you say I'm a monster? Then I'll let Brother August turn you all into monsters. She blinked at August, showing a cute smile. At this time, August had no idea that the little angel he thought had a devilish side in his heart. But even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything and might even encourage Ariana. Brother August, Ariana thought of something bad, a look of fear on her face. If you resurrect me, will that monster still appear in my body? If that's the case, you'd better not resurrect me. August naturally understood what the monster she was talking about meant and comforted her. Don't worry. After you die, it also dies. After listening to his repeated assurances, Ariana was relieved and nodded vigorously, her face full of seriousness. When I am resurrected, I will help Brother August to beat Albus away. It's so filial to me. August was dumbfounded. He didn't expect Ariana to say that. Although he had some bad taste and wanted to see Dumbledore's repentant expression after seeing Ariana, it didn't mean he needed such a cute little girl to do for him. To deal with Dumbledore, he could not use such despicable means. I understand your kindness, but that's your big brother. Can you really do it? Of course, Ariana said, taking it for granted. It's not Aberforth anyway. If it were him, I'd have to think about it. Aberforth took care of Ariana from an early age, and Albus was addicted to magic in his early years. At the end of the day, because of Grindelwald's relationship with him, Ariana naturally didn't have deep feelings for him. Cough cough. At this moment, a very deliberate cough came from the door. It turned out that Aberforth had arrived. He would come to the headmaster's office every day after class to see Ariana. This has become a daily routine. Ah, Aberforth. Like a child caught doing something bad, Ariana hid behind August timidly, sticking out a small head. When did you come? Just when you said to think about hitting me. Aberforth said angrily. It had only been for a while before his precious sister defected, and even helping August to deal with him only had to think about it. Is this no love? Seeing that Aberforth heard this, Ariana was also a little embarrassed but quickly confidently put her arms on her hips. As it is, Brother August has helped me resurrect, and his ideals are completely fine. Why do you have to help Albus deal with him? You call him brother. Aberforth looked at his sister in disbelief, wondering if this generation was a little messed up. What's wrong? Ariana wrinkled her cute little nose. I was only 14 when I died. What's wrong with calling him Brother August? Needless to say, the issue of age is taboo for any woman. Even Ariana is unavoidable. Nagini, who was eating melon silently, nodded in agreement. She was only in her early 20s when she turned into a snake, and she continued to count her age after being rescued by her master. Very reasonable. And Aberforth was choked, not knowing what to say. Looking at August, who was staring at him with a smile, Aberforth let out a sigh in his heart. Brother, come back quickly. If you don't come back, our sister will be kidnapped. Chapter 460, Voldemort became an obscurial. Aberforth looked at the happy Ariana and August with a complicated expression. After spending a few days with August, he discovered that this little wizard was not as gloomy, sinister, and cunning as rumored. On the contrary, he is very approachable in the usual way of dealing with people. If it wasn't for knowing what this boy did, Aberforth felt that August was definitely a template for a great wizard. Even better than his brother Albus. But the fact is in front of him, the two are still hostile in nature, and the harmony on the surface is only because of Ariana's existence. Until now, he was a little hesitant. If the world was what August wanted it to be, wouldn't Ariana's tragedies not happen? After Aberforth fell into and thought more deeply, Dumbledore, who was far across the ocean, received the news. His younger brother became a professor of transfiguration at Hogwarts. In a letter from Aberforth to him, August accidentally discovers his identity and invites him to join Hogwarts. To detect more information, he agreed after hesitating for a while. Since he promised not to reveal Ariana's existence, Aberforth could only use this reason to deceive his brother. However, this is not a deception, and he did pass some news. It's just that Dumbledore's brows are still frowning. He always feels that things are not so simple. In fact, with his wisdom, it is easy to think of Ariana. It's just that sometimes he doesn't want to believe that Ariana has been resurrected. In that case, he would only be even more constrained against August. After all, the situation is already alarming. Since arriving in America, Dumbledore has been attracting all the forces that can stand on his side. But besides Africa, Europe has become August territory, and the situation in Africa is too scattered. There are many witchcraft tribes in every country, and they are very backward. The school of witchcraft exists there, where students even learn to cast spells without wands. Don't think that casting without a wand is more powerful than casting with a wand. If the level is less than a certain level, casting without a wand is equivalent to breaking one's arm. They do this simply because the craft of making wands in there is too backward, and the wizards are very poor. I can't even afford to eat. What wand do I need? Therefore, the fusion of wizards and muggles is the best on that continent. The sacrifices in many primitive tribes may be a wizard who is not very good there to eat and drink. As for China, Dumbledore also tried to contact some people but with little success. Many thought he was old and confused. Turning muggles into wizards, or billions of people, is simply a fantasy. It's just that Dumbledore suffered, and he was busy for a long time, and the people around him were still 3 or 2 big cats and kittens. In a small town in Italy, Bellatrix is living in a hotel with a baby. My lord, there are still about 3 days before we can reach Africa. Looking at the baby in her arms, Bellatrix whispered. Very well, Bella. We will be dormant for a while after we arrive in Africa. At this time, Voldemort was gnashing his teeth. It was not that he was dissatisfied with Bellatrix but that he was trying his best to suppress the magic power that wanted to run away in his body. An obscurus is very harsh. It is a product of extreme depression and darkness. Little wizards must resist magic and suppress it in their own bodies when they are young, so it is possible to give birth to an obscurus. Therefore, it usually appears as an obscurial who has been abused or hates magic. At this time, Voldemort's situation was very special. he somewhat underestimated his baby's magical talent. As soon as he entered this body, Voldemort felt the active magic that almost burst out. He forcibly suppressed this impulse only under his own powerful magical attainments. At this time, Voldemort was in great pain. He had to suppress his magical instinct and control his urge to cast magic. In this case, he can be said to be the most vulnerable period in history. A little bit. Voldemort muttered to himself. He could feel that the magic in his body had been converted into a dark nature. As long as he was patient, it would come out soon. Think of the Death Eaters who betrayed him and Dumbledore, who has prevented him from ruling England. Voldemort frantically recalled those unpleasant past events, expanding his negative emotions. Only such outstanding talent, combined with extreme pain, can give birth to the most powerful obscurial in history. Finally, the figure of August appeared in Voldemort's mind. It was a smile, but not a smile as if he was making fun of an ant, and it made him go crazy. Boom. The magic power in the body could not be suppressed completely, and the overwhelming dark magic power surged out, instantly shattering all the furnishings in the room. It's just that the magic has not dissipated. Instead, it quickly condensed together, forming a black monster that looked like fog but not fog, like lines but not lines, and kept roaring. My lord, that's... Bellatrix looks at an obscurus in horror, which runs in the air, breaks the wall, and instantly turns the guest next door into a mummified corpse. She didn't expect the newly formed obscurus to be so terrifying. Finally successful. Voldemort's voice became a little hoarse and sounded a bit tired. He looked at the obscurus, who kept raging in the hotel, killing one muggle after another, and his heart was thrilled. Voldemort can feel the potential of obscurus. As long as his magic power grows with this monster, he will definitely surpass his previous self. A flash of scarlet flashed in his eyes, and Voldemort said to Bellatrix, "Get rid of the surrounding muggles. Let's get out of here." Although he has a bit of self-protection now, if he is discovered by August and Grindelwald's minions now, he will not be able to live well. August, one day, I will return the shame you brought to me one by one. Chapter 461, Chapter 461, Someone is dishonest. Soon, what happened in the border town of Italy also reached August's ears. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, in a hotel, 36 muggles have not survived. Although the official statement was that the gas pipeline in the hotel exploded, August always felt that something was wrong. There is no basis, just an intuition in his heart. August did not use the power of prophecy because he had not been to the scene, and there was no person or event closely related to him in Italy, so he could not make a prophecy. But with the improvement of his talent, his intuition gradually approached the field of intuition. At this time, the magic web device on the table rang. With a flick of a finger, Grindelwald's holographic projection appeared in front of August. After seeing Grindelwald, Ariana, who had been reading silently, rushed into the resurrection stone as if she had seen some terrible bad guy. She knew that the person in front of her was the one who kidnapped her eldest brother and killed her. Even though she knew that the other party couldn't see her through the magic web device, she was still reluctant to meet him. Do you know what happened to Italy? Grindelwald didn't talk nonsense and went straight to the subject. August shook the newspaper in his hand. I'm looking at it. What clues are there? Now that he knew it, Grindelwald didn't bother to explain it. My men found traces of magic fluctuations there, and although the murderer has tried his best to cover it up, he is still sure that a wizard did it. Then I checked it myself and confirmed what he thought. And, also found traces of an obscurus. Grindelwald's intuition is just as good as his. In the past, this kind of trivial matter was not worth his shot at all, but the throbbing in his heart told him that there must be some secret hidden in it. After hearing an obscurus, August's face twitched. It has been a long since an obscurus appeared in the magical world. After all, in times of peace, Europe countries boasted the existence of welfare, and there have been many fewer cases of child abuse. This is even lower when the abused child is a wizard. Therefore, an obscurus recorded in history can be traced back to before World War II. Grindelwald said in a deep voice. I have reason to suspect that this matter has something to do with that little guy. The little guy in his mouth naturally meant Voldemort. August thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. It's too difficult to find a few wizards who deliberately hide themselves in the vast sea of people, so there is no need to spend a lot of effort on this. Although August also wants to solve Voldemort, as he said, if Voldemort deliberately hides completely, it is not worth the manpower and material resources to find him. With Voldemort's temperament, as long as he feels sure he can win over August, he will definitely be in England. All he had to do was wait for Tom to come to the door. Send a few people to Africa, pay more attention to where strange things happen, and don't worry about the rest. Since Voldemort chose to appear at the junction of there, his purpose must be to go to Africa. Grindelwald nodded slightly and didn't want to spend much time on this because it was related to the second thing he said. Someone down there is dishonest. Now, his and August's forces have controlled Europe, and even changing the Minister of Magic is a breeze. It's called monstrous power. However, where there is oppression, there is resistance. There are also many people whose interests have been damaged because of them. Many even have feuds with Grindlevald. Perhaps their ancestors died at his hands. Temporary surrender is just a lack of strength. Therefore, the seemingly calm Europe has long been an undercurrent. Especially August's recent big moves have stimulated the existence of some people. They can't sit still. Grindlevald also wanted to hear August's opinion. After all, he can only be regarded as a senior wage earner today and can't make his own decisions. However, with his temperament, as long as it is someone who gets in his way, even a wizard, he will solve it without hesitation. Alas, give them a chance. August sighed lightly, and a look of sympathy appeared on his face. After all, everyone is a compatriot. Although they can't understand me, I can't be so cruel. Let them make trouble. We'll be wrapping things up then. Grindlevald looked at him incredulously. You just let them go. August spread his hands. Or else. We can't kill them all, and there are still a lot of raw materials for Nico to brew the awakening potion. Let them help when the time comes, and it will be atonement. Grindlevald was silent. He wondered just now why August became so kind. It wasn't until he heard that these people were being sent to Nico to help him that he understood that this kid thing had gotten worse. Where is this to help? It is to act as a blood cow. You must know that the wizard's blood is one of the most important raw materials for brewing the awakening potion. The reason why the number of potions is limited now is that one is because of a shortage of manpower, and the other is that there is too much shortage of wizard blood. After all, even if there is a potion to replenish blood, wizards always feel weak and dizzy, and no one likes this feeling. But if August catches such a group of traitors, he doesn't have to worry about the raw materials. After all, who cares if the cows agree or not regarding milking? I'll go back and arrange for someone. After scolding himself for worrying, Grindlevald was about to start but was stopped by August. No, we'll just sit back and wait. If we take the first step, maybe there will be problems. But as long as they make the first move, we will save a lot of trouble. When Grindlevald heard it, it was such a truth that he laughed before leaving. You kid, you grew up with a heart. Chapter 462, Conspiracy. France, Paris, in the manor that covers an area of 10 acres. At this time, Leno was pacing back and forth anxiously, occasionally looking at the clock hanging on the wall. At this time, the flames in the fireplace rose rapidly, the color changed to green, and two figures emerged. After seeing them, Leno was also relieved. I almost missed one of you. One of the two figures said. It took a while to get rid of the eyeliner. What about the others? They've all arrived, just the two of you. Come with me. With his right hand drawn forward, he led a few people into a secret room. No less than 20 people were sitting there. After the two were seated, Leno also took his seat. These people are all frustrated because of Grindelwald's existence, some are the ministers of magic of a country, and some are high officials. But without exception, they are unwilling to submit to Grindelwald's rule or have a blood feud with him. The same goes for Leno Dorian. He was Minister of Magic for only a year and was ousted within a few months for offending August. I'm not talking too much nonsense. We only have one goal today, and that is how to deal with Grindelwald and Gaunt. One person asked aloud. Do you have any plans, Dorian? It's too difficult for us people to deal with them. Grindelwald has the alliance, and behind Gaunt is the whole of England's wizarding world, and I don't want to die in vain. There is hatred, but they will not kill themselves if they can live. Although Grindelwald made them lose a lot, he left life for them anyway. They were not willing to fight against Grindelwald unless it was necessary. Leno naturally knew what he said. Everyone, not long ago, after paying a huge price, I finally understood the purpose behind such a big move by Grindelwald and the others recently. Everyone present stared at him, very curious. During this period, Grindelwald searched for talents who could brew potions. The Alliance will invite them once the level reaches a certain level. If you agree, it's okay to say. If you don't agree, you will be forced to agree. But after these people were taken away, they never appeared in front of the world again, and no one knows what the purpose of Grindelwald was until now. And today, Leno said he had checked everything out. How could this not make people curious? Looking around at the wizards present, he said word by word. Grindelwald has a potion in his hand that can turn muggles into wizard bloodlines and has the power to cast magic. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the 20 people present broke out into a noise of no less than 100 people. Impossible. How could the world have this kind of potion? Are you crazy to believe such unreliable news? Why did Grindelwald do this? What does it do for him? Questions are constantly being raised that Leno is fooling them. Quiet. With a loud roar, Leno suppressed the discussion. My son is an excellent potion master, and he was taken too, and just a few days ago, he used a house elf to deliver this news, so it's absolutely true. Speaking of his son, Leno's eyes were a bit red. This is the only seed of the Dorian family, so Grindlevald ruined it. Everyone, Grindelwald's intention is straightforward. He wants to cultivate a group of entirely his own wizards and then dominate the entire magic world. Imagine, when he has a group of subordinates who are completely his own and can continue to appear, is it necessary he still needs us? Now we are still alive because he still needs us to be alive. Once his plan is achieved, then none of us will be able to run away. These words completely frightened everyone present, and only then did they know that Leno was not joking. Someone asked tremblingly. Then what should we do? Grindelwald is too strong, and we are no match for him. Back then, he had seen the confrontation between Grindelwald and Dumbledore in Demstrang. Even now, he still can't forget the devastating scene. Unexpectedly, Leno shook his head. We don't deal with Grindelwald. His words made everyone dumbfounded. Didn't you say you were going to deal with Grindelwald? Why did you change your mind now? Let's deal with Gaunt. If we eliminate Gaunt, we will invite Dumbledore back to compete with Grindelwald. At worst, the situation will be just a few decades ago and much stronger than it is now. This was Leno's plan. In his heart, after all, Grindelwald's strength was even more terrifying. Although he has experienced August's pressure, he no longer believes it. At the same time, in the face of hundreds of killing curses, can August still live? Even though August's strength is against the sky and his talent is enchanting, he is still a teenager. No matter how terrible it is, it couldn't be more terrifying than Grindelwald, could it? And his proposal was supported. After some careful discussion, this is the final plan. At that time, Leno will use his contacts to invite August to visit. One of the links is a private meeting between the headmasters, and they will eat at that time. There are more than 20 people, and each family has 10 Aura-level wizards. In the face of so many Auras, they believe that August could not escape. Will Madame Maxime cooperate with our actions? At this time, someone raised a question. It's no secret that August and Madame Maxime have always had a good relationship because of Fleur's presence. In this plan, Madame Maxime's importance is self-evident. Leno's eyes flashed fiercely. Don't worry. I will use the Imperious Curse to control her. You just need to go back and gather your people. Seeing that he was already prepared, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on their faces. Chapter 463, Chapter 463, Gaunt, you are destined to fall here today. Leno and others are still very fast. Perhaps because he was afraid of long nights and dreams, Bosbaden's invitation was placed in front of August's desk in less than a week. Dear Headmaster Auguste Gaunt, your school has maintained a friendly relationship with our school for nearly 600 years. To deepen the cooperation between you and us. Again, in the name of Headmistress Bosbatons, I sincerely invite you to visit our school. Sincerely, your faithful Olympe Maxime. After reading the contents of the letter, August also slapped it. These people really can't wait for a second. Nagini, who didn't hear what he was muttering, frowned. Master, I think there must be some conspiracy here. This invitation from Bosbatons is a bit too abrupt. Look, even Nagini can see something wrong. A group of people can't even find a good brain. August shook his head, worried about the IQ of Leno and others. This is also the norm in the magical world. However, even if the trap was crude, he still had to jump. Don't worry, Nagini. Although there are people in this world who can hurt me, they are definitely not the rats in the gutter. August comforted his little maid and left Hogwarts with Fleur. In any case, it is considered returning to Fleur's home, so how can I not bring Fleur with me? In the early morning of the next day, the two started a visit with the warm welcome of Bosbaton's professors and students. Welcome here, August. Madame Maxime was very enthusiastic and hugged August as soon as they met. All the best, Madame Maxime. August's eyes flashed, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although Madame Maxime's behavior was normal, he still found traces of the Imperious Curse. But August didn't make a sound either, as if he really came to Bosbatons to communicate. After entering the school, Madame Maxime asked intentionally or unintentionally. Are you and Fleur the only two here this time? That's right, August responded with a smile. Other professors have course arrangements. Even Fleur asked another professor to help temporarily so she could return. Madame Maxime also smiled and nodded without saying anything. For the next 2 days, August either listened to lectures every day or exchanged some teaching experience with some professors. Every school has something to offer, and Bosbatons has the advantage that many of the little wizards in their school have the blood of magical creatures. Therefore, it has done an excellent job of excavating the potential of such wizards. August learns from each other's strengths, records all the experiences Hogwarts does not have and keeps them as a consideration of teaching materials for Hogwarts. Fleur also seemed to be returning home, not finding anything wrong. Until the third day, Madame Maxime invited August to hold a separate meeting because discussing the deepening cooperation between the two schools was necessary. August readily agreed, but before he left, he asked the house elf to bring Fleur to Nico's side. He would not be foolish enough to leave his control in Beau's batons, although he was confident in ensuring Fleur's safety. But it is best not to take this risk. But when the conference room door was pushed open, there was no sign of Madame Maxime inside, but Leno Dorian instead. Yo, isn't this Minister Dorian? I haven't seen him yet, and he still looks so good. Oh, sorry, I forgot, you are no longer the Minister of Magic and should be called Mr. Dorian. August didn't show the slightest surprise on his face. Instead, he familiarly greeted Leno, found a chair nearby, and sat on it. Hit people without slapping their faces, and swear without exposing them. In this wave, August undoubtedly hit Leno's sore spot. You must know that Leno became the French Minister of Magic with great difficulty but lost his position because of some small friction with August. During this time, no one in his family dared to speak to him about anything about the Ministry of Magic. August brought it up at this time, undoubtedly fueling the fire. Sure enough, his face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he snorted coldly. Thanks to you and Grindlevald's shady deeds. Although he didn't know what went wrong, August's demeanor made it clear to Leno that his plans had been exposed. But it doesn't matter. Leno has not wasted these 2 days in vain. He has confirmed that there is no movement in England, and the main force of the alliance is also under surveillance. To be sure, August has absolutely no other backup in Beau's batons. That being the case, he has no fear. Mr. Leno has misunderstood. I did not interfere in the matter of letting you down. Grindlevald handled the whole process. Seeing this, Leno thought that August wanted to soften, and he couldn't help showing a sarcastic smile on his face. But August's following sentence made his face entirely gloomy. To deal with you, it's no need for the two of us to do it together. You are not worthy. Coupled with the sincere expression on August's face, he can make his popularity really dead. Ha 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 ha. Leno smiled instead. Gaunt, you know what, you geniuses all have a common problem. That's confidence. You are like this, so is Grindlevald, and even Dumbledore is like that. In your eyes, you always think that we ordinary wizards are not worth mentioning, but you need to know that too many ants can kill an elephant. After speaking, Leno pulled out his wand, and a magical firework burst on it, illuminating the darkened conference room. Green flames rose to the sky, and wizards kept striding out of the apparently remodeled fireplace surrounding August. In the end, August counted, there were more than 200 wizards, and looking at their temperament, they were not comparable to ordinary wizards. Obviously, they are aurors with extensive combat experience. Seeing August surrounded, Leno's face a smile. A full 220 aurors. Gaunt, you are destined to die here today. Chapter 464, Chapter 464, as long as I have no morals, no one can morally kidnap me. To be honest, August was a little disappointed. He thought Leno could come up with something big, and that's it. Are you all together? August asked kindly, leaving Leno in a daze. Is that not enough? He looked behind him, then at the wizards surrounding August. That's right. Everyone is coming when Leno shouts. Forget it. August waved his hands boredly. He thought these people could bring him some surprises, such as finding Dumbledore or possessing some combination of strikes. But now it seems that no matter how large the crowd is, it is just a crowd, thinking that the number of people can bring an absolute advantage. And August's attitude thoroughly angered everyone present. Go. After Leno's loud shout, 200 wizards pointed at August with their wands, and the magic surged. Avada Kedavra. Hundreds of green lights illuminated the conference room, revealing awe-inspiring killing intent. Since ancient times, no one has faced the killing curse used by more than 200 aura-level wizards simultaneously as August. In a sense, he has set a new record. Under everyone's attention, August didn't move at all, just quietly watching the killing curse attacking him and drowning it. A triumphant smile appeared on Leno's face. No matter how powerful a wizard is, he is still a human being, and 1 or 2 curses may not kill him, but there are hundreds of them. Even if Voldemort or Grindlevald face each other, he has to avoid the edge for a while. August's performance seems to him to be the performance of giving up. But what does the smile on his face mean? Just when Leno was a little confused, August opened his arms and said softly. World of Gensokyo. An invisible wave unfolded, drawing him into a wonderful space. The hundreds of killing curse also lost their targets and went straight through the projection left in the world unabated. This scene completely stunned everyone, and even some people did not respond and were directly killed by their companion's curse without making a sound. Impossible. Leno screamed. He couldn't believe it was all true. Attack. Keep attacking. This must be a powerful magic. As long as our spell is strong enough, it can definitely be broken. Hearing his order, those wizards who survived also bite the bullet and continue to attack. It's just that no one dared to use the unforgivable curses this time and only used regular spells to test August. What made everyone else feel desperate was that no matter how dense and powerful their attacks were, they couldn't touch the body that had been standing still. This is the strength of Avalon. As long as the attack can't penetrate the space, they can't hurt August at all, no matter how many they try. Watching self being bombarded for so long, August had had enough, and Susanoo appeared out of thin air. Instant third stage. The giant Susanoo, dressed in the armor of Gotengu, swept the audience with a huge sword burning with holy flames. In addition, the wizards were a little surprised that their attack finally did not land in the air but hit the armor solidly. What makes them even more desperate is that their magic spell can only splash sparks on the armor and can't break through its defense. Boom. 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 The small space constantly roared, and the wall collapsed under August's attack. In the past 2 minutes, all the auras were suppressed. With a snap of his fingers, the gravel on the ground turned into flexible ropes, binding all the wizards, and August also collected their wand. Self-control always, he has not moved a step. Leno went to great lengths to contact almost all the wizards who wanted to rebel against Grindlevald and August. There was no splash at all, and it completely collapsed. Impossible, impossible. It's all fake. Looking at Leno, who was already insane, August didn't care about him. He looked at the wizards who were lying on the ground and could never stand up, feeling a little regretful. He didn't care about the lives of these people. Still, it was a pity that dozens of blood cows were missing, and the brewing speed of the awakening potion had to be reduced. Come on, someone who can talk, don't act like you're already dead. A middle-aged wizard knelt in front of August tremblingly and looked at him in fear. Where is Madame Maxime now? In the headmistress's office, it is estimated that she is still in a coma now. August breathed a sigh of relief quietly. He only worried about what irrational things Leno would do after using Madame Maxime. Although he had confirmed countless times in the prophecy that Madame Maxime lived to the end, it is better to ensure this kind of thing in person. Taking out a piece of paper, August handed it to him. Write down your identity and all the information about the wizards in your family. Those who can follow Leno are definitely wizards from the pureblood family. After all, how can the loose people have the skills to resist him? What are you doing? The middle-aged wizard swallowed, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. August's face was taken for granted. Arrest them and bring them to justice. If they do something wrong, they will be punished. I'm not going to put you in jail either. As long as you serve me for 10 years, I'll set them free. This matter has nothing to do with them. The middle-aged wizard was very excited. It's not the family's fault. Gaunt, please do whatever you want to us, but don't involve innocent people. Leno planned the whole thing, and we are just accomplices. The people in the family don't even know about today's action. If you do this, you will definitely be accused by thousands of people. August sneered. I've caught you now, and your family must hold grudges. Instead of keeping so many time bombs, it is better to solve them once and for all. As for what other people think of me, don't worry about me. Then he changed to a more comfortable position, staring at the middle-aged wizard. As long as I have no morals, no one can morally kidnap me. Chapter 465, Chapter 465, The Aftermath. Looking at the indifferent expression of the young man sitting above, the middle-aged wizard finally collapsed. He knew August wasn't joking, and it was easy to do with his power. Now he regrets it very much. If he hadn't agreed to Leno's invitation at the beginning and had been an obedient citizen, he would definitely not have faced the current desperate situation. Please, let my family go, you can torture me as you want, but they are innocent. The middle-aged wizard knelt humbly in front of August and begged. It was really sad for those who heard it. But August's face didn't show the slightest movement, and he was still indifferent. This gentleman who doesn't know his name, forget it. You don't need to introduce yourself. There are only 2 paths in front of you now. The first is to report the information truthfully. Secondly, drinking Verita serum and then reporting it truthfully. If you choose to, I don't guarantee how your family will be treated. Since you dare to take action against me, you must be prepared to fail. Do things unscrupulously, and then not be prepared to suffer the consequences. How can there be such a good thing in the world? However, August could be said to have been very generous and had only made them blood cows for 10 years. At that time, the people in the world will be a wizard, and these people will not make any waves if released. Devil, you are the devil. The middle-aged wizard whispered and finally chose to write all his family on the paper. He knew very well in his heart that if he chose the second option, he would not only fail to protect his relatives and friends but would also make them suffer even more cruel torture. Instead, it's better to gamble that August's words are counted and 10 years in prison will be over. It's a pity that he still doesn't know what terrible encounters he will face in the next 10 years. After the first person succumbed, the remaining wizards were also defeated, and they obeyed August's instructions obediently. After casting a body-freezing spell on them to ensure they would not cause any trouble, August left the conference room. Looking at the empty hallway, August knew that Leno and the others had already considered everything. Otherwise, there is such a big movement here that it is impossible for no one to notice. It's just that the only thing they didn't count was that August's strength was far beyond their imagination. August came to Bosbaton's headmistress's office, led by a professor. Seeing Madame Maxime, who was unconscious in his seat, the professor was also shocked. What the hell is going on here? Why did the headmistress faint here? Ignoring the panicked professor, August directly awakened Madame Maxime with a reviving spell. The somewhat dazed Madame Maxime opened his eyes and saw August sitting opposite her drinking tea. His mind was stunned, and then she said anxiously, "August, get out of Bosbaton's. Leno is going to shoot at you." While helping to awaken, August also lifted the Imperious Curse on her. However, the Imperious Curse only allows the recipient to obey the caster's instructions completely. Even after it is lifted, their memory will not disappear. So Madame Maxime clearly remembered what happened these days. Seeing that her subconscious reaction was to defend him, August felt warm in his heart. It seems that her personality is still quite attractive. "Don't worry, Madame Maxime." August smiled and added a cup of tea to her. "I have solved those troubles. What you need most now is to replenish your spirit. Imperious Curse will still damage a person's spirit power. I especially make this tea, and there are many herbs in it that nourish spirit power." Solved. Madame Maxime took the teacup subconsciously but was thinking about it in his mind. If she remembered correctly, Leno Dorian seemed to have assembled more than 200 wizards to deal with August. The professor who came with August had long been frightened. Madame Maxime also noticed the existence of him here and ordered, "Simone, you go down first, don't talk about what you just heard." The professor, Simone, nodded repeatedly and left the headmistress's office without looking back. Even if Madame Maxime didn't say anything, he didn't dare to say nonsense. After all, the matter was too big. With only the two left in the room, Madame Maxime asked about the details. Her face was so wonderful when August said that more than 200 wizards cast the killing curse on him simultaneously but accidentally killed dozens of their own. "What about the rest?" Madame Maxime asked worriedly. She was afraid that August would be angry and he would kill so many people on a whim. In this case, if this matter spreads to the outside world, it will even cause even greater resistance. The lives of wizards are very precious, and even Voldemort dared not do such slaughter hundreds of wizards. August naturally knew what her worries were and explained with a smile. "Don't think about it. I haven't used any destructive magic from beginning to end, except for the people they killed by mistake. The rest are alive and well. But I may still need to occupy your conference room for a day, and tomorrow the Alliance will come and pick them up." Hearing those people were not dead, Madame Maxime was also relieved and looked at August with complicated eyes. The achievements of this young man were beyond her expectations. She still remembered that when they first met, August was only a first-year wizard whom Nicholas Flamel admired. But in the past 2 years, he has become an alchemy master, and then he has become chief warlock of the Wisingamot. Now it is even more impressive, driving Dumbledore away and cooperating with Grindlevald to rule the entire Europe. It is foreseeable that after this group of rebels is resolved, the rest of the people with strange thoughts will not dare to take any action. At that time, the entire Europe could be called a monolith. The relationship with August must be maintained if Bosbatons wants to hold on to the big wave ahead. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, The Magic Web is in full swing. One day passed in a flash, and the next morning, more than a dozen Alliance came to Bosbatons. As a result, the little wizard here saw an unforgettable scene. More than 100 wizards filed out, all handcuffed and their faces numb. A little wizard curiously stretched out his head to look inside, and within 2 seconds, his face was white with fright. A classmate curiously asked him what was in the conference room. "Dead people, it's full of dead people." The little wizard said tremblingly and fled without looking back, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. Hundreds of wizards attacked August Gaunt and surrendered after dozens of people were killed. The news quickly spread throughout the magical world. For a time, people were shocked, and ordinary wizards were also frightened by August's ruthlessness. For such rumors, August naturally disdains to explain. Does he have to go around saying that these people died under the curse of his companions? That's a little too cheap. Moreover, it is not bad to leave some vicious impression on the outside world, and it can also deter from nosy people. Arrest all these people on the list and send them to Nico. August, who had left Bosbatons, did not return to Hogwarts but came to Durmstrang and handed the paper to Grindlevald. Grindlevald frowned slightly, looking at the densely packed names in his hands. There are too many names on it, and even if all the Alliance is dispatched, it will be understaffed. Grindlevald, the pattern of being a man should be bigger. August looked at Grindlevald. Now the whole of Europe is mine, and these people are rebels. Give their information to all the Ministry of Magic and have them send Aurors out to arrest people. Whoever dares to resist, change a minister, just to see if any fish slip through the net. Grindlevald pondered for a moment, and it seemed to be the case. All along, he involuntarily placed himself in the position of the villain. Whenever there was something, he subconsciously asked the alliance under him to solve it. Now it's different. He and August have brought the entire Ministry of Magic in Europe into control. It can be said that he is the official. Since it's all official, why don't you use the power of the official family and stare at your subordinates every day? After thinking about it, Grindelwald's eyes lit up, and he was in a good mood. Grindelwald didn't expect him to become a positive character one day. I'll do it right now. Oh, wait. August grabbed the excited Grindelwald and said, "Give me your magic web device." Grindelwald was a little confused but still handed the device to August. After fiddling with it for a while, August returned the device. "There is software I installed for you, and you can find his name by entering the other party's name and number." "Is there such a function?" Grindelwald clicked on the newly appeared software, entered a name on the list, and saw that the other party's coordinates were in Lyon, France. He can even watch what the other party is doing live through the function that comes with the device. This made Grindelwald a little shocked. Can August use the device to monitor himself at ordinary times? August spread his hands and said casually, "As the master of the magic web, I still have such authority." With the expansion of his influence, the magic web device's promotion has become smoother. At least from the current point of view, most wizards in Europe and America already have a magic web device and integrate it into their lives. And August also made full use of the magic web. As long as it is a wizard holding a magic web device, he can monitor others' every move and location information. He is like a big invisible eye, silently observing the turbulence in the magical world. It's a pity that Dumbledore is very alert. Not only himself but also the people around him are not allowed to use the magic web device. And Grindelwald's expression was also in his eyes, and he comforted in a wide voice. "Don't worry, Grindelwald. I will only use this function when necessary. Under normal circumstances, I would not casually spy on other people's privacy. Generally. If you think it's a special situation, just read it casually." Grindelwald, who felt that he was constantly under surveillance, was instantly numb. Sure enough, this brat was not human. Crouch suddenly held a meeting of the European Union. No one outside knew what was said this time, but their faces were very embarrassed when everyone came out. At the meeting, Crouch stopped pretending, directly tore his hypocritical face, and pulled Grindelwald over. The two issued an ultimatum. Either to obey their future orders or be blacklisted now and directly destroyed. In the face of the strong Grindelwald, no one dared to choose to resist. They all know what happened to Leno and the hundreds of wizards. No one wants to be the second. Besides, most of the people here had already been persuaded to surrender by Grindlevald once. Now they are only putting things on the surface, which is nothing. After the meeting, the huge magical organization in Europe moved, and countless Aurors were dispatched to arrest the wizards on the list according to Grindelwald's instructions. Naturally, this group of people will not sit still and be captured. They rose up in resistance. For a time, the smoke of war filled the sky above Europe. To prevent being affected, ordinary wizards dared not go anywhere except commuting to get off work every day. Some prudent people even fled the main continent and took refuge in England or America. England is the only place to be, and none of the shots against August came from there. The reason is simple: after experiencing Voldemort and the Death Eaters, ambitious wizards throughout England either surrendered to August or were imprisoned in Azkaban. Some Order of the Phoenix members who did not leave with Dumbledore was well aware of August's horror and would not act easily. This put England in good shape and peaceful, and everyone gathered around Crouch. Then Crouch hugged August's thigh. Very harmonious. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, The Beginning. "Owen, are you all right?" Once out of the quiet forest, a witch supported a wizard and walked forward with difficulty. Owen clutched his abdomen with a painful expression, where blood was dripping continuously. Even if the witch had been trying to heal him with a spell, it still didn't work. "Hey. Not in a while. Alice, how far are we from the pier?" Alice looked up and measured it carefully and said desperately, "Owen, we may have to miss the flight, and we are at least 300 miles from the pier." The two are family members of the group that surrounded August, and they are a couple. After the incident was revealed, the Aurors and the Alliance came to the door. Owen and Alice refused, and the two sides fought fiercely, but how could they be the opponents of those well-trained battle wizards? These goddamn lackeys. Why do we get found wherever we run? Owen angrily hammered the big tree next to him. He and Alice had been running away for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. Still, whenever they used apparitions to throw off the Aurors, they always caught up with them in the shortest time possible. Now they are only one step away from success. Those Aurors will automatically give up their pursuit as long as they escape to the pier and board the ship to America. As for how did they know? It's simple. Lucky people have already done it. This is also because August rashly reached out to other continents without safe consideration and is not fully prepared yet. Some fish ran away when they could run away, and the big plan should not be affected because of them. Owen, we should surrender. Gaunt just only imprisoned us for 10 years. I don't want to live like this again. Alice said with a tangled face. For the past 3 days, she hadn't even had a good night's sleep, which made Alice, who had been dressed in fine clothes and good food since she was a child, about to collapse. She resents Owen's father in her heart. Why should he fight against Grindlevald and August and not just live a good life? What nonsense are you talking about, Alice? Owen looked at his wife in disbelief. Do you really believe Gaunt's lies? Once we are caught, they will torture us like crazy. Owen's heart is very resentful for August because his father was one of the manslaughters. He naturally did not believe this statement. In his heart, August must have killed his father, and now he is still sending someone to arrest him. Seeing Owen's resolute attitude, Alice could only sigh and continue supporting him as she walked forward. The magic power of the two is nearly exhausted, and it will take some more time to apparate. And during this period, they could not stay in place to prevent them from being caught up by the Aurors. Come on. They're right ahead. There were intermittent shouts in the distance, and getting closer and closer, Alice and Owen's faces changed wildly, and they ran in the opposite direction without stopping. But this is doomed to be futile. They will be caught sooner or later as long as they still have the magic web device on them. Sure enough, within a few minutes, the Aurors caught up with the two, who were somewhat inconvenient. Expelliarmus. Protego. A disarming charm hit Owen's shield and knocked him back. When he was about to counterattack, a full dozen red beams hit him in unison. The panicking Owen could only choose to roll around to avoid the curse, but the violent movement involved the wound. Alice was not so lucky. Her fighting power was average. Before, Owen protected her, and she could run all the way here. But at this time, Owen couldn't protect himself, and naturally, he couldn't help her and was stunned by the alliance in a few strokes. Do not. Owen's eyes were splitting, looking at his wife, who was slumped to the ground and roared angrily. He hadn't lost his mind and rushed to fight the Aurors because it was pointless. Gritting his teeth and draining the last trace of magic in his body, Owen disregarded the danger of apparition in the battle, forced it to perform, and once again disappeared in front of the Auror. Captain, what should we do? Are we still chasing? A team member asked the team leader and, at the same time, looked at the device in his hand. He didn't know what kind of shit luck Owen had, but he went to Berlin in one fell swoop. What are you chasing? Do you want to carry out missions across borders? The captain said angrily. Finish work, go home, hand this woman over to the ministry, and then report on the wizard situation. The rest will not be under our control. Looking at Alice, who fainted on the ground, the captain pouted in disdain. They still dare to oppose Lord Gaunt and Grindlevald at this level. On the other side, Owen stared blankly at the high-rise buildings on the street, and a group of muggles pointed at him who suddenly appeared. Why am I in Berlin all of a sudden? Owen saw signs on the road, and the words, "Welcome to Berlin," appeared. Owen was a little dumbfounded. How could he not know how far he had apparat? At the same time, there was despair in his heart. Berlin was too far away from the pier that he knew. In its current state, he would be caught by Grindelwald's army before he left this country. This is the base camp of the Dark Lord. And he is also from a ridiculous pureblood family. They refuse to accept all Muggle knowledge to flaunt their pure blood. So Owen doesn't even know how to eat something as simple as being able to go abroad by plane. In the midst of despair, ruthlessness also climbed into Owen's heart. Since he can't live, it can't make Gaunt and Grindelwald any better. He can't control the wizards in Europe's continent, but what about Muggles? As long as a dispute between Muggles and wizards is provoked, they will be the ones who will suffer. Hey, boy, do you really need to go to the hospital? A Muggle old man looked at Owen's still bleeding abdomen and reminded kindly. And Owen didn't speak, just raised his wand with a grin. Bombarda Maxima. Chapter 468, Chapter 468, The Era of Berserk. Shock. A wizardman did this on the streets of Berlin. This was the front page headline of the Daily Prophet on the second day, attracting a lot of attention. Although the title is very serious, the content is appalling. 15 Muggles were killed and dozens seriously injured by a wizard standing on the streets of Berlin and scrupulously firing magic. It was not until his magic power was exhausted that he was arrested by the Ministry of Magic, who came. And it was Owen who caused it all. By sacrificing himself, he succeeded in causing a lot of trouble for August. Hundreds of thousands of people witnessed the scene, and with the Muggle camera equipment, although it was not clear, it was successfully recorded. In the headmaster's office, Crouch was reporting the situation to August, and the expression on his face was not very good. The German Ministry of Magic has asked me for your opinion, and from Muggle's side has approached him several times. This time the matter is very big. With the development of Muggle technology, the speed of information dissemination is also accelerating rapidly. In less than a day, the incident had appeared on the front pages of the news and newspapers. Although the Muggle government worked hard to suppress it, many people already knew about it. August didn't speak. His fingers kept tapping on the table, obviously thinking about something. It took him a long time to ask. What are the Muggle leaders going to do? Crouch said a little embarrassedly. They wanted us to compensate for the loss and handed over the murderer to him to deal with, which I held up temporarily. But if we don't give a proper account, it's easy to start a war between wizards and Muggles. We can compensate for the loss, but wizard, we can't give it. August flatly refused. Who knows what these people would do if they got a live wizard? Don't overestimate the politicians or underestimate the cruelty of scientists. Although Owen caused him such trouble, a wizard is a wizard, and there is no room for blasphemy. In the end, August also gave a solution. Send a few people to control the media, try to suppress the impact of the incident, and then clean up the memories of all those involved. Don't be afraid of trouble. Even if there are 100,000 people, you must remember each one clearly. As for the Muggle leader, take a tougher attitude and don't take a step back after the compensation is full. Crouch replied respectfully and then asked with some doubts. Is it really necessary to control the media? It is not enough to rely on the power of Muggle officials. August shook his head. Mr. Crouch, things have gotten a little out of control. I've predicted things similar to Owen will happen quite often in the coming period. You must not only control the media of there, but even those of other countries, and do not report any news about wizards. When he said these words, August's pupils turned into a glass color, constantly flashing strange light. Crouch looked a little palpitated and nodded quickly to show that he understood. August's prediction didn't go wrong, and Owen did get off to a bad start. Those wizards who also saw no hope of escaping seemed to have found a way to vent. They all ran to the big cities by relying on the rules that Aurors did not dare to shoot in front of Muggles. Even before being caught in the end, he will unscrupulously release magic, exposing the existence of the magical world to the world. In just 1 month, no less than 20 similar incidents have occurred. Fortunately, August had the foresight and controlled the spread of the situation in the media and news. Even if some individual small media reports, everyone will only think that they are grandstanding. No one in the world can breathe fire and use magic. Do you think you are making a movie? However, the people at the bottom can be fooled. Still, those high-level people, especially the leaders who know the existence of wizards, are not fools. They were very puzzled why these wizards appeared in front of the world like crazy. During this period, the Ministry of Magic of each country had no idea how often they met with their own Muggle side. August didn't care about this, and his simple request was to stabilize these politicians, no matter what method was used. Times have gone mad, but August still needs some time. He doesn't want these Muggle politicians to come out and disrupt the situation. My grandfather said that the clock on the Makusa has become extremely dangerous. Cassandra propped her chin up and told August about the intelligence on the American side with indescribable amazement in her eyes. The last time exposure to this level was registered was in Grindlevald. At that time, Newt, Grindlevald, and Obscura staged a chase in New York, and almost the whole city saw it. And now, she actually encountered such a rare scene in a century. August pouted. He would smash the clock with his own hands because then the wizard would be the master of the world and would not need to hide. At this moment, Nagini suddenly entered the office and whispered something in August's ear. Sorry, Cassandra, you've finally come, but I have to leave. August said apologetically to Cassandra in exchange for a considerate hug. It's nothing. We'll have time later. Cassandra's temperament has greatly changed since she was with August, and the Tsundere energy has greatly reduced. Instead, it's empathy. After asking Cassandra to find Fleur and Hermione, August left the school and went to number 10 Downing Street. He left suddenly because Prime Minister Robert wanted to see him. Mr. Robert, what's the matter with me in such a hurry? In the Prime Minister's residence, Robert, who was burying his head in reading the emails, was startled by the sudden sound. When he looked up and saw that it was August, he breathed a sigh of relief. When can you wizards change this haunting habit? Robert complained, and then his face became very serious. What is the matter with the recent terrorist attacks? Are they related to wizards? Chapter 469, Chapter 469, The Advantage is in Me. Before August came, Robert checked all kinds of strange information that had recently happened on the Europe continent. The conclusion he came to was a little startling. Nearly 500 people have died in various accidents. A series of car accidents, gas explosions, old circuits, and disrepair. Strangely, all these reasons that sound very reasonable are happening intensively during this time. Coupled with the fact that some bystanders were vague about this and could not tell the specifics of what happened, it was even more bizarre. Robert, who had already come into contact with the mysterious side of the world, naturally thought of the wizard, so he hurriedly found August. Yes, these things are all the mess made by wizards. August sat opposite him, saw the dessert on the table, and picked up a piece. Then his eyes lit up. Robert, this dessert is good. Is there any more? It's not that he is greedy, it's just that Hermione likes sweets very much, and he will take some back for her to taste. My young master, is this the time to say this? Robert clutched his forehead helplessly, feeling a little helpless about August. As a partner, I don't want to be like a headless fly. At least you're going to tell me what happened. August threw his hands helplessly. Well, these things are indeed done by wizards, to be precise, by my enemies. Robert was very surprised. Your enemy? Is that solved? He never thought that a powerful wizard like August would have enemies, and he was still making waves on the Europe continent. And what worries him most is that this group would go crazy and go to England to make a fool of it. August was helpless and could only explain the ins and outs of the matter from the beginning. As for where to start? Naturally, about Grindlevald. After all, that was the root of everything. 2 hours later, Robert barely understood the general development of the magical world and the current situation. So, that guy named Grindlevald really nearly destroyed Paris? His eyes straightened. Then why did he fail in the end? August looked at Robert strangely. Did he seem to hear a pity? Cough cough. Robert also noticed August's eyes and concealed the look with embarrassment. It is a pity for him. After all, the relationship between Britain and France is not very good. It is naturally a joy to see the old rivals unlucky. So Mr. Grindlevald is on our side now. Robert was a little overjoyed. Now that he and August were in the same boat, he naturally hoped that his own strength would be as strong as possible. Now that he knew that such a fierceman was his own, he naturally felt a lot more at ease. Dumbledore and Voldemort, against August and Grindlevald. Even if the numbers are equal, that is not the same. Yes, this wave is my advantage. After appeasing Robert, August also left the Prime Minister's residence. Although the whole afternoon was wasted, it was not without gain. At least it made Robert's yearning for magic deeper. No matter how big the waves are, they are just waves, and they will eventually be submerged in the rolling torrent. So August didn't take what these people had done in his heart, and as the number of arrests increases, there will be fewer and fewer people who dare to fight hard. In the future, he sees, this unrest will soon cease. At that time, Europe is real, meaning without any hidden dangers. He can also accumulate strength and penetrate other areas. By the time August returned to school, it was already evening. The students and professors were eating in the Great Hall then, and he would give Hermione the pastries he had brought from Robert. Simply eat in the Great Hall. Since becoming the headmaster, August seldom eats in the Great Hall and is settled directly with Nagini in the office. Sometimes Cho and others would also go to him. The last time August ate in the Great Hall was when he introduced Aberforth after returning from the Christmas break. This also led to the students showing stunned expressions when they saw him. It has been a long time since they saw their headmaster. Since Aberforth became a professor of transfiguration, August has become reclusive and rarely seen among his students. He became the headmaster just to control these magical worlds' future better and kick Dumbledore out, not to restrain himself. Hello, headmaster. Hey, Headmaster Gaunt. The students greeted August individually, and he responded with a smile. Some people are excited and afraid, and everyone looks at him with different objections. But the only thing not missing is awe. Hogwarts students are roughly divided into 3 camps. The first category is related to the Order of the Phoenix. Except for those who followed Dumbledore to America, more Order of the Phoenix members, such as the Weasleys, cannot leave England with their families. Their relationship with August is the most delicate. In a sense, the two sides are 2 camps. The second category is the young wizards who work in the Ministry of Magic, such as Susan Bones, Ernie Macmillan, and others. Their parents depended on August and naturally told them to listen to August's words and not to have anything to do with Dumbledore's family. As for the third camp, that is August's hardcore. A group of Ravenclaw, Harry, Cho, and others belongs to this camp. Originally, the school's atmosphere was a bit weird because of the existence of these camps. Just like Ron, he felt uncomfortable after seeing Hermione and consciously stayed away every time. After just over a semester, the 3 seemed to have a tendency to merge because they found that there was nothing wrong with August being the headmaster. At least they have learned more, and their strength has become stronger. They don't understand the intrigue among adults, but the changes that August brings to them are real. So, sometimes adults who think they are well-informed don't see it as well as children. Chapter 470, it's called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Why do I feel like everyone is looking at me? August sitting next to Hermione was a little strange. There was no one around him, and everyone left a certain space for the 2 of them. It's just that the little wizard still glanced at August occasionally, then turned their heads and muttered. Hermione rolled her eyes, and as she grew older, Hermione's beauty was fully revealed, and she was not inferior to Fleur at all. If it weren't for me often going to the headmaster's office to look for you, I would have forgotten that you are the headmaster. Now that you appear in public, people will naturally look at you. August smirked, and he was indeed wrong about this. Although Dumbledore doesn't care about things, he often appears in front of the students. August changed the subject. Try this. I brought it especially for you. August took out the dessert he had brought from the Prime Minister's residence, and Hermione took a sip, her eyes lit up. It's delicious. Where did you buy it? From a man named Robert. All right. Hermione didn't have any reaction when she heard Robert's name. There are too many people with this name in England. August saw Harry staring at him, smirking and giggling from a distance, and he kicked him angrily. Are you doing nothing to do and watching my jokes? Have you finished your homework? Harry looked dazed. You dare not provoke Hermione, so you come to bully me. Hey, he really can't stand his petty temper. Harry looked aggrieved. Tomorrow weekend, I don't have to finish it tonight. August was startled. He was so busy lately that he forgot that it was Friday. Looking at Harry, who had grievances written all over his face, he couldn't help but smile. Seeing that you are quite free, you can come to my office in a while. I need your help with some things. Harry was confused and didn't know what August needed help with, but he nodded anyway. After dinner, he and August came to the office. How's Snape doing your tutoring lately? August didn't get down to business but chatted with Harry. Very well, Mr. Snape said that I am now fully capable of being an Auror. Harry's expression was filled with excitement, knowing that becoming an Auror was his dream. Mr. Snape. August looked strange. You respect Snape so much now. The two were inseparable back then, and Harry had complained to him countless times that if he had beaten Snape, he would have to lie down in the hospital wings room for a week. The world is impermanent, and he didn't expect the relationship between the two to be so good now. Harry was also a little embarrassed. Harry also understood Snape very well as he learned more and more things. Sometimes, he was ashamed of what his father did at school. It's a typical example of school bullying. After some chatter, August asked. There's something Snape and Ms. Evans should tell you. Harry said hesitantly. You mean? The National Extraordinary. The National Extraordinary is the name that August gave to his big plan. Yes, I don't know what you think. Harry shook his head and said nothing. He thinks August's approach is very good. After becoming a wizard, he always thinks that the wizard's living habits are too conservative. Obviously, they are a group of people with powerful power, but doing everything to avoid muggles is really incredible. In the novels and stories he read, the existences similar to wizards are all admired or feared existences. August clapped his hands. Very well, since you agree, then there is something that needs your help. August asked as usual. Since Harry chose to stay at Hogwarts and did not go to America with Sirius and Dumbledore, his position was obvious. Since Snape says you're good enough to be an Auror, school knowledge is a waste of time for you. From next week, you won't be going to class. What? Harry was dumbfounded. He didn't go to class, so what would he do? August patted Harry's shoulder with a smile. There are more important tasks for you in the organization. Your mission is vital, to bridge the gap between wizards and muggles. There was a bad premonition in Harry's heart, he was too familiar with August, and it was the expression on his face when he was misbehaving. There was a smile that was more embarrassing than crying on his face. August, just say directly what I need to do and let me have a mental preparation. Also, don't laugh. I'll panic if you laugh. August's face stiffened. Damn it, has the routine been seen through? Well, your next mission is to make movies. Harry was stunned. Did I hear wrong? You asked me to make a movie. August spread his hands. You heard that right. The fusion of the Muggle world and Wizarding world needs some help, and I also need to expose the mysteries of the Wizarding world to Muggles step by step. There's no better way to show this than a movie. Harry was silent. He didn't expect August's brain to be so big, so he came up with such an idea. What a clever one. But I've never been involved in making movies, let alone making movies. Harry was a little embarrassed. He would rather fight other wizards than take this job. Don't worry about this, I have prepared a special teacher for you, and the film is all related to the Wizarding world. You can play in your true colors. August waved his hand, directly blocking Harry's refusal. You are a child of a Muggle family and the most suitable person for this task. Apart from you, I can't find any other more suitable person. Seeing that August said this, Harry was also a little helpless. Okay, but don't blame me for messing up. By the way, what's the name of the movie you'll make? August smiled slightly. It's called Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 471, Chapter 471, The World's Strongest Second Ancestor. Finally, Harry left the headmaster's office. With Harry Potter playing Harry Potter, what the hell is going on in August's mind? Initially, he was going to refuse, but August gave too much. Not only did he promise to exempt himself from the 3-year internship period after graduation, but he could also directly become an official Auror. He also promised that if he behaved well, he could be considered for the head of the Auror office position in the future. How could he, who had always regarded the Auror career as a dream, resist the temptation? Harry didn't expect that he, the stubborn Potter, would succumb to the power. Harry thought with some emotion. However, August gave him a stage name to prevent his real name from overlapping with the character in the movie. Daniel Radcliffe. And the other side. August is also delighted. For a long time, he thinks about how to make it easier for Muggles to accept the existence of wizards after the revelations of the wizarding world and generate yearning. It wasn't until he saw Harry that a light flashed in his mind. Like the previous life, wouldn't it be good to make a series of Harry Potter movies? August still remembers the yearning in his heart when he saw such a wonderful world. No one can resist the magic, no one. At that time, when the movie makes waves around the world, the exposure of the wizard will also reduce the inner resistance of many people. When they know they can learn magic, many people will seek them after. This wave is called cultural invasion. However, the script has to be changed, Hermione's presence must be reduced, and it must have nothing to do with Ron. As for Ron, August had already discovered the jealousy and dissatisfaction in his heart. But August doesn't care at all. Many people already hate him. However, the role that belongs to Ron will not be given now, and he has no role in the original work anyway. At best, he appears when Harry and Hermione get discouraged. Neville was much stronger than him, and he finally drew the sword of Gryffindor and killed Voldemort's last Horcrux. Ron was just playing chess in the 1st grade. Suppose the other person in the trio is Seamus. Dumbledore will surely prepare a level that only explosions can pass in that case. After a busy night, August wrote the general plot. As for the specific script, it will be handed over to professionals. He wrote it according to the original plot line, deleted Ron, replaced Hermione with Ginny, and made a CP for Harry. By the way, Dumbledore's role has been weakened a lot. Suppose Dumbledore's character image is too deeply rooted in the people's hearts after all the incidents are exposed. In that case, some people will regard him as a villain. So sorry for you, old headmaster. August silently apologized in his heart for 0.1 seconds. Then he handed the outline to Nagini to send it to Robert tomorrow. Originally it was just a small matter, and there was no need to trouble Robert. However, August plans to release the film during the summer vacation. With Robert's help, the efficiency can be improved a lot. Day by day, this semester is coming to an end. Harry's departure naturally couldn't escape everyone's eyes. At first, everyone thought he had something to ask for leave. But Harry hadn't returned after a week, and his roommates were saying that Harry would be less likely to show up at school in the future. At this time, everyone wondered what he was doing. Lily was a professor, and everyone dared not ask her, so Ginny became the best target. Finally, Ginny was a little impatient and helplessly revealed some information. Harry is helping Headmaster Gaunt. I don't know what it is, don't ask me about the rest. Ginny was telling the truth, there was still some shame in making movies or something, and Harry didn't tell her. Hearing this, everyone let Ginny go. It's just that they can't help but feel the envy of Harry, which is simply the template of a winner in life. When Harry was born, he defeated Voldemort. After attending school, he attracted Dumbledore's attention and became August's friend. Now the dead mother has come back to life. The mother is the head of Gryffindor House, the head of Slytherin House is pursuing his mother, and his friend is the Grey Devil. Who else in the magical world would dare to provoke him? He is the second strongest ancestor in the world, but August is not his father. Inside the headmaster's office, August is chatting with Nagini about the situation on Harry's side. As his little secretary, Nagini knows many little things better than himself. Mr. Potter's filming progress is very good so far, and if it is released in the summer, there will be no problem. It's just. Nagini's expression was a little weird, as if she held back a smile. He asked me to ask you when he will return to normal shape. August waved his hand. At least until the movie is finished, but he has to continue taking age-reducing potion for the next movie. Otherwise, with a face of 17 or 18, how can he make a movie? It turned out that to make Harry fit the role perfectly, August specially prepared a batch of age-reducing potion for Harry. The effect of the potion made Harry back 11 years old. Hearing this, Nagini couldn't help but mourn for Harry. He was lucky to meet such a bad friend as his master. Just when she was about to report something, there was a sudden knock on the door. August raised his eyebrows. All the professors knew the password, and only the students would use this stupid method to find him. This is the first time a student has come to him since he became the headmaster. With a wave of his hand, the stone lion at the door was automatically divided into two halves, making way for a passage. A 7th grade student ran in with a terrified face. August remembered him as a Hufflepuff student. "Robinson, what's wrong?" Robinson took a few quick breaths, and it could be seen that he ran here at full speed. "Headmaster, something happened. The Acromantula attacked the students in the Care of Magical Creatures class today. Professor Delacour has taken them to the hospital wing to find Madame Pomfrey. She asked me to come here and invite you to the Forbidden Forest, where Professor Snape is confronting many magical creatures." The smile on August's face disappeared, becoming visibly gloomy. This group of Acromantula, who do not know the heights of the sky and the earth, are really courting death. Chapter 472, Chapter 472, Tell them who is the owner of Hogwarts. What's going on? August was in no hurry to leave, and since Snape was in charge of the situation, nothing could go wrong. The most important thing is to figure out what's going on first. Robinson didn't dare to refute and could only tell the story. It turned out that since Fleur became a professor of Care of Magical Creatures, she wanted to impart some practical knowledge to the students. The Forbidden Forest became the best classroom. Fleur often leads the students to wander around the Forbidden Forest and will explain what magical creatures they encounter. This way of teaching is unprecedented, and the little wizards also find it very new. In the past, the Forbidden Forest was strictly forbidden for students to set foot on. Except for the Gryffindor students, few people had the opportunity to enter the Forbidden Forest. Even the Gryffindor students only dared to go to the outer circle of the Forbidden Forest and did not dare to go deep. Not everyone is named Fred and George, after all. Gradually, Fleur's plan went further. Upon encountering the right dangerous magical creature, she will have students fight each other, gaining experience from practice. Of course, she will also be in charge of healing those injured magical creatures and finally giving them some food. It can be said that everyone is happy. But today, Fleur had made an appointment with the Acromantula. They sent a few young Acromantula to let the students fight against them. 7th grade students have no problem dealing with underage Acromantula. As a result, their patriarch, Aragog, was so angry that he shot and wounded the two little wizards. Fleur had never encountered such a situation before. Her reaction was to beat Aragog and kill several Acromantula. Her actions also thoroughly angered the Acromantula group, and even other magical creatures living in the Forbidden Forest rushed over. In fact, these magical creatures have long been dissatisfied with Fleur's actions. In their eyes, the Forbidden Forest is their private land. Fleur's behavior of bringing the students in and out has disturbed their lives. For the sake of Hogwarts, they endured it. As a result, they dared to kill today. Now is Acromantula, and maybe their ethnic group in the future. Therefore, even though many ethnic groups have hatred against the Acromantula, they stood behind them this time. And by chance, Snape entered the Forbidden Forest today to look for some herbs. When he discovered the situation on the side of Fleur, he rushed over. He stayed there to preside over the overall situation. After August finished listening, he was silent. He thought this time was an ordinary conflict, but he didn't expect it to be a conflict that had been accumulated for a long time. It just broke out today. From a general point of view, the actions of Fleur and the little wizards indeed disturbed the peaceful life in the Forbidden Forest, and they were justified. But would August reason with a bunch of those creatures? Not to mention, his fiancée was also involved in it. He already had a good temper because he didn't kill all those magical creatures. Dumbledore was too kind to those creatures before. August muttered, and Robinson, who heard it, just bowed his head deeply. Involving these two, how dare he comment? After thinking for a while, August took out the magic web device and first sent Snape a message, asking him to hold on for a while. And he then called Hermione over. Soon, Hermione appeared in the headmaster's office. Without much nonsense, August told her what happened and asked, "I'm going to leave it to you. What do you think?" Hermione was stunned, not expecting August to hand over the matter to her, so she couldn't help but hesitate. "I'm just a student. Can I do it?" August did not expect Hermione, who was unafraid of the sky, to hesitate to move forward. "Certainly, you've spent a summer at the Ministry of Magic, and you'll be fine with this trivial matter. Besides, you're here on my behalf, and I'm backing you, so there's nothing to worry about." August is consciously cultivating Hermione. Hermione's innate conditions are excellent, and her ability is good, but she lacks experience. This time is an excellent opportunity to exercise Hermione well. August does not have a strong desire to control, and he never considered tying Cho, Hermione, and the others to his side. In his heart, if they find a career they are interested in, he will definitely support them. In the future, when the time is right, let Crouch take the position of the International Confederation of Wizards, and Lockhart will temporarily serve as Minister of Magic for a while to give Hermione room to grow. Step by step, August has paved a road for her. And Hermione also made up her mind, seeing that August said so. "Okay, I'll go to the Forbidden Forest now. What are your goals? Knowing August's goals, she can grasp the scale of the negotiation. The leader of the Acromantula must die, and the rest will be kept in captivity, and the venom will be provided every month. As for the other groups, they must unconditionally cooperate with all activities at Hogwarts. If what happened today happened again, either migration or extermination. I think they've been at ease for a long time, and they don't even know who is the real owner of Hogwarts. Hermione nodded without the slightest surprise. She knew that August was such a person. He was usually peaceful, but if his interests were violated, he would never let it go. Especially this time, it also involves Fleur. Hermione didn't think there was anything wrong with this. On the contrary, it was such a man who could bring a better sense of security. Student Robinson, please show me the way. The area of the Forbidden Forest was too large, and Hermione didn't know where Snape and the others were. I'll take you there. To hurry, the two directly rode the broom and flew into the Forbidden Forest, startling countless birds. Soon, they reached their destination. Hermione saw Snape holding a wand, as did Lily standing beside him, and a group of angry students stood behind her. On the other side, the Acromantula Aragog was very conspicuous, with a large group of magical creatures beside him. Even the centaur showed up. Hermione pressed down on her broom and landed beside Snape, whispering, "Professor, August makes me take care of this. What's the situation now?" Chapter 473, The Strong Hermione. Snape frowned slightly. Why was it Hermione who came and not August? Seeing what was on his mind, Hermione explained. August asked me to solve the problem. I am in charge of everything here. Hearing her say that, Snape nodded silently, wisely choosing not to ask more. He should not speculate too much on the boss's thoughts. The Acromantula demanded that the students completely withdraw from the Forbidden Forest in the future and demanded the dismissal of Professor Delacour. His face was very ugly, and this group of magical creatures was a little aggressive. Hermione was taken aback. No wonder the atmosphere at the scene was so tense. The two sides confronted each other, and if they were not careful, they would start a big battle. Glancing at the group of magical creatures of various shapes, Hermione talks to them. Who among you is in charge? The magical creatures that can appear here have certain wisdom and can naturally understand her words. They looked at each other, and the centaur stepped forward. Centaurs are very intelligent and have their own civilization, especially in astrology. However, they are very arrogant and never admit that they are one of the magical creatures. Humanity sent a foal like you to negotiate with us. Foal, that's what they call underage wizards. Professor Firenze, hello. Hermione politely said hello first. This centaur was Firenze, who temporarily acted for last semester's divination class. After Umbridge expelled Trelawney, Dumbledore invited him. Still, at the end of the semester, he returned to his tribe. Thank you for your contribution to Hogwarts last semester. The centaur has always maintained a good cooperative relationship with us. Why do you want to come out this time? Hermione has always been respectful to professors, even though she has never taken a divination class. Firenze's tall body walked in front of Hermione and looked at her. Snape quietly leaked out his wand, ready to cast a spell at any time. He couldn't let Hermione lose the slightest here. But obviously, he thought too much. Firenze only came to them out of negotiation etiquette. Foals, Vila's lessons have seriously affected the tranquility of the Forbidden Forest, and this is not a place you humans can walk freely. Hermione retorted. The Forbidden Forest is the Forbidden Forest belonging to Hogwarts. As the owners of this place, do we not even have the right to enter? Firenze said blankly. For more than 1,000 years, the school rule of Hogwarts is that students are not allowed to step into the Forbidden Forest. There is nothing wrong with this. Besides, Dumbledore also signed a contract with us before to ensure the interests of the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. You are now breaking your promise. Hermione was slightly surprised but didn't expect Dumbledore to be involved. What contract? The centaurs will lend a helping hand in times of distress at Hogwarts, and he is responsible for keeping the Forbidden Forest peaceful. The students whispered that they really didn't know about it. In the past, they thought Dumbledore's repeated emphasis on not entering the Forbidden Forest was for their safety. Still, they did not expect that there was another deep meaning. Professor Dumbledore has left, and his promises are only valid for his term. Firenze was angry, and his forelegs kept stamping on the ground. Foals, are you humans breaking the contract? For a time, the magical creatures behind him all looked at Hermione. As long as she answered incorrectly, they would attack. Not to be outdone, Snape and Lily pointed their wands at Firenze. Although the little wizards behind them were nervous, no one flinched. Hermione didn't panic and said word by word. August Gaunt. This name seemed to possess magical power, and the centaur's movements froze, and Firenze couldn't help but take a few steps back. The name of August is a nightmare for the centaurs, who have performed more than one divination since he rose like a comet. But each time the result surprised them, the disaster star in troubled times, the unparalleled savior, two completely different hexagrams appeared in one person simultaneously. This is simply a challenge to their worldview. In the end, they could not observe the fate of August at all, and even Ronan, who was in charge of divination, was attacked and is still lying half dead in the tribe. A triumphant smile appeared on Hermione's face. I brought his will, and this matter is too small to deserve his presence. But if you need it, I can call him too. No. No need. Firenze, like a frightened foal, stopped Hermione in a panic. If Gaunt came here, Mars over the Forbidden Forest would be brighter than the moon. In Centaur astrology, Mars represents war and disaster. In their eyes, August is simply a disaster star. Foals, you won. We will not pursue this matter. Firenze said in frustration. Aragog roared in dissatisfaction but was stopped by the rest of the centaurs. But Hermione is still dissatisfied. You misunderstood. You do not solve this matter without pursuing it. We have to investigate the matter of the Acromantula group hurting the little wizard. Humans. Do not be arrogant. Aragog couldn't bear it any longer and was about to rush forward with his huge forelimbs raised. At this moment, a bright red light erupted from the castle, rising into the sky. The huge movement could be heard even in the Forbidden Forest. As a result, everyone present saw a bolide cut through the sky and hit Aragog, who wanted to attack Hermione. Boom. The smoke and dust were everywhere, Aragog's figure disappeared directly, and the ground was also scorched black. Glup. The sound of swallowing saliva appeared involuntarily, although no one saw it. Still, everyone knew who made this attack. Especially in the magical creatures camp, quite a few creatures have escaped when the situation is not good. Even those who stayed on the scene were shivering, fearing they would be smashed to pieces. Firenze smiled wryly. He knew that today's negotiation had no suspense at all. Chapter 474, Chapter 474, Opening Ceremony in Bhutan. In the end, Hermione said all of August's demands, and Firenze reluctantly agreed. The Forbidden Forest is no longer what it used to be, and he would warn all centaurs not to cause trouble. The remaining magical creatures also left, leaving only the trembling Acromantula, who was taken away by Snape and kept captive. The venom of the Acromantula is scarce and often used in alchemy or potions. That's why August kept them alive. So far, the Forbidden Forest has fully returned to the control of Hogwarts. However, the students are still not allowed to enter without permission. After all, the dangerous magical creatures still exist inside, and the professor must accompany them to enter and exit. And Hermione was calm in the face of danger at that time, and many girls were already envious and crying. In the face of such compliments, Hermione was a little embarrassed. She knew that all this was because August stood behind her so that she could not be afraid. Darling, this is your advantage. August stroked Hermione's hair, which was no longer messy, and persuaded softly. He didn't want Hermione to think it was unfair to borrow his power. It's like this in the world, everyone's situation is different, and no one can force you to abandon all relationships and start over. He said funny. You can't abandon your boyfriend for the sake of fairness in your heart, right? Hermione was amused by his exaggerated tone and patted him angrily. I just don't think I can bear everyone's praise. Since I'm your girlfriend, I deserve all this, and I won't think about it too much. As smart as she naturally understood what August was worried about, she was moved to bury herself in the warm chest. After the Forbidden Forest was resolved, there was no more trouble at Hogwarts. The students also successfully completed the school year and took the final exam. August was very caring to announce the results before the holiday. Some are happy, and some are sad. Originally, Hogwarts usually only mailed transcripts to their homes in the middle of the summer vacation. When he does this, some students feel uncomfortable. The underachieving little wizard is already looking for a way to be more comfortable with a beating. At the year-end dinner, Aberforth's expression was terrifyingly angry. Even the most unresponsive little wizard could sense something was wrong with him and glanced at August occasionally. He was so angry for a reason. His sister was completely kidnapped. Before the final exam, she was clamoring to go home with August, not even wanting to go to her brother. But there was no way he could say no to Ariana. Aberforth can only put his anger on August's body. And August doesn't care. The old man can blow his beard and stare here. Anyway, he will not hand it over. Snape and Lily also whispered, discussing seeing Harry's movie together over the summer. August had already told them about it. Lily was very interested and wanted to see what little Harry looked like then. The other professors also smiled and were very happy. After the Hogwarts education reform, every professor is much more tired than before and may have some complaints at ordinary times. But it was all worth it when they saw their students' grades improve significantly. Cough cough. After drinking the red wine Fleur gave him, August coughed twice and entered the leadership speech session that is common to any world. The little wizards obediently put down their knives and forks, waiting for him to speak. He stood up, glanced across the room, and smiled. I'm very happy that everyone had another great year at Hogwarts, and I saw everyone's hard work. The crowd looked strange. Is this what we want to work hard for, or are you forcing us to? Ignoring the students' mental activities, August said. According to tradition, I will announce the winner of this year's House Cup. The entire Great Hall at this time was occupied by the blue of Ravenclaw, and to be precise, since August became a student, the winner of the House Cup every year has been Ravenclaw. It's just that the situation this year is a little different. Without August's help, the gap between the four houses is very small. Any small changes will affect the final ranking. Nagini handed over a small note. August glanced at it and then read. Ravenclaw, 458 points. Slytherin, 446 points. Gryffindor, 442 points. Hufflepuff, 413 points. There were cheers from the Ravenclaw long table. This year's competition was so fierce, and they still won the final victory, which is indeed something to be proud of. But August's next words interrupted their celebration. There's one thing we need to recalculate. Miss Hermione Granger has done an excellent negotiation, so 20 points for Gryffindor. Ravenclaw students were sad, but the Gryffindor students were celebrating like crazy. How many years have they not won the House Cup? Before August came, Snape operated behind the scenes daily, allowing Slytherin to win consecutive House Cups. After he came, the House Cup had nothing to do with Gryffindor. Every Ravenclaw wins by a desperate margin. Every time it's more exaggerated. Now that August is the headmaster and can't get grades as students, they finally won their first House Cup in nearly a decade. Some people were wondering why August hadn't kicked Dumbledore out sooner. Really filial piety. August was in no hurry, waiting for the little lions in Gryffindor to celebrate before continuing. One last thing. Because of some special circumstances, we will hold the opening ceremony at Bhutan. At that time, all of you need to arrive at the Ministry of Magic one day in advance, and the staff of the ministry will escort you there. After speaking, August waved his hand and led Fleur out of the Great Hall, leaving a group of students who were at a loss. Chapter 475, Chapter 475, he must have been beaten long ago without such talent and strength. What the hell is going on here? Professor Flitwick looked at August, who had left with some confusion. The opening ceremony was held outside the school. There was no such precedent at Hogwarts. Not to mention that this time August chose Bhutan for the opening ceremony. Where is Bhutan? That is the origin of magic in the records. In many legends, Bhutan is the country closest to the sky and has a very unique meaning. Even for a long time. The International Confederation of Wizards election site was also set up here. They used Chelan's ability to distinguish between good and evil to find the most suitable leader. Although he didn't know what August wanted to do, Flitwick just sighed and didn't care about the matter anymore. On the other side, Aberforth couldn't sit still. This place in Bhutan is also very special to him. It was here that he met his son and thwarted Grindlevald's conspiracy. Now that August has set up the opening ceremony in this place, there must be his purpose. Most likely, he was targeting Dumbledore. After thinking hard for a long time, Aberforth didn't come up with a reason. He was going to tell Dumbledore the news. August never stopped him from passing messages to Dumbledore, and he could say anything but Ariana's presence. It's just that August's actions have been very few this year, and he has not sent any important messages to his brother. The students' reaction was the exact opposite of that of the professor. They were very excited. Many people have not even been out of England. Still, now they are going to hold the opening ceremony on the other side of the world, which is really exciting. Early the next morning, all the little wizards at Hogwarts set foot on the train home. August also returned to the residence with his girlfriends. It's just that Cho couldn't sit still after coming back. She graduated this year, and August also told Cho about his acquisition of Tuts Hill Tornadoes. Cho was very excited to learn that his favorite team already belonged to August. After not staying at home for a long time, she went to the Tuts Hill Tornadoes team's base through Flo Powder. As for the other, August also made arrangements. Hermione is still the same and will go to the Ministry of Magic for an internship tomorrow. And Luna, when she learned that August's Mage Tower has now collected most of the magical creatures in the world, plunged in too. The Mage Tower is simply a paradise for her, who has been fond of magical creatures since childhood. August is also not worried that Luna will encounter any danger in it because she has his own breath on her body, and all the small creatures will not harm her. The rest is Astoria, a little follower. She can be said to be very resistant to vacation because Mrs. Greengrass's tutor is very strict. Every summer vacation at home is inevitable. So she didn't want to go anywhere and wanted to stay with August. Simply do as she wishes. But August didn't have so much time to play with her because there were still many things to deal with. On the third day after the holiday, Crouch came to the house. The goblin is ready and agrees to negotiate with us. For a long time, August did not understand why goblins controlled the wizard's financial system. Money is the most important part of any society. If one day, the goblins are not satisfied with the status quo, they will rebel. It's easy to throw wizards into chaos through Gringotts' powerful influence. Even if they fail in the end, they can deal a heavy blow to the wizarding community. Such a hidden thing is something that August does not want to see. His negotiation aims to bring the wizarding financial system under his control. Goblins can exist, but they must be attached to wizards. Not even the Ministry of Magic can't interfere in Gringotts' affairs as they are now. When the two arrived at Gringotts in Diagon Alley, a team of goblins was already waiting for them. Mr. Gaunt, Minister Crouch. A goblin who looked very old stood up and greeted them. My name is Griphook. Head of Gringotts, England. August nodded and sat down. Griphook, I know you. Many people call you the Goblin of Goblins. Goblins are synonymous with greed in the wizarding world, and goblins among goblins is not a good name. However, Griphook is not ashamed but proud. Thank you for your compliment. I will continue to work hard. I don't know why you are looking for me today. Griphook knew who England was in charge of, so he didn't ask Crouch but asked August directly. It's very simple. I have a business I want to do with you. Oh. Griphook's eyes flashed. What business? He knew that the business that could get August to talk about was definitely not a small business. Anything that can make money is an unparalleled temptation for goblins. August looked at him with a smile, without the slightest disguise. Give Gringotts to the Ministry of Magic, and you become employees of the Ministry of Magic. Griphook's face changed. Are you kidding me? Is the Ministry of Magic going to embezzle our property? The rest of the goblins also looked at August badly, and any wizard who wanted to take advantage of the goblins would be met with hostility from them. And now, August is not taking advantage. He is simply depriving their property. And August smiled the same. You got a concept wrong, Gringotts is yours, but those properties belong to wizards. You are just gatekeepers. Crouch looked up at him. Goblins have long disliked August, and this angered them, and they found a reason to shoot. How can a normal person negotiate like this and compare the other party to a watchdog? He thinks it makes sense that August is so talented. He would have been beaten to death long ago if he didn't have such talent and strength. Chapter 476, Chapter 476, He gave too much. Griphook pointed at August with trembling fingers. Mr. Gaunt. Although your strength is strong, our goblins are not bullied. If you insist on doing this, I can only report to Gringotts headquarters. Did you bear the consequences? August didn't panic at all but asked with a smile. Griphook, do you think wizards in England are rich? Griphook didn't know what he wanted to do but answered honestly. England, as one of the world's leading magical powers, is naturally rich. How much wealth do you think goblins hold? August continued to ask. Speaking of this, he is even more proud. Gringotts has more than 700 exclusive vaults, and more than 30 dragons are guarding here. This is the safest place in the world. Shit, August complained silently in his heart. Voldemort's coming here is like shopping. But he didn't say it, lest these goblins become angry. Then, there was a hint of delusion in his voice. What if I leave Gringotts all over Europe to you? Griphook was taken aback, and his breathing became a little heavy. Entire Europe? How many galleons are there? And the same goes for the goblins behind him. What exactly do you want to do? Griphook looked at August inexplicably, not understanding his true intentions. I know that your goblins are not monolithic. As long as you agree to my conditions, you will be the master of Gringotts throughout Europe in the future. August throws his chips. After hearing it, Griphook fell silent because he knew that this was not rhetoric. August possessed this strength. Because of the special nature of Gringotts, goblins know more than ordinary wizards. The relationship between Grindlevald and August is very delicate, and in the eyes of outsiders, they are a cooperative relationship. But the goblins know that things are far from simple. From a series of clues, Grindlevald is August's subordinate. Not only that, but August also pulled out another big killer. He took out the magic web device and said to Griphook. Do you know what this is? Griphook nods. Well, I can install software on it so wizards don't have to use cash for every transaction, and this software connects their vaults. Every transaction will debit the corresponding amount from his account. In this case, the galleons are only converted into the vault stored in Gringotts, and you don't have to watch the wizards take a lot of galleons from Gringotts every day. Griphook looked back at his companions, and the goblins looked at each other and finally agreed to August's request. Sorry, he gave too much. Gringotts is willing to accept the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic if you can fulfill your promise. Seeing this, August was not surprised at all. Just like the dragon, the goblins in the magical world are madly infatuated with treasures. And he wants to make these goblins obedient, not deprive them of their right to guard the treasury. In the past, Gringotts had a very large authority, and even the Ministry of Magic could not search the vaults of those prisoners at will. August would not allow this to happen to him. Whoever offends him, he will immediately freeze their property and take it back to me, state-owned. I don't know where you've learned so much. The negotiation is over, and Crouch said with emotion. He knew how difficult these goblins were. But August just drew a big pie, plus a function of the magic web device, and docile these guys. The high means made him a little dumbfounded. August smiled and said nothing. Could he still tell Crouch that these were invented by a big guy more than 10 years later? Then Crouch asked another question. Why did you suddenly arrange the school's opening ceremony in Bhutan? August squinted his eyes. Of course, I wanted to lead Dumbledore out, and by the way, borrowed his hand to announce the existence of the magical world to the world. I'll tell you the specific plan for this matter when I return, and you must prepare for the coming storm. Crouch was silent. He knew that now had come to the most critical period. With his prestige, Dumbledore gathered a group of people to his side again. The reason why he has not launched a counterattack is that he is waiting for a suitable time. And there is no doubt that August's action is to tell them that he has to act clearly. If you don't show up, you won't be able to keep up with the heat. Crouch knew August's mighty all too well, but his heart still had a tinge of concern. That is Grindlevald. Are you really sure he's on our side? No name was made, but August knew who he was talking about. I believe that Mr. Grindlevald will make the right choice, knowing in his heart that only by my side can Dumbledore be saved. August said quietly as if Dumbledore was not worth mentioning in his eyes. He was very clear about Grindelwald's thoughts. Of course, Grindelwald was concerned about the wizard's future, so he chose to side with August. But Dumbledore's safety was more important. This has been a tacit secret, and Grindelwald has been so serious lately. He also hopes that August can give mercy to Dumbledore. He understands that August has gone farther and farther on the road of magic, and mercy to the enemy is the most stupid choice. Seeing that August was so confident, Crouch stopped talking. As a subordinate, it is enough to properly express one's own views and not influence the boss's choice. After the two parted, August went to check the movie's progress. With Robert's full support, it has now entered the post-production stage of special effects. Don't worry, the movie will be released in about 2 weeks, and the publicity work has already started. The staff spoke to August cautiously. He doesn't know what August's origins are, but the energy revealed so far is scary enough. Now the entire Europe and America are crazy about promoting their films. They will immediately become a hit this year as long as they are released. Looking at the actor who played Voldemort, August shook his head. The crew is still conservative, and this makeup is not scary at all. He must capture Tom back and play a true character if there is a chance. Then kill him. Chapter 477, Movie Release. Gringotts announced its incorporation into the Ministry of Magic and joined the newly established Finance Division. This matter did not make many waves among ordinary wizards. However, the Gringotts headquarters was bombed. Gringotts has always maintained a high reputation in the wizarding world, and all wizards are safe to deposit their money because they have never participated in the internal struggle of wizards. Always maintain a neutral position. But in doing so, England is undoubtedly trampling on their most fundamental principles. They hurriedly sent people to the British Ministry of Magic to question them. But it was pushed back firmly by Crouch. As long as it is a magical creature in England, it must obey the orders of the Ministry of Magic. That strong stance left the goblins of Egypt angry, but they had no choice but to surrender. If nothing else, the dozen or so Aurors, who were staring at them, made them dare not act rashly. They can only go back to the headquarters to report in dismay. But what they don't know is it's just the beginning. Over the next 2 days, almost every European country announced that Gringotts would be brought under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. And these Gringotts also joined together to leave the headquarters and re-established a headquarters in England. August, come on, we're going to be late. On the road, Astoria hurriedly urged her boyfriend. August rolled his eyes. Who do you think is the fault of being late? If you didn't see a snack shop along the way and wanted to go in and have a look, we'd been there long ago. Today is the day of the release of Harry Potter, and August has nothing to do and is ready to come and see. Originally, he wanted to invite all his girlfriends to come with him. But Cho went to training at the Tuts Hill Tornadoes, Hermione went to work at the Ministry of Magic, and Luna was picked up by her mother. The only one left by his side was Astoria. So today has become a date that belongs only to them. For movies, Astoria has shown full interest. She knew that Muggle pictures didn't move, but they had an amazing technique to bring out the stories in their minds. Especially when August said that this happened in his first year, Astoria was even more curious. She and Luna were a year younger than August, so August was already in second grade when they entered. As for the first year, she only heard from the seniors and did not know the specific process. She finally got a chance to find out today. When the two went to the cinema was almost full of people. Harry Potter's early publicity is in place, almost overwhelming, and the movie's promotional posters can be seen everywhere. August saw that many adults brought their children to watch the movie together. Obviously, the children are more curious about the fantasy world. Soon the movie starts. The appearance of the Dursleys, who are fierce. And when Hagrid appeared, conjured a pig's tail to Dudley, and introduced Harry to the existence of magic, the film entered the topic. Immediately following the lively Diagon Alley, the magical platform 9 3/4 immersed the audience completely. And Harry's life at Hogwarts is the highlight of the film. When August watched a movie in his previous life, he also remembered the wonderful things in Hogwarts. With a levitation charm, complicated transfiguration spells, and passionate Quidditch, the movie presents the real magical world step by step to everyone's eyes. Both adults and children are staring at the screen. Eyes do not blink. When encountering a wonderful scene, they can't help but exclaim. In the end, Harry makes continuous breakthroughs and successfully defeats Voldemort to get the Philosopher's Stone, and the film ends. The audience is still immersed in the world of the movie. It took a long time to give the warm applause. Fantastic. How long the screenwriter's brain can think of so many magical spells and magic. Yeah, I almost think the wizarding world really exists. Mom, is there really a platform 9 3/4 in the world? Baby, I don't know either. I'll take you to try it tomorrow. I want to be a wizard, I want to learn magic, and I want to play Quidditch. Listening to the heated discussions around, a smile appeared on the corner of August's mouth. At least so far, it looks good. The film is 3 hours long to show the splendor of the wizarding world in more detail, and many special effects are applied. Although the cost has increased a lot, it is all worth it. He successfully turned his yearning for magic into a seed and buried it in the audience's hearts. He believes that after the wizarding world is revealed, all people who have seen the movie will not have any disgust for the existence of wizards. On the other hand, Astoria was a little gloomy. What? I thought I could see you as a child in the movie, but only Potter appeared. She came to the movie not to see Harry Potter but to see August at that time. In the end, let alone August, even Cho and Hermione didn't see it. Nodding her little head angrily, August said helplessly. I told you long ago that this movie is about Harry, and then I'll make some adaptations. You don't think that when me and Hermione and the others go, they will be surrounded by people, right? Okay. Astoria pursed her lips. This movie is absolutely tongue-in-cheek for muggles. But for Astoria, the movie doesn't even show half of the magic of the wizarding world, but it's a bit boring. Holding Astoria's hand, the two left the cinema to Diagon Alley. It was still early, and he and the twins made an appointment to visit their store. The twins can be described as successful men. Especially in the summer vacation, the business is even hotter. The two are already planning to open a new store in Hogsmeade next year, with the goal of crushing Zonko's joke shop. The arrival of August can be regarded as completely changing the fate of the two. Fred did not die at the hands of the Death Eaters, and George kept his ears. August wonders what their expressions would be if the two knew the truth. Chapter 478, the decisive battle is about to begin. As August expected, the film was a huge success. It broke countless box office records on its first day. The following time, a wave of magic was set off throughout Europe. Walking on the street, you can see children wearing wizard hats and holding a wand everywhere. There were still words in his mouth, and they waved his wand from time to time. Many people have been discussing whether magic really exists and whether wizards live by their side. After all, the worldview in the movie is too perfect, so perfect as if there really is such a world. Even some movie fanatics set up a magic club. The purpose is to find the wizard in reality. And this wave of magic also swept America. When Dumbledore finished watching the movie, he was silent. August's trick exceeded his expectations. He knew very well that this was a movie made for the fusion of two worlds. Once Muggles accepts the wizard's existence, he will face much less resistance. It's not easy to find you, Albus. In the dark night, a voice suddenly came from the hut. It was Grindlevald. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect you to come to me now, Gellert. Walk in front of him, Grindlevald spread his hands helplessly. I also took a lot of risks to come here. If he finds out, I will not have a good life. But I don't want you to die at the hands of your own students, so here I am. Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged, and these words did not affect him in the slightest. If this is my destiny, I choose to accept him. Death is not the end, but a great adventure. A flash of anger flashed in Grindelwald's eyes. What he hated the most was the way Dumbledore looked. Death? That's just an excuse for cowards. Come on, Albus. You are not our opponent. You don't understand the horror of that kid August. Grindelwald is here today to persuade Dumbledore to surrender. August had already informed Grindelwald and Crouch of his arrangement and asked them to cooperate. If Dumbledore does not repent, there is really no chance. Gellert, you still don't know me after so many years. A hint of helplessness flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. There are things I have to do, and if Gaunt is successful, there will be countless deaths in this riot. I admit that your ideals are great, but that's not a reason why you can disregard the lives of others. Grindelwald's tone was very excited. You know what? If we succeed, there will no longer be a distinction between wizards and muggles in this world, and all people can live under the sun. What's the harm in sacrificing some for the greater good? Why do you decide the fate of others? Because I am strong. The atmosphere became very depressing, and neither of them was talking. After a long time, Dumbledore said, You didn't come here today to quarrel with me, did you? A cold hum sounded. Grindelwald did not speak. Dumbledore didn't care and continued. Why did you choose to hold the opening ceremony in Bhutan? That's what he's most concerned about right now. Since Aberforth got the news back, he'd been thinking about what August was doing. Dumbledore knew that August would never do something useless. The emergence of Grindelwald also proves this. I think you got it wrong. September 1st is not just your Hogwarts opening ceremony. Even Demstrang students will be there. And all the key officials of the European Ministry of Magic will also be there. That day will be the beginning of an earth-shattering change. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with solemnity. He heard a lot from Grindelwald's words. Can you be more specific? Grindelwald shook his head. I've said so much, and it's the limit. Let's not say it's you. Even I can't escape. He was well aware of August's attitude. If you still remember our agreement at the beginning. Please don't come over that day. Just take it as my request. August won't do anything to you until it's over. He's not the type to kill. It's a pity that Dumbledore didn't accept his kindness after all. Some things should be settled. I hope you don't interfere. This is an internal matter at Hogwarts. Grindelwald sneered. Albus, you never know what you're about to face. After saying that, he left. This time he went to America secretly. To prevent being discovered by August, he didn't even dare to bring the magic web device. The longer the time away, the greater the risk of exposure. Wait a minute, Dumbledore stopped him. One last favor for me. Grindelwald did not speak, apparently tacitly. Use your prophecy to help me divine the result of that day. Grindelwald couldn't stand this time and looked back at his old friend in surprise. You want me to die? Sorry, Abuz, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. He refused with some headache. I tried to observe the future a long time ago, but my actions were discovered by August, who was in the future, and with one look in his eyes, seriously hurt me. After that, Grindelwald didn't stop and disappeared in place. Even Grindelwald's prophecy can be detected. One can imagine how powerful August has become. And August must also have a very deep divination ability. This situation reminded him of decades ago. Also in Bhutan, Newt successfully brought the Qilin to the election site of the International Confederation of Wizards. But a lot of effort was wasted. Dumbledore couldn't help but feel a little dazed. All night, Dumbledore sat in his place without moving. He kept thinking about countermeasures until the sun slowly rose, and he probably had an idea. All the Order of the Phoenix members who stay by his side are called together. Dumbledore said solemnly. Gentlemen, I think the decisive battle is about to begin. Chapter 479, Chapter 479, the largest wizarding gathering in history. Time is like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, July is fleeting, and August is also coming to an end. Since finding Dumbledore once, Grindelwald thinks that he has done his best, and the rest can only be left to fate. August has been unstoppable. All the alliance in his hands have completed the handover, except for some old people who are loyal to him. The team of 100,000 people is all controlled by August. After repeatedly completing the cleaning, only August's voice is in Europe. What is surprising is that, overnight, the traces of the alliance disappeared in front of the world. No one knew where they went or what they were doing. And 3 school opening ceremony in Bhutan was also publicized. The Ministry of Magic of each country has jointly issued a declaration that all wizards are welcome to participate, and all wizards who come to Bhutan can get reimbursement for their round-trip fares. Now the enthusiasm of countless people has been ignited. Who wouldn't go if there is a good thing about free travel? You must know that although most wizards live a carefree life, traveling abroad is also a very burdensome thing, let alone going to distant Bhutan. Back then, the Weasley family was only after winning the Daily Prophet's grand prize before they went to Ape once and took a look at Bill, by the way. At the same time, everyone wants to know what August will do to make such a big move. Even without the subsidy from the Ministry of Magic, the curiosity of a considerable number of people has already been piqued. Thus, the largest wave of wizard tourism in history began. Not only the wizards of Europe but also some people in America and even Africa got the news. They packed their bags with great interest and embarked on the journey. The Daily Prophet called it an unprecedented feat because never before had wizards gathered together with much fanfare. Other media also reported it. Name, country, mode of travel. In the German Ministry of Magic, an Auror registered wizards who would travel to Bhutan. There are dozens of tables around him, all of which are temporarily added to deal with the huge crowd of tourists. Pamar von Pagani, from Germany, through the birds, out of the country, is that what it is called? A wizard standing before him tried his best to recall the name of the tool he was going to ride, and it took a long time to say. That's called a plane. Said the Auror, without looking up, took out a small badge, tapped it on it, and handed it to the wizard. Keep this well. It has your information on it, you can travel unimpeded in Bhutan, and you can come to the Ministry of Magic to reimburse for your travel expenses when you return. The wizard thanked him hastily, carefully put the badge in his personal pocket, and turned to leave. Finally, after a busy afternoon and dealing with the departure of hundreds of wizards, the Auror was able to breathe. I really don't know why we must go to Bhutan. If that adult wants to do something different, he can find a suitable place in Europe. Rubbing his sore wrist, the Auror complained to the colleague beside him. He'd been doing this repetitive activity for 2 days in a row and couldn't even hold his wand. You want to die? Dare to question that person's order. The colleague was startled and quickly covered the Auror's mouth. And the Auror also realized his gaffe, raised his hands apologetically, saying he would not do it again, and the colleague released him. If you want to say who is the most feared person by these wizards in Europe, it is undoubtedly August. During the turmoil not long ago, more than 10,000 wizards were arrested, which has exceeded the number of wizards in some small countries. The most frightening thing is that these people were not put into prisons in various countries but disappeared after being sent to a place by the Alliance. Live without people, dead without corpses. This kind of weird thing makes countless people feel chills in their hearts, and they dare not think about what will happen to those who are caught. And August, who caused all this, has also become a taboo. Just like Voldemort back then, most people didn't even dare to mention his name. Colleagues looked around and found that everyone was busy with their own affairs. No one noticed the movements of the two of them, so he put down his sound and said quietly to the Auror. There are some things you can't control, so don't inquire. The Auror was slightly dissatisfied when he heard it. I can't control it. You can do it. I guess you don't know anything. Just scare me here. The colleague gave the Auror a disdainful look. My uncle's family is a loyal supporter of Lord Grindlevald. He is powerful of Alliance, no, it should be called the Pioneer now. Since August took over the power of Grindlevald, he felt that calling them the Alliance was a little inappropriate. After all, the Alliance was the name of the army of Grindlevald, and now they had to have a new name. The Pioneer is the name that August gave to his group of followers, which means the leader of the new era. The Auror looked at him in astonishment. He didn't expect his friend to have such a background. It was really hidden. You must know that in German, the vast majority of wizards admired Grindlevald very much. In the beginning, countless people were expecting him to come out of Nurmengard and restore the glory of wizards. Then you must have some inside information. Tell me quickly. Glancing at the Auror with a smug look, the colleague said mysteriously. I don't dare to tell you a lot. It involves the Master's plan. I can only tell you that nearly 100,000 pioneers have been scattered worldwide. Wait until September 1st, when they shake the world. The Auror listened with a stern look on his face, but when he asked for more details, his colleague kept his mouth shut. Chapter 480, The Eve of Dawn. August 30th, late at night. Makusa. In a fantastic room, hundreds of hourglasses are suspended out of thin air, and crystal-like quicksand flows slowly, illuminating the entire room, and illusory scenes flash by from time to time. Although Makusa does not have a department of mysteries, it also has a room for storing time turner. When Grindlevald told Dumbledore that August had powerful prophetic abilities, he took action to remodel it. Using the unique time-space characteristics of the sands of time, the sand in the time turner, this piece of time and space has been distorted without any rules. No matter how advanced the magic is, it is impossible to spy on what is happening in this room. The price of doing this is that hundreds of hourglasses can only last for less than a month, and their energy will be depleted and completely scrapped. The wizards who enter the room must also be very careful and follow a specific route to reach the safe area. If you are not careful, you will be involved in the turbulent flow of time and space that is densely covered around you, and no bones will be left. At this time, the small room was already full of people. McGonagall, Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Kingsley, Newt, Tina, Queenie, the Speaker of America, and some wizards from other nations. Dumbledore is sitting in the middle, and Jacob. These people are the helpers that Dumbledore can find. It is a bit shabby compared to August's current army, which could be covering the sky. Don't be nervous, Jacob. We've been through this kind of thing a long time ago. You should have the experience. Seeing the restlessness of the people around him, Dumbledore made a witty remark, trying to ease the atmosphere. The fat old man beside him shook his head with a wry smile. It's different, Albus. I was just a muggle at the time, just playing around. And now you want me to be the protagonist. The concept of the two is completely different. Besides, I really don't want to be enemies with Mr. Flamel and that little guy. Jacob is grateful from the bottom of his heart for Nicholas Flamel and August for fulfilling his wizarding dreams. In the past, as a muggle, he participated in various big incidents in the wizarding world. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, this is very enviable. But only he is clear in his own mind. When facing wizards, the inferiority complex in his heart always exists. If it weren't for the decades of friendship with Newt, and Dumbledore's repeated persuasion, he would not have served as the stained witness anyway. Seeing him embarrassed, Newt couldn't bear it, but he didn't know how to comfort him because he was sluggish by nature and could only hold back for a long time. You won't die, Jacob. Tina pushed her husband angrily. If you can't talk, don't talk. Dumbledore smiled slightly and didn't care about Jacob. The time was getting increasingly urgent, and he also needed to arrange the action plan for the day. At the same time, in Bhutan, August was sitting on the roof of a house, looking up at the stars. So far, August has gone through 17 springs and autumns. At first, he thought that this was just an ordinary world and that he could make money by virtue of some foresight advantages. Then he could become a rich man safely and live a normal life. However, an owl broke into his life and completely disrupted his plans. Fortunately, the system also awakened, giving August the power to protect himself. August originally intended to develop peacefully and stabilize without waves. As for Voldemort or something, it will be left to Dumbledore and Harry to deal with. However, things are impermanent, and as he becomes stronger day by day, his involvement with this world becomes deeper and deeper, and many things are beyond his control. Of course, his own thoughts have also changed. At first, he only knew Harry in books and movies. The other party's death, life, and suffering had nothing to do with him. But with subsequent contacts, he also has his own friends, Harry, Fred, George, Roger Davis, and Cedric. Some people's fate is very tragic, and he is still involved in the whirlpool and has become the focus. August is not the decisive character of the male protagonist. He is an ordinary person who can be cold to the enemy. Still, he is also affected by emotions toward his own people. Since he has the ability, then change everything and make the world completely different. The eyes that were originally scattered condensed together at this moment, shooting out the divine light. August got up and jumped from the roof to the ground but saw an unexpected figure. Cho. He looked at Cho standing in front of him in surprise. How long have you been here? Why didn't you call me? Cho smiled gently and took his arm very naturally. I see that you are thinking about things above, so I didn't bother you. You don't disturb anything. I'm just bored and in a daze. August shook his head and said nothing. Just when you're here, take a walk with me. The two were hanging out in Thimphu, the capital of Bhutan, which is full of a religious atmosphere. So far, more than 100,000 wizards have come to Bhutan, and a steady stream of people are coming from all over the world. To cope with such a large number of wizards, the pioneers cast the largest Muggle-repelling charm in history, and hundreds of thousands of Muggles were temporarily relocated to other areas. This has also become a city purely composed of wizards. Walking on the lively street, August and Cho chatted about the details between the two. From the encounter at the wand shop to the surprise at the sorting ceremony. From the first visit to Cho's house to the absurdity between the two at the Quidditch World Cup. August suddenly realizes that this girl has become the most important journey of his life. The relationship between the two is not vigorous. Still, this kind of delicacy, like clear spring water, is even more intoxicating. When I'm done with everything, I'll resign as the headmaster and accompany you around the world. Taking Cho to the hotel where her parents lived, August assured her. He was also a little tired from making plans over the years, and it was time to enjoy life. Cho's eyes brightened. She gave him a big hug and then ran into the hotel. Seeing the disappearing back of the girl, August smiled. With them standing behind him, he would have no reason to lose. No matter who the enemy is. August's figure also disappeared, leaving only a sentence echoing in place. System, draw a card. Chapter 481, towards the top, forward. All day long, no one has seen August. It was not until September 1st that he appeared in front of his girlfriend. Seeing that August, with a smile on his face, was not at all different, the girls were relieved. They know very well how much pressure August faces now, and he would stand against the world. But they were powerless. Although they are distressed, their ability is limited, and they cannot give August more help. Seeing that August is still calm now, Cho and others are also relieved. Arya held a wizard robe in hand, and Nagini came to him and thoughtfully changed August's clothes. This wizard robe is not simple. Dozens of masters carefully crafted it, which took 2 months to complete. The various materials used are also of great value. If firebolts replaced the robe, it would be able to arm 4 varsity teams. August is also very satisfied with this dress. The primary color black is very suitable for today's occasion. The embroidered lion, eagle, badger, and snake on the cuffs represent his identity as Hogwarts headmaster. And the phoenix behind him, who wants to spread his wings and soar in the sky, is the new emblem he chose for the Gaunt family. At present, we have 500 people in Shambhala, and 3,000 people stay in the city to maintain order. If there is any unexpected situation, we can instantly summon 10,000 absolute loyalists to ensure that nothing goes wrong. While helping August get dressed, Nagini also reported the current situation in Bhutan. More than 3,000 wizards, although the number is less for the more than 100,000 spectators, it is definitely more than enough to maintain the situation. August nodded lightly. Set up the live broadcast equipment and ensure there are no dead spots. Also, if you encounter Dumbledore and others, you just need to delay and don't kill. Nagini replied in a low voice, then stepped aside. You are so handsome today. Astoria let out an exclamation and then covered her mouth. She was accidentally saying what was in his heart. August is amused by his antics. When am I not handsome? Astoria hurriedly shook her head and nodded her head quickly. Now, her appearance amused everyone, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Fleur looked at her watch and said to the crowd. It's getting late. We should leave. They nodded. Each of them has their own task and must be present in advance. As for August, as the protagonist, he will appear at the most shining moment. Shambhala, this fantastic name. In the Muggle world, Shambhala is the paradise of Buddhism, known as the legendary paradise. In the magical world, Shambhala really exists, located in Bhutan. This is the source of many magic, the holy place in the hearts of countless wizards. When the International Confederation of Wizards needed to choose a new supreme mugwump, an election ceremony was held in Shambhala for hundreds of years. Through the purest creature in the wizarding world, the Qilin, choose the most suitable one among several candidates. It's just that in modern society, the International Confederation of Wizards has switched to voting by parliamentarians, and the status of Shambhala has increasingly declined and has gradually been forgotten. Today, this place has once again become the focus of the wizarding world, except for the hundreds of thousands of wizards who came to the scene. Major wizarding gatherings around the world are live-streaming today's event. To the east of Mount Everest, a precipitous mountain is inaccessible and casts a powerful Muggle-repelling charm. The temple has existed quietly on the huge platform at the top for thousands of years. Perhaps out of a pilgrimage mentality, even though most wizards have the ability to apparate, they just slowly climb up on foot. To grab a good spot, many people set off before dawn. It's a pity that the top position has never belonged to the ordinary class. Under the arrangement of the pioneers who maintained the order, the students of the 3 schools and the officials of the Ministry of Magic of various countries naturally stood in the best position. The Hogwarts students were very excited to see the big figures who rarely showed up. Look, that is the French Minister for Magic, and next to him is the German Minister for Magic. I didn't expect them to appear today. Didn't you see Mr. Nicholas Flamel and his wife standing beside Grindlevald? The 2 of them together are over 1,000 years old. F***K, it's true. The headmaster has such a big face even these 2 can be invited. The little wizards were discussing in whispers, and Grindelwald didn't care about it. At this time, he was busy lining up with Aberforth, and Shambhala was a sad place for both of them. Here, he once tried to manipulate the International Confederation of Wizards election through the Qilin. As a result, he was destroyed by Dumbledore and Newt, and he also completely cracked the blood pact. It can be said that he lost his wife and lost his army. And although Aberforth recognized his son at that time, Aurelius's body had been destroyed and riddled with holes. He died a few days after returning. So, they didn't want to be here if it wasn't for August's request. Especially Aberforth, his heart is very complicated. One is his brother and the other is his sister. Coupled with August's ability, Aurelius's resurrection is also in his mind. At this time, Aberforth was confused. If he was going to fight, who must he would help? In a state of irritability, he saw Grindelwald even more unpleasantly. If it weren't for so many people watching and he couldn't be able to beat Grindelwald. 9 times out of 10, he would have taken out his wand and started fighting. At this time, there was a commotion from the crowd below. At the same time, footage appeared on both live here and live broadcast screens around the world. August showed up. He was stepping on the steps made of white jade under the gaze of almost half of the wizards in the world. Step by step towards the top, move forward. Chapter 482, Raising the Power. A cicada wing-like cloud shrouds this mountain with an altitude of nearly 7,000 meters all year round. Clouds often block the sight from the top of the mountain, and the visibility is very low. But this situation has changed since August appeared. People were surprised to find that as if someone was directing, the clouds at the ladder moved obediently to both sides, leaving a passageway with very high visibility. You can witness August's ascent to the top no matter where you stand. In this way, step by step, he calmly approached the throne that belonged to him under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes. The speed is not fast, but the pace is firm, and there is a look of high spirits in his eyes occasionally. All the wizards August passed by lowered their heads subconsciously, daring not to make a sound. When August was gone, some people dared to raise their heads and looked at his figure with complicated expressions. The entire territory of Europe almost all rely on his figure. Grindlevald, 100,000 pioneers, and aurors from dozens of countries are all forces in his hands. Before August, no one believed that wizards' power could be so powerful, let alone that all this came from the hand of this young man who just turned 17. But the truth is in front of everyone, even in the unthinkable, but August just did it. When someone is a little better than you, you get jealous. But when excellence is beyond your comprehension, then the rest is worship. Countless people were in awe of August but also madly worshipped him. Of course, everything has two sides. Since there are admirers, there are people who hate him deeply. Avada Kedavra. In the crowd, several voices rang out simultaneously. Under the horrified eyes of the people around, the green curse wiped their bodies and attacked August. These people were survivors of that purge and knew that today was their best chance. They are among the hundreds of thousands of wizards. Just like a wave, it is the best way to hide. And August, just like this, passing by them unprepared, it is simply the best time to do it. But the expected shock did not come, and August continued walking forward as if he had not noticed the curse so close at hand. Even the frequency of his steps did not change. A dozen defensive spells suddenly appeared in the air, blocking the killing curse. A brief commotion broke out in the crowd, which quickly subsided. The pioneers, who had been in the audience for a long time, subdued the enemy briefly and then frantically looked at August, who had no intention of looking back. Because just 2 days ago, August told his subordinates what would happen here and let them perform their duties. At first, the pioneers were still skeptical, and they didn't realize until today that the positions of these people's shots were not wrong. If you doubted August, it would only appear ignorant. To everyone's amazement, August's momentum grew stronger with every step he took. Although this change is not clear, it adds up. Even if this momentum is hidden deep in his body, it is enough to make people feel stuffy in the chest and can't breathe. Grindlevald on the high platform frowned, and his tone was also a little dreadful. This kid, are you so cautious? He could see that August was gaining momentum. Momentum is a very illusory thing, but it really exists. Like many wizards facing Voldemort, the other party just stood there. Still, anger, fear, and other negative emotions would come. This was because of the psychological oppression formed by Voldemort's slaughter, which had accumulated little by little. And August brought the power to unify most of the wizarding world. Through the latter, he completely developed his own power in a short time. The most terrifying thing is that he accumulated and kept this momentum hidden. Then, the first person to make his move will face unimaginable pressure. This is why he didn't do it himself just now but asked the pioneers to stop the chaotic wizards. As for who that person will be, do you still need to think? Albus, you must think about it. Grindlevald sighed silently in his heart, and now he really wanted to leave Shambhala and stop Dumbledore outside Bhutan. Rather than letting this pair of professor and student fight, he might as well do it himself. At least he knows how to measure. Finally, August walked through the sky steps, passed through the queues of several schools, and took his own seat. And the suppressed aura in his body was finally as round as one, hidden away. But it is conceivable that once it erupts, it must be earth-shattering. Until then, everyone felt that the usual August was back. They greeted him one after another, and August responded with a smile. Looking at the time, the ceremony initially scheduled to start at 10 o'clock has been postponed for more than an hour because of his reasons. Just as he was about to speak to let Professor Flitwick begin, August looked up at the sky with a sense of it. The eyes also turned into colored glass, and strange fluctuations circulated independently. So it was. August smiled playfully and looked at Grindlevald playfully. What happened to this kid? Why are you looking at me like that? Grindelwald's heart beat a drum, and a trace of unease flashed, but he couldn't catch it. Professor Flitwick, please. Leaving aside Grindelwald's psychological activity, August had Flitwick begin today's sorting ceremony. And those little wizards who were about to enter school could not hold back their excitement and quickly lined up, waiting for Professor Flitwick to read their names. Seeing the headmaster's power, whether it is a wizard or a child from a Muggle family, can't wait. Although countless wizards are gathered here today, August used the pretext of the opening ceremony. But many understand it's just an excuse, and no one cares which houses these little guys attend. They just want to know what August's purpose is today. Soon, when the last little wizard was sorted into Ravenclaw, both the audience present and the wizards watching the live broadcast were all energized, and their eyes stared straight at August, who had stood up. They know that the main event is about to begin. Chapter 483, Chapter 483, the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy will be officially repealed today. On the top of the mountains, the stars arch the moon. No amplifying charm was used, but August's voice was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present. 85 countries, 173,396 wizards. I never imagined that the students of Hogwarts would one day complete their opening ceremony in the presence of so many people. Hearing these two numbers, many people were startled and looked around. Although they saw the crowds, they never thought there were so many wizards here. In the wizarding world, the living area of wizards is very irregular, and you may see their existence anywhere. But because of the population, a region may have only a few wizards. Few people see hundreds of people gathered together except for places like Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, or the School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Not to mention the scene where hundreds of thousands of wizards are together now. After August pointed it out, everyone discovered that there were so many wizards in Bhutan. And the Hogwarts students had even more smiles on their faces. With this one thing alone, August could be selected as the greatest headmaster ever at Hogwarts. Although Hogwarts in the past was also known as the best wizarding school in the world, his enrollment was only in England, and his influence was very limited. But after today, whoever mentions Hogwarts will think of today's opening ceremony. This makes them proud of being Hogwarts students. Not only them but Professor Flitwick and others also had smiles on their faces, and even Snape became more energetic. Ugh. Just when everyone was shocked, August sighed. Stepping off the staff seat, then came to the step closest to the onlookers and sat down without any image. His actions were very rude, but he did it without causing anyone's ill feelings. On the contrary, there was a kind of uninhibited freedom. August pointed to a wizard as if in small talk and asked, "This friend, which country are you from?" The wizard, who pointed by August, did not expect to be asked, and he was stunned and quickly reacted. "Speaker Gaunt, I am from the Netherlands, Amsterdam." He respectfully said that the current August has the title of Honorary Speaker of the Europe Council, so he will call him that. August nodded. "Netherlands, a beautiful country. Do you know how many wizards and muggles are in your country?" The wizard thought about it for a long time and then said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I really don't know much about this." He's just an ordinary wizard and has no time to pay attention to population issues, let alone muggle populations. August was not surprised by his answer, nor did he expect this person to answer. "Then let me tell you, there are about 25,000 wizards in the Netherlands. As for muggles, it's more than 17 million. The math of the wizards is generally poor, and it took a long time for them to realize what a huge number of 17 million is. It's not that they don't know, but they are surprised that the population of muggles is so huge. My compatriots present, you can also think about the comparison between the number of wizards and the number of muggles in your country. That's why I sigh. When muggles can gather hundreds of thousands of people to watch just because of a concert, our gathering of hundreds of thousands of wizards has already made history." At this moment, both the audience present and those watching the live broadcast from all over the world were silent. After all, this huge numerical gap made the wizards feel their hearts sink. At the same time, doubt emerged from the minds of countless people. Why does August bring this up? They just listened to August. 100 years ago, the Muggle population was a quarter of what it is now. After 2 wars, their number increased instead of decreasing, and now it has reached 8 billion. And wizards? We're half as many now as we were 100 years ago, though we've had a war too. Grindelwald's face turned black. This kid was throwing trouble at him. At that time, he was very careful about protecting the wizards. It took a few decades to add up to only a few thousand wizards who died. Seeing that many people's faces became increasingly ugly, August did not retreat. Still, he went forward and continued to make violent predictions. The most frightening thing is that the Muggle population is still overgrowing while the number of new wizards is gradually decreasing. Perhaps in 100 years, you will find that there are less than double digits of new students at Hogwarts every year, as will other schools of wizardry. Standing up from the ground, August's wand swept away, and the dust that had just been stained disappeared. He paced slowly, with a hint of heaviness in his voice, and continued. "I'm constantly thinking about what I can do for the current state of wizards. It is no exaggeration to say that I am the most powerful wizard in the world, and even Grindlevald couldn't compare to me." Hard, fist hard. Grindlevald is very angry. Why does this kid keep flogging himself repeatedly? August didn't care about his bad behavior at all. But power means responsibility, and I have an obligation to be responsible for the future of wizards. So, today, while everyone is here and there are countless compatriots from far away paying attention to this great opportunity, I have something to announce. Starting today, in Europe, America, Asia, and Africa, the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy will be officially repealed. As long as it doesn't harm the interests of others, you can cast magic at will, regardless of the existence of muggles. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of eyes turned to August. They couldn't believe what they heard was true. Sir, do you mean that wizards are going to be fully exposed to muggles? A wizard who was relatively close stuttered and confirmed. Sure. August smiled. This is the first step in revitalizing wizards, hidden for hundreds of years, and I'm sure everyone is tired of it. It's time to let the world know that such amazing people need a life under the sun too. Boom. There was thunder in the distant sky, where the clouds had turned pitch black, and a storm visible to the naked eye was brewing. And at this moment, an old but full of energy voice came from the sky. I disagree. Chapter 484, let's welcome the arrival of the new era together. The sound of birdsong became clearer. A huge thunderbird quickly approached the high platform along with the thunder and lightning. It appears that my distinguished guest has arrived. Seeing Dumbledore pulling a fat old man from above Thunderbird's head to apparate to him, August said with a smile. F***K. Headmaster Dumbledore. Wrong, it should be called Professor now, and Gaunt is the headmaster. Yes, I'm just used to it. The little wizards at Hogwarts were also shocked. Before they woke up from the big melon released by August, they saw Dumbledore fall from the sky. Professor, you are welcome to the opening ceremony of Hogwarts, but you seem to be a little late. Ignoring August's ridicule, Dumbledore said in a deep voice. Gaunt, stop talking nonsense. I'm here today to expose your conspiracy. The fat old man beside him greeted August with a smirk. Hello, Gaunt, I have heard of your name for a long time, and I only met you today. He glanced at the unforgettable crowd below and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You guys are fine too. The scene was really big, and he couldn't hold it. Is this Mr. Kowalski? It was also the first time August saw a successful, experimental product, so he couldn't help but take a second look. Well, yes, the magic power in the body is still active, and it is also at the level of ordinary little wizards' 4th and 5th grades. To reach this point in just over 2 years, it seems that he has the talent to be a wizard. Dumbledore was about to say something but was interrupted by August reaching out. Not yet, Professor. Wait a moment. After speaking, August took out his wand and launched a few magic fireworks into the sky. Then he just looked at the ladder below. It didn't take long for a wizard to disapparate continuously, crossing the vast sea of people and arriving on the rooftop. Under the leadership of Fleur, dozens of pioneers escorted McGonagall and others to the back of Dumbledore. Seeing August nod, she returned the wand to McGonagall and the others and then stepped aside. Sorry, Dumbledore, we screwed up. Newt said very embarrassedly. According to the original plan, they would show up after Dumbledore announced August's plan, win over those who opposed the crowd, and defeat the pioneers. As a result, the pioneers captured them before his apprenticeship. They lurked in the city according to Dumbledore's instructions. Still, the pioneers seemed to have known their location for a long time, and the pioneers quickly surrounded them before they started to move. However, the current situation and why August brought them here and returned their wand is a bit strange. It's okay, Newt. You've done your best. Dumbledore reassured it. He had long known that August would not be so easy to deal with and had expected their failure. Dumbledore just didn't expect it to be so fast. It hasn't even started yet. But it doesn't matter. Countless people will be on his side as long as he makes everything public. Professor, you can start your performance. August stretched out his hand, not intending to stop it at all. Dumbledore looked deeply at him, wondering why August had such confidence, but this was his only chance. Slowly exhaling a suffocating breath, he pulled Jacob Kowalski to the face of the bewildered audience. This guy next to me, his name is Jacob Kowalski. He's a huge stranger to you, but what I'm saying is that, decades ago, Jacob was just a muggle. At the same time, the pioneers hidden worldwide appeared in various muggle cities at almost the same time. London. Due to the time difference, it was already late in London, and countless people were immersed in sweet dreams. Boom. 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 An explosion sounded, awakening the sleeping people, with a state of half-dreamer and half-awake. They hurriedly went to the windows or walked out of the house, wanting to see what had happened. In the sky, gorgeous fireworks bloomed and made a huge roar. Did my eyes dazzle? Or because it was so dark, why did I see a piece of cloth flying in the sky? A gray-haired old man rubbed his eyes vigorously and asked his wife beside him with uncertainty. However, his wife also grew his mouth and muttered to herself. Old man, you should really look at your eyes. This is not a piece of cloth, the sky is full of black cloth. A huge roar, a wonder in the sky. People who have witnessed everything with their eyes call friends and watch this magical scene together. Paris, Berlin, New York, Tokyo. All over the world, cities with a population of more than 1 million are now shrouded in black curtains floating in the sky. The pioneers made huge movements to attract people's attention. Then they released magic, summoning pieces of black gauze-like cloth floating in the air. Some people saw them with sharp eyes, screamed in horror, and even shot and tried to attack them. But the pioneers ignored them, and they used apparition to change their position quickly. Their task is to make everyone in their city notice the changes in the sky. When Dumbledore began introducing Jacob's existence, these black clothes turned into display screens individually. Clearly present the scene image and sound in front of the world. God, what the hell is this? 10 Downing Street, inside the Prime Minister's residence. A group of staff and officials surrounded Robert, stunned at the sky's wonders. With a sigh, Robert ordered the secretary beside him. Let the army enter the city to prevent someone from taking the opportunity to cause chaos, although it is already enough chaos now. The secretary nodded blankly, his eyes still reluctant to leave the screen. She took out his Nokia and made a call. Although he knew what would happen today, Robert's heart was still shocked. Wizards really are a bunch of amazing people. At the same time, he also silently uttered a sentence. While countless pioneers fanatical shouts a sentence. Let's welcome the arrival of a new era together. Chapter 485, Chapter 485, The Mortals Who Go Up the Mountain, How Dare to Question the Gods Who Go Down the Mountain. Unbeknownst to Dumbledore, he had the privilege of giving a speech in the presence of billions of people. But August believes that if he knows, he will not be happy. With his enthusiastic help, the existence of wizards and the possibility of muggles becoming wizards were completely exposed. Maybe people around the world don't know much about wizards right now. But don't worry. They'll see the real world soon. With the help of Nicholas Flamel and Severus Snape, they successfully developed this unprecedented potion. And Mr. Jacob Kowalski was the first product they tried. Gaunt wants to abolish the International Statute of Wizarding secrecy because only when muggles believe in the existence of wizards and in the power of magic can the potions they develop take effect. Dumbledore is worthy of being a master of magic. Without knowing the principle of the awakening potion, he even guessed things closely. All around the world. Is what this old man said true? Are there really wizards in the world? I think it should be true. Otherwise, how can you explain the current situation? That little brother is so handsome. His clothes are so pretty. Dumbledore. Why is that name so familiar? Brother, you feel the same way, and so do I, but I don't know the person with this name. Damn it. Dumbledore. Isn't that the name of the headmaster in Harry Potter, and Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist who invented the Philosopher's Stone? A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. At first, no one thought of the movie, but once someone proposes it, everyone's blocked thinking is completely opened. Dumbledore, and Nicholas Flamel, can be regarded as important characters in the film. Although they do not appear a few times, but they run through the whole picture. Mom, there really is Hogwarts, the living headmaster Dumbledore. Baby, the current headmaster is that handsome young brother, Dumbledore is no longer headmaster. Then I'll go even more. August's strategy has been successful because of the Harry Potter movie. Countless people have the appearance of a wizard in their minds, and there is no fear. After hearing Dumbledore say that he has developed a potion that can turn muggles into wizards, his eyes light up. Who can resist wielding a wand and unleashing all kinds of magic? The top of Bhutan, Shambhala. Hundreds of thousands of wizards, no one to speak, fell into an eerie silence. What Dumbledore said is too bizarre. How could they possibly have a potion that could turn a muggle into a wizard? Clap. 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 There was a sudden applause, and August looked at Dumbledore with a smile. As expected of a professor, I clearly know that the information is limited, but you can feel almost everything. Mr. Kowalski, I don't know if it's convenient for you to perform the magic you already know. Jacob was a little embarrassed. I usually practice with Queenie's wand, and I don't have my own wand yet. It's all right. I prepared a greeting for you a long time ago, Nagini. August beckoned, and Nagini walked over to him and handed over an exquisite wooden box. Opening the box, there was a very delicate wand in it, and Jacob was a little bit incredulous. This is for me. Certainly, walnut, dragon heartstring, 11 inches and 1/3, suitable for brave wizards. August carefully introduced the wand to Jacob. Although it's not made by Ollivander, my craft is not bad too. You can try it. Inside the Mage Tower, Ollivander, who was also invited to watch the ceremony, smiled bitterly. August is really flattering. His skills can't compare to August's today. Taking the wand, Jacob sensed that his body's magic had become very active. He knew it was a real wand, not the one that Dumbledore had given him at the time. Wingardium Leviosa. Accompanied by his spell, a water glass not far away swayed and flew up. Perhaps because of the unfamiliar reason, the juice inside was spilled. Seeing Jacob's successful spellcasting, no one doubts his identity anymore. The crowd gradually boiled, and they looked at August in shock. Gaunt. Why are you doing this? The wizards with pure-blood families were angry. They felt that August was sullying the blood of wizards. This is taboo. In fact, not only they but also many wizards can't understand. In their opinion, wizards are born superior. August is pulling them down from the clouds, shattering the arrogance in their heart. For a time, the crowd was excited, and countless people questioned him. Ha 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 ha. The wild laughter resounded through the sky, and the sound was so loud that it shook the distant mountain peaks into an avalanche. The wizards covered their ears in pain, and some even fainted. How dare the mortals who go up the mountain question the gods who go down the mountain? Arrogant, very arrogant. But the people present looked at the hundreds of followers standing behind him, Grindlevald in the heights, and countless pioneers hiding beside them. No one dared to say no. Ironically, August looked at the suddenly silent crowd with disdain. In your mind, muggles are just a group of mudbloods, and they are not the same species as wizards at all. But in my case, they also lack an opportunity to see something more splendid. And now I'm giving them the opportunity, and you'll benefit from it too. August opened his palm, and a miniature globe appeared in his palm, spinning continuously. Imagine, if everyone becomes a wizard one day, you don't have to hide wherever you go. How splendid the magical civilization will be. Don't ruin your glorious future because of short-term shortness. This is my last advice to you. After speaking, August ignored these tool people and looked at Dumbledore. Professor, you are the only person in the world who has a chance to stop me. As long as you defeat me, the world can still return to its original state. In this case, I will give you this opportunity to beat me according to the rules of my game. How about it, do you dare? Chapter 486, I'm just Harry Potter. Dumbledore looked at the crowd below, who dared not move and sighed in his heart. The trend is done. He wrongly underestimated August's power today and misjudged ordinary people's courage. In the face of a giant that covers the sky with one hand, many people can't raise the heart of resistance at all because they don't know when they will become cannon fodder. By this time, Dumbledore was already regretting why he didn't make August's plot public in the first place. He chose a safe method because of the reason for estimating Grindlevald. The result is to sit back and watch August grow stronger day by day. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Grindlevald, who had been silent for a while. The meaning was very complicated. Grindlevald was also a little puzzled but still operated to August's side. Do you need me to take action? I can help you hold Albus back, and you can finish what you haven't finished. August shook his head and refused. Since I said to give him a chance, I won't break my promise. Professor, this is also a matter of our internal Hogwarts. You and I will have a wizard duel, and the winner will be king. There was a huge roar in the distance, and everyone looked at the sound, and a gorgeous mage tower flew in front of them. Now, everyone can enter my mage tower. The extension charm has been cast inside, which is large enough to accommodate all of you. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly rushed into the mage tower with apparitions, flying carpets, and brooms. Once Dumbledore and August go to war, staying put is definitely not a safe option. And if they were to leave like this, they would naturally feel unwilling. No one wants to miss the battle that will determine the world's fate. Soon, only Grindlevald, the Hogwarts professors, and Dumbledore were left on the grounds. August raised his eyebrows. Why, the professor can't trust me. Think there is a trap in my mage tower. Dumbledore shook his head. No, I just think that since it's an internal matter at Hogwarts, I can't let the two of us decide. It's better that we get more people involved and win 3 out of 5 games. He paused and then added. Aberforth is one of our people, and Ms. Rosier should be from Grindlevald. Let's get rid of the 2 of them. August sneered. Professor, your wishful thinking is quite loud. Knowing that most of the professors are young people newly recruited by me, you still do this. But who made you my most respected professor? I agree. Dumbledore blushed, knowing he was taking advantage, but to stop August, he couldn't care less. In the first game, we sent Sirius to fight. You can choose someone. After all, he was still a decent person, and Dumbledore took the lead in sending out the battle, which was considered room for August to arrange. But it's not even convenient. Sirius's magic power is definitely not the strongest among a group of people. However, his talent is good, but after all, he is not old enough, and he has been wasted in Azkaban for more than 10 years. But he is a fighting wizard. Even if someone has more magic power than him, a wizard with powerful spells will be constrained by his crazy fighting style. Now, among the professors at Hogwarts, only Snape and Flitwick can stabilize him. Dumbledore was sure that August would not embarrass Flitwick and let him shoot, so even if Snape won the shot, he would have a great chance of winning the next few matches. Hearing Dumbledore calling his name, Sirius couldn't wait to jump out. Snape. Stand up and leave Lily's side if you're a man. And you, Lily, why are you on August's side? You and James are both members of the Order of the Phoenix. He had wanted to question Lily these words for a long time, but because he didn't have the opportunity, he was really unhappy when they met. Lily was not moved when she heard Sirius' words. Sirius, I have dedicated my life to the Order of the Phoenix once, and now I just want to live a good life for Harry. These words can be described as kill on the face. Sirius couldn't argue with Lily at all because it was all true. After being dead for so many years, do people still want to come out and fight again when they are resurrected? Somewhat embarrassed, he pointed his finger at Snape. Snavelis. You betrayed Professor Dumbledore. Fight with me to the death. Snape's face suddenly turned ugly, and the nickname of Snavelis was a shame for his life. Immediately, he pulled out his wand and was ready to teach Sirius a lesson. However, August did stop him. I don't need you to shoot. I have a more suitable candidate. He turned his head to look at the Mage Tower in midair. Harry, how about you coming in the first game? Dumbledore's eyes widened. There was a voice of resistance from the Mage Tower. August, can you change someone? Sirius is my godfather anyway. August said lightly. 3 numbers, 1, 3. I'm coming. Harry's voice was a little flustered, and he flew out of the Mage Tower while riding his firebolt. How can you count like that? Where is the number 2? Falling next to August, Harry whispered. Don't talk nonsense. You know the consequences if you lose. August instructed and left the venue to Harry. With a sigh, Harry also knew that it couldn't be changed once August decided something. When looking at Sirius, his eyes also became firm. Sirius, let you see my progress in the past 2 years. Harry knew in his heart that it was actually the best choice to take action himself. The grudge between the two is now clear to him. When Sirius saw that his opponent was Harry, he was stunned at first and then turned into a cheerful smile. Harry is 17 years old and looks more and more like James in his memory. Except for the eyes, the two of them are carved out of the same mold. Harry, you remind me of the time when I practiced dueling with James. Since you have decided your future path, come on. Harry shook his head slowly. I am who I am, not my father nor the boy who lived. Why are people always eager to put some weird labels on him? I'm just Harry Potter. Chapter 487, Godfather vs. Godson. After entering the wizarding world, Harry's living environment has not been friendly. It's not that everyone around him is bullying him and pushing him away. On the contrary, everyone's sudden enthusiasm is the reason why he's not used to it. In the eyes of countless people, Harry is the boy who lived and the savior who saves the wizarding world. People appreciated, adored, and had high hopes for him, but they didn't realize it pressured Harry much. In the eyes of Sirius and some professors, who have an intersection with his parents, he is often considered a continuation of James. Even Snape used to look at him very badly because of this. Harry loved his father and his mother dearly, and their sacrifice kept him alive. But because of this, he didn't want to be used as a substitute for others. He wanted to be a really great wizard so that his dead father could be proud of him. Not what James II did. Today, in the presence of everyone, he will defeat Sirius and fight for himself and August's ideals. The others retreated a certain distance, leaving space for the two of them. Inside the Mage Tower, the Hogwarts students nervously leaned on the fence, looking at Harry and Sirius, who were only a dozen meters away. Who do you think will win? Hannah Abbott excitedly asked her classmates around, and the battle between the two sides made her blood boil. I think Professor Sirius can win. He has the unforgivable curse. I think Harry will win, and if you don't believe in Harry, you should believe in Headmaster Gaunt, right? Anthony Goldstein retorted. He is August's classmate and a fanatical admirer and naturally stands firm on his side. In fact, it's not just them. The countless muggles and wizards in the world who are watching the live broadcast are all staring at the screen. Wizards know that this is a battle to decide the fate of the wizarding world, but muggles are a little skeptical. But this does not delay them from watching the fun. After all, what kind of people the wizards are will soon be reflected in the battle. Harry, you go first. As soon as Sirius entered the fighting state, he became a lot more arrogant, smiling provocatively at Harry. Flipendo. Without continuing nonsense, Harry turned his wrist, and a light blue streamer was emitted. It is worth mentioning that he did not use the Elder Wand against his enemies. Because after August told the history of the Elder Wand, he developed a disgust for that wand. Even if the power of his wand is a little smaller, he is used to it after using it for so many years. At least there is no risk. Sirius directly used his magic power to offset the spell, feeling slightly numb in his wrist, and was surprised. How did Harry's magic grow so fast? Expulso. Locomotor Mortis. Stupefy. In Harry's hands, a series of conventional attacking spells were used by him in different ways. Although the power was not as powerful, it's better because it's continuous. Sirius lost his first move and was temporarily unable to counterattack, so he could only resolve them individually with his rich experience. Sectum Sempra. Harry's voice suddenly increased a notch, and Sirius felt a scalp tingling. He had seen Snape's powerful spell, which was extremely difficult to defend. But he was not surprised. Only someone as insidious as Snape could develop such a vicious spell. Protego. He waved his wand vigorously, and a circular shield charm surrounded him without dead ends. Boom. There was a sound like the morning bell, and Sirius staggered back a few steps. Sectum Sempra's power was unparalleled. Even if the shield charm he released with all his strength successfully blocked it, the physical impact still almost blew him away. Accio, shield. A huge shield flew from the hands of the guard statue at the entrance of the temple and lay between the two of them. Sirius manipulated it to block Harry's subsequent attack. The sound of gold and iron clashing was endless, and Sirius gradually brought back the situation on the field. With the strong defensive power of the shield, most of Harry's attacks were ineffective. Sectum Sempra. The invisible air blade shot out again, leaving a few marks on the shield. Harry frowned, dodging Sirius' counterattack. He doesn't know what material this shield is made of. Sectum Sempra, the extremely sharp one, couldn't cut through it. Although it took some time, Harry was sure to smash the shield, but he did not want to see this kind of anxious situation. After thinking about it, Harry took a deep breath. Having known August for so long, Harry was also used to hiding a hand of trump cards, but he didn't expect that this method would actually be used on Sirius. Expecto Patronum. Harry tapped his wand, and strands of white mist quickly emerged from the top of the wand, forming a huge stag. But the white mist still did not stop, and it continued to pour out from the top of the wand, turning into silk threads to mend the stag's body, making it even more magical. Go. Harry murmured in a low voice, accompanied by a crisp neigh. The stag charged straight toward Sirius. Sirius didn't know why Harry wanted to release the Patronus, but he cautiously placed the shield in front of him and took a few steps back quietly. Reducto. To his surprise, the Reductor curse did hit Harry's Patronus, but it only took away the fog and disappeared. The stag raised his hooves high, stepped on it hard, and mercilessly smashed the shield to the ground. With this reaction force, the stag jumped even higher. The stunned Sirius had nowhere to dodge at all, reluctantly cast a shield charm on himself, and then was kicked away. Expelliarmus. Harry naturally wouldn't give up this great opportunity. The wand moved forward, and the surging magic power blew up. 3 disarming charms flew in front of Sirius. The first set smashes the remaining defenses. The second was desperately blocked by Sirius, who was in the air. But facing the third, Sirius had completely lost his ability to resist, and the wand came out of his hand and flew into Harry's hand. Sirius fell heavily to the ground. Cough cough. Sirius coughed in pain. Patronus's foot was not light, and he felt 2 ribs were broken. Holding his chest and struggling to get up from the ground, he looked at Harry, who was holding 2 wands with a complicated expression. Congratulations, Harry, I lost. Chapter 488, Professor versus Student. Sirius has fallen into deep self-doubt. To be honest, he actually looks down at Harry a little bit. As a godfather, he thought he knew Harry's strength very well. Although Harry was not weak at that time, he could already defeat many adult wizards. Still, in his opinion, Harry is weaker than him. You must know that he was fighting with the elite among the Death Eaters at that time. Most of those people were born into pureblood families, and everyone had the qualifications to become Aurors. But just over a year had passed, and Harry was in the middle of the battle, crushing him dignifiedly. Thinking of this, Sirius wanted to die. There were thunderous cheers from within the Mage Tower, and the Hogwarts students were celebrating. Harry's performance in the battle was wonderful. Familiar with the basic magic spell and the Patronus charm. There are also 3 last consecutive powerful disarming charms. It's too much for their group of students. Professor, I won the first game. August walked up to Harry with a smile and patted him on the shoulder in appreciation. It's different from running away when encountering a Death Eater in the original book. Harry's strength is now considered an elite aura. The reason for such a big change is that the effect of the magic potion he gave him is very good, and the second is Snape's words and deeds. Snape's reserved knowledge is no joke. Why is Harry's Patronus so powerful? August glanced at Lily, who was relieved to tears. The answer is, of course, self-evident. What is the happiest thing in the world besides the joy of losing and being reunited? And Dumbledore's look at Harry is also very complicated, mixed with regret. Sorry, Professor, I let you down. Shaking his head, Sirius said helplessly, although he was thrilled that Harry had become so powerful, they were now on opposite sides. You've done a great job, Sirius. Leave the rest to us. After comforting him, Dumbledore packed up his mood and prepared for the next duel. It's just a game of gain and loss, and he can still bear it. Professor. Harry called out to Dumbledore with earnestness in his eyes. Why don't you choose to try and trust us? Although he stood firmly by August's side, wouldn't it be better if he could persuade Dumbledore to stop the war? Dumbledore was startled. A bit of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. Harry, I'm glad you have changed so much but are still too naive. Wizards and muggles can't be put together, and countless people will die once they merge. August interrupted the two. It's useless to talk about it. Anyway, there will be a result today. Seeing him say this, Dumbledore also gave up trying to continue talking, looked behind him, and selected candidates for the second battle. I'll come. McGonagall stood up, his expression as serious as ever. Here, I have the highest strength. Even if Snape shoots, I have a great chance of winning. Aberforth opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Although he can't beat his brother, Grindlevald, and that little monster. But hitting you is fine. After all, his surname is Dumbledore too. Dumbledore thought for a moment and then agreed to her request. Seeing Professor McGonagall appear, August didn't move, and someone operaed from the Mage Tower and appeared in front of him. This one, I'm coming. Hermione looked firmly at her most respected professor and stood before August. Hermione, you. I'm going to tell the professor our resolve with my own hands. There was trembling in Hermione's voice, but her words revealed a meaning that could not be rejected. Looking at Hermione's back, August was silent for a long time before reluctantly confessing his fate. Be careful. He knew how much courage Hermione needed to stand up now. On the opposite side, Professor McGonagall saw that the opponent turned out to be the student she had admired the most in recent years, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Miss Granger, you are worthy of a Gryffindor. Hearing Professor McGonagall's compliment, Hermione's face also showed joy. Then, she realized something was wrong and quickly raised her face. You are also my most respected professor. The voice fell, Hermione waved her wand, and a table was blown to pieces. Under the effect of transfiguration, the pieces turned into birds and surrounded Professor McGonagall, trying to block her sight. Very exquisite transfiguration. Professor McGonagall took no hassle and also used the surrounding objects to turn into a big net, catching the birds in one go. Since students use transfiguration to meet the enemy, how can a professor take the lead in using other magic? As a result, they started a battle dedicated to transfiguration. The goshawk blinded the lion, and the giant bear smashed the rhinoceros. Feather turned into a sword, and the gravel turned into a spear. The two of them have used almost everything that can be used around them. Unlike Harry and Sirius, who had a direct and passionate confrontation, Hermione and McGonagall's battle was more inclined to an academic exchange. So far, they have never cast any spells other than transfiguration. The competition is about their control over objects and the flexibility of their minds. Get up. Hermione let out a soft voice, and the shield that Sirius had used flew up and turned into a giant palm. It's just that this palm looks a little crude. In fact, Hermione had already noticed the extraordinariness of this shield. When she was fighting with McGonagall, she used her magic power to analyze the elements of the shield. Looking at the palm that was slapped straight down, McGonagall took it seriously. These are very simple solutions if you can use a knockback jinx to resist or simply apparate to avoid it. But now it is a competition of transfiguration. Whoever uses other magic spells first will undoubtedly admit defeat. The dignity of a professor for so many years would not allow her to do this. Quickly tap the ground with the wand, and the floor around McGonagall quickly rises upwards, in the shape of raising his hands to support the sky. The two met. Boom. Zitsy. Crack. Harry covered his ears in pain, like the sound of chalk rubbing against the blackboard in Muggle school. It was too harsh. But even so, his eyes were still fixed on the middle of the field. There was smoke and dust everywhere, and he was worried Professor McGonagall would be injured. After all, Harry had a deep understanding of the hardness of that shield. After more than 10 seconds, the smoke dissipated. Chapter 489, Professor vs. Student 2. All over the world, there are definitely not a few people who are looking forward to the follow-up, like Harry. The two battles have fully demonstrated the charm of wizards and spells. Those who have seen the film also realize that the power of the magic spell shown in the film is definitely weakened many times over. I want to be a wizard. A young man in pajamas looked nervously at the screen in the sky with his binoculars. He muttered to himself, representing the voices of countless people. The smoke and dust dissipated, and everyone could clearly see that the defense built by Professor McGonagall was torn apart by the big hand. In terms of this confrontation alone, Hermione is slightly better. Hermione, you won't smash Professor McGonagall, will you? Harry shouted in horror. Shut up. August snapped angrily. Didn't you see Hermione still being vigilant? Before the words fell, a tabby cat jumped at Hermione from the ruins, startling her. For so long, he forgets that Professor McGonagall is still an animagus. Hermione wants August to teach her animagus, but August doesn't want to. August thinks animagus is a tasteless magic useful for sneaking and snooping. The most important thing is that after being animagus, people will inevitably get some animal habits, which is unacceptable to August. Hermione quickly transformed the ruins into a few magical creatures to chase and intercept the cat. But the cat is small in size, flexible in movement, and has the wisdom of a human being and can get rid of the siege in a few moments. In desperation, Hermione could only flick her hand, and her wand turned into a cat wand with a bell. Hermione obviously remembered the influence of animagus on the wizard and thought of a solution so quickly. "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall." Looking apologetically at the cat with straight eyes, she gently shook the cat wand in her hand. Almost subconsciously, Professor McGonagall wanted to pounce on it, threw the cat wand to the ground, and pampered it. Fortunately, she was only affected and did not lose her rationality as a human being. With strong perseverance, Professor McGonagall transformed into a human body and glared at Hermione fiercely. "Miss Granger, if I were still the head of Gryffindor, I would definitely deduct 10 points from you." Thinking of how well-behaved and sensible Hermione was at the time, she even had heard of the nickname Little McGonagall. McGonagall was not annoyed at all but rather relieved. She had seen the picture of Hermione becoming the new head of Gryffindor in her place after she retired. But just now, Hermione dared tease me with a cat wand. Thinking of this, Professor McGonagall looked at August badly. It must be taught by August. This kid was so bad. "I'm sorry, Professor. Your animagus is still too difficult to deal with simply using transfiguration." Hermione sneered, feeling a little embarrassed. "Sorry for the apology, but in this duel, she must win. Professor McGonagall, this is my most powerful transfiguration magic. If you crack it, I can only admit defeat." After finishing speaking, the cat wand in Hermione's hand also changed back to a magic wand, bursting with incomparably bright light, and 2 golden threads flew toward the statue, covering them. "Pier totem locomotor." Click. Click. The 2 guard statues seemed to be alive, striding forward, waving their great swords and charging toward Professor McGonagall. Heavy footsteps stepped on the ground, making a loud rumbling sound, like a conquest knight walking out of a fairy tale. Professor McGonagall's face changed slightly, and when she waved his wand, a group of beasts greeted the 2 statues recklessly. But they were soon beheaded one by one. The magic that Hermione uses belongs to the high-level application of transfiguration. Combined with the statue's extraordinary material, it is simply unrivaled. Professor McGonagall felt even more depressed. She had wanted to use this spell for a long time but never had the chance. Who would have guessed that Hermione was the first to use it today? The most important thing is. She looked around and found that there were only 2 statues on this huge platform, and now she couldn't use it even if she wanted to. Gritting his teeth, Professor McGonagall finally took the lead in using other magic spells. Stupefy. Incendio. Flipendo. One spell after another blocked the path of the statues, and Hermione finally gave up after seeing this. Hermione knew that his control of the spell was by no means an opponent of Professor McGonagall, so she made a wise choice to strengthen the 2 statues, constantly brushing the buff. With her blessing, the 2 statues also became braver. Even though there was much damage to their bodies, they still charged forward regardless of their health. Professor McGonagall constantly uses apparitions to change directions, forming a kite-flying situation. But the continuous apparition was very heavy on the wizard's body, and gradually, the frequency of her teleportation decreased. After all, she was nearly 100 years old. Although her magic power was still sufficient, her energy was not enough to support her to continue fighting. Finally, at the cost of one statue being completely blown to pieces, the other surviving statue put his sword around Professor McGonagall's neck. Lost, completely lost. Yeah. Hermione jumped into August's arms happily. "I defeated Professor McGonagall. I defeated Professor McGonagall." The tone was very exciting, and Hermione did not expect that she would actually win. Patting her long smooth hair, August's eyes were full of smiles. "Nice job, Hermione. You've made a big showing now. This is actually beyond August's expectations. McGonagall is not like Sirius. The professor's level is enough to explain everything. There are not many people in the entire magic world who dare to say that they can win McGonagall." Although Hermione often came to find him to train, she still had a certain distance from that level. If it hadn't that Hermione used Pier totem locomotor to seize the advantage, it would be difficult to say the outcome. Holding Hermione, August laughed and teased while watching Dumbledore, who was a little lost. "Professor, how do you think I am the headmaster? Is it still competent?" Chapter 490, Grandmother versus Grandson. August's words stung Dumbledore's heart, which had been riddled with holes. How ironic that 2 students beat 2 former professors. Dumbledore looked at Harry, who was standing behind August, and Hermione with mixed feelings. He knew it was all due to August. As a headmaster for decades, his ability to train students is not as strong as a minor. It's a bit of a blow. It would be great if August could be a headmaster at ease and not do dangerous things. Such thoughts flashed across Dumbledore's mind. Professor, if you lose one more game, it will be over. You don't even have a chance to shoot. Have you decided on the candidate for the next round? August didn't know what Dumbledore was thinking. He looked up at the sun. After 2 duels, it was already afternoon. If it drags on, it will be a night when it is his turn to shoot. That's right, August will definitely let the duel go to the 5th inning and make a complete break with Dumbledore. After all, he also counted on completing the promotion task today. Gaunt, I have already decided on the candidates for 2 consecutive games, and then it's your turn. Packing up his mood, Dumbledore decided to make a decision. The 2 consecutive losses made him understand that he should not underestimate anyone around August. Not paying attention to Dumbledore's careful thoughts, August whispered a few words to Grindlevald. Grindlevald frowned tightly. Are you sure you want to do this? Wouldn't it be better to deal with Dumbledore's team in one go? He was a little unhappy and quickly resolved the matter. Dumbledore had no reason to take action, and everyone was simply happy. Why are you doing all this bullshit? August looked at him with a half-smile. Grindlevald, some things can't be avoided. Let's go. Seeing that he insisted so, Grindlevald was helpless. He entered the Mage Tower and came to the students of Hogwarts. Ignoring the young wizards, who were startled by his sudden appearance, Grindlevald said the purpose directly. Who is Neville Longbottom? Neville was stunned at first hearing his words and then cowered to the front. I am Neville. Glancing at Neville, Grindlevald directly reached out to grab his shoulder and apparate back to August's side. Neville, August looked at Neville, who was at a loss and whispered in a low voice. You come to fight this time, and if you do well, I will rescue your parents. You don't want them to live in that kind of life forever, do you? Hearing August's condition, Neville was instantly excited for a few seconds. Then he became dejected. Headmaster, my spell level is too poor to win. Who said you must win? August waved his hands carelessly. What I want to see is your determination and your worth. How far will it go? It's up to you. I won't set any standards. After speaking, August kept his mouth shut, waiting for Neville's choice. After hesitating for a while, he finally clenched his fists when he remembered his parents, who had been in for more than 10 years in St. Mungo's. I do. Okay, August said with satisfaction. I really saw you right. After he finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. Why did this dialogue sound like what the villain said? After making up his mind, Neville no longer hesitated, strode forward, and waited for Dumbledore's men. Neville, what are you doing? Come back. An old woman dressed very strangely with a stuffed eagle on her head appeared in front of Neville, her tone extremely stern. Grandmother. The courage that Neville had just gathered was instantly lost. He was most afraid of his grandmother, who had been very strict with him since childhood. I am the candidate for the next duel. Do you want to help the tyrant too? Augusta Longbottom reached out and grabbed Neville's arm, pulling him away. Gaunt has gone mad. It's incomprehensible that he will turn the whole world into a wizard. I'll transfer you when I return, and you'll go to Ilvermorny to finish your last year. As a Sacred 28 family, although their attitude towards Muggles is not as bad as most Slytherins. But until now, they still maintain pure blood. It is enough to see that the Longbottom family still discriminates against Muggles. Initially, Augusta was hostile to August and refuses to side with August. Now that she had learned the whole picture of the matter, she simply regarded August as an enemy. Or the kind of enemy of life and death. Neville didn't know where the strength came from and shook off Augusta's pull. Grandma. As long as I behave properly, the headmaster promised to cure my parents. This is my only chance. Augusta felt ashamed of being refuted by Neville in front of so many people, and her face became even more angry. They're sick. Even the best doctor at St. Mungo's can't treat them. How could you believe him? Neville looked firm. I believe August. He has no reason to deceive me. Augusta was so angry that her hands were shaking. Okay, you have grown up and dared to talk to me like this. After speaking, she took off her hat and took out her wand. Do you want to duel? Then let me be your opponent. Even if my opponent is you, I will not back down. Although his hands were shaking, Neville remained firm. Seeing this, August, who had been silent, became unhappy because he was suddenly scolded and immediately shouted at Dumbledore. Professor, what do you think? Let Neville fight this old stubborn. Augusta looked at August badly. How dare he call me old stubborn? Dumbledore, leave this to me, and I will teach this incompetent grandson a good lesson. Dumbledore couldn't refuse, so he had to agree. Then, please. Grindelwald looked at his grandmother and granddaughter. who was about to duel, and stared at August with eyes like looking at a beast. You're really... He could understand why August asked Neville to play. It's purely to satisfy his own bad taste. Grindlevald was somewhat impressed. Things were already like this, but August still had time to do these things. The heart is really big. Chapter 491, Neville's victory. It's a fight without suspense. Neville's talent is relatively poor among all the students at Hogwarts. Not to mention that compared to Harry or Hermione, even Ron is stronger than Neville. In addition, now facing his grandma, Neville's performance is even worse. Soon, Augusta beat Neville to the ground, with several curses on his body, snot and tears flowing together. Neville. Look at you now. Your parents are elite aurors. Why can't you even master a disarming charm? Sweeping away a spell, Augusta taught his grandson physically and launched a verbal attack. She was getting increasingly angry seeing Neville, who had been beaten so badly. Ever since he was a child, Neville has disobeyed her so much. He humiliated the Longbottom family in front of hundreds of thousands of wizards. Augusta, who knew it would only be more embarrassing to fight, raised his hand with a disarming charm to defeat Neville completely and end this farce. To her surprise, the wand was not out of Neville's grasp but was desperately held in his hand. Wiping away a handful of tears that were shed involuntarily, Neville turned back to see August's expressionless face, and his heart sank. He's done so badly. Who would want to help such a waste? Augusta re-released the disarming charm, and Neville rolled over to dodge the attack, shouting piercingly. "Conf Ringo." A crimson fireball shot out from the top of the wand, rapidly expanding to a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Augusta did not expect Neville to use the blasting curse and never thought Neville would use this spell to attack herself. The shield charm that was placed off guard could not resist the powerful fireball at all, and it only lasted for a second before being shattered. However, this also bought her time and a sideways pass with the fireball, but her sheepskin coat was rubbed, and a small flame was ignited. Augusta hurriedly used the Aguamenti charm to put out the flames. You can actually use the blasting curse. The words were full of inconceivably. Augusta knew his grandson. He can't even use the disarming charm. How could he suddenly learn this high-level magic? Neville scratched his head a little embarrassedly. This is what my good friend Seamus taught me. He is very gifted with this kind of magic. August almost laughed out loud when he heard it. Seamus had some talent, and he just filled up the explosive talent. No matter what kind of magic spell is placed on his hand, it can have an explosive effect. Just a blasting genius. Augusta snorted coldly, did not speak again, and relaunched an attack. It's just that she took a lot of seriousness this time, and the spell's power became much stronger. Soon Neville was covered in bruises. She has decided to teach Neville a lesson and let him know her authority. Whoosh! At this moment, the sorting hat flew out of Snape's hands uncontrollably, screaming as it flew. What's the matter? How do I feel like something's coming out of my stomach? What the hell did you do to me, Godric? I'm just a hat. Seeing the hat that suddenly fell into his hand, Neville was also a little confused, feeling that his hand sank, and he slowly pulled out Sword of Gryffindor. Seeing this, Dumbledore's eyes widened. August smiled, and Neville didn't disappoint him. His tenacity will move the Sword of Gryffindor, and it would take the initiative to show up to help him. The function and power of the Sword of Gryffindor were sent into Neville through magic, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Augusta only thought that this was an ordinary sword and did not take it to heart. However, the facts are often unexpected. Facing Augusta's spell, Neville swung the Sword of Gryffindor and slashed directly. Holding the sword on the left and the wand on the right, his confidence also increased significantly, and he launched a counterattack for the first time. Relying on the powerful magic-breaking effect of the Sword of Gryffindor, Neville briefly gained the upper hand. It is a pity that his strength is limited. Even if he has an advantage in equipment, he is definitely not his grandmother's opponent. We admit defeat in this game. When August got the result he wanted, he no longer made Neville suffer. With a wave of his hand, the shield charm protected Neville. Headmaster, I can still fight. Neville was anxious and wanted to say something but was interrupted by August. It's enough, Neville. You have fully proved yourself. When today's business ends, I'll go to St. Mungo's. Seeing Neville covered in injuries, he asked Lily to take Neville away for good treatment. After doing this, August looked at Dumbledore. Professor, we lost this game. Dumbledore's mouth curled into a wry smile. This is not even a loss. It is a huge profit for a student to draw Sword of Gryffindor. He never thought that Neville, who had always been inconspicuous, could achieve such a step. Snape stepped out and was about to step forward when August stopped him. What are you doing? Go to battle. Who said the fourth game needs your shot? The two stared at each other, and Snape was at a loss. Who else is more suitable for him now? Is it Flitwick? At this time, Grindlevald smiled sullenly. Let me do this. Newt, we are old rivals. Why don't we have good communication? Newt, who was stared at by Grindlevald, felt a little numb and subconsciously hid behind his wife. Dumbledore couldn't sit still. Gellert, don't meddle in the internal affairs of our Hogwarts at this time. If Grindelwald gets involved, no matter how strong he is, he can't deal with the two of them. Albus, why continue to be stubborn? You are over. It's good for everyone to admit defeat now. Grindelwald was bitter, and he didn't want the worst to happen. You two stop flirting. August waved his hand, motioning to Grindelwald to stop talking. I have already chosen the candidate for the fourth game. After speaking, he snapped his fingers, and the familiar firelight appeared. Fury appeared with a 14 or 15-year-old blonde girl in front of the world. Ariana, I'll leave it to you next. Chapter 492, Chapter 492, Brother vs. Sister. Leave it to me, Brother August. I won't let you down. The girl's voice was clear and sweet, but his appearance completely made the two old people present lose their temper. Gaunt, you are despicable. Aberforth yelled. He didn't expect August to resurrect Ariana during the summer vacation completely. And also use her to deal with his own group. And Dumbledore was choked up and speechless. Ariana. Ariana. Tears of joy and guilt overflowed in his eyes, and it was great to see Ariana again after 100 years. And Ariana did wrinkle her cute little nose and said dissatisfiedly. Aberforth, you are not allowed to say that to August. This is all my own request. And you, Albus, you're so old now. Looking at Dumbledore's long white beard, Ariana was also slightly surprised. Back then, his eldest brother was a well-known young man in 8 townships. Seeing his sister calling him, Dumbledore regained his senses and reluctantly smiled. Your brother is over 100 years old. It's normal. At the same time, he looked at Aberforth with bad eyes. What the hell is going on here? When did Ariana resurrect? It seemed that Aberforth had known about his sister for a long time, but he hadn't spoken to him. Sorry, Albus. Aberforth looked ugly. Just last Christmas, August summoned Ariana's soul back to the world. He asked me not to tell you. I really can't say to you. As for when Ariana's body will recover, I don't know, but it must have happened this summer. He is also very helpless, his sister is in August's hands, and others also control him. This matter, let's go back to discuss if we can return. Dumbledore looked deeply at his brother and turned to August, who had been watching the play. What the hell do you mean, Gaunt? The tone was a bit deep. Grindelwald knew that Dumbledore was angry. He would never allow his family to be a bargaining chip. But August was indifferent and spread his hands innocently. Didn't you listen to Ariana? This is what she asked. I never thought of using her to achieve any purpose. But it's just right. I also want to see Ariana's learning results in the past 2 months, and in this fourth game, she will be the one to play. That's right. Ariana tried to make a serious expression. Albus, I know exactly what I'm doing. I don't hate muggles, but I hate the way many people treat wizards, and if they say I'm a monster, I'll turn them all into monsters. Dumbledore was silent. After Ariana's resurrection, her personality changed so much that he couldn't accept it for a while. Outside, when they heard Aberforth tell about Ariana's origins, they were utterly blown away. Resurrection. Can wizards do such a thing? Is it possible to live forever? Thinking of this, the breathing of those big men became rapid. They no longer had worldly pursuits, but longevity was one of the few things that could make their hearts move. I must be a wizard. If August saw this scene, he would also smile knowingly. This is his plan. Through Dumbledore's hand, a little bit shows the superiority of the wizard. Shambhala. Ariana's battle is a foregone conclusion that no one can change. Dumbledore hesitated for a long time, not knowing who to send. I'm coming. Aberforth stood up and looked around. I'm not at ease if you take action. What if you hurt her? Even now, he doesn't want Ariana to be hurt slightly. If the original tragedy happens again, he doesn't want to live anymore. Aberforth, think carefully, protect Ariana, and at the same time, ensure that this game is won. Dumbledore exhorted. He had some regrets now that he proposed a best-of-5 game. Wouldn't it be better to fight August to the death directly? Seeing that her opponent was Aberforth, Ariana was even more excited. Brother, you have to be careful. I don't want to hurt you. Saying so, she launched an attack without hesitation. Aberforth smashed the curse away with a bit of a laugh, but he was also a little happy in his heart. It seems that my little sister still cares about me. Ariana is worthy of being a member of the Dumbledore family. Although it has only been resurrected for 2 months, she has mastered much magic. After a few minutes, she has never used repeated magic. It is complete to use Aberforth as a strength testing machine, constantly experimenting with various magics. Harry looked envious. He has been studying magic for 7 years and has not learned more spells than Ariana in 2 months. Sure enough, talent is the most outrageous thing. It's a pity that the wizard's strength is not who has more spells. It's who is stronger than others. Ariana's talent is good, but after all, the resurrection time is too short, and many spells are only to the extent that they can be released, which cannot pressure Aberforth at all. Aberforth was not in a hurry to fight back but simply defended and let his sister act. After a while, the magic power in Ariana's body was exhausted, and the success only broke the defense of the shield charm a few times. She had to admit defeat reluctantly. "I'm sorry I let you down." Back at August's side, Ariana was still sullen and dissatisfied with her loss. "It's all right. You've done a good job." August stroked her little head lightly. Seeing this, Aberforth thought of rushing up to fight August. "Come to Hogwarts next term, and you'll make more friends there." August really regards Ariana as his sister and considers issues very thoughtfully. Being locked at home since she was a child, what she lacks most now is the friendship of her peers. "Really? I'm going to Ravenclaw." Ariana blinked her big eyes excitedly, and Aberforth couldn't sit still. "Ariana, our Dumbledore family are all Gryffindors." Unexpectedly, Ariana shook her head quickly and refused. "I don't want it. I'm going to Ravenclaw, and Brother August came from there." "Aberforth, this is not the time to talk about this." Dumbledore stopped Aberforth, who was about to say something and stretched out a finger suddenly. "Expelliarmus." Under a group of people's astonished eyes, he used the disarming charm on Harry. Chapter 493, Grindlevald joined the battle. A few seconds ago, telling everyone that Dumbledore would make a sneak attack would be impossible. However, an outrageous thing happened like this. Harry didn't react and was struck by the disarming charm. However, Dumbledore's sense of proportion was perfect. He was not hurt, just staggered back 2 steps. But both the wand in his hand and the Elder Wand in his pocket flew towards Dumbledore uncontrollably. "Sorry, Harry. Gaunt is a formidable adversary, and to be on the safe side, I have to take what was given to you." Stroking Elder Wand, Dumbledore apologized to Harry. He had planned to completely entrust the Elder Wand to Harry in the original plan. After Voldemort was removed, the entire wizarding world would be considered peaceful. He also doesn't need such a powerful wand as a weapon, so he might as well give it to Harry. But now, he had to take back his original thoughts. There is no other reason. It is that August is too scary. Dumbledore would not give up any chance that could increase his odds. Harry also regained his senses, and he couldn't help laughing. "Professor, that is your wand originally, but you can return my wand to me." Anyway, he didn't intend to use such a wicked wand, and it didn't matter if he returned it to Dumbledore. But he wants his original wand. Dumbledore returned Harry's original wand directly and looked at August strangely. "Why didn't you stop me?" August could do something before he got the wand, and Dumbledore was already ready to do it. Just unexpectedly, August just watched him get the Elder Wand so quietly, without the slightest movement. "To stop you from doing anything, I would rather you get the Elder Wand back. It's more interesting to beat you in this situation, isn't it?" August waved his hand and told Harry and the others to leave the high platform. Although the place was huge, it wasn't enough for him and Dumbledore to toss. Dumbledore also sent away the Order of the Phoenix members, and only 3 people were on the huge ground. Seeing this scene, audiences worldwide were also a little confused. Why did the wizards leave? I don't think it's necessary either. The place there is already big enough. Are you still afraid of being accidentally injured? Never mind them, we'll just keep watching, but I hope that handsome guy wins so I have a chance to become a wizard. That's right. I'm going to learn perspective. People talked a lot, some didn't understand the meaning of Harry, and others left. But only they understood that sometimes the gap between wizards and wizards is bigger than between humans and ants. Dumbledore stroked his lost Elder Wand and muttered to himself. "I know that you have not experienced a decent battle after following me for so many years, and you are very dissatisfied. But today, please show your power thoroughly." Along with his actions and words, Elder Wand trembled constantly as if responding to his expectations. Dumbledore gradually straightened his hunched waist and stared at August. "Gaunt. Thank you for giving me, an old man who has been lingering for half my life, a chance to take a shot with all my strength." August also smiled. A gorgeous robe was blown, and the EA wand appeared in his hand at some point. "Professor, you have also given me a chance. Since I have learned something, I haven't fought to the fullest." Depressed. Too depressing. In the entire wizarding world, only if you hold the Elder Wand in your hand can you bring me any interest. August laughed wildly, and he felt joy from the bottom of his heart. As he said, the world is too depressing, Grindelwald is his own, and Voldemort is too weak. So far, August hasn't really shot at full strength. Two momenta surged into the sky, the white clouds floating in the sky were completely torn apart, and red electric arcs flickered occasionally. Grindlevald was a little numb, and August, the stinky boy, released his aura indiscriminately and included him. He's now in a dilemma. Either stand up to August, and he'll likely be attacked. Either leave here honestly and enter the Mage Tower to watch the battle. But he still wanted to watch here, in case Dumbledore was accidentally killed. After thinking for a long time, August finally made a choice for him. Stella. A golden light arrow as thick as an arm did not shoot at Dumbledore but at Grindlevald. Grindelwald's expression changed, and he disappeared in a flash. The arrow hit a mountain peak, and it blew up the top of the mountain abruptly. You're crazy. Grindelwald had lingering fears when he looked at the mountain that was a little shorter. He didn't expect that August would suddenly shoot at him. He would be unlucky now if it weren't for the timely response. Ignoring Grindelwald's roar, the smile on August's face grew wilder. Stop pretending, Grindelwald. I know you agree with my ideals and don't cut corners in what I tell you to do. But that's Dumbledore. Anyway, you will shoot sooner or later. Why don't you let me try your strength now? Grindelwald was silent. He didn't know if August was lying to him or if he meant it. Gellert, help me. Dumbledore looked at his old friend and asked for Grindelwald's help. August, don't blame me. Seeing Dumbledore's gesture for the first time in his life, Grindelwald finally made a choice. Apparat to Dumbledore's side, and the two stood side by side. This is the first time you and I have joined forces to fight against the enemy, right? Grindelwald sighed a little. He had fought with Dumbledore all his life, but now facing the oppression of a teenage boy, he would even choose to join forces. Incredible. Deal with Tom. With his help, Dumbledore was relieved a lot, and he was in the mood to make a joke. That counts as a shot. Grindelwald was very disdainful and then looked at August opposite with a solemn expression. This is the real big guy. Albus, don't be careless. If you're not careful, both of you may die here. Chapter 494, Chapter 494, The Great Battle. Two old things, too much nonsense. Perhaps it was the reason he had been looking forward to this day for too long. August was uncharacteristically excited and launched the attack recklessly and arrogantly. Swinging the wand forcefully, the purple light whip shattered the ground directly. The cracked boulders smashed toward the two of them like cannonballs. I'll come first. Grindelwald let out a cold snort, and several dark flames emerged from his wand, burning it to pieces as soon as it touched the boulder. Dumbledore was not idle, he continued to cast powerful ancient spells, and the strange runes shone in the audience. The wizard who had studied the ancient runes was relaxed and happy. All of these runes are incomparably esoteric, and anyone who masters one of them can significantly increase the power of a specific magic spell. Dumbledore used so much at one time, and the spell's power almost broke through the sky. Shield of Achilles. A shield the size of a city wall protected August in all directions. The magic spell hit the shield and made a ding sound, and it bounced everywhere. The square in front of the Shambhala temple was completely destroyed, quickly bombed, and crumbling. This is just the beginning of the battle. If it takes a while, the three of them may completely destroy the holy land of the wizarding world. Hundreds of thousands of people in the Mage Tower were very noisy here. But when the battle below began, all the quarrels and discussions gradually disappeared, and everyone stared at what was happening below. Serious. I found that our battle just now was really like a... Seeing another spell being smashed by August and shattering a stone pillar in the temple, Harry swallowed and said to Sirius next to him. Harry, who was a little proud of defeating his godfather, is now completely sober. He is just a decent existence among ordinary people. A simple spell can turn him into scum compared to the three monsters below. In fact, August and Dumbledore have also shot before. Still, the Ministry of Magic's battle against Voldemort and in Hogwarts's Great Hall is due to space restrictions, and many powerful spells cannot be cast. This time, the three greatest wizards of this century have thoroughly demonstrated their might. It also completely exploded the three views of the wizards. Not only them but the billions of muggles in the world who are watching the battle are even more at a loss. London, Prime Minister's residence. Robert took a group of cabinet ministers to look at the screen in the sky, wanting to know more about the strength and specific abilities of the wizard. After the first few battles, the Minister of Military Aircraft made an oath. Excluding the wizard's teleportation, there are still some strange abilities. Their destructive power is similar to that of tanks, but their mobility and endurance are stronger. He is confident that he can protect the safety of the people. It's just that Robert has not made a statement, just said to take a look. And now. Looking at the already pale-faced military minister, Robert grinned and laughed silently. Is this a channel change? The Chancellor of the Exchequer murmured in a low voice, not quite believing that the previous battles were quite normal. How did the three turn into a war of gods and demons? Do you think you're watching TV shows? Ray. August stretched out his hand, and the silver snakes flew in the sky, smashing the rain cover built by Grindlevald. However, Dumbledore directly pulled Grindelwald's arm and apparat, appearing in the distance. Top wizards have mastered the skills of apparition in battle. The single attack spell is tough to hit as long as the reaction is fast enough. That's why August fights with massive spells. But although Grindelwald and Dumbledore have never fought side by side, they cooperate very well. The two shot together, resulting in the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2, defusing August's offensive countless times. And you said you have no relationship. August muttered, and with a wave of his hand, a house-sized gravel smashed towards the two of them, cut in half by the wind blade and fell to the ground. The expressions of the three of them changed in unison. After enduring the attack for so long, this huge platform finally couldn't bear it and began to collapse and disintegrate. August's thoughts moved, and 2 wings of light appeared behind him, rising into the sky. Dumbledore also turned the ruins around him into a silver dragon and rode with Grindelwald. The battlefield has become wider, and it has become a full-scale sky. Looking at the Shambhala temple, which was broken into pieces, Grindlevald and Dumbledore looked at each other and nodded. Meteor shower. Dumbledore controlled the boulder, and Grindelwald added fiend fire to it. A combination of magic created temporarily by the Dark and White Lord was born. Dragging a long blue flame, these boulders really cut through the sky like shooting stars. August swung his EA wand, and blue mist spewed out, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. The flaming meteors shrouded in the mist were frozen quickly and fell one after another after losing their kinetic energy. It can even freeze a fiend fire. Grindelwald's expression was solemn, and it was incredible to see that the spell cast by him and Dumbledore was so easily cracked. With such terrifying ice magic, how many cards has August not shown? Looking at the direction in which the frozen boulder was falling, August frowned. If he didn't take care of it, the whole of Bhutan would be bad. There are still many wizards and muggles there, and this is definitely a disaster they can't deal with. Dumbledore obviously found this problem and was not launching an attack, thinking anxiously about a solution. Osiris, out to work. August let out a long whistle, and the top floor of the mage tower lit up with a bright red light. Roar. The dragon roared through the sky, and Osiris swung down with his crimson wings. With August's words in his mind, she naturally knew what she needed to do. Light bombs were continuously sprayed out of his mouth, blasting the huge stone into powder. Soon, the disaster that was enough to destroy a city was wiped out. It's just that Grindelwald and Dumbledore are not happy. They don't know that August still has such a powerful pet. Seeing the serious expressions on the two of them, August smiled. Especially Dumbledore, when he saw this dragon at Hogwarts, it was only the size of a palm. How did it become so big after 2 years of absence? Chapter 495, Phoenix's Last Elegy. When Osiris completely removed all the falling rocks, she flew to August's side, looking at Grindelwald and Dumbledore with bad eyes. All enemies of the Master should be utterly destroyed. Immediately, the two of them were cast countless defensive magics. One August is tough enough, and another dragon that's just as outrageous. August smiled, took their look into his eyes, and patted Osiris on the head. Don't worry. I don't need Osiris to deal with you. I alone will be enough. Seeing that the Master had said so, Osiris glared at them unkindly before unfolding his red wings and flying back to the sky above the mage tower. Putting his attention back on the battlefield, August also used his first dark arts of the day. Fiend Fire Curse. The silver flames flew all over the sky. Without the restraint of space, the expansion speed of Fiend Fire Curse was terrifying. Grindelwald was unbearable, and he also released a Fiend Fire Curse. Last time he was a little inferior to August in the fierce competition. He must not lose again today. The giant beasts turned into countless flames and roared, catching and killing each other. August stretched out his hand, held it, and a big hand above his head tore through the clouds, overwhelming the sky like the wrath of the gods. Terrifying. Just when it was revealed, the scene where the palm was pressed made the expressions of everyone present suddenly change. Boom. Countless flame beasts shattered directly under this palm, wailed, and turned into the most primitive flames. Grindelwald looked tense, and Dumbledore was ready. At the same time, golden light emerged from their elder wands, forming an ultimate defense. Finite. The golden barrier guarded their whole body, preventing the flames from entering. At the same time, one of Grindelwald's free hands manipulated his own flames to attack August. Just to distract August from the defense. But in the face of this situation, August was well prepared, and the magic power surged out of his body, turning into a huge Kotengu armor, isolating all attacks. The confrontation between the two sides gradually became a real fire, but the wizards in the mage tower were trembling. They are now unsure if it is safe to stay here. Fortunately, the tower's defense was overpowering, and some aftermath did not cause the slightest impact. Dumbledore also summoned Fawkes, and with the cooperation of one person and one phoenix, August's fiendfire was finally cleaned up. The figure standing above the sky, guarded by the Kotangu armor, looked like a god descending into the world. Dumbledore and Grindlevald were silent. This battle is impossible to fight at all, and neither of them has made a terrifying attack until now. It was August, whose almost endless magic was suffocating them. The same question emerged from the bottom of their hearts simultaneously. Was Merlin, the god of wizards, so powerful? Chirp. Fawkes, who was resting on Dumbledore's shoulders, let out a squeak, causing his eyes to widen. No, Fawkes. Dumbledore shook his head gravely. I will never allow you to do this. Grindelwald looked at them strangely, not understanding what Fawkes was saying. Tweet. Fawkes called out twice, ignoring Dumbledore's obstruction, and flew straight into the sky. The loud singing sounded, and the body swayed gracefully, drawing beautiful arcs. There seems to be some kind of ceremony going on. August was not hurrying to attack and looked curiously at Fawkes, who was singing with some fascination. What the hell is this doing? Grindelwald was equally curious as to why Dumbledore's expression was so painful. All along, whenever members of the Dumbledore family are running out of time, the Phoenix will appear around them and accompany them on their last journey. Dumbledore's voice was hoarse, and his eyes fixed on Fawkes in the sky. You also know that when Phoenix accompanied Aurelius to death, he did not leave but became my partner, which is rare in history. Grindelwald was silent. He naturally knew Fawkes's origin. He also used Fawkes as evidence to deceive Aurelius and Dumbledore into enemies. Dumbledore continued. For decades, Fawkes has mastered a very special secret. Now, he will use his life to help me one last time. Grindelwald's pupils shrank, looking at Fawkes, who was still singing. With the passage of time, the scorching phoenix's holy flame burned all over his body, and the momentum of his body became stronger. August looked at the growing vitality and understood something. He sighed lightly and moved his index finger slightly. And then silently appreciate the last elegy. Finally, when Fawkes dazzled like the second round of the sun, the charming singing finally disappeared. He took a nostalgic look at Dumbledore, who was already in tears, and let out a last long cry. His body turned into flames and finally condensed into a drop of fiery red tears that flew to Dumbledore and immersed in his body. Fawkes, goodbye. Dumbledore tremblingly bid farewell to his partner, who had accompanied him for decades. Then his body changed. The hunched waist straightened up, the white hair on the head gradually turned black, and the iconic long beard kept falling off, replaced by a black beard. The muscles that had atrophied due to aging also swelled again, and his robe was no longer suitable. But it didn't matter. With a wave of his wand, the dark purple mage robe turned into a slim-fitting English suit. Most jaw-droppingly, the age-marked wrinkles were also rapidly receding, and cheeks plumped back. These changes were made in mere tens of seconds but took decades away from Dumbledore. Unlike Grindelwald, who used transfiguration to maintain his appearance in middle age, his body completely degenerated to the peak period. The Elder Wand shuddered with excitement, and that's what he needed in this mighty master. Dumbledore's closed eyes suddenly opened, and even his voice became magnetic and charming. Gaunt, thank you so much for waiting, but for Fawkes, I've decided to do my best, to kill you. Chapter 496, Dumbledore's trump card. Standing within Susanoo, August smiled. This is the first time Dumbledore has shown murderous intent to him since the battle. It seems Fawkes's sacrifice did have a big impact on him. That's right, how can you exert the strongest strength without holding the belief of killing the enemy? After several consecutive apparitions, Dumbledore and Grindelwald also returned to the ground, and the disadvantage of the two in the sky was too great. Not to be outdone, August followed with Susanoo fanning his wings. Looking at him chasing after him, Dumbledore waved his wrist lightly, and Elder Wand responded excitedly. The two fiendfire pointed directly at August, so powerful that August had to look at them. In essence, he is in the same pseudo-legendary position as Dumbledore Grindelwald. With the Elder Wand, Dumbledore now has the ability to hurt him. Avada Kedavra. Grindelwald also moved. He seemed to see his old friend regain his youth, and his quiet heart became active again. The killing curse was like an entity, and several trees that penetrated along the way withered quickly and turned into dust. This is real life and death. The strong murderous intent scared the nearby animals to pieces, desperate to escape. In the face of the fierce counterattacks from the two, August's expression remained unchanged, the red lines on the EA wand flickered, and he made a large stroke. Hundreds of invisible sharp blades formed, severing everything in front of them. His Sectum Semper had far surpassed Snape, and perhaps the founder could not have imagined that his own magic spell could reach such a level. August's attack is so unreasonable. His magic seems endless and can be poured wantonly. But they can't, and if they continue to resist, they will only let themselves die slowly. After a little thought, Dumbledore saw 2 bottles of potions in his hands. Felix Felicis may bring unexpected benefits. Grindelwald resisted. The pride of the Dark Lord made him and Dumbledore join forces to the limit. It's a shame to be cheating with potion now. But seeing dozens of fireballs bigger than the house rushing over, he quickly took it and took a sip. As the most expensive and high-level potion in the wizarding world, the effect of Felix Felicis is self-evident. In an instant, Grindelwald felt that his responsiveness, magic activity, and brain-thinking speed had all reached a new level. August naturally noticed the small movements of the two and did not say anything. It's normal to take a potion when it's all hit this point. However, he also gave his own response, and Susanoo, who had been in a defensive posture, finally took action. Several golden hook jade formed in hand and were thrown out. The violent magic fluctuations made it impossible for everyone present to apparate, and Dumbledore and Grindelwald could only choose to resist. Looking at this attack size, they knew it wasn't something to mess with. Dumbledore took a deep breath and waved his wand like a conductor. The surrounding trees and boulders merged into one under his control, turning into a giant knight no less than the size of Susanoo. His transfiguration has been superb, completely changing the material structure and converting the knight's entire body into extremely hard metal. Holding a shield the size of the Hogwarts gate, the knight stood firmly in front of the two of them. Boom. The dazzling explosion made everyone completely unable to open his eyes, a circle of terrifying air waves surged up, and the trees and rubble fell in response to the sound. This powerful impact also blew away Dumbledore and Grindelwald, and they quickly cast a slowing charm on themselves before they could land smoothly. And the originally majestic giant knight was even more miserable. The sturdy shield was torn apart, and most of the armor was damaged, revealing the empty interior. Ahem. Grindelwald coughed twice, clutching his aching chest, and finally spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood stasis. He had never been so frustrated when he fought Dumbledore. Why is the magic spell on this kid's hand so strange? Not to mention its enormous power, it is still a ranged attack and impossible to escape. And Dumbledore was in a better state. He threw a roll of quaint paper into the sky, and the Elder Wand pointed at the paper. There are still words in the mouth. A magnificent picture scroll slowly unfolded. A ferocious aura burst out in the void, and from a distance, it seemed that some monster was about to emerge from the paper. Groan. Roar. Almost at this moment, August heard hundreds of different roars simultaneously, and his expression became solemn. This must be Dumbledore's trump card. He could clearly see that there were a few deep wrinkles on his face that had just recovered from his prime. Suddenly, a giant dragon drilled out of the paper, followed by countless magical creatures. Thestral, Unicorn, Cerberus. Various magical creatures are emerging from it. Hundreds of these magical creatures with a 4-star danger level and above appeared, and the dozens of fire dragons flying in the sky alone can scare people into fear. Under the command of Dumbledore, they charged in an orderly manner. When did you hide this trump card? Grindelwald looked at the scene in front of him in amazement. This magic is really terrible. If it is just a pure magical creature, there are many ways to solve it completely. But he saw clearly that August's spell blew up half of a fire dragon's body. But after a while, the dragon has recovered. Obviously, this is not a mere magical creature but a creation of transfiguration. Dumbledore also slowed down for a while before regaining his ability to speak. Now is not the time to say that. They alone can't deal with Gaunt. We have to seize this opportunity and chase after the victory. There seemed to be flames in Dumbledore's eyes, and he knew this was his last chance. If August cannot be ultimately defeated in this wave, defeat only awaits him and Grindelwald. Chapter 497, Enuma Elish. It has to be said that Dumbledore did surprise August. Facing the magic army, he fell into a passive situation for the first time. Thunder. Pointing with one hand, the boundless thunder shone in the sky, and the mercury slashed down like a slash to the ground with great power. All the hit magical creatures were severely injured and screamed constantly. But this is just useless work, and it will not take long for those damaged creatures to return to their original state and rejoin the ranks of the siege. August's eyesight can naturally see that these magical creatures are not only products of transfiguration but also mixed with special alchemy techniques to have such self-healing properties. If he hadn't seen them, August would have almost forgotten that Dumbledore was also an alchemist. The worst thing is that Grindelwald and Dumbledore did not stand by and cooperated to suppress August. It didn't take long for the originally majestic third form, Susanoo, to be beaten to pieces. August had no choice but to disintegrate Susanoo. Such a big Susanoo is a living target, consuming his magic power in vain. Away from the world of Gensokyo, a quaint scabbard phantom flickered behind him, and an invisible wave rippled. In an instant, August was in absolute defense, and countless attacks were all in vain, creating potholes in the ground. Dumbledore's attack failed several times in a row, and he couldn't figure out what kind of magic it was or what kind of alchemy tool it was. Gellert, do you know what this is? He looked at Grindelwald, who had worked with August for so long. I don't know. Grindlevald shook his head angrily. This kid has too many tricks. I can't understand him at all. He tried to apparate close to August for a melee attack, but every time he landed, the landing point was strangely twisted, and the two always kept a distance. It's like he's in another space, and you and I can't do any harm to August without breaking the space. Ultimately, Grindlevald concluded. But this conclusion is useless, and he has no means to break the space. August's voice seemed to come from an endless distance when the two were worried. Professor Grindlevald, I originally wanted to keep it. After all, I don't want to see you all die. It's a pity that you are too capable and forced me to this step. Final blow. I hope you can survive. There was a bit of helplessness and a bit of regret in his voice. Dumbledore and Grindlevald looked at each other and invariably clenched their wands, ready to meet the next attack. The EA wand shone with red-gold light, and its shape gradually changed, becoming something like a sword but not a sword. Perhaps it is more appropriate to call it the EA sword at this time. Although August hasn't chanted the spell yet, Dumbledore and Grindlevald are keenly aware that something is wrong, and the two quickly dodge and retreat into the distance. At the same time, Dumbledore also manipulated his army to stand in front of the giant knight. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Enuma Elish. August recited the chanting softly, and the sword body was divided into 3 sections, which were rotated in different directions. His eyes flickered with glazed brilliance, and he smiled silently as he looked at the two people who had already fled thousands of meters. Can you dodge? With a forceful slash forward, a red-black crescent slash formed silently, as if moving forward slowly and quickly. Dumbledore's scalp was numb, the cold sweat on his body broke out unconsciously, and his inner madness warned him. If you can't escape, you will die. Everything along the way turned into nothingness, and the magical creatures that originally could be repaired automatically were all annihilated. Albus. Gellert. The two subconsciously called each other's names, desperately squeezing the magic in their bodies. No, it wasn't just magic. Red lines appeared on Dumbledore's body, and his expression became very painful. Grindelwald spit out blood that evaporated as soon as it appeared and used dark arts. Expecto Patronum. Pestis Incendium. A silver-white phoenix and a mythical blue dragon emerged from the tip of their wands. This was the pinnacle of their life. It can even be said that this is the strongest blow after their sublimation. Under the threat of death, the two legendary wizards also went a step further. The deviant slash that annihilated everything was finally stopped, the Phoenix Patronus let out a painful whimper, and the silver-white mist on his body continued to flow away. The dragon's body also showed cracks, and their master stood behind him with difficulty holding his wand and using magic to support them. Click. 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 There was a crisp cracking sound, and it was Grindelwald who couldn't hold onto it. He was a little weaker than Dumbledore, plus the disadvantage of the wand. His magic was completely shattered, and the giant dragon turned into flames and fell to the ground powerlessly. And the Phoenix Patronus lost its help and quickly disappeared. Dumbledore and Grindelwald are incapacitated by the backlash caused by the magic flashback. They closed their eyes in despair, quietly waiting for death to come. Boom. The sky-high explosion once again occurred in this land and the deplorable forest that had been devastated completely disappeared. August waved his wand, dispelling the dust in the sky, and walked towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald. He walked very slowly because he was carefully comprehending the insights brought by this battle in his heart. This is August's most hardy battle since he entered the wizarding world. Even the Avalon and the Enuma Elish have been used, and naturally, he has gained a lot. It can be said that he is one step closer to the legend. A bottomless pit appeared before August's eyes, and he knew that Dumbledore and Grindelwald were buried there. Yo, are you still alive? Looking slightly surprised, August jumped down, only to understand what was happening. Grindelwald and Dumbledore fell into a coma, unaware of his arrival. And in Grindelwald's hand, a locket was firmly held in his hand. Chapter 498, Chapter 498, The Relieved Dumbledore. The locket was also a Christmas present from August to Grindelwald last year. The desperate resistance of the two has already weakened a lot of the power of the slash, and a strong protective spell is sealed in the locket. Unexpectedly, this was the last straw that kept them alive. Does this count as saving them? August laughed dumbly, waved his hand, and 2 phoenix tears fell on the two of them. Cough. Cough. Dumbledore opened his eyes and looked at Grindelwald beside him. I didn't expect us to end up like this. Also, death is just a great adventure. As for the present, leave it to them. August was happy, but Dumbledore hadn't given up on his idea. Professor, if you want to go on an adventure, I might be able to give you a ride. But Grindelwald will be with me for a while. He still has a lot of things to do. Hearing the voice next to him, Dumbledore was startled. Gaunt. He felt it carefully again. Gellert and I are not dead. Of course, August nodded, pointing to the locket in Grindelwald's hand. It just so happens that it was my work that saved you. But even so, you have already lost. Don't blame me for being cruel if you're jumping out to stop what I'm going to do. August's half-warning persuasion made Dumbledore shake his head with a wry smile. Forget it. I won't bother. However, Gaunt, I still hope that you will pay more attention to the interests of ordinary people and not let too many people be sacrificed in this revolution. After what happened today, he also knew that August was unstoppable. If he insists on fighting, it will only make more people involved in this whirlpool and eventually be crushed to death. Now he just wants August to do things more moderately and not be too aggressive. August was a little happy to see that he finally looked away and responded seriously. You can rest assured that my current strength is enough to minimize the loss, and everyone will usher in a new era. I hope so. Dumbledore sighed. The two chatted a few more times, and August left while Dumbledore stayed there. It didn't take long for Grindelwald to wake up too, but unlike Dumbledore, he knew he was alive. When he learned that Dumbledore had given up completely, he was as happy as a 100-year-old child. You should have figured it out, Albus. August is a monster, don't use your own thinking to speculate on a monster's ability. Grindelwald put down a big stone in his heart. The whole person is much more relaxed without being mixed up between ideals and personal feelings. He said enthusiastically. I have also entrusted all my army to him, and then you and I will completely put aside trivial matters and travel around the world. When I went to America and Europe, I was a wanted criminal and haven't had a good walk. Seeing him enjoying the future, Dumbledore smiled and listened, nodded occasionally, and finally said. I forgot to tell you. Gaunt said you owe him another favor this time, and he has much left for you to do. Old man, I'm afraid your plan will be delayed for a few years. Grindelwald was dumbfounded, never expecting August to be waiting for him. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said. This little rascal has a really dark heart. Turning his head and seeing Dumbledore's schadenfreude expression, Grindelwald said with displeasure. Albus, how dare you still have a smile on your face? If it weren't for you this time, I wouldn't have been beaten so hard that I almost lost my life. You don't want to be comfortable. I'll find August when I return and tell him you want to do your part too. Dumbledore was dumbfounded. Not to mention the flirting of the two old men, August returned to the Mage Tower after leaving Dumbledore. The battle had completely destroyed the temple, so he dragged Mage Tower to Bhutan and released the wizard inside. The live broadcast only saw the final big explosion and did not show the final conversation between them. Grindelwald and Dumbledore died, and no one else knew. Professor and Grindelwald are not dead. You can see him later. Hearing this news, Professor McGonagall, the others, and several of the Alliance who insisted on staying with Grindelwald were completely relieved. August called Cho over and gave her control over the Mage Tower. He still has some things to deal with. The students at Hogwarts are just here for the opening ceremony and must return to class as soon as possible. As for the other wizards, August left them alone. After today, he believes that no fool will oppose him in the open. As for the actions in the dark, August is not afraid of them with the existence of the magic web. However, there is one more thing to do. August looked up at the void, where there was a live broadcast device. I know you're still watching the live stream, Ministers of Magic of the Nations. Give you 3 days. In 3 days, I will meet you at the British Ministry of Magic to discuss the future of the wizarding world. At this moment, all the ministers of magic in the world were silent. August's invitation, do they dare not go? The battle just now completely made people recognize the gap between them. Even if there are idiots like Fudge among them, they will not do anything. Ignoring the feelings of these people, August directly closed the live broadcast. At this time, the Alliance came to August with the president of the Makusa and his men. These people came with the Order of the Phoenix members. Still, they were not as lucky as Professor McGonagall and Order of the Phoenix members, and many people died in the process of resisting. I am willing to follow your command, Mr. Gaunt. Dumbledore just bewitched me. As soon as he saw August, he begged for mercy in a hurry. August smiled disdainfully. Now you begging for mercy? What did he do in the first place? You dance the most in the entire magic world. Ask the head of the Vole family to see if he is interested in being the new president of the Makusa. As for these people, send them to Nico. Chapter 499, Chapter 499, The Deterrent Power of the God in the World. September 1, 1997. This is destined to be a day that will go down in history. On this day, billions of people's worldviews were collectively shattered, and a sudden global live broadcast let them know. In this world, not only science but also magic. Under this arrangement of August, 5 consecutive battles between wizards gave Muggles a general understanding of wizards. Of course, they didn't admit that the 5th duel was a duel between wizards. Whether in the wizarding world or the Muggle world, the 3 have been expelled from wizarding. Nonsense, how can a normal wizard be so perverted? Professor Flitwick was getting bored by the new wizards. They were chattering and clamoring to learn the magic that appeared in the last battle. Some little guys even clamored to become strong men like the headmaster. They immediately made a few head of houses laugh. Even if they want to learn, can they learn? However, this also stimulates the students' enthusiasm for learning. They believe that even without their encouragement, this study will work hard. On the other hand, after August closed the live broadcast, it did not mean that everything was over. On the contrary, this is just the beginning, and the event's impact is just beginning to ferment. 3 doubts lingered in everyone's mind. First, although the number of wizards is rare, every country has a certain number. As little as a few thousand, as many as tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. So does the government know about the existence of these people? If so, why not tell the people? This violates their freedom. It's their right to know. Second, after seeing the destructive power of wizards, especially the destructive scene of the last 3 people fighting. If it happens in any city, it will cause immeasurable losses. Many people find themselves living in an entirely insecure world, maybe one day provoked a wizard, and then die without knowing it. Third, that's August's rhetoric at the beginning. He wants to give everyone a chance to become a wizard. No one does not yearn for a great power to be attributed to oneself, not to mention that magic has various magical effects and can even prolong life. They just wanted to know how August got them to become wizards and have the opportunity to study at Hogwarts as well. It's a pity that even those higher-ups couldn't answer them. Countless people spontaneously took to the streets to march and protest, setting off a wave all over the world for a while. They don't know that those government officials are more anxious than them. August has disappeared since that day, sending officials from the Worldwide Ministry of Magic to England before he disappears. Before getting his permission, no one dared to make a statement easily. Even if these officials wanted to find some wizards to understand the situation and negotiate, they could not find anyone. Inside the Muggle United Parliament. At this time, officials worldwide were arguing vigorously, like the vegetable market. Everyone here is an elite, but serious disagreements exist over how to treat wizards. Some people want to live peacefully with wizards, while others see them as monstrous beasts. They can't be considered human anymore. Those wizards are monsters. I suggest that all countries unite and send out the army to suppress them. The person who said this is the representative of America. This country, completely controlled by the big conglomerate, is most afraid of the emergence of this kind of existence beyond its control. Wizards worship power, and living incognito in the world for so many years means they have no pursuit of material things. Or rather, nothing to pursue their Muggle wealth. This also means that the money offensive, which has always been favorable, has lost its effect, coupled with enough magic to threaten anyone's life. It can be said that these big financial groups are most afraid of the appearance of a large number of wizards. But on the other side, they frantically sent people to find the traces of August and Nico, wanting to get the way to immortality. In their opinion, becoming a wizard and immortality can be enjoyed by them alone, and ordinary civilians should just live their lives honestly. I agree, but if you can find traces of those monsters and have the courage to bomb your cities together. The representative of Germany rolled his eyes in disdain and said angrily. You. The representative of America was furious but could not refute it. This is also a thing that troubles all high-level executives. The ability of apparition is the lore of restraining weapons of large-scale destruction. Unless they cover a large area with firepower and carry out indiscriminate bombardment, it is simply impossible to catch wizards point to point. It was because they didn't know the existence of the Muggle banishing charm, and if they knew, it would be even more troublesome. The representative of France stood up. We can first try to catch a few wizards for research to see if there is any solution. Many people have approved his proposal, hoping to analyze the power of magic through scientific principles. Those crazy scientists might be able to come up with something useful. In case that boy finds out, aren't you afraid that he will destroy your country? The defense was broken, and the venue fell silent briefly. Which representative of the country is so capable of speaking? Can you hope for something better? At this time, Robert finally spoke. Actually, before coming here, he gives me a sentence. He didn't dare talk about his relationship with August, indicating he was just a talker. But that was enough, and everyone was staring at him, wanting to know what August had said. Mr. Gaunt said that if he knows of any country or force that has taken action to arrest wizards and conduct research, he will definitely find time to come and have a good chat when he is done. I advise everyone, don't doubt Mr. Gaunt's ability and power. He has at least hundreds of thousands of wizard troops. The corners of countless people's mouths twitched. If this guy came to chat, would they die without a corpse? Faced with such warnings, even those countries that resolutely resisted wizards became miserable. This is the deterrent power of the gods on earth. Chapter 500, The Legendary. Ultimately, under the heavy scruples, the Muggle side still dared not choose a tough attitude to face the wizarding world. They hope to make tentative contact with the wizards first and then change their strategies at any time when they know more about wizards. During this period, some smart people still thought of the existence of the Holy See. Should we go to the Vatican and ask the Pope how they dealt with wizards in the past? In the history of the Middle Ages, the Holy See has carried out many witch-hunting operations, and professional things should be left to professional people. Idiot, a representative finally couldn't help it and stood up and snorted. Is your history taught by a physical education teacher? The witch hunt refers to the persecution of innocent women by the Holy See to consolidate its position. Do you really think those fat-headed guys can do anything? Naturally, this is not a suggestion. After all, the virtues of the Holy See, everyone knows what happened, and it would be boring to talk about it. And Robert became the representative of this time because August was an Englishman. He answered the errand expressionlessly and then left the conference room. Well, it's time to report the situation to the boss. On the other hand, August still did not appear in front of the public. After defeating Dumbledore and Grindlevald, the system sound came as promised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission's first stage of the long stage of ascending to the gods, to overwhelm the world. Get the quest reward, Seed of the World. The Seed of the World, a seed of the original world. If integrated into one's own body, one can automatically perceive the realm's existence. Not only is it very helpful to advance to the legend, but with the growth of the seeds, you can finally harvest an incomparably huge world. August looked at the wrinkled seeds in his hands, but he didn't expect this thing to sound quite tall. He also thought the system would directly come to empowerment, allowing him to break through to the legendary rank. Still, he did not expect that he would have to work hard on his own. It really is a good system. As usual, he complained about his own plug-in. August pondered for a long time and did not figure out how to integrate this seed into his body, and finally, he opened his mouth. Well, this is considered to be integrated into the body. There is nothing wrong with it. As soon as it enters the mouth, the seed of the world automatically flows into the body like a liquid. He immediately felt a mysterious power tumbling in his body. Even with his huge magic power, it was boiling endlessly. If he can combine these two energies into one, then he will ultimately enter the realm of legend. August sat steadily. His heart was empty as if everything that happened in his body had nothing to do with him. Trying to use magic to get close to the energy brought by the seeds, he entered a mysterious realm where he could clearly see everything that had happened in his body. As a wizard, whether it is a little wizard who has just mastered one or two magics or a strong wizard like August and Dumbledore, they all use magic through the magic in their bodies. The difference is only in the size of the power. On the other hand, the legend has completely entered another world, which is a transition of life level. The most obvious difference is the realm. By deepening his understanding of the world, the legendary wizard can control the world. In this world, all elements of the world will obey his orders. Manpower is poor, but heaven and earth are infinite. Therefore, in the high magic world, even hundreds of pseudo-legends will feel a sense of powerlessness in the face of real legendary wizards because they are fighting against heaven and earth. At this moment, with the slow fusion of the two energies, the world has also changed in his eyes. The colorful elements appeared in front of his eyes, and they bounced around him. Still, the simple tables and chairs were resolved into their most primitive state before him. As long as August is willing, even without using the magic in his body, all kinds of spells can now be cast at his fingertips and released out of thin air. That's the power of the realm. Just when August thought he was about to become a legend smoothly and steadily, something happened. Avalon, who had been guarding him silently, drilled out, and the quaint scabbard slowly melted, turning into a third energy and joining the fusion team. This situation stunned August, but he felt a lot more at ease when he felt that the area, still a little fragile, was instantly strengthened because of Avalon's addition. With a heartbeat, August's EA wand appeared in his hand. Since the power of the domain can assimilate Avalon, is it also possible to this wand? Looking at the wand that has been with him for 5 or 6 years, August's heart is ruthless. The magic wand cracked inch by inch, leaving only a mass of red-black energy that was sucked into the body. To his relief, EA wand also joined the fusion army smoothly, and the leading domain also had a shattered aura. As time passed, August's aura became weaker and weaker. Initially, after defeating Dumbledore and Grindlevald, he was so strong that even those closest to him dared not look directly at him for a long time. But now August is like the wind and the rain, moisturizing things silently, gentle and incomparable. But on the contrary, his body turned into a volcano that was about to erupt, and he was extremely restless. Suddenly, August stood up, disappeared from the secret room, and appeared on an island thousands of kilometers away in the Atlantic Ocean. At this time, the magic power in his body, the seed of the world, Avalon, and EA wand were also wholly merged together. Boom. This brand new force broke out completely. With August as the center, the sea level for dozens of miles in a radius was forcibly pressed down by 10 meters, forming a bizarre reverse flow. He screamed in the sky, coordinating with the release of energy in his body. Finally, the huge amount of energy began to flow back, pouring into his body like flowing water. August's body was like a black hole, swallowing up the energy completely. August opened his eyes and stretched out his pure white hands. This is legendary. Chapter 501, Chapter 501, Control the Wizarding World. The world is the same world, but August is not the August he was a few minutes ago. So this is the legends. He didn't use any magic power. August relied on his understanding of the rules and stood quietly in midair as if walking on the ground. After thinking for a moment, he gently extended his index finger to a nearby mountain. Without the slightest astonishing vision, the mountain seemed to be erased from this world with an eraser. No trace was left. That's the power of the domain. He felt that this mountain should not exist, and then the mountain would disappear. In the past, August could also raise a mountain to the ground, but he definitely couldn't do it like he is now. Of course, his domain strength is not comparable to ordinary legends. The Seed of the World, Avalon, and EA Wand, 3 high-level energies, strengthen his domain to an incredible quality. But am I still a wizard? August looked a little weird. He destroyed his wand. Not even the scum was left. Although a magic wand is not necessary for him now, he is used to having a wand in his hand after coming here for so many years. EA Wand is only integrated into my body, not disappearing out of thin air. Then can I summon it again? With this in mind, August released the domain and carefully felt every change in the domain. Slowly, the red and black stray source was squeezed out, constantly changing its shape in his hands. At least I don't have to fight empty-handed in the future. August looked at the wand with joy. It wasn't a real wand, just a look of domain power, but it was enough for August. Next, he spent another half a day getting acquainted with the new power. Until he has complete control and then returns to England. Once back, August went to find Crouch. Although August doesn't know how long he has been in retreat, he must have missed the joint meeting and found someone to understand the situation. When August met Crouch, he was working on a hill of documents in the minister's office. Seeing how busy you are, I'm really embarrassed. August was also a little embarrassed. He clearly called those people over by himself, but he disappeared. Crouch was startled by the intruding voice and only relaxed after seeing August and said angrily, "Who made you the boss? I'm just a part-time worker. What have you been doing these days? Countless people are going crazy looking for you." There was a breakthrough in strength, so I retreated then. August sat on the sofa, looking at Crouch, who was somewhat resentful, and quickly changed the subject. "I came to you as soon as I left the retreat. What's the situation now?" "Breakthrough in strength." Crouch looked at August with a complicated face. August's original strength had already made countless people a little desperate, and the speed of becoming stronger was so fast. What a monster. With a sigh, Crouch talked about what had happened recently. It turned out that a week had passed since the opening ceremony, and during this week, a lot of turmoil had really occurred in the wizarding world. The first was the meeting 4 days ago. On that day, all the ministers of magic from all countries in the world came to England, which was even more crowded than when the International Confederation of Wizards held its meeting. Although August did not appear, Crouch was his confidant. A great victory surrounded him, and 100,000 pioneers guarded him. There was no big mess. However, because August did not appear, some countries still showed resistance to August's plan. This is also inevitable. August's step is too big. Not everyone can accept it. Especially many conservative pureblood families. They would have risen up long ago if they hadn't seen August's power. You still got one thing wrong, Crouch. After listening, August shook his head and sighed instead of commenting. I asked them to come over because I needed them to cooperate with me, not to negotiate with them. You don't need to ask for their opinion. Just pass on my request. Crouch was a little puzzled. Then some people would act like they agree on the surface but don't work hard. August was also polite. Then I'll send them on their way. Crouch was silent. He found that he was still somewhat limited by the thinking of politicians and wanted to achieve his goals through normal means. But August's existence itself is not normal. With his deterrent power, why bother trying to convince others? For a time, Crouch was also somewhat enlightened. Well, you first become the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and then quickly reach out to the Ministry of Magic of each country. Just like what we should do with the European United, whoever doesn't obey will be replaced. As for things in England, you should choose Lockhart as your next one. He has been at the Ministry of Magic for so many years and should be more than enough to handle. August thought for a while and felt that Crouch's position was a bit complicated. He must be allowed to devote his energy to a higher level. Once the awakening potion began to be released, countless people would violently riot every day. At this time, when the Ministry of Magic of each country is working, they must guide and record these people so as not to cause greater confusion. Therefore, before this, he must completely control the wizarding world. Crouch nodded. I actually want to tell you. There are too many things, and I really can't handle it. Next, he told August some other trivia. For example, countless people are looking for wizards on the streets of London, and the people of the Holy See declare that they are heretics and should all be burned to death. August laughed when he heard this. Are the people of the Holy See really stupid, or are they being used as guns? Those in power have all sent people to negotiate, and it is really tiring of a gangster who dares to talk to him like this. Chapter 502, Chapter 502, Putting the Awakening Potion. Crouch understood the sarcasm in his eyes and recorded the matter calmly. It's time to teach those people a lesson. Okay, do as I say. I will solve all my problems. You don't need to worry too much. And you told Grindlevald that I didn't let him retire by letting him and Dumbledore go. As soon as the injury heals, let him return to work with you. August stood up, ready to leave. Crouch also got up to say goodbye, and with August's support, he was able to let go. When he got to the door, he remembered something again. Ms. Arya told me last time that the Muggle lab you brought in seems to be looking for you. August was momentarily stunned, then remembered the scientist he had asked for from Robert. He hasn't gone there since the first appearance and almost forgot. Okay, I see. August, who had initially planned to return directly to Hogwarts, also changed his schedule and came to where the group of scientists was. The two guards guarding the door saw August and hurried up to meet him. Sir, you are finally here. August is a little strange. Why are these two people looking so hurried? What happened? There was trouble inside. The guard shook his head repeatedly and explained the reason. It turned out that these scientists also saw the live broadcast that shocked the world a few days ago when they learned about August's identity and plans. This group of smart people quickly understood what they were invited to study. Scientists are a group of people with excess curiosity. How can they endure their curiosity when faced with a new species of human beings like wizards? So the only wizards at the door they could get in touch with. They can't beat or scold the scientists. Southwest they can only close their earplugs against the scientists' curse every day. And August was a little dumbfounded when he learned what happened to the two. You have worked hard these days. I would double your salary this month, and then you go to Arya to get 2 spells. The two guards looked overjoyed. They responded in unison. Thank you, sir. Doubling their salary is not very important to them. The treatment that Arya usually gives is not low. More money and less money is a numbers. But having them pick 2 spells is different. These spells are all optimized by August, and their power is incomparable to the power recorded in the textbook. That's why August is able to hold on to so many elite wizards. You can continue to become stronger as long as you accumulate enough merits. Walking into the laboratory, August was stared at by dozens of pairs of eyes. It contains not only awe but also unknown exploration and curiosity. This group of scientists did not understand why a small human body could burst out with such earth-shattering power. August didn't care and glanced around. I heard that you were looking for me. What's the matter? An old man with gray hair and glasses returned to his senses and explained. Mr. Gaunt, we have basically got our eyes on the 2 tasks you assigned. Say something I can understand, don't say technical terms. August is very self-aware. He is here for solutions, not for academic discussion. The old man was choked for a while, and after a long time, he spoke slowly. To deliver the potion you require, the best way is to go through the National Water Conservancy system, which can cover everyone in the widest possible way. As long as we obtain more detailed data, we can accurately distribute the diluted potion at a certain time. The downside of this is that there is some waste, and the drinking habits of different groups of people are different, which means that the doses are not the same for everyone. August nodded. This is indeed a good method, and you don't have to worry about wasting things. With the perfect environment of the Mage Tower, it will only take a few more months. August didn't care about the different doses everyone took. The awakening potion is just an introduction. Its effect is to dig out the magic factor deeply buried in the human body. The amount of magic power in the body completely depends on each person's aptitude and bloodline concentration. It is not something that can be determined by drinking more awakening potions. It depends on the bloodline awakening potion. Then have you researched the bloodline awakening potion and found anything? The old man was a little embarrassed when he mentioned this. After a while, he said. This is also progressing. We have used up the samples you gave us in the past few months. But after analyzing it for so long, we haven't found any abnormality at all, and it's a complete waste of effort. August was stunned and looked at him incomprehensibly. What kind of progress is this? The old man blushed. The progress is that you don't need to find someone to waste your manpower and material resources in the future. Magic matters should be solved by magic. Well, August got beat by him. Really want to face awe. But he wasn't disappointed either. This was just an idle move. It's best to research something. It doesn't matter if you don't. Patting the old men on the shoulder, August affirmed their work and gave them the task for the next stage. The next thing you need to do is to calculate the number of awakening potions that each country needs, as well as the operating procedures. The information you want will be sent to you soon. I will give you a month. Can you do it? The old men hesitated. We have too few people and can't finish it in a month. This is a big project. Hundreds of countries in the world, dozens of them have an overpopulation. August thought about it for a while, and it seemed a little too fast. He changed his mind and said, "Before Christmas, I will find some help for you." The old man was relieved to see August speak so well. At this moment, August took out the magic web device and looked at the news above. His face became a little strange. Did Dumbledore look for him? Chapter 503, Chapter 503, Dumbledore returning to Hogwarts. Hogwarts. The disturbance did not have any impact on the students in the school. After seeing the wider sky, the little wizard's eyes were completely opened. If we say that last year, everyone still had to study hard honestly and hard under the high-pressure rule of August. Now Hogwarts is completely caught in a spontaneous involution. Countless people even have to read the book while eating, and the library is overcrowded daily. They don't expect to be as powerful as August because most people are self-aware. But with hard work, many people still hope to reach Hermione and Harry's current level. 8th floor, Headmaster's office. Grindlevald and Dumbledore looked through the windows of the headmaster's office as students practiced magic during their lunch break by the Black Lake. I didn't expect that one day I would be able to see such a scene from Hogwarts. Dumbledore had a smile of relief on his face, and from beginning to end, what worried him the most was the school and the people inside. Grindelwald pouted disdainfully. You too well protect the students of Hogwarts, and now there are some wizards who should look like them. Originally from Durmstrang, he had a natural contempt for the students of Hogwarts, thinking that they were all flowers in a greenhouse. Even dark arts and even some powerful white magic are not allowed to learn. What kind of wizard is that? Dumbledore was noncommittal. He was well aware of the pros and cons of his teaching philosophy. Although he has made countless young wizards have a pleasant school time, the loose management also makes the graduating students uneven. Students with goals and ambitions will work spontaneously. But more little wizards still choose a happier life in this free environment. Perhaps, August will become the best headmaster in the history of Hogwarts. Then thank you for the compliment. At some point, August had already appeared in the office, and Nagini, who had been silent, bowed slightly and exited the room. She left the space for the three. Grindelwald and Dumbledore were shocked in their hearts. No matter how profound the magic is, it will also produce mana fluctuations when launched. And August appeared really quietly. If it weren't for him speaking, the two would not have discovered his presence at all. Looking back, the two old men's eyes widened even more. What was August in the past? Far from it, not long ago, he had an unparalleled power over his body. It is the surging magic, powerful magic, and the right to cover the sky with one hand. And now, in their eyes, August is no different from ordinary people. If they have to say it, it makes people feel close unconsciously. And they don't know if it's an illusion between the two. They always feel that the space around August will be distorted occasionally. You are. Grindelwald had a better relationship with him and asked directly. August smiled slightly. Thanks to you, my understanding of magic has gone one step further. His words were not polite. His time to become a legendary would have been much delayed if he hadn't defeated Dumbledore. After that, he couldn't help but look at Dumbledore. Professor, how did you become like this again? At this moment, Dumbledore returned to his original gray hair and even looked even older. As if the rejuvenation of the day was just an illusion. Dumbledore smiled bitterly. That was a one-time secret method, with the powerful vitality of the Phoenix to push him back to his original peak state. Even better. But external forces are external forces, after all, once Fawkes's energy is exhausted. He will still return to his original state. Even because the magic power runs too fast, the body will suffer some damage. However, this is not the time to discuss this. Can you elaborate on where you have come from now? Dumbledore looked at August expectantly. The changes in him were too obvious, and in just a few days, it could be said that the two of them were losing further. This is not a small improvement that can explain this. Grindelwald had the same expression. His gaze was fiery and hopeful. All along, the upper limit of magic has been laid out here. Throughout the ages, how many powerful wizards have left legends in history? 4 founders, Andrus, Merlin, and even Herpo. These peoples are the top figures of their time, but Grindelwald is confident that he is not weaker than others. In other words, everyone is a level of character. Still, some gaps are visible to the flesh, and there will be no qualitative changes. Just like the Admiral and the 4 Emperors, can you say these are 2 character levels? Looking at the two centenarians looking at himself with fiery eyes, August also felt a little shiver. Without further nonsense, he shared his experience directly. I have indeed touched a completely different sky, this realm, I call it, legendary. Legendary. Grindlevald and Dumbledore looked at each other, full of curiosity and doubt. Compared with ordinary wizards, the biggest transformation of legendary wizards is a deeper understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. And the external manifestation of this understanding is the field. August didn't make any movement, and the field came out, completely enveloping this small office. Maybe like Trafalgar Law with his room but an upgraded version. Dumbledore and Grindelwald felt their shoulders sink simultaneously, and the magic operation in their bodies became obscure. They tried to use magic, but it was extremely difficult. Just letting the teacup on the table float up requires dozens of attention. August looked at the actions of the two, smiled in his heart, and continued. This is the realm, and within the realm, I am the creator. After that, he waved his hand casually, and all the furniture in the entire room turned into gold products. The reflected golden light made people unable to open their eyes. The most terrifying thing was that Dumbledore could not find a trace of transfiguration, as if their own material was gold. This is a legendary. Looking at the two, who were already wholly sluggish, August lightly picked up the black tea that Nagini had prepared for him a long time ago. Chapter 504, Chapter 504, The Most Special Student. In this way, August's first return to Hogwarts in the new semester was spent in the company of two old men. When they learned of the existence of the legendary realm, the long-dormant love for magic in Grindelwald and Dumbledore's hearts awakened again. August also spoke out about his experience without the slightest reservation. This world will eventually become its own divine kingdom, and the addition of two more legendary powerhouses will also enhance the foundation. In this way, time passed between questions and answers. Unconsciously, it was already dark, and August glanced at the two, who had fallen into a state of understanding. One afternoon, his experience was too esoteric for them. Those are based on the talent and experience of the two, and it will take a lot of time to digest. August estimated that these two people had to be in the headmaster's office today. After thinking for a while, August quietly disappeared here. He hasn't seen them this time, and after disappearing for so many days, it's time to show up. The next day, when August came out of Cassandra's room satisfied, he slowly returned to Hogwarts. Describe how August felt last night in one sentence. In the beginning, it was narrow, and only then did he understand people, and he walked dozens of steps and was suddenly cheerful. And his appearance completely made the school boil. Along the way, all the little wizards who saw him were excited. August is the most popular headmaster in history, and almost every student has become his admirer. The power-hungry wizard worships his means of manipulating the entire wizarding world. The little wizard who is hungry for strength is obsessed with August's magic. It can be said that no matter who you are, you can find in August what you want to be. In a crowd of young wizards surrounding him, August saw Neville. At the time in Shambhala, he promised Neville that he would come to the rescue of his parents as long as his performance satisfied him. And Neville did fight, even in the face of his grandmother. He did his best and finally pulled out the Gryffindor sword. This performance is also enough to impress August. August told Neville that he would go to St. Mungo's in the next few days, and his eyes were full of surprises. Okay. As soon as August spoke, he suppressed all the noise. Don't surround me. Studying hard is the main thing for you now. In the future, there will only be more and more wizards, and the competition in the wizarding world will become fierce, and if you want not to be eliminated by the times, all you can rely on is magic. Leaving a meaningful word, he left under the gaze of all the students. By the way, he took the most special freshman ever at Hogwarts, Ariana. Under his arrangement, Ariana has become a fourth-year freshman in Ravenclaw. This was the first student in Hogwarts history to be admitted to the fourth year and the first student to directly designate a house without going through a sorting ceremony. How does school life feel? Gently rubbing Ariana's beautiful blonde hair, August cared deeply about her school life. Hee. Looking at her somewhat messy hair that was needed, Ariana was not angry but also slightly patted her feet, revealing an expression of enjoyment. The classmates are very good to me, the professors are very concerned about me, and there are new surprises every day. Everyone is funny and nice to talk to. I love it here. Speaking of this, Ariana is like a chirping lark, happily sharing her joy. It can be seen that she has really had a pleasant time during this time. Because of those Muggle children, Ariana had few opportunities to come into contact with wizards of her age. Now the Obscurus threat has disappeared, and she has a group of partners of the same age. Naturally, Ariana's personality has become a lot more cheerful. Along the way, August also listened to Ariana speak about the trivial things in life with a smile on his face. At first, he was a little worried that Ariana would not adapt to the life of this era and would be rejected by the students. Now it seems that he still overthinks. In fact, with his support and the identity of Dumbledore's sister, who else dares to provoke her? This time, he brought Ariana with him, which was also Dumbledore's request. Yesterday, Dumbledore also said the reason why he came this time. After returning from Shamhala, Aberforth did not continue to be the Professor of Transfiguration, but Ariana stayed. What is even more speechless is that Dumbledore came to her afterward and wanted to have a good chat but was refused. In desperation, Dumbledore asked August. On the way to the headmaster's office, August also told Ariana about it. Hearing that her big brother was still waiting for her in the office, she couldn't help but stop, her face tangled. For this big brother, her emotions are very complicated. Dumbledore was at least half responsible for her death. Nothing like those would have happened if he hadn't brought Grindlevald then. And now, 100 years have passed, and now Ariana is just a teenage girl. But the two big brothers are dying, and this huge contrast is unaccustomed. A combination of complex reasons made her unable to face Dumbledore. Ariana, in any case, I support your choice. Although August couldn't guess what was happening in her mind, he could generally guess what she was thinking. But what I want to say is that Professor Dumbledore is your big brother after all, and blindly avoiding it will not solve the problem. Ariana stunned. Albus and Aberforth are both your enemies. Why are you helping them speak now? Although August said to let her choose, he still wanted her to have a good talk with Dumbledore. Ariana could naturally know this. August shook his head. Professor and I are just fighting ideas, and now that he has lost, he will not be my enemy. He looked at Ariana, who was a little dazed by his words, and a bad smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Moreover, maybe because of your existence, he will honestly help me work. He attached himself to Ariana's ear as he spoke and muttered something. Gradually, Ariana's eyes lit up. Chapter 505, Chapter 505, Party. What exactly Ariana and Dumbledore said, August did not know. But apparently, the result was good, and as soon as he saw him, Dumbledore immediately raised his hands in surrender. As long as Ariana is happy, I will cooperate with you in all your work. She can let Dumbledore, who has always been against him, say this. August found that he still underestimated Ariana. Then let Professor McGonagall come back to teach, and you will manage the school for me on a normal day. He didn't ask too much and was the only one he could see when he left Hogwarts. Dumbledore agreed without hesitation. Both he and Professor McGonagall had very deep feelings for Hogwarts. It's just that there are some things he also needs August's attitude. Kingsley and Tonks are both very good wizards, and I want to find a way out for them. Speaking of this, Dumbledore's face also showed a guilty look. To follow him, many people abandoned their original great future. Kingsley and Tonks are both respected aurors who are now vagrants. And now that he's back at Hogwarts, leaving those people alone is impossible. August didn't react, the matter was a little too small for him, and he agreed to Dumbledore's request on the spot. However, he also explained in advance that Kingsley could climb to a higher position this time. It's just that the effort required is not a little bit. As for becoming Minister of Magic, as in the original book, it is simply impossible. When Hermione became more mature in a few years, that position was for her, which would be left to others. Within 2 days, Professor McGonagall also returned to school and became Transfiguration Professor again. Everyone was pleased about her return, especially Professor Flitwick, who came out to drink. As one of the few elderly people in the school, it was his greatest joy to see Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore, and others. Seeing that his professor was so happy, August's mood became very good, so he simply called several other professors to a small party. The location is set at the Hog's Head Inn. But when Aberforth saw him, he wasn't in a good mood. After Dumbledore reconciled with August, the Hog's Head Inn returned to his hands. But August had one condition: Aberforth only owned the right to run the inn, and all the income was to be unconditionally donated to Hogwarts. Naturally, he does not value this income, which is just the bad taste of August. Let it be the price of being an enemy of him. Initially, Aberforth was harsh, saying he would never accept such conditions. But with Ariana, August effortlessly cleaned up this stubborn old man. As if he hadn't seen Aberforth's eyes, August greeted as if he had returned to his own home. Quickly bring all the wine, order a snack, and the other professors will come soon. Aberforth didn't move and asked rhetorically. Why didn't Ariana come? Ariana is still in class and won't be able to come to Hogsmeade until the weekend. Hearing August's perfunctory answer, Aberforth gritted his teeth angrily. This evil boy refused to let him enter Hogwarts on the pretext that he was an outsider. The brother and sister could only see each other whenever Ariana came to Hogsmeade. He didn't believe in August's favor for his sister, and he had to wait until the weekend for such a trivial matter as going out of school. It wasn't long before Flitwick arrived, and behind him, Lily, Snape, and McGonagall entered the inn one after another. These professors are the pillars of the school, the professors of the main course, and of course, Cedric's herbology is also the main course. But as soon as he heard that so many of his former professors wanted to drink, he was too frightened to come over and make August complain. You have graduated, and you are still so afraid of professors. Let's welcome Professor McGonagall back to Hogwarts. During the banquet, August raised the fire whiskey in his hand and signaled to everyone with a smile. Welcome back, Minerva. Professor, it's a pleasure to work with you. Everyone chimed in, and Professor McGonagall had a smile on her face. In her early years, McGonagall experienced an unhappy marriage. Since then, she has abandoned all external distractions and devoted herself to teaching. She was even more than Dumbledore in terms of love for those little wizards. Gryffindor, or the little wizards of all houses, could be considered her child. No one knows how determined she was to leave Hogwarts with Dumbledore. August, thank you. August smiled and gave her a reassuring look. There is no need to talk about the past, and future students should not bother you. If McGonagall and Dumbledore were obsessed with going against him, August would definitely not keep them. But now that the battle between the two sides has settled, he has become a good student who respects the professor again. McGonagall nodded vigorously. I'll help you watch those little guys. She is very approving of a series of policies at Hogwarts today. Only such a strict education will not waste the precious youth of the little wizards. Today is just a private party, don't talk about work. Professor Flitwick hurriedly stopped the two. A good gathering would become a teaching seminar if they were to continue. August and McGonagall looked at each other and smiled, and stopped talking. Several professors chatted casually, discussing interesting things in the school before. August listened to it with relish. McGonagall, in particular, has been talking about naughty children in the past few decades. When she talks about it, she talks about James Potter. Lily couldn't laugh at this time, and Snape's face was a little stiff. McGonagall was keenly aware of the strangeness of the atmosphere, secretly cursed herself in her heart, and quickly changed the topic to August and said, I heard that Barty has become Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and is about to resign as Minister of Magic, right? August nodded. Yes, Mr. Crouch will step down next month, and the new minister is Lockhart. Everyone looked at each other and spoke out in disbelief. Lockhart. Chapter 506, Chapter 506, Wizarding Appointment. Today, the proudest figure in the entire British wizarding world is Lockhart. As August's general, Crouch will not just be trapped in the magical community of Great Britain. Now the enemy in the general direction no longer exists. However, there are still many old wizards who oppose August's actions. Crouch needs greater power, already a broader vision, to clear all obstacles. He will enter the International Confederation of Wizards with August's will. British Ministry of Magic, on the other hand, needs to be handed over to its own people. In fact, when it comes to the distance of the relationship, Astoria's mother, Mrs. Greengrass, is the most suitable candidate. She has worked in the Ministry of Magic for over 10 years, and her political skills and abilities are very good. But alas, she did not want to become a minister, so August could only choose Lockhart. In October, witnessed by countless media outlets, Lockhart wore a solemn black wizard robe. Become the new Minister of Magic. And Crouch also became the second shortest minister in history. The first shortest minister was Basil Flack, who resigned due to the advancement of goblin rebellions. Goblins allied themselves with werewolves. But Crouch is different. He is a high ascension this time. In the past, the Minister of Magic and the International Confederation of Wizards were actually two parallel lines. Even Supreme Mugwump cannot interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. But now, the International Confederation of Wizards has changed a little at August's behest. The addition of 100,000 pioneers made it the largest violent institution in the world. What, you are disobedient? Then there is a dark wizard turmoil in your country, don't ask for help from the International Confederation of Wizards. Faced with hundreds of magic cameras, Lockhart almost fainted with happiness. This is the scene of his dreams, and countless spotlights shine for him. At this moment, Lockhart is extremely grateful to his boss. If it weren't for August transforming himself, he would have used resources to send him to the Ministry of Magic. Step by step, he got to this position. Probably, after he finished teaching for a semester, he would have to run. Lockhart was determined to complete the task August had given him perfectly. Muggle world. When the existence of wizards was utterly exposed, it always affected people's hearts. Under public pressure and their own fears, the Muggle government has also begun to engage with ministries of magic. It's just that these things are not something that ordinary people can understand. What they knew about the wizard only came from the day's battle. And this situation suddenly changed. On October 15th, UKIB announced that it would launch a new program. On this show, one or more wizards will be present daily to answer questions about the wizarding world. And tomorrow's first episode, they will invite British Minister of Magic Gilderoy Lockhart and the famous journalist Rita Skeeter. The whole country was in an uproar as soon as the news came out. What is the connection behind this, and what is the purpose of the wizard's sudden appearance? With such doubts, the ratings exploded directly when the first program was broadcast. Almost all television sets in Great Britain were locked to independent television at this time. Not only them but even people in other countries have also watched tonight's live broadcast through various methods. The board of directors who watched the ratings of the explosion shook excitedly. Inside the studio, a blonde presenter with big waves smiled and looked at the duo sitting across from him. It's just that the clenched fists exposed tension in her heart. This is a wizard, a living wizard. Thank you very much, Minister Lockhart and Miss Skeeter, for joining us in the wizarding appointment. I'm sure the audience in front of the TV is very curious about wizards. Can Mr. Lockhart tell us about it? What is the life of wizards really like, and how are they different from ordinary people like us? After listening to the host's question, Lockhart showed his signature smile, his shining teeth. Coupled with his appearance, he instantly fascinated many middle-aged and elderly women who stayed in front of the TV. As wizards, we call the place where we live the wizarding world, but in essence, we are all in the same world. It's just that because of the existence of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, it was almost impossible for muggles to detect our existence. Even if a muggle meets a wizard, it will be cleared by the relevant departments of the Ministry of Magic afterward. The most significant difference with muggles is that you need tools to do many things, whereas wizards often only need wands. He talked eloquently, but the beautiful host beside him couldn't sit still. You mean, clear the memory? Can a wizard do such a thing? She was suddenly a little scared. Afraid that her life for more than 20 years is false, who knows if her memory has been modified. That's right, Lockhart snapped his fingers. I am a master in this area, and apart from the great Mr. Gaunt, I believe that there will not be many people in the world who will be better at the forgetfulness charm than me. The host's eyes changed when he saw him. Rita Skeeter looks Lockhart with idiot's eyes. If it weren't for August's request, she wouldn't go with this person who always wanted to be in the limelight. Don't worry, this lady. Modifying the memory will only modify the part related to magic, so don't worry too much. They came here to make more people yearn for wizards, not to spread panic. The host smiled reluctantly and changed the topic. Miss Skeeter, I heard that you are also a journalist in the wizarding world. What are the characteristics of the newspapers of the wizarding world? Speaking of her profession, Rita Skeeter also came to the spirit. Of course, if I were to say, Muggle newspapers are too backward. We at the Daily Prophet, not only the pictures on it move, but even the content can be modified in real time. Especially with the support of Mr. Gaunt. Chapter 507, News about Voldemort. The entire interview lasted more than 2 hours. During this time, the three of them asked and answered questions, which also gave the public a deeper understanding of wizards. It turns out that wizards never have to do laundry and can become spotless with the wave of their wands. The wizard's traffic, flow powder, port keys, and apparition are also so developed. Each is much more convenient than a car. Finally, to satisfy the curiosity of many, Lockhart also displayed some household charms, such as levitation charm, food-related charms, and cleaning spells. A series of handy little spells drove housewives completely crazy. For them, these are far more attractive than the world-destroying spells in August's hands. After all, everyone is most concerned about what changes in their lives. After the show, Lockhart smiled and accepted the small note handed over by the host, and Rita Skeeter on the side snorted coldly. If you delay Mr. Gaunt's plan, will you bear the consequences? Lockhart didn't care. I know the measure, and having a good relationship with the Muggle media is more conducive to helping Mr. Gaunt. Rita Skeeter scoffed at his excuse and didn't say anything more. August facilitated this interview entirely, and the two of them were tasked with promoting the beauty of being wizards as much as possible. As for Lockhart's private behavior, he really couldn't control it. August, who was far away at Hogwarts, also knew that he was not paying attention to things here. It was just an idle move. He has more important things. After solving Dumbledore, Voldemort was the only enemy in the wizarding world that could make him face up to personal strength alone. Not to mention that he has been promoted to legendary, even when he is still in the pseudo-legendary stage, Voldemort is not a concern. However, now, he is in the light, and the enemy is in the dark. Who knows why Voldemort has been hiding for 2 years and what Voldemort has prepared. August also used his prophetic divination ability to spy on the future. Still, every time it was most critical, he was blocked by fog. This made him slightly worried in his heart. As a result, many of his men were thrown out, and they searched for Voldemort's whereabouts. August will not hesitate to attack and stifle the threat in the cradle as long as the trace is found. But unfortunately, until the Christmas holiday, he did not find any trace of Voldemort. The day before the holiday, as usual, Hogwarts held a grand dinner party to see off the departure of the students. Mountains of mashed potatoes, beef, and lamb chops bigger than a little wizard's face. It looks appetizing. In the high seat, Aberforth looked at another uninvited guest unkindly. Grindlevald, why are you here? Slowly eating a steak, Grindlevald said lightly. I am a guest invited by your headmaster. On the contrary, in what capacity did you appear here? Aberforth's face sank. I'm also the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts. Watching the excitement on the side, August added. It used to be. Flushed Aberforth's old face with anger. This is August's newfound pleasure recently, and these old men will keep stirring their mouths when they stay together, always making him happy. Dumbledore chose not to help each other, knowing that Grindlevald would not do anything to Aberforth. The two just bickered. However, even if it is a matter of lip service, Aberforth is no match for Grindlevald. To this end, August also invited Newt. 2-on-1, finally barely maintaining a balanced situation so that he can continue to watch the play. It's just that today, Newt needs to go home to accompany Tina, leaving school early, leaving only Aberforth. After 3 or 2 sentences, he was speechless. Seeing Aberforth confessing and eating the food on his plate without saying a word, August shook his head boredly. Students were excited to share their holiday itinerary. The most enviable is Harry. At August's request, he was a guest on an issue of the Wizarding Appointment during the holidays. Although they don't know much about Muggle TV, students know that at least tens of millions of people will watch Harry's live broadcast. Tens of millions of people. That's more than wizards in the world. Seeing the envious eyes of the people around him, Harry also smiled bitterly. If given a choice, he would rather not be in the limelight. It is better to accompany my mother to travel again now. It's just that this is August's request, and he can't refuse. In his words, you are now counting the flow of traffic. It's time to contribute to the world. Just as August and Fleur were discussing whether to accompany her back to France, a fire suddenly appeared in the air. Fury's figure gathered in the fire, and the bird still carried an envelope in its beak. August's expression immediately became serious, and he got up and quickly took the envelope and looked at the letter inside. Fury was the one he had left with Cassandra to protect her and Arya but suddenly appeared here. Something big must have happened. Looking at the letter's contents, August breathed a sigh of relief, and then his expression immediately became serious. Other professors and students noticed his performance, and the lively great hall fell silent. Finally, August finished reading all the content, rubbed his temples with some headache, and then said to everyone, "Ladies and gentlemen, I think you will only be able to spend this Christmas at Hogwarts. I received a message here just now. Voldemort killed the headmaster of Ilvermorny and stole the Ilvermorny's treasure. For your safety, from now on, all students are not allowed to leave Hogwarts." Chapter 508, Chapter 508, Slytherin's Legacy. Time goes back an hour. Ilvermorny. A figure silently appeared at the school's main entrance, looking at North America's most prestigious magic school. This is a very beautiful girl, but the weird green lines and the creepy smile on her face ruin her appearance. Slytherin's wand, I'm coming. Grinning, the girl raised her palm, and a large number of black silk threads gushed out from it, frantically hitting the enchantment of the school. Meanwhile, Headmaster Fontaine, who was trying to have lunch in the hall, changed his face. Not only him but other professors also sensed that the enchantment of the school was under attack. Fontaine hurriedly ordered the deputy headmaster. Bring all the students into the evacuation room, and do not come out without my order. Although he didn't know who was attacking the school enchantment, it dared to attack Ilvermorny's forces, which should not be underestimated. The deputy headmaster quickly nodded and organized the students to evacuate here. Although they didn't know what had happened, they lined up honestly and left with the deputy headmaster one after another. On the other hand, Fontaine hurried out with the rest of the professors. When they came to the main entrance, they saw a horrific scene. Black unknown objects danced in the air, sometimes gathering and sometimes scattering. It bombards the enchantment with extremely high frequency. Click. Click. It didn't take long for the enchantment that had protected the school for hundreds of years to crumble under their gaze. Obscurus. This is Obscurus. A well-informed old professor finally recalled something from his memory, looked at the rapidly approaching black cloud, and exclaimed in horror. That's right, this is Obscurus, and I am the most powerful Obscurial in history. A black cloud flew over everyone's heads, reunited into a girl, and fell to the ground. Who the hell are you? Why attack us, Ilvermorny? Fontaine asked in a deep voice, his wand already appearing in his hand. The other professors also raised their wands and aimed them at the girl. And in the face of the threat of so many powerful wizards, the girl did not panic at all but chuckled. I'm just here to retrieve my ancestors' relics. You don't have to be so nervous. Fontaine frowned, unable to figure out the girl's origin, and said again. Who are you, and why do we, Ilvermorny, have the relics of your ancestors? He also forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. How many years has Gormlaith replaced Ilvermorny in addition to the early days of the school? He was always on guard after Gaunt came to this school once. Unexpectedly, today, some people dare to do this. Fontaine would want to fight the other party directly if it weren't for the fact that this girl's strength was too strong. The girl looked up, and Fontaine's heart was cold when she looked at Fontaine with indifferent eyes. This is not a human pupil. This is simply a snake. Since you are so curious, then I will tell you. I'm Voldemort. Voldemort. Fontaine was stunned and then quickly shook his head. It's impossible. Mr. Gaunt has defeated Voldemort, and we don't know where he hides at this time. Besides, you don't even have the right gender, and you still dare call yourself Voldemort. And the girl, Voldemort, quickly became embarrassed when she heard August's name. Covered in a black cloud, she once again turned into an obscurus form and pounced on Fontaine. Stupefy. Flipendo. These professors' reactions were not slow, and colorful spells were quickly cast. However, the obscurus magic resistance was very high, and coupled with the rapid speed, Voldemort rushed to Fontaine's side without any damage. The black substance passed through his body, and Fontaine turned into a dried corpse at speed visible to the naked eye. Headmaster. Headmaster Fontaine. The professors exclaimed, unable to believe that their headmaster had died like this. However, now they are also insured. Soon after Fontaine's death, Voldemort's attacks killed several more professors. A dormitory building not far away was uprooted, decomposing as if a tornado had hung it. Take me to the location of the Slytherin wand, and I can spare your lives. The black substance turned into a big face wrapped in countless boulders and stared at the group of divisions below. Slytherin wand. This kind of thing is not in Ilvermorny. The professors who were still alive were already frightened and shouted in panic. Voldemort's face turned cold. She became angry and killed several professors in succession. At this time, less than 5 people were standing on the field. Duh. Dark Lord, we really didn't know that the school had a Slytherin wand. A professor was already on his knees, pleading in horror. He had been in Ilvermorny for decades and had never heard of such a treasure in the school. Your founder buried that wand in the ground and grew into a tree. Where is that tree? Hearing Voldemort's roar, the wizard immediately knew what she was referring to and led the way in front. Through the jungle, they came to a cliff edge, where a tree stood quietly in the steepest position. Voldemort finally saw the goal of his trip. Experiencing the strange feeling of the blood being connected, a series of hisses came out of his mouth. In this way, the snaky wood wand that had been silent for hundreds of years awakened. The originally strong tree quickly withered, countless precious leaves turned yellow, and all the nutrients turned into a green light and rushed to the ground. An emerald green wand opened the earth, becoming crystal clear after absorbing the snakewood's nutrients, emitting a faint green light. Voldemort reached out, and the wand flew into her hand without hesitation. Feeling the jubilant magic in her body, she felt joy from the bottom of her heart. This is the most suitable wand for her and the only wand that can use his abilities. On the side, the professor who led the way was already dumbfounded. Glancing at him, Voldemort had no interest in killing him. She has to hurry back to adapt to his new partner and bring out the most power. In this way, she can go to August as soon as possible. Sticking out her long tongue, Slytherin's wand was swallowed alive by her. Voldemort returned to his obscurus form and soared into the sky. Only a murderous word remained. Tell August Gaunt that on January 1st next year, I will fight him to the death on the Thames. Chapter 509, Chapter 509, Countermeasures. Less than 10 minutes after Voldemort left, August appeared in the land of Ilvermorny. Looking at the devastated earth and ruined buildings, he subconsciously frowned. Mr. Gaunt. A surviving professor stumbled to his side as if he had found a savior. The distress message he sent to Cassandra's family spun around before reaching August's ears. Mr. Gaunt, you know who, becomes obscurus. Not only did he kill Headmaster Fontaine and dozens of professors, but he also snatched the Snackywood wand. After seeing the horror of Voldemort, Voldemort's name returned to the original. August raised his hand to interrupt his following words. You said he became obscurus? Yes. The professor nodded vigorously. Not only that, no, it should be that she has become a girl. For these, August is interested. Feeling that he was talking too slowly, August directly used legilimency to check the memory in the professor's mind. After looking at the whole process, August's face did not change in the slightest. Although Voldemort's changes are great, they all have traces. He already vaguely knew the ins and outs of the matter. At this time, the professor who led the way had also returned, and he was also overjoyed to see August. He quickly said Voldemort's invitation. August was relieved Voldemort did this. He was afraid that Voldemort would run around, and now that she was willing to show up, he was much more relieved. Professor Matana, how long have they been dead? More than an hour. Several professors looked at each other. It should be surpassed. He died too quickly. August was speechless, he was still thinking about saving a hand with the brilliance of recovery, and these people turned out to be unlucky. Then they can't blame him. After calming the emotions of several people, August agreed to send someone to Ilvermorny to guard the school before returning to Hogwarts. It takes only an hour to go back and forth. At this time, students and professors remained in the Great Hall, waiting for news. But no one had a look of fear and horror on their faces. With August, Dumbledore, and Grindlevald sitting in Hogwarts, Voldemort was crazy to dare to attack Hogwarts. As soon as August appeared, he attracted the attention of countless people. August asked the head of their respective houses to bring the students back to the dormitory. He also pulled Dumbledore and Grindlevald, intending to have a small meeting. "How's it going?" Dumbledore spoke first. He was the one who cared most about Voldemort's dynamics. "It's late. Fontaine and dozens of professors have died, and I've sent pioneers to maintain order." Hearing this, Dumbledore felt a little remorseful. He thought it was his mistake that made Tom kill repeatedly. Later, August told him about the Covenant War. Dumbledore was a little puzzled. "Isn't he afraid that you, me, and Grindelwald will besiege him together?" Grindelwald shook his head. "You joke, right? With August's current status. If August besieges, he will definitely lose a lot of prestige. Moreover, since Voldemort dares to appear so grandly, it means that he must have mastered some hole cards." Dumbledore thought for a moment and agreed. "Voldemort became obscurial, and according to my calculations, he was using his daughter's body." August threw another big bomb, shocking them all. "This sucks." Dumbledore worried, with Voldemort's level of dark arts combined with Obscura's huge magical power. He was no longer sure of a sure victory. Instead, he was no match for Voldemort now. Especially after today, Voldemort also got the Slytherin wand, and his strength was even higher. Grindelwald also frowned. Obscurial was powerful, he knew very well, and the former Aurelius Dumbledore was his subordinate. His strength has increased by leaps and bounds in just 2 or 3 years, reaching a point second only to him and Dumbledore. Seeing the two frownings, August waved his hand casually. "What are you so nervous about? No matter how strong Voldemort is, he will definitely not be my opponent." This is not an understatement. It is not a legendary opponent, even if history's strongest Obscurus combined with the Dark Lord. The purpose of telling you this is to make you a backhand. I'm worried that Voldemort is playing tricks. If all 3 of us go that day, and he sneaks up on Hogwarts, it will be a big loss. Dumbledore's face changed slightly, and it was indeed possible. "Then I'll stay at Hogwarts, and you and Gellert go to the appointment." August nodded. This was his original plan. As for the Diagon Alley, Osiris is sitting in the Mage Tower. In this way, after several people simply finalized the plan, the news of the duel spread. Voldemort's appearance is sure to cause panic in the wizarding world. August must quickly stand up and stabilize the military's morale as the person in actual power. Sure enough, when it was heard that he was about to duel with Voldemort, the initially chaotic wizarding group quickly became stable. And the students were even more excited. They still remember August's battle last time, but they didn't expect to have the opportunity to see it again right away. For this reason, Harry and the others also asked Hermione to find out. They wanted to know if the duel with Voldemort would still be broadcast live. If August doesn't broadcast live, they can also let Hermione ask August to do it. Hermione told the story and leaned into August's arms. "Are you sure this time?" "Don't worry. I'll kill Tom with a wave of my hand." August stroked Hermione's increasingly silky hair, full of confidence. Hermione was relieved, and just as she was about to return to the dormitory, she was pulled closer to August's arms. What are you going to do?" "I still have to go back to the dormitory. If it's late, I'll be deducted points." August was laughing. "You are the head girl, and I am the headmaster. What other problem are you worried about? Don't go back. Let me teach you something." Chapter 510, A Family of 3 Blended into One. Over the next few days, August arranged everything. First of all, Cho. Now Cho is the Seeker of the Tornadoes, which is her dream job. For the sake of safety, August asked her not to go to training recently and obediently stayed in the Mage Tower. Next are the families of his girlfriends. August took them all to the Mage Tower but wisely chose to separate them. After all, there are a lot of girls around him now. It's one thing for everyone to acquiesce, but the nature never changes. Especially Hermione's family. The Grangers were Muggles and were among the elites, and they were certainly very resistant to his behavior. After all this, August contacted the Prime Minister of England, Robert. There are also some theories about the location chosen by Voldemort. She wants to defeat August in full view so that she can replace August and rule the world. August could only say that Voldemort was too dreamy. However, in order not to affect the innocent, the surrounding crowd still had to be evacuated. When Robert heard the news, he was also frightened. He immediately contacted the officials in London to clear the scene in advance. Civilians must not appear within a radius of 10 kilometers. He also asked August if he could change the position of the duel. Now the whole world knows his destructive power. Suppose they were to fight on the Thames. It is estimated that London can be destroyed. The economic damage caused by that time is immeasurable. If you can convince Voldemort, I can agree. If not, I can't do anything. In a word, he successfully shut Robert's mouth. He now knows a lot about the wizarding world and how cruel this dark wizard from England is. However, August still comforted him. Don't worry. Wizards' infrastructure capabilities are far beyond your imagination. Even if the whole of London is crippled, I have the ability to recover it within a month. This made Robert feel a lot relieved. And ordinary people also know this information. In addition to the citizens of London, people worldwide were overjoyed. They can witness a big war again. Thanks to Tom's blessing, the world's attention to the wizarding community has risen to another level. August also allowed the pioneers to come around the world with the awakening potion and let the Muggle government cooperate in the delivery. Some consortiums on the American side are not very happy. They want to operate the awakening potion instead of making it free for everyone to use. But after a few more old men died, they became honest. Finally, it was New Year's Day 1998. River Thames, Tower Bridge. As a world-famous fog city, today's fog is exceptionally heavy, with less than 10 meters of visibility. Early in the morning, August arrived with Grindlevald. The area given by Voldemort is very broad, that is, the Thames. But August knew that with the other party's nature, she must be referring to this most conspicuous place. At this time, the surroundings were also quiet, like a dead city without life. Although Robert asked for the evacuation of people within a radius of 10 kilometers. But the citizens of London, who had seen August's hand, had a tacit understanding to evacuate. Several live broadcast devices are suspended in the air, presenting the picture here to the audience worldwide. I don't know what time Tom would come. August muttered a few words and snapped his fingers. 2 rocking chairs appeared in front of him. Then he pointed his finger at the sky. Scatter. As the words fell, the thick fog that had been shrouded over London melted like snow meeting sunlight. That's right. Bar, prepare an early breakfast for Mr. Grindlevald and me. The house elf Bar appeared beside him, bowed slightly, and hurried to prepare breakfast. Are you here for a duel or for a vacation? Grindlevald looked strange but sat down anyway. Not to mention, this chair is really comfortable. Tom would not blame me for this. He didn't give a specific time, so I can only come here and wait. August took a sip of orange juice, enjoying the morning sun beautifully, and Grindlevald did it too. The leisureliness of the two made the people watching the live broadcast stunned, and they not have the grandeur of the last time. The time came to 9 o'clock, August's eyes moved slightly, and his gaze looked southeast. Here it is. Grindlevald also perked up, and not long after, a terrifying magic fluctuation came from the direction August was looking. The original clear sky instantly became cloudy, lightning and thunder, and an unknown black substance approached at an extremely fast speed. The size of the body is so large that even Grindlevald is amazed by it. He had seen the obscurus form of Aurelius, who was not much younger than Voldemort. This is also enough to prove the strength gap between the two. Voldemort soon came to the sky above the two. Obscurus contracted into human form and landed on the bridge. She did not attack as soon as she came up but walked up to August's side and greeted him like an old friend. Is this how you entertain old friends? Don't you get me a chair? August bowed his head, pointed his finger, and a chair appeared behind her. Voldemort sat down without any image, not even caring about the twin mountains leaking out of his robe. What about Bellatrix? She was keenly aware of a hint of familiarity. Dead, or rather, she became a part of me. Voldemort was very calm. You make Obscurus devour her? Grindelwald was asking. Obscurus possessed the peculiar attribute of devouring life force, which was one reason why wizards feared it. That's right. I'm grateful to her. If she hadn't given birth to such a perfect body, I might still be hiding in some corner to survive. Voldemort sighed in an emotional tone as if she was really thanking Bellatrix. So you put your family of 3 together? August said sarcastically. Voldemort smiled slightly, and the weird green lines on his face actually carried a strange beauty. It was their honor, and Bellatrix had a happy smile on her face until she died. Chapter 511, The Horror of Obscurus. Voldemort and August talk like old friends they haven't seen in years. At least on the surface. This scene made many people confused. Dumbledore was sitting at Hogwarts at this time, his eyes uncertain. If anyone in the wizarding world knows Voldemort best, it is undoubtedly him. Although not on the scene, no more information could be obtained. But he could still see the change in Voldemort's temperament. Voldemort would always be vigilant. She was a fierce beast that chose to devour people before, no matter who encountered it. Then now, she is a cold poisonous snake, hiding her killing intent and waiting for the opportunity. So, you brought the outdated Dark Lord with you? Voldemort looked at Grindlevald without the slightest respect in his tone. I never considered myself a Dark Lord, just an ordinary person who thought about the future of wizards. Grindlevald did not mean to be angry and replied lazily. However, I don't mind instructing juniors how to respect the elderly. Forget it, Voldemort smiled charmingly. Today is the day when I make a settlement with August, and I don't want outsiders to interfere. If you want, you can come to him to reminisce when I kill him. Don't, August hurriedly waved his hand. I have a very little intersection with him, and if he dies, you should also find Dumbledore. Voldemort was just changing up a body. Why is it that even the behavior is so feminine? Grindelwald was also disgusted and left the scene directly. He just came to make a scene, not to suffer. There were only 2 people left on the London Bridge. August, since the last time I escaped from the Ministry of Magic, I learned that all this is all behind your scenes. I greatly regret it in my heart and that I valued you too late. August listened sideways and did not comment. Voldemort said again. But until I was resurrected and gained far more power than I was then, I began to thank you instead. Her eyes were sincere, and she did not falsify at all. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have explored the true meaning of magic, and the world would be lifeless. I admit, you're much older than me in terms of layout when I was still staring at Harry Potter and Dumbledore. But you develop silently in the shadow I create, setting your sights on the world. August did not expect that Voldemort would have such a high opinion of him. You're right, a Dark Lord on the bright side always attracts too much attention, and Dumbledore made such a mistake. No, Voldemort shook his head. You have the strength to stand in my place, but you have chosen the most trouble-free method. Only not this time. The whole world is watching here. You and I, only one person, can get out of the city. After Voldemort finished speaking, she got up abruptly and came not far from August. She practiced a standard wizarding duel etiquette. I, Voldemort Salazar Slytherin, hereby extend an invitation to duel August Gaunt. August shook his head, waved his hand, and the debris disappeared. Tom, you are still so hypocritical that you dare not face your true self. Even his last name was changed to Slytherin. Did she really think if she got the snacky wood wand made her a Slytherin descendant? Voldemort was silent, waving his wand to tell August the answer. The snacky wood wand emits a brilliant green light, and its power has reached a higher level after sleeping for thousands of years. The calm Thames River made waves again, and monsters composed of water roared toward August. August stretched out his right hand and reformed his wand. After all these years, he is still used to holding something in his hand. This is the same as Fleur's habit when she sleeps. With a tap of August's wand, the chilling cold aura burst out, instantly condensing the hideous water monster. When the wind blows lightly, it breaks into ice crystals. The ice crystals turned into countless sharp long swords, cutting through the sky. Let you see the horror of Obscurus, August. In the midst of maniacal laughter, Voldemort's figure exploded into black air, and the ice-flying sword passed through without hindrance. A tall building on the shore was shot directly into the holes. The black fog turned into 2 big hands covering the sky, lifting the 2 skyscrapers to the ground and toward August. But from the perspective of magical performance, Voldemort's magic power at this time has far surpassed Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Grindelwald, who was watching the battle from afar, looked solemn. If it was him facing 2 huge buildings that fell from the sky, he could only use apparition to dodge. From this moment on, he had to admit that Voldemort's power had surpassed him. Obscurus is much more destructive to objects than wizards using spells. Even a minor wizard who turned into Obscurus can destroy a town with all his strength. Not to mention the current Voldemort. As a result, his fighting style has also changed a lot. Magic gushed out from August's body, and a huge golden skeleton wrapped around him, constantly spawning flesh and blood. Soon, the second form of Susanoo took shape. With the long sword in hand, the Susanoo directly split the 2 tall buildings in 2 and fell into the water and made monstrous waves. Since the beginning of the battle, August has not taken the initiative to launch an offensive. He wanted to see how much Voldemort could surprise him. What is manifested now alone cannot block his prophetic power. Chapter 512, Herpo the Foul. London, on the River Thames, London Bridge. This bridge has a history of nearly 1,000 years, from the wooden bridge of the past, step by step, to the magnificent appearance of today. The Obscurus of Voldemort's avatar showed unparalleled destructive power. The surrounding buildings were like children's toys, which he discarded at will. And August's Susanoo slowly grew bigger, and powerful magical forces formed entities to guard his master firmly. Tom, if you're only good at this, you shouldn't have come today. Another spell shattered a 5- or 6-story building, and August finally got a little impatient. Until now, although the power that Voldemort had displayed was extremely powerful, there was nothing beyond his expectations. What August wants to see is an accident and a surprise. Stella. Susanoo condensed a huge longbow on which golden arrows shone. August's wand flicked, and the arrow pierced the sky like a shooting star, shooting toward the black fog. Roar! As if ice and snow met the sun, the black fog formed a hideous giant face, looking up to the sky and roaring. The already choppy tide and his magic explosion became even more ferocious. Quick, let the citizens of all of London evacuate. It's not safe here anymore. Robert wiped the cold sweat from his face and ordered his secretary anxiously. The last battle at the top of the snowy mountain did not reveal anything. Still, once it reached the city, this destructive force completely exploded. It won't be long before the entire city is in ruins. Even if he was afraid of August, Robert wanted to complain. Not far from the battlefield, Grindlevald rode a night eclipse, and the fierce wind blew him back and forth. Waving his hand to set up a shield to block the wind and rain outside, Grindlevald half squinted. Is Obscurus so fierce? Isn't it time for him to find a chance to get one? Although he and Dumbledore became reconciled, his desire for power has always existed. Now I see that August has stepped into a new realm, and the Junior Dark Lord is also so powerful. How could he be willing? Rumble. The arrows of light had expelled the pitch-black fog for a small part, and Voldemort finally couldn't stand it anymore. The remaining black mist quickly condensed, and her human form gradually emerged. Almost half of Voldemort's body was scattered at this time, but what was terrifying was that the mutilated half of his body was slowly deriving flesh and blood. August frowned. How many people did you kill? He could sense that Voldemort's vitality was extremely vigorous. Unlike a human, it was already comparable to a phoenix. As for how these life forces came about, he could think of it with his toes. Ha ha ha. Voldemort, who had fully recovered in the blink of an eye, laughed wildly and seemed to mention his pride. August, you're smart, but why do you mention it now? Killing someone is like eating and drinking water to me. Who will remember how much food you ate and drank every day? To complete a secret method, she walked and killed all the way. It was too chaotic there. Thousands of people died, and tens of thousands could not make too many waves. See the true meaning of death. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort's magic power is continuously poured into the snacky wood wand, making the light more brilliant. At the same time, behind him appeared a shadow of death wearing a tattered hood, holding a scythe. That's it. August's eyes sharpened. Last time, behind Voldemort, was a phantom that barely condensed after destroying 4 creatures in a row. This time, however, it is very relaxed, and the shadow is clearer. August's gaze was like electricity, glowing with glazed brilliance, trying to dissect the essence of the ghost. It's just that Voldemort's attack has come to him. With the absolute concept of annihilation, Voldemort's attack triggered a burst of visions. The green glow is like 100 green snakes, and everything that is swept along the way becomes withered and perished. To sum it up in one sentence, it is to ruin everything. Whether it was Dumbledore in Hogwarts or Grindelwald not far away, they frowned. Just by watching, they already knew they couldn't take the blow. This green light insight is the nemesis of life. The two looked at August in unison, their eyes full of worry. August's brows furrowed slightly. He was not frightened by this power. Instead, he was annoyed that Voldemort had interrupted his research. For the first time, he unfolded the power of the field in battle. Huh. August chuckled and grabbed the green snake with the left arm. Is there a hint of the realm on this? The rules representing death are constantly fighting against him, and the open weather breath that belongs to the origin of obedience erupts, pinching the green snake and exploding. Things are getting more and more interesting. At this time, Voldemort was already scared and stunned. This is the strongest spell she has studied after his rebirth. Although it is still the killing curse, the power has long been beyond countless times. But what did she see? Just pinched by August. What the hell is this monster? Run. There was only one thought left in Voldemort's mind. But she sadly found that his desire to change into an Obscurus state had failed, and the magic in his body was extremely obscure. Not to mention the Obscurus was a pure energy body. Even using ordinary magic is very difficult. August, on the other hand, walked towards Voldemort step by step. Tom, you really make me feel more and more surprised. Looking at Voldemort, who already had a terrified look on his face, August chuckled. An arm of pure magic gently grasped Voldemort's head. Let me see what has happened to you in the past 2 years. He was sure that Voldemort must have acquired some incredible secret. Looking at the shadow of the death that still existed behind him, August was cautious and did not disperse Susanoo. The huge gap between the two made Voldemort unable to resist at all. Ignoring the horrific killing scenes, August finally found what he wanted to know. Eyes sparkle. Herpo the Foul. Chapter 513, Chapter 513, Voldemort's Secret. Herpo the Foul. When it comes to this name, perhaps many people have forgotten it. Even many learned wizards were confused when they saw August say the name. But soon, after consulting the information, they all gasped. The evilest dark wizard in history, an ancient Greek dark wizard with countless evil crimes. The Horcrux, the inventor of a large number of evil spells, the earliest Parseltongue, and the first person to hatch the basilisk. Each of these evil deeds can make him famous in history among other wizards. Still, they are all concentrated in one person. Through Voldemort's memory, August also roughly figured out the ins and outs. After fleeing from Europe to Egypt, Voldemort completely developed madly. First, with the help of Bellatrix, Voldemort easily carried out several blood stains and restored his strength. Later, in the process of exploring the pyramids, the two encountered a large number of mummified ambushes. I wonder if anyone remembers this pit where Lockhart lost his magic. With the power of Obscurus and the characteristics of tangible to intangible, Voldemort kills all the mummies, goes to the deepest part of the pyramid, and discovers a mysterious notebook. This notebook is what Herpo left. It details his ideas for creating Horcruxes and how to compensate for the trauma of splitting souls. The method is also very dark. That's killing. Whether it's killing wizards or muggles, strange energy is generated at the moment of their death. By absorbing this energy through magic, you can repair the soul. However, after doing so, the soul will become no longer pure and unable to make Horcruxes again. And Voldemort also quickly recovered to the peak through this cruel magic and even further. The glazed light in his eyes receded, and August thought thoughtfully. This is the information he got from Voldemort's memory. However, there are some doubts about the authenticity of the information. With the current August's legendary vision, he easily discovered that the ultimate beneficiary of this secret method was not Voldemort. But, thinking, his gaze turned to the shadow of death behind Voldemort. In that case, let me test my conjecture. The domain's power was further activated. Voldemort only felt that she couldn't use magic power now, and even breathing was tricky. She now regretted immensely why she had swelled and found August. However, this time the target was not Voldemort. Turning into an invisible arm, August's domain seemed to be about to pull out the shadow of death. A deep pain penetrated his brain, and Voldemort couldn't help but howl loudly. This pain is 10,000 times more painful than when the soul was split to make the Horcrux. Not to mention him. Even the countless people watching across the screen felt a tingling in their scalps. Is such a mournful wail really something that humans can emit? August, give me a death. Stop torturing me. Rarely Voldemort actually began to beg for mercy. A trace of pity flashed in August's eyes. Tom, bear with it for a while. Perhaps, I'm saving you. Chapter 514, Multiple Identities. Voldemort was still roaring in pain. She didn't want to listen to August's nonsense anymore. Have you ever seen that man make someone's soul suffer like 1,000 cuts when he saves someone? August, put away your nonsense. Isn't it a shame to do these things in your capacity? It's just a pity. August stopped talking and concentrated on dealing with the shadow. As if stripped of a cocoon, this phantom and Voldemort's soul were slowly peeled off to form an independent existence. Voldemort's howl made everyone who saw it sweaty during this period. To August's ruthlessness, countless people also have a new understanding. But those who know him know that he must have done it for a reason. But is the most knowledgeable Dumbledore and Grindlevald are confused. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Voldemort had no strength to howl, and the shadow was completely peeled off. Don't you say hello, Mr. Herpo. Looking at the motionless green phantom that only floated by instinct, August spoke quietly. After a while, the phantom still did not move. August manipulated the domain to form an invisible vortex that wanted to devour him. And this action finally made the phantom react, and an obscurus force spread rapidly. Grindelwald's face changed drastically, and he flew out a long way again. On the ground of London, countless flowers, birds, fish, and insects quickly withered, accompanied by a gust of wind, turned into ashes. Those pet cats and dogs who didn't have time to take away didn't last for 2 seconds and turned into ashes. If it weren't for August's intervention to block and let this fluctuation spread, then the whole of London would have become a dead city. Why care about the lives of ants? A peculiar husky voice came out of the shadows. In this person's eyes, the dissipation of endless lives is actually just the price of his appearance. This person was even more terrifying than Voldemort. Lady Ravenclaw, is this really Herpo the Foul? Inside Hogwarts, Dumbledore looked at Rowena, who appeared out of nowhere and asked softly. Rowena floated in midair, shaking his head slightly. We don't know much about Herpo. Maybe Salazar knows better, but he. Speaking of this, she hesitated a little but still said in a deep voice. However, this breath of death resembles another famous dark wizard. Enzo. Dumbledore said that name for her. The inventor of the killing curse, the wizard who studied death the most. Is August in danger? Ariana looked up at the light screen and asked worriedly, her hands touching and twisting uneasily. One after another, a legendary person's name popped up. Not only she but even Hermione and the others had the same concerns. Dumbledore smiled wryly. How can he know what the situation is now? This is beyond his level. However, looking at August's still calm face, there should be no problem. You don't need to say so ruthlessly. August dismisses the phantom, which is Herpo's claim. Once someone reaches the legendary realm and penetrates into this world, it will indeed be accompanied by some visions of heaven and earth when it appears. This is caused by the resonance of the laws that we have mastered with heaven and earth. Like Herpo, he obviously mastered the law of death, and everywhere he went, countless living beings perished. And August's law is very complicated. If he lets go of the domain naturally, the surrounding area will be chaotic, and everything will turn into nothingness. Therefore, after he perceives this, he will deliberately converge. This is the recognition of you and me by heaven and earth, and you and I are gods. Herpo looked down and looked at Voldemort, who was wide-eyed. Believer of death, you have disappointed me a little. Why must you provoke August Gaunt with your weak strength? Isn't it good to collect souls? You're using me. Voldemort gritted his teeth. She didn't expect that the adventure she was going on was actually another calculation. Since his resurrection, he has actually been in a state of manipulation. First, Dumbledore, then August, and finally, even Herpo came out. What the hell is wrong with this world? I'm the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, Herpo just reprimanded and then lost interest in talking to Voldemort, stretching out his arm to grab Voldemort's body. A shockwave hit and stopped his movement. I want this person. She has other uses. August withdrew his arm. He saves Voldemort not to spare his life but to study his obscurial body. You're provoking me, Gaunt. It's not the first time anyway. After all, I've snatched a few souls from your hands, and it's not bad for this one. The scene fell silent. Herpo raised his head for a long time, and his dark eyes looked directly at August. You already know my identity. August pulled out a mocking smile. I don't know. After all, I don't know what to call you, Herpo, Enzo, Peveril. Or death. Words are like stormy waves, setting off a frenzy around the world. The death. Are there really gods in this world? Peveril. It turns out that what is said in the tales of Beetle the Bard is true. Then why does Herpo have so many identities, and how exactly did he do it? Countless questions are popping up in people's minds, and things are becoming more and more magical. Even the Muggles couldn't wait for the two of them to break some shocking news. There is already a god of death in this world, so is there some other god? Herpo sighed softly. The name is just a code name. If you have to choose one, call me Death. Herpo, or Enzo, is just an identity for me to wander the world. And now, I'm just Death. I'm afraid it's not that simple, is it? August goes straight to the heart of the problem. You are not simply wandering. You are seeking the world. Chapter 5:15, this world only needs one true god. He stared at Herpo with cold eyes. Splitting the Horcrux allows you to obtain immortality, and you have broken through that barrier and become the god of death. But you are not satisfied. You want to constantly search for the soul of wizards and improve your strength. August told one secret after another, which made countless people terrified. Passing down the Deathly Hallows causes war, and the incarnation Enzo invents the killing curse to collect souls more efficiently. Now, you want to use Voldemort as a springboard to come to this world. It's really obsessed. The dark clouds in the sky became more gloomy, and black lightning shone through them. With August's voice falling, the whole world seems to have pressed the mute button, and the day is dead silent. Dumbledore looked at his sister with solemn eyes. Ariana, what do you feel like after death? This doubt remained in his heart until now. Death. Ariana tilted her head in confusion, trying to find the words described, but ultimately failed. She had to hang his head and say, I didn't feel anything until August resurrected me, and that muddy state disappeared. It's like slept. Several people looked at Lily. Only she and Ariana have a say here. Lily shook her head. I feel similar to Ariana. The only thing that is a little different. Maybe my soul has been here for a few days. It seems that I have always been wrong. Dumbledore smiled self-deprecatingly. Death is just another great adventure. That's his motto all along. It is also his attitude toward death. Now it seems that it is really sitting in the well and watching the sky. Dead, then there is really nothing. The soul will only spend endless years in confusion. Dumbledore was suddenly a little glad that August had left him alive so that he could be by Ariana's side. I know something about the underworld. Snape, who had been silent, spoke, his face trembling slightly. Even though several years have passed, as long as he thinks of the giant hand that covers the sky, he still has palpitations. Actually, when August was in 3rd grade, he once took me to the underworld. Snape's voice was low, and he slowly described the scene. Along with his description, Dumbledore and others were also shocked. They couldn't imagine a 3rd grade student playing a game with death. That's an exaggeration. But what worried Dumbledore the most was when Snape said that the soul would gradually weaken. So, what is the connection between those dissipated energies and death? Above London Bridge, Herpo bowed his head and did not speak, just quietly staring at August. You're really, really smart. It's worth being the second person to break through the threshold. His voice was soft but clear to August's ears. Before me, after the death of a wizard, the soul could not last forever but would only slowly dissipate between heaven and earth. It was I who created a space for the dead for all people so that the souls of these people could rest in peace. August sneered. I'm afraid that those soul powers were devoured by you, right? He had long discovered that as long as it was a soul killed by the killing curse, it would never appear in the underworld. After being promoted to legendary, his analysis of spells became more profound. In essence, the killing curse borrows the power of death to harvest souls directly. As for creating the underworld, the devil believed his word. Only by becoming a pseudo-god can you build your own god domain. A legendary who still wants to create a world is simply blind. However, August did not have the mind to continue discussing with him. After so many years, this man lost his humanity and became a slave to power. A chaotic-colored realm vortex appeared, shrouding the sky above death. The huge magic fluctuations caused the ground to tremble, and the dark clouds in the sky were also broken. This force that seemed to be able to devour everything turned into a giant palm that covered the sky, wanting to pinch death directly. The legendary realm is no longer limited to the use of magic spells because they are both legendary figures who have entered the realm of 10,000 laws. It's more about the law and the understanding of laws. Perhaps, the curse that exists in the world today has limited their power. The dark green aura swept away from the body of death, forming a prototype light shield that temporarily resisted August's attack. At the intersection of the two, countless black cracks appeared and disappeared. Gaunt, I mean no offense. Voldemort's actions were also his own initiative. There was a hint of jealousy in Death's words. He didn't want to go to war directly with August if he could. The current situation is very unfavorable for him because he came to this world through the shadow of death behind Voldemort. It is not accurate to say that it came. It should be said that August forced it out. If the body could cross the void to the main world, he would naturally not be afraid of a newly promoted legendary. But the problem is, can't. Since he abandoned his physical body and became the underworld lord with a soul body, the world has been extremely repulsive to him. Gaunt, from now on, you will be in charge of the world, and I will hold the underworld and will not interfere with each other. After Death finished speaking, he wanted to disperse the shadow and return to the underworld. He is confident enough to defeat August to death, find a suitable surrogate to harvest the soul, and eventually devour the main world. It's just a pity. Will August give him this opportunity? Of course not. August solidified the nearby space as soon as his mind moved, and the giant palm in the sky suddenly exerted its power. Click. The green mask shattered in response. The palm you used to give it back to you now. Also, I fancy your underworld. August's eyes were playful, and he pinched Death like he was pinching a little chicken cub. His voice suddenly became cold. Since you say you are a god, and so am I. Then I think all the world needs is a true god. Chapter 516, Chapter 516, Chase to the Underworld. Before Death could say anything, he was blown up into a green mist of light by the power of August's domain. Then, all the mist gathered together to form a hideous and terrifying huge face, roaring madly. Gaunt. You rejected my kindness. August's face remained unchanged, and he waved his hand to wear down Herpo's will with the field. Seeing that his threat did not work, Herpo also completely gave up resistance. He just looks at it with hatred. His strength in this world is completely unmatched by the heyday of August, and no matter how he struggles, he is only self-inflicted. But that's not the end. Death is where everything ends. As long as he accumulates enough strength, then he can devour the present world with the underworld and turn everything into a death domain. Maybe he can go further. At that time, what did August rely on to compete against him? Finally, when the last rays of green dissipated, calm returned to London. Except for London Bridge, the 20 miles around were reduced to ruins. At this time, Prime Minister Robert, who fled to the suburbs, saw this scene through the projection in the void, and his heart was broken. The other cabinet ministers around him also dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. In this way, the economy of the entire Great Britain will be set back at least 20 years. But no one is going to be the first bird and ask August to compensate for this loss. The loss is the country and not their own. Why so desperately? Voldemort collapsed on the ground like mud. His magic power turned into a sacrifice, and not a drop was left by Herpo. Even if he survived, he completely became a wasted person. This time, he had no chance to turn over. Mr. Grindlevald. August called softly, but the voice reached Grindelwald's ears in the distance. Swish. Grindelwald came to his side. Please escort Voldemort back to Hogwarts and hand it over to Dumbledore and Harry. Ms. Rosier, please lead 3,000 pioneers to restore the city to its original state. August rubbed his nose embarrassedly. Wizards could repair ordinary construction with a mending charm. But the electronics? They can't do anything. Grindelwald frowned, his gaze a little surprised. What are you going to do? Isn't everything done? How was August didn't happy? Charge interest, and by the way, there will be no trouble. He is now just returning the palm to death, but the anger in the past few years in his heart has not been vented. When did I, August Gaunt, suffer? At the same time, the Wizarding Tower, near Hogwarts, shook. Before the people inside could react, they were suddenly transferred to the open space outside. Thundered. There was a violent shaking on the ground. Under everyone's gaze, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Just a minute later, it came to London, shining with endless brilliance. Don't make any movements until I return. Keep a close eye on all movements of the Muggle leader. After August finished instructing Grindelwald, under the astonished gaze of the other party, he grabbed his hands, tore the space, and walked in. The Mage Tower also shrunk in an instant and floated above his head. Roar. A dragon roar came from afar. Grindelwald looked up, and Osiris, who stretched his wings, also entered the space tunnel at the last moment. August. Hermione's hands twisted together like twists, and worry appeared on her delicate face. This is the legendary death. Jo gently took Hermione into her arms and comforted her softly. Don't worry. He will never do anything unsure. That being said, her face was also a little pale. The deepest part of the underworld. It was a palace made of white bones. Gaunt. Wait for my revenge. Herpo's roar continued but received no response. He had never suffered such a great humiliation in thousands of years. Not only snatched his soul but also destroyed his own doppelganger so that his soul was damaged. In an instant, countless methods of revenge appeared in Herpo's mind. But in the end, he found out helplessly. As long as August doesn't come to his territory, he won't have the slightest way to target it. Just when Herpo was furious, a huge power suddenly erupted outside the palace. Gaunt, you actually dare to chase after me? Why don't I dare? As I said, all the world needs is a true god. August's voice was loud, and he kept getting closer to him. Herpo was shocked and furious. Shocked, August actually dared to chase him to the underworld. The angry thing is that the man does not put him in his eyes at all. Stella. Without the slightest nonsense, August shot straight out. The golden arrows, like rain, dyed the sky with golden light, and the underworld, which had been dark for an unknown amount of time, finally ushered in the first rays of dawn that belonged to itself. The Mage Tower hanging above August's head constantly spun, and a sea of magic surged out. Over the years, the magic power accumulated in the Mage Tower has reached a terrifying amount. This is the first time August has invoked the power of the Mage Tower to fight. The golden arrows in the sky did not even consume his mana. It is wholly supplied by the Mage Tower. But that's not enough. Blue flames appeared above and below August's body, and his momentum was even stronger. Magic activation. Legendary level spells, magic activation greatly improve the quality and activity of mana. It is a legendary spell that comes from diamond cards. August had never used this explosive spell all this time because no one in the entire wizarding world could force him to that point. But today, he could finally use this in the face of the same legendary level. The gaze under Death's Hood was full of disbelief. What a spell this is. Under his perception, August's magic seemed to burn. Even the space cannot withstand the power of this concentration, and there is a tendency to melt. Go. With a light, the rain of arrows finally headed toward death. Chapter 517, Legendary Battle. The morning light broke, and the arrows were like an ocean. The mighty golden light leaked like a note, shrouding death through the gray fog in the sky. No matter where he dodged, he could not escape this attack. However, the angry Death never wanted to avoid it. If wizards fight, whoever avoids it is a low-level wizard. Avada Kedavra. As the words full of killing intent fell, the surrounding space became solemn. Endless green rays bloom from the body of Herpo and kill August's attack. Achievements have been legendary for thousands of years, counting the areas obtained from the wizards who died over the millennia. Herpo is definitely not an ordinary legendary, but the best in it. After all, achieving a legendary in such a barren world is definitely against the sky. Unfortunately, August has a system. No matter how stacked a single meteor is, it may not pose any threat to Herpo waves. But with the activation of mana, it is different. This is a true legendary spell, a silver amplifier. Even if it is an ordinary repulsion spell, it can be like the power of Almighty Push. Even though a layer was broken, the endless light cannon still suppressed the green light around Herpo. The place where the two met had become void, and the nearby ground disappeared, replaced by a bottomless pit. Forest of 100 bones. Dense white bones poured out from his wide-sleeved robe, and in an instant, they combined into a white bone castle. Rumble. 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 The explosions that resounded throughout the world continued to echo. The white bone castle was constantly destroyed, repaired continuously, and reorganized. And the broken bone pieces will also be painted as sharp blades shooting at August. Humph, it's disgusting to look at. August's eyes sharpened, and a glazed brilliance bloomed. With the magic of the Mage Tower, Susanoo continued to gather and evolve. In the end, a golden giant that was hundreds of meters tall stood in the void. Deficient. Susanoo's long knife came out of its sheath, directly ignoring the bone spurs that shot out, and his wings shook and rushed towards the white bone castle. Wow. You're not just a wizard. Herpo cursed August. He has never seen all the spells that August has used before, so even if it comes to their level, creating spells can be described as easy. You're a wizard. Why are you holding a knife and approaching the enemy? Herpo's mentality is a little broken, hundreds of meters of Susanoo are condensed by magic power, and the power is self-evident. His hands waved wildly, the entire underworld responded to the call of death, and the airflow in the sky flowed rapidly. The wind was fierce, and a large amount of necromancy chi was mobilized, and some of it was attached to the white bone castle. But it is often attached to Susanoo and constantly corrodes. Susanoo made a sizzling sound, and the armor showed signs of melting. But at this time, the Mage Tower shines greatly, and even more powerful magic power gushes out to repair Susanoo. A sneer hung at the corner of August's mouth. A long knife of hundreds of meters split into the air. Click. Click. A crisp cracking sound came, and the white bone castle only lasted a few seconds before it shattered layer by layer. A gust of wind and shock wave far surpassed the previous one, centered on this, and swept around. Bang. When all the white bones were destroyed, there was no longer the figure of Herpo, leaving only August's Susanoo standing in place. But August's face was still serious. Gaunt. This is what you forced me to do. Even if it costs me, I will keep you here forever. There was no trace of Herpo, but his voice came from everywhere. At some point, the clouds in the sky that destroyed by their battle had recondensed, forming a big skeleton face. In comparison, August is like an ant at this time. This is who you really are. Neither human nor ghost, and you still call yourself gods. It's ridiculous. August's taunt added to Herpo's anger. Gaunt. This is the path to the highest. I am the lord of the underworld, that is, death. August shrugged and did nothing to retort. In fact, he had some sympathy for Herpo in his heart. This is the gap between the wild path and the orthodox wizard. Even though he achieved a legendary by luck, Herpo did not have a clear path. Because he has surpassed all people, there is no record of false gods in this world. So Herpo can only find his own way. Perhaps when he and the underworld are completely fused, he can cross legendary and pseudo-god boundaries and become a veritable god. But at what cost? Herpo is still in that state for thousands of years but is still a semi-finished product. Even if he succeeds, he is only the weakest one because he completely binds himself to this world, and the way forward has been cut off. August didn't have such troubles because he had a system. Gaunt, you underestimate me. Herpo observed the subtle changes in August and immediately received a 100-fold crit in his heart. Is he actually pitying me? Although he doesn't know what August is pitiful about. But that emotion was accurately transmitted to his mind. There was lightning and thunder in the sky, and the whole world was transmitting a will. Death. Death. Heaven and earth work together. At this moment, there is only one will in the entire underworld, to destroy August. Bang. Bang. Under this invisible attack, even Susanoo was a little unbearable. So, August shot. Well, let you see the real domain usage. The domain was also opened, and suddenly the effect of that will was cancelled out. Where the domains of the two collide, the space is shattered in pieces, and the turbulence of space sweeps all matter. August slowly stretched out his hands. I will tell you of the beginning. Heaven and earth split, nothingness congratulated creation, my sword of rupture cleaved the world. Along with his chant, the red gold light suddenly burst out, making Herpo stunned. Under his incredulous gaze, August's domain continues to shrink and form entities. Finally, a strangely shaped long sword was held by him in his hand. Chapter 518, Chapter 518, The Real Master of the Underworld. From the arcane lineage of the endless god of light, August learned a lot of common knowledge among high-level wizards. With spells alone, it is difficult for legendary wizards to distinguish between the two and the best. It's more about competing between domains. Therefore, the domain is also high to lower. In addition to personal skills, the accumulation before the legendary also determines the domain's attributes that a person can master. That's right. It's attributed. Suppose a wizard is mediocre but takes great luck to advance to the legendary. In that case, it is likely that he can only control the most basic laws. For example, various attribute elements. But when a wizard has a unique understanding of various strange powers, then there is a high probability that his domain will also change. According to August's estimation, if Dumbledore becomes a legendary, his domain must have a strong gain on transfiguration. And Herpo was very lucky. Death is a very advanced force, and if it continues to evolve, it is destruction. Pity. August is scarier than he is. The power of opening the heavens attached to the EA, the power of space in Avalon, and the creation power of the world tree seed, the arcane power and light power brought by the Lord of Endless Radiance. In his domain, he already possessed 5 very high powers. But against Herpo, just one is enough. With the EA as the power, a reforged sword was held in Susanoo's hand. Enoma Elish. August said a few words lightly and waved them casually. Then Herpo's wail spread worldwide, and the beaten body collapsed again. A huge hole appeared in the sky, slowly healing. August's eyes were glowing, and he stared at it deadly. The chaotic air is reduced to nothingness. This is the EA power. With all his strength, his perception of the EA was much higher. It wasn't until everything was back in place that August pulled his attention back. The whole world fell silent, revealing a weakness from the inside out. Such repairs cannot be done casually, and they consume the original power of the plane. Seeing that Herpo was silent, August's spiritual power spilled out overwhelmingly, and he soon found his hiding place. Swish. Another sword swing. Only this time, the power was controlled and did not harm the world. Ah. Gaunt. Spare me. Herpo's invisible body fled quickly, and his mouth kept shouting words begging for mercy. He was really scared. This sword is too terrifying. Not only can it attack entities, but even invisible realms will be greatly damaged. The power of the Susanoo sword, filled with the power of EA, is the biggest nemesis in all domains. In the face of Herpo's plea for mercy, August only responded with his actions. Sword swing. Gaunt. Stop it. As long as you spare my life, I will serve you and govern the underworld for you. Then you can resurrect as many people as you want. As long as you keep me alive, you can do anything. Herpo shouted bitterly, but August just didn't respond. Until his breath weakened to a critical point. August stopped. I will accept it, and I really need a manager. Just when Herpo thought he would survive and cried joyfully, August chuckled and said. However, this manager must not be you. Gaunt, I have been in the underworld for thousands of years, and I am extremely familiar with everything here. Except for me, there is no one else who is suitable. Herpo hurriedly begged. Really? I think she is more appropriate than you. Osiris, come out. Roar. A dragon groan shook the heavens and the earth, and the fully postured sky dragon flew out from the mage tower, happily circling August, setting off a gust of wind. The atmosphere here makes him incomparably intimate and comfortable as if it is his hometown. What kind of creature is this? Herpo looked at Osiris in horror, like a great enemy. He also found that since the appearance of Osiris, the whole world has become much more active. Even the origin that had just been lost to repair the world had a tendency to recover. Osiris, the true lord of the underworld, is innately divine. Herpo, thank you for guarding the underworld for so long for my family Osiris. Your mission is over. Without waiting for Herpo to say anything, August gently waved his hand. Swallow him. Roar. Osiris roared, opened his mouth, and directly swallowed the remaining soul body of Herpo. The first dark wizard in the history of magic, the first wizard to achieve legendary in ancient times, Herpo was buried in the stomach of Osiris. In just a few moments, the huge amount of energy was all turned into nourishment. Osiris's length has skyrocketed by tens of meters. With almost no obstacles, Osiris established a connection with the underworld here. Through the contract, August also vaguely felt this authority. Good job. Looking at Osiris, who was still like a child who came to ask for praise, August shook his head and smiled, reached out, and touched her head. You will be the lord of the underworld in the future, and this place is born to belong to you, and you should perfect this world. Ever since the birth of Osiris, August has had an intuition. This little one is going to fulfill his duties in mythology. But when it happened, August had a bit of reluctance. After all, it was the cub he raised himself, and he was still a little reluctant to let it go out. Show. A gentle whimper came from Osiris's mouth, and two eyes larger than August blinked, full of reluctance. I will come to see you often in the future, don't worry. When the world is perfected, you should return to me. August comforted softly. Today's underworld is not complete. It is just a resting place formed by the instinct of the world. But in fact, many more miracles can be born here. August hopes that Osiris can shape an underworld that is not much weaker than the overworld, which will greatly help him. After staying with her for a long time, August tore open the spatial passage and returned to the wizarding world. With one step, he once again came to the sky over London Bridge. Time has become night. August glanced into the distance and saw a wizard waving his wand to repair the house, but he did not appear. Instead, he returned to Hogwarts and found Cho and the others. Chapter 519, Good News. When they saw August return, the hanging hearts of several beauties were also relaxed, and a deep curiosity followed. This kind of world-class secrecy is irresistible to anyone. Looking at the curious eyes of Hermione, Cho, Luna, and Astoria, August also honestly told his speculations and what he knew. It finally satisfied everyone's curiosity, and the time came late at night. Early the following day, all the students saw their headmaster show up at the high table. First stunned, then burst into earth-shattering cheers. Fantastic! Our headmaster defeated the gods. Long live Headmaster August. Invincible in the world. First wizard in history, August Gaunt. Not only are the students crazy, but even the professors can't maintain expression management. Everyone knows what it means for him to be here. He defeated Herpo. Aren't you going to say a word? Dumbledore teased. Everyone could see that he was in a very good mood. Voldemort was caught, and the last big stone in his heart finally fell. He can enjoy his retirement with peace of mind. As for death, after listening to the descriptions of Snape and the others, the old man no longer had the slightest yearning for death. Okay. August shrugged his shoulders, raised his arms, and the audience instantly became silent. Ahem. Clearing his throat, everyone looked at him with shining eyes. Actually, I don't know what to say, but for everyone's sake, let me think. August pointed to his temple, and the light in the castle was very cooperatively focused on him. People look forward to it. First of all, I want to congratulate everyone that from today onwards, the wizarding world, no, the entire world, will not be troubled by any Dark Lord. Don't worry about your family being threatened by the unforgivable curse. Oh. That's cool. The students cheered, and the twin brothers, who didn't know when they blended in, fired fireworks with their wands. The other professors who saw this did not mean to stop it in the slightest. Voldemort, the shadow of these two generations has dissipated. It wasn't until they stopped that August continued to laugh and say, I also want to congratulate you. You are lucky because you are ushering in a new era. From now on, wizards do not need to hide, and we do not need the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. You can show your wizard status in front of ordinary people because soon they will become just like you. Some Muggle-born children were the first to applaud, and they were the most distressed. Entering the wizarding world means being cut off from the Muggle world. Former friends and relatives have lost a common language, and children of wizarding families cannot experience this loneliness. But August's words turned sharp, and his voice was much lower. You are also unfortunate because you have more challenges to face than ever before. In the future, wizards will no longer be a scarce crowd, and everyone will have the ability to cast spells. So, you will need to work harder than ever to adapt to the changes ahead. The crowd fell silent, and many looked nervous. Even Dumbledore and Grindlevald's gazes flickered a little. They are also very clear about the challenges ahead, although they have little impact on those who stand at the top. But for this new generation of students, it is indeed a bit cruel. The competition they face is not known to be many times greater. Don't worry too much. August looked at everyone's sad faces and comforted them. You guys are ahead after all, and it will take time for ordinary people to get used to magic. However, if you have always held an inexplicable sense of superiority, then everyone will leave you far ahead. After some encouragement, everyone rekindled their fighting spirit. August nodded in satisfaction and said the last good news. From now onwards, all students are allowed to cast spells outside the school, provided that an adult wizard is present around. Okay, let's go to class. After speaking, August waved his hand to end today's breakfast. The professors looked at each other and instructed the students to follow them to class. Because of August's speech, they also had a sense of urgency. It is necessary to seize the time to improve the magical literacy of these young wizards as much as possible and not let the Muggles underestimate Hogwarts' abilities. Many little wizards shivered in the crowd as if they were targeted by something terrible. Chapter 520, The Expansion of Hogwarts. I'm going to expand the school. August pulled the professors together again at the end of the day's lessons. August, the castle at Hogwarts is big enough to meet any teaching need. Dumbledore frowned slightly and questioned. August shook his head. I admit, Hogwarts has indeed enough classrooms and professors today, even more than enough. But what about next year, the year after that? Get ready. Starting next school year, there will be more students than you think. Dumbledore thought for a while, then suddenly his eyes froze, and he asked uncertainly. You have already started. That's right, as early as next year, at the latest 2 years later, the world will be the wizarding world. August smiled confidently. The functionality of Hogwarts is also going to change a bit. With one move, the Book of Admittance and the Quill of Acceptance came before him. The professors looked at both items curiously. Although when August and Dumbledore fight, these two most mysterious inheritance treasures appear once. But everyone's thoughts at that time were on eating melons and shock, and they didn't pay too much attention. I made some changes to the two to screen out more suitable students. In the future, under today's rules, all children of the age will be eligible to be students at Hogwarts. In this way, there will be nearly 300,000 new students every year, or even more. This number startled everyone. 300,000, which is several times higher than the total number of wizards in England. Just stand and fill the castle of Hogwarts. Therefore, the students of Hogwarts must be the elite, a shining star in the wizarding world. August snapped his fingers, and the Book of Admittance slowly opened. The name was constantly appearing on it, but it disappeared in a short time. The Quill of Acceptance will detect all the magic of the little wizard, and the Book of Admittance will determine whether the little wizard is eligible for admission. The professors did not speak but looked at Dumbledore, and a floating ghost, Rowena Ravenclaw. It's not that they trust Dumbledore, but the operation is a bit high-end, and they don't understand it. Let's wait for the big guys to make a statement. Unfortunately, Dumbledore didn't understand either. I understand your feelings, August. But isn't it too much to just hand over the fate of a little wizard to an object? He hesitated to word. It's so reassuring. And Rowena floated to the side of the Book of Admittance and looked at it carefully. These two props are her former creation, and she doesn't know what was changed by August. But the more she looked, the more surprised she became. Rowena has seen a lot of the knowledge in it and always feels that she sees it through, but there are some discrepancies. Especially this last core part. August. You added the knowledge of divination? Rowena asked with some uncertainty. No, to be precise, the power of time. August looked at Rowena in surprise. He didn't expect that Rowena could actually see something. She is worthy of being the smartest wizard, and his wisdom is unmatched. Tell me quickly. There are a lot of things I don't understand. Rowena's eyes were starry, and she urged impatiently. In desperation, August had to describe the principle roughly. After his prophetic talent reached level 8, he could already touch the realm of time. The entry will be occupied through rune resonance after tracing the information back to the little wizard according to the magic power. The student's talent and likelihood of high future achievement are evaluated comprehensively. The Book of Admittance will imprint the name if the criteria are met. Is it really all right? Dumbledore was still a little uneasy and asked with a slight frown. Don't worry. My divination skills are very powerful. Otherwise, how did I catch you at that time? Dumbledore. Dumbledore's old face turned red, and Professor McGonagall on the side couldn't wait to bury his face in the ground. This metaphor. It's heart-wrenching. Then let's talk about this topic. You can also come to me later if you have any doubts. August returned the two inheritance treasures to their original positions. Rowena looked at him amorously and then disappeared. She hasn't finished researching it yet. August didn't care about her and met everyone's doubtful eyes and said. In the future, Hogwarts will not be the only school of witchcraft and wizardry in Great Britain. As professors, you have a wealth of teaching experience. If anyone wills, the Ministry of Magic can sponsor you to build a new magic school. Several professors looked at each other, and Fleur suddenly said. Honey, I want to go. August was stunned. He didn't expect Fleur to be the first to stand up. Why did you suddenly think of this? Is there something bad about Hogwarts? Hee. Fleur smiled brightly. Of course not. With you here, the day is always perfect. Fleur's enthusiasm is so direct, and she does not shy away from showing affection, which makes several other professors nauseous. Especially Cedric is silently crying in his heart. Where is my other half? Fleur explains why. Actually, I have always dreamed of becoming the headmistress of Beauxbatons. But now it seems that if I could open a Beauxbatons magic branch in Great Britain, it might be more suitable for me, and Madame Maxime would be proud of me, right? Speaking of this, Fleur clasped his hands. I want to spread the elegance of Beauxbatons on this island. August nodded gratifyingly. For every girl's pursuit, he never opposed but supported it. No problem. I believe you can be a good headmistress. If you wish, Beauxbatons in Great Britain will be able to recruit students from next year. Chapter 521, Chapter 521, Department of Magical Popularization and Education. After some discussion, the meeting was over. Perhaps the professors had too much affection for Hogwarts, and no one else wanted to leave here except Fleur. August was not reluctant but just asked them to conduct some training for the wizards selected by the Ministry of Magic in the future. Recently, the Ministry of Magic will also establish a new department, the Department of Magical Popularization and Education headed by August's mother-in-law, Lady Greengrass. The duty is to manage all magic schools and the popularization of basic spells. In the past, education at Hogwarts was managed by the Board of Governors, and headmasters were in charge. It was difficult for the Ministry of Magic to intervene. But now, this is definitely the department of real power with high authority in the next few years or even more than a decade. The world is never fair. Everything is just beginning, and it is impossible to distribute educational resources evenly. Suppose you want to reach the level of education at Hogwarts, let alone the professors. In that case, the resources consumed by students alone are astronomical. Even with the existence of the cultivation space of the Mage Tower, August would not do such a thankless thing. In his vision, the current priority is popularizing basic magic, not cultivating elites. When the atmosphere of the whole world changes, human intelligence will drive the development of magic on its own. Draw some aurors from the Ministry of Magic, and select well-developed wizards from the pioneer community. They were the first professors of enlightenment, and they didn't have to teach any profound spells, but they had to know everything. Once the policy was decided, all that was needed was the cooperation of the Muggle world. And it just so happened that Robert's invitation was also delivered to August's desk through the aurors who protected him. Under the crown of the Radiant Gaunt. On behalf of the United World Parliament, I have the honor to invite you to participate in the extraordinary World Symposium to be held on March 16th. Your presence is vital to the future of the world. August looked at the caution between the lines, chuckled, and asked Fury to send it back to Robert. Fast forward to the day of the meeting. The heads of state of the world's major countries received Robert's reply and came to the headquarters of the United Nations. It can be said that as long as this place is blown up, the world will be paralyzed by half. A group of high-ranking people is unusually calm on the surface, but they are somewhat excited inside. This kind of thing is impossible to think about when talking to the gods. But the day was about to pass, and August still didn't show up. The representative of a small country was the first to ask. Prime Minister Robert, are you sure that the date you received from His Majesty Gaunt is today? Robert picked up the handkerchief and wiped it indiscriminately, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The whole person was very irritable. Are you said that His Majesty Gaunt is playing on you? Since His Majesty said that he would come today, he would definitely come. If you have any opinions, you can go now. The representative of a small country was immediately frightened and panicked. If this reached August's ears, he would definitely not be able to afford such consequences. Mr. Prime Minister is joking. I am just worried that it will be dinner time soon. Robert sneered, and just about to say a few sarcastic words, he heard a faint chuckle next to him. I agree with this reason. August appeared without warning. Robert immediately stood up and said respectfully. Your arrival has made this place shine. The others also stood up one after another. In the face of the world's gods, those who stand at the pinnacle of power are also as small as ants. They are naturally restrained. August waved his hand casually for everyone to sit down. Don't be too stiff. I'm here today to notify you of a few things. I hope you can cooperate. The first and most important point is that all departments must unconditionally cooperate with my subordinates in distributing the awakening potion. Remember, it's unconditional and fully cooperative. This is the premise of everything, although it has been mentioned a few times, according to the news from Nico's side, the progress is not too ideal. August's coercive eyes swept over everyone, making them chill and almost unsteady on their feet. You can rest assured that all water companies in Great Britain will be fully cooperative. Robert immediately said in a flattering tone. Excellent, Mr. Robert. You are a competent Prime Minister. August glanced at him appreciatively and continued. The second point is the popularization of magic knowledge. Although many people have not yet magic, all schools should start a new curriculum. There will be 10 simplest and most practical spells, and the introduction inside is very detailed. My request is also very simple, let them write down all the spells and casting skills, and when they awaken, they can learn them as soon as possible. August tapped his fingers on the table and suddenly paused. By the way, not only students but even you adults have to study. After saying this, even he felt a little awkward in his heart. Suddenly found that he was still a minor. Do you have any opinions? Taking back his thoughts, August asked again. No one dared to speak when he asked. However, to hit a shot, he must give something. Flipping his hand, August's hand was filled with a crystal bottle filled with golden liquid. This is the elixir of life. Prime Minister Robert, thank you for your contribution to the fusion of muggles and wizards. This potion is the best reward for your hard work. This bottle can extend your life for 20 years. In the crowd, there was a sound of heavy breathing. Chapter 522, Chapter 522, Congratulations on your magic riot. Bane, it's time to get up, or you'll be penalized by the teacher for another lesson. Inside a house in London, the shouts of women were heard. Here it is, Mom. Bane's Andre rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked out of the room. Bane is a 4th grade elementary school student, just the age when he doesn't get enough sleep. Drink a glass of water first, my dear. This will increase your chances of awakening. Mrs. Andre placed 3 glasses of water before everyone and drank them all herself. His husband, Mr. Andre, reluctantly put down the newspaper in his hand and drank the same water. Only Bane frowned unhappily. He used to drink milk in the morning. But remembering those magics, Bane gritted his teeth and drank all the water. Since the world announced the release policy of the awakening potion a month ago, in an instant, the sales of all beverages have plummeted by more than 90%. To be able to awaken the power of magic, what does it matter if you give up your favorite drink? At breakfast time, the family of 3 talked about magic again. This is something that many families do, and they respond with great enthusiasm for anything that has to say about the wizarding world. Some people became big fans of Quidditch and thought flying in the sky on a broomstick was cool. What's even cooler is that you can play ball when flying. Others are fascinated by the strange events that have happened in the wizarding world for thousands of years, constantly searching for records. After seeing this business opportunity, the Daily Prophet was frantically printed. Wizards are used to reading newspapers through the magic web device, so sell it to ordinary people. Mr. Andre is their loyal reader. There are 2 more schools of magic in Great Britain, so why isn't one in London? Pointing to the front page headline, Mr. Andre complained that since the newspaper was sold, the newspaper he subscribed to has changed from the Daily Telegraph to the Daily Prophet. Maybe it's too expensive to land in London. Mrs. Andre also sneered about the house price. After swallowing the bread, Bane shook his head and retorted. No, the wizarding world has never needed any territory. You can see that their extension charm can turn a small room into a place bigger than our school. According to wizards who came to speak at our school, the air quality in London is so poor that many people hate living here. Mr. Andre nodded. Wizards are environmentally friendly, and I agree with them. The weather in London is like shit. Is that true? Don't swear in front of your children. Mrs. Andre gave her husband a bad look, took her son another glass of water, and motioned for him to drink it. Bane, how many people in your class have had a magic riot? Bane took it, gritted his teeth, and drank it again before saying. There are already 5 people. Michael and Sanchez are the ones who rioted in magic 2 days ago. He added. Right before my eyes, their table floated and almost broke the roof. That's nice. Mrs. Andre propped her chin. You have to work hard too. Honestly, she also wants to have a magic riot and get her own magic wand. That way, she won't have to get up so early every morning to clean his room and cook. When Mrs. Andre sees the movie in which Mrs. Weasley wields a wand to keep the kitchen organized, she falls in love with magic. She has memorized several cleaning spells and food-related charms during this time. Just wait for his magic to awaken and show off his skills. Don't put pressure on your child. It's not urgent. Mr. Andre frowned slightly. His Majesty Gaunt said that in 2 years at the latest. By then, everyone can become a wizard. I only give pressure, not hurt him. Suppose you dislike me so much. What did you marry me for? You are vexatious. I'm more vexatious than you. Bane eats with his head bowed, not participating in his parents' arguments. He also wants to have a magic riot, but this thing. You don't need a big IQ and don't need grades. It's a matter of luck. Sanchez, who is sloppy with snot on his face, can awaken and get a magic web device. God is really blind. No, it's not right. Now it should be Merlin. Merlin was really blind. Thinking of the magic web device, Bane felt like his eyes were going to turn red. The wizarding world is too slow to distribute wands in time, but the magic web device is different. As long as you awaken, you will soon be able to access it. Unfortunately, people without magic can't see the content at all, which is completely different from the projection technology used by August before. According to the Awakened Friends, the content on the magic web device is very diverse. There are many magic tutorial videos and a variety of magical magic items for sale. After breakfast, Bane and Mr. Andre head out. Recite the spell well. You will use it then. Before leaving, Mrs. Andre did not forget to instruct. Mom, even if I can't learn math well, I'll memorize all the spells. Bane assured with a pat on his chest. Mrs. Andre rolled her eyes and handed the jug in her hand. But as soon as the hand slipped, the water fell to the ground. Frightened, she closed her eyes and waited for the sound of glass breaking. After waiting several seconds, the expected voice did not come, and she opened her eyes in confusion. Oh God, no, Merlin's beard. The kettle floated strangely in the air, and her husband looked at his son in amazement. Bane also opened his mouth. Baby. You have a magic riot. You're a wizard. Chapter 523, Chapter 523, even if you strip the unicorn and kill all the dragons, the core materials are completely insufficient. Every day, countless people like Bane have a magic riot, and countless people sleep disappointed. Inside Hogwarts, August scratched his somewhat messy hair and saw off a Ministry of Magic staff. Although the world is still peaceful on the surface, it is already on the verge of violence. There have been too many magic riots happening during this time. Everyone's performance during the magic riot is different, and the more bland ones may only subconsciously use the levitation charm. But when the emotions are emotional, the consequences can be varied. What impressed August the most was the sudden magical riot of a child who was being bullied at school. The students who bullied him had all turned into women, and St. Mungo's didn't have time to deal with it for 3 days. Because they're too busy. And this is also a microcosm. The uncontrollability brought about by extraordinary power is inevitable, and August cannot care for everything. He can only try his best to control his generosity. For the greater good, you can only be sacrificed. August 2-second silence for these unfortunate and shouted out the door. Next. On the 8th floor at this time, there were many wizards outside the headmaster's office. They come from worldwide and seek to see August for various purposes. And most of them are very important things. Ollivander walked in with a pale face. August quickly sat him down, asked Nagini to bring him a potion bottle, and poured it on him without waiting for Ollivander to speak. This is a technical talent, and nothing can happen to him. Your Majesty Gaunt, please just kill me. After Ollivander drank the potion, his face turned a lot rosier, and he said very sadly. If I kill you, there will be one less person who can make wands. August decisively refused. Ollivander almost vomited blood. God knows how he spent these months. In the past, only a few students were enrolled at Hogwarts every year, plus some adult wizards who changed their wands. The annual amount of work, coupled with the inventory of the Ollivander family for hundreds of years, can be said to be quite leisurely. But now, 24 hours a day, Ollivander spends 23 hours making wands. When your hobby becomes your job, you are lucky. When your hobby becomes life, the result is tragic. Now if Ollivander stands in front of the workbench, he would feel the urge to vomit. In particular, he couldn't make every wand perfect for the sake of efficiency, which was the most torturous. A true master simply cannot stand the imperfection of his work. But he endured it anyway. After all, he can't afford to mess with August. Old man, there are too few people in the wizarding world who can make wands, but the gap is too big. August sighed. He also knew Ollivander's difficulties. But the magic wand is quite idealistic. He has tried to produce it with the assembly line of the alchemy creatures, but without exception, it has failed. It can only rely on these hundreds of people worldwide to provide magic wands for billions of people. This still counts those wand apprentices who were urgently trained. Well, even if it is a production, you must provide the raw materials, right? The dragon heartstring, unicorn hairs, and Kneazle whiskers I have on hand have all run out. Ollivander patted himself on the thigh. God knows why muggles have billions of people. Even if you strip the unicorn and kill all the dragons, the core materials are completely insufficient. Take your time, take your time. August smiled and said. Old man, have you ever considered making a magic wand somewhere else? Where? August pointed out the window, and the now 18-story mage tower stood there. There is a magical enchantment inside my mage tower, where time flows 3 times faster than the outside world. August smiled like a bit of a fox. Don't worry. I will provide enough energy potions. Ollivander looked at him with wide, bloodshot eyes. Are you still a person? Despite cursing August for being a black-hearted capitalist, Ollivander obediently entered the mage tower. August also assured him that in a few days, other wand makers would come over to accompany him. Next. Another one was sent away, and he shouted non-stop. Hermione walked in playfully. I see Mr. Ollivander is angry. Is he all right? The girl asked curiously. It's okay. He just can't wait to start working with his colleagues. August waved his hand and then complained. Didn't I say you don't have to queue up when you come in? Just come in. It's so unfair to treat other people like that. Hermione wrinkled her nose cutely, took out a thick booklet, and placed it before him. This is the Wizarding Beginner Self-Study textbook that Professor Evans and I compiled. Can you take a look? August opened it, quickly flipped through it, and then nodded. Yes, it's comprehensive, it's detailed, but it's nice to split the book into 2 versions. 2 versions. Hermione was puzzled. Well, the men's and women's versions, the spells they commonly use are very different, so try to reduce their burden. Adults learning charms is also a hassle because they can't study exclusively within the school like students. So, August asked Hermione, who was about to graduate, and Lily, who had been replaced by Professor McGonagall for most of the job, to write a textbook suitable for them. Now it seems that the effect is quite good, and the basic commonly used spells have been included. As long as you learn this, you can play a role in all aspects of life. Hermione listened to August's advice, nodded happily, and got up to leave. But she was stopped by August. Is there something missing? He looked at Hermione. Hermione blushed and sent a fragrant kiss under Nagini's smiling gaze. Chapter 524, Chapter 524, Prosperity. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, August's 7th grade came to an end. In short, at the end of this semester, the legendary class of students is about to graduate. On graduation day, the entire Hogwarts was bustling, and countless parents, seniors, and wizards worldwide flocked to the school. However, not everyone is qualified to come in. Only those who hold the Hogwarts invitation can pass through the enchantment under the envious eyes of others and enter Hogwarts, which has completely changed. In terms of infrastructure construction, the division's advantages are unparalleled. In less than half a semester, 4 large buildings that were no less than the main castle of Hogwarts were erected. And it looks more gorgeous and magnificent but lacks a historical heritage. What's more, August also casts an extension charm. Although it is not yet open to the public, the little wizards are already looking forward to what kind of scenery it will be inside. At this time, the Great Hall is also very lively. The space here is also a lot larger. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate so many wizards. The Weasleys arrived, and a group of people gathered around Harry and Ginny. Mrs. Weasley was smiling and chatting eagerly with Lily. The relationship between the two has always been very good. Mrs. Weasley and Mr. Weasley are still Lily Sr. Now Harry and Ron are good friends, and Harry is in love with Ginny. Of course, their relationship is getting better. Ronnie, don't you feel ashamed to look at Ginny and Harry? George put his arm around his brother's shoulder with a wicked smile on his face, and Fred understood it and stood up from the other side. What are you talking about? Ron looked dazed and put down the stake in his hand. Your life's event. The twins said in unison. Fred slapped Ron's head. Besides you, who else is single in the family? It's a shame for us Weasley. Ron's face flushed. How can a student be said to be single? I just put all my energy into my studies. Come on. George and Fred looked at Ron. Your NEWT score is worse than all of us. At the mention of this, Ron was deflated. He only got 2 excellent grades in Defense Against the Dark Arts and Charms class, and the others were mediocre, setting the Weasley family's worst record. Suddenly, he remembered something again and raised his head in amazement. You two are in love. George and Weasley looked at each other and smiled. Angelina. Katie Bell. The two said in unison, and Ron couldn't tell who had named who. He couldn't help but mourn silently for his 2 sisters-in-law in his heart. What if they recognized the wrong husband in the future? The high seat at the front is also full of people today. Nicholas Flamel, Grindlevald, Vinda Rosier, Cassandra's grandfather, and 4 founders of Hogwarts. That's right, August resurrected them. Today's wizarding world desperately needs talent, and August needs a great wizard. Therefore, even if they died for 1,000 years, the 4 founders were fished back from the underworld by August. With the presence of Osiris, it is now much easier for August to find someone. After obtaining the magic aura through their relics or portraits and handing it over to Osiris, it didn't take much effort for the souls of the other 3 founders to be obtained. It's just that they have been dead for too long, and their souls are also very damaged. At this time, Gryffindor was laughing loudly. He did not look like a great wizard but more like a warrior and a righteous swordsman. That's nice. It's so good. Such a grand event is exactly what we are looking forward to. His eyes were full of joy, and looking at the chirping little wizards, the joy in his heart had overflowed. Gryffindor, who had the idea of founding a school of witchcraft and wizardry during the barbaric days of wizarding, devoted his life to Hogwarts. Unexpectedly, after 1,000 years, he would have the opportunity to see hundreds of little wizards learning and playing together. Humph, it's time for you to change your talking habits. It sounds like an old antique. Slytherin choked, but his eyes did not leave the students before him. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff looked at each other, both with helpless smiles. These 2 guys, they are still the same even though they have tasted death. However, it is also good. Chapter 525, Chapter 525, The Greatest Speech in Hogwarts History. The wizards sitting below were also quietly looking at these 4 legendary beings. Almost all wizards throughout Great Britain graduated from Hogwarts. It can be said that at the beginning, they branded these 4 houses. Fortunately, there is a previous conviction of Lily and Ariana's resurrection. Otherwise, their appearance will absolutely turn the entire wizarding world upside down. But now, August sits in the wizarding world, a god who walks on earth. While shocking, the legends of 4 people who came out of history are not unacceptable. Worthy of being my descendant, Slytherin's bloodline is indeed the strongest. Slytherin stroked his beard, the smug look on his face almost impossible to hide. With that alone, he had won over Gryffindor. What are you proud of, Salazar? August is a disciple of Rowena. What happened to your Slytherin house? The lion-like Gryffindor looked at Slytherin contemptuously and immediately smiled and praised Rowena. Rowena's inheritance is still good. The most important thing for wizards is wisdom and courage. And Slytherin? In the early years, Godric Gryffindor had the title of Wild Lion, and the origin of this title was because of his lion-like roar. Although the Great Hall has been enlarged considerably, especially the guest seats are separated from other seats by a high seat. But many Slytherin students and parents heard this sentence, and their faces were immediately embarrassed. The Slytherin wizards have had a hard time these 2 years. Many of them had Death Eater parents, although they betrayed Voldemort to join August's camp. But this does not mean that the crimes have been written off. In addition, Slytherin has been the worst among the 4 houses for so many years. This is not good for the little snakes who are proud of their pure blood for the first time. Now the ancestors of Gryffindor have come forward to diss them directly. Even if August graduated from Ravenclaw, he has the noble blood of my Slytherin flowing through him. Salazar Slytherin said so, but his heart was also very depressed. His own descendants chose other houses. No matter how you look at it, it is enough to slap in the face. Is the resurrection of you so that you can continue to quarrel? Rowena spoke, and the 2 old guys suddenly became much more honest. Helga smiled inwardly. Nothing has changed. It used to be the same, with Rowena in the middle to calm these 2 people. At this time, there was a melodious singing sound in the Great Hall, and everyone felt a shock in their hearts, and their minds cleared up a lot. They all looked up at the middle of the high seat. The sparkling portal opened, and August walked out with a smile on his face and wearing a star moon robe. At this moment, all the wizards stood up and expressed their respect. Even the 4 founders are like that. Some of them honor August's identity, some respect his contributions to the wizarding world, and some are in awe of his magical achievements. Sit down, sit down. August smiled and pressed down with his hands, signaling that everyone didn't have to be so formal. The Great Hall returned to calm. He didn't speak, just looked at everyone quietly, and many people were reflected in his star-like eyes. He sees George and Fred's twins hooking up, and the 2 can play a role reversal game. He saw Neville happily sitting beside his recovered parents, with energy and confidence that had never been seen before. He saw Harry and Snape Lily sitting together, like a real family of 3. Magic is magical, and people can accomplish many things that ordinary people can't imagine. August saw the fate he had changed with magic for 7 years. Countless people have a better future because of his existence. Fury's singing continued, and everyone in the Great Hall had happy smiles on their faces. August finally spoke. Please remember this moment. Remember those around you. His voice was melodious and not loud but flowed into everyone's heart. Maybe after today, in a few years, you will always part ways. But please remember that these years at Hogwarts are the most precious time of your lives. For here has taught you wisdom, taught you loyalty, taught you glory, and taught you courage. Without saying a word, the emblems of the 4 houses on the wall bloomed with brilliant golden light. If you're a Gryffindor, keep up your bravery and keep going. If you're a Ravenclaw, please continue your studies. The sea of wisdom is endless. If you are a Hufflepuff, please continue your loyalty. Friendship price is costly. If you're a Slytherin, continue your ambitions with great promise. But no matter where you're from, remember that you Hogwarts students already have the best education in the world. Please stay confident and live this short and wonderful life. The Great Hall erupted into heaven-shaking cheers. The little wizards excitedly waved anything they could throw up, expressing the excitement in their hearts. They are students of the best magical school in the world and the inheritors of the school founded by the 4 great founders. With your own incomparably distinct personality, bloom your own light in this wonderful world. That's what they're supposed to do. The wizards watching the ceremony turned their palms red, and they were on the verge of tears with excitement. Once upon a time, they were so spirited, and the backbone, which was about to be crushed by reality, stood up a little again. I dare say this is the greatest speech in the history of Hogwarts. Gryffindor roared loudly, and the Sorting Hat was thrown by him into a cheerleader, constantly cursing his old master. Damn it. Rowena, I'm suddenly jealous of you. August must be the greatest headmaster of Hogwarts. There is no one before, no one after. Chapter 526, Chapter 526, Years of Change. With this grand year-end dinner, the young wizards who will be known as the Golden Generation in the future have also bid farewell to their school careers completely. Many of Ravenclaw's students join Cassandra's business department before they graduate and are often paid handsomely. Students from other houses also have a good way out. 2 years flew by. In the past 2 years, the development of the world seems to have pressed the fast-forward button. Compared to 2 years ago, everyone's lives have changed dramatically. Hundreds of millions of Muggle magic riots turned into wizard reserves. Some of the best of them have mastered a fair amount of magic. No matter what country you're in, the most you see on TV is no longer talk shows but lectures and tricks about magic. There is a series of cooking spells specifically for housewives, and there are a series of spells for construction workers. There are also beginner guides for various people who have just experienced a magic riot. The whole world has changed, and people don't ask how your stock is going up when they say hello, but what spells you've learned. If you master the spell related to your work, you can get promoted, raise your salary, and marry a beautiful girl. Bloodshed and violence are equally inevitable, along with the awakening of extraordinary power. Even though August had already used the Fidelius charm to seal most of the dark arts, it greatly reduced the lethality of the spell's spreading. However, even a levitation charm can kill someone if you have malicious intentions. In North America, there was one such vicious incident. After learning the levitation charm, a construction worker hangs his supervisor on a street lamp. Subsequently, due to the aging of the equipment, the street lamp accidentally leaked, directly burning the boss. The incident also caused a sensation at the time, and the Law Enforcement Division in North America hesitated and put him in prison under the custody of the Dementors for 6 months. Initially, after hearing the sentence, many peoples protested. Killing someone is only imprisoned for 6 months, even if it is an unintentional mistake, is too understated. But 6 months later, when the worker was released, the whole person was already crazy and died in his home not long after. People then learned that the prisons of the wizarding world were completely different from what they imagined. It was a punishment worse than death. Nocturne Alley, almost all the shops from Diagon Alley moved out to here, which has been expanded several times. And Nocturne Alley also completely disconnected from Diagon Alley and became independent. It has become a legendary place, as August has lived here most of his time. Honey, are you going to see my biography tomorrow? Cho, who was 2 years older and at the peak of her girlish appearance, hugged August's neck affectionately. Now she has become the owner of the Tuts Hill Tornadoes team and the brightest star on the team. This season's Tuts Hill Tornadoes team has risen from the original bottom to 5th place in the league. No problem, take Astoria with you, and we'll cheer for you together. August gently stroked the girl's hair, which made Cho dazzle for a while. This guy's every move tugged at her heartstrings. August didn't know that Cho was interested in him again. Astoria is almost made Lady Greengrass crazy. After only 1 year in the Ministry of Magic, she changed 5 departments. I must teach her a good lesson when I return this time. Cho couldn't help but give him a blank look when she heard this. This man does not spoil that girl for such a fuss. Teach her a good lesson. She will give you 2 winks of the star eye, and you have to hold it again. Maybe due to being the youngest, coupled with Luna's unusual maturity, Astoria was raised as a daughter by August. And Astoria is also sneaky. No matter how much she makes a fuss outside, she is obedient in front of August. This is even more favored. When she was in school, she was a lawless little devil, and the students did not dare to mess with her. Now that she has graduated, it is even more amazing. Lady Greengrass also discovered this, so she deliberately brought Astoria, who wanted to stick to August's side, closer to the Ministry of Magic. The result is still nothing that has changed. With the title of Lady Quasigaunt, few people in this world dare to discipline her. What's more, the Ministry of Magic is the place where August's power is most entrenched. They could only let this young lady fool around. Knowing it, Cho did not continue this conversation but changed the topic. I heard that the Quidditch League is going to expand. Is there such a thing? That's right. August nodded. Harry came to me not long ago for this matter. He intends to learn the football system of the Muggle world and build a super league across Europe. The wizarding world is attractive with magic and Quidditch as the hottest sport. Who can refuse the sport of soaring above the sky on a broken broom? As a result, Quidditch quickly surpassed all sports to become the most watched game. The flying broom factories of the whole world do have many new ones being established, and the order has already been lined up for 3 years. And the people also have many more self-organized teams. Yesterday, when August watched TV, he also saw that the civilian team established by Japan and England defeated the Turkey team by an absolute advantage. The total score came to 600 to 200, a huge difference. And Cho's eyes brightened a little after getting August's affirmative reply. Then I must lead the Tuts Hill Tornadoes team to become the strongest Quidditch team in the future. You definitely will. August said spoiledly. Chapter 527, Chapter 527, Finishing the Mission. There are no impermeable walls. When all the box positions tomorrow are adjusted back, many smart people have already realized it. The big man is about to appear in this otherwise mediocre Quidditch match. For a time, countless spectators holding tickets became hot existences. Everyone wanted to squeeze into the small stadium that could only hold a few thousand people. Over the years, August has appeared less and less in public. For the first year, he was still the headmaster of Hogwarts, and he appeared quite frequently. However, after Luna and Astoria graduated, August resigned from his headmaster position. Dumbledore, who traveled around the world with Grindlevald, was pulled back, and the centenarian became the headmaster again. And the rest of the time, August lived at Arya Manor in Knockturn Alley. Unless they are his confidants and close friends, others are not eligible to go there at all. Every sound coming from Knockturn Alley will make the world shake a lot. For example, last time, a consortium in the United States secretly conducted human experiments. On that day, the Phoenix volleyed, and the unicorn neighed. The roaring thunder and lightning wiped out all those involved, and the soul was sent to the underworld to bear the punishment day and night. There are already rumors that August's strength has improved again, and the whole world has become his avatar. Cho and the others were naturally sought after, and many people hoped to get a little news from them. However, the girls did not know anything about it, except that August would often suddenly disappear for a few days and then suddenly appear. The next day, when August appeared at the Tornadoes' home stadium with Astoria, there was a chorus of cheers. After the two teams of players appeared from the player tunnel on broomsticks, they flew around the arena as usual. When passing the most gorgeous box, except for Cho, they slowed down and bowed slightly. "What's wrong with you? Why have you been absent-minded since the morning?" Astoria, as a pillow person, can detect even the smallest changes. "It's because you're too naughty. Hermione told me that you're adding a 0 to the salary of next year's Auror troops, and it's a big mess. If you really pay according to the statements you submitted, the Ministry of Magic will go bankrupt sooner or later." August made an excuse randomly, and Astoria blushed and hammered his chest in disbelief. Nor is it asking what happened. However, although he was teasing her, most of August's attention was actually on the task interface of the system. Ascending to God, second stage completion 99.999%. Since he became a legendary, the second stage of the mission of ascending to God has also officially begun. At first, the completion of the task was pitiful, not even 0.1%. However, with the release of the Awakening Potion, the population that generated the magic riot increased, and the mission's progress began to change. Especially after a year, the number of wizards began to grow, and the number beat faster and faster. Finally, last night, the 3 decimal places that the system could display became 99,999%. According to August's estimates, today, this number will be completely 100%. August can't help but pay attention to it. Meanwhile, major TV stations around the world also began to broadcast the game simultaneously. Countless people waited in front of the TV, watching the players flying in the air on flying broomsticks. The Cedian family in Germany is also one of them. "Durbert, put your homework aside. Just relax today, and watch the game first. It's Quidditch, the most popular sport in the wizarding world, and maybe you'll be a great athlete in the future." Mrs. Cedian looked at her son distressfully and made him stop his homework. Durbert is 10 years old this year, and next year will be the age to receive a magical education officially. However, he has not yet experienced any magic riots. It would have been normal if something like this had happened 2 years ago. Because their family is muggles, the probability of wizards appearing is very low. But now, according to what Mrs. Cedian knew, the surrounding children, large and small, had already displayed their wizarding talents. Only Durbert, without the slightest change. This incident even alarmed the German Ministry of Magic. They especially sent an Auror to give Durbert a bottle of the original Awakening Potion. Under August's will, you can't choose not to become a wizard and not to learn spells. But after drinking the Awakening Potion bottle, Durbert still had no changes. His personality also became more and more withdrawn. Today, Mrs. Cedian wants to use the Quidditch match to improve her son's mood. "Here comes Mom." Durbert replied with a lack of interest and sat down on the sofa. Maybe it's rebellion. The more he failed to magic riot, the more he became disgusted with wizards and magic. Even Quidditch, the hottest one today, Durbert didn't care at all. He just heard his classmates discuss it at school. Isn't it the wizards' football? What can be new? Today was his first time watching a Quidditch match. But after watching it, Durbert became more and more focused. The blood jars can bring danger to the players at any time, and the elusive golden snitch can cause cheers whenever it appears. Durbert's adrenaline soared from initial silence to passion. Finally, when Cho grabbed the golden snitch on the head of the opposing seeker, Durbert let out a cheer. He wants to be like that. He wants to be the one who gallops through the sky and wins the battle. Click. The invisible shackles were broken from within his body. A fierce wind rises out of thin air in the living room. London, in the Quidditch arena. Cho held the golden snitch high and enjoyed the audience's cheers with a smile on his face. August also stood up and applauded with Astoria to celebrate Cho. A pleasant prompt also sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second stage of Ascending to God mission, all sentient beings transcendent. Reward. Chapter 528, Chapter 528, Ascension to God. End of the book. Congratulations to the host, get the God level reward, Heart of the Law God. August raised his eyebrows and quickly expanded the detailed introduction of the item. This seems to be the first time that the system has used the word God level. Heart of the Law God, the energy core formed by the essence of the whole body after the fall of a main God deity. It's actually a Godhead. August's pupils constricted. Godhead. The main God Godhead. Legendary, pseudo-God, lower God, middle God, upper God, main God, God King. This is the level of the gods revealed in the inheritance of the Lord of Endless Radiance, as for the stronger and greater gods. Even the Lord of Endless Radiance does not deserve to know. Even so, the person of the main God can be described as terrifying. That was an existence in the God system, second only to the God King. Isn't it too wasteful for a main God's Godhead to be used to advance to a pseudo-God? Although August thought so in his heart, he still chose to use it immediately without hesitation. Since the system gives a reward, it means that this is the most suitable treasure for him to use. A crystal is as clear as ruby appeared in August's sea of spiritual knowledge, emitting red light. August instantly attracted all his attention to it. There are 128 cut surfaces, each side is flawless, and each side is of equal size. The Godhead is the form of the most perfect object between heaven and earth. The ruby Godhead shook slightly, and an incomparably huge flow of information and energy gushed out, simultaneously washing away August's spiritual world and body. Not good. August suddenly opened his eyes. Before he had time to speak, he waved his magic hood to protect Astoria. Immediately afterward, a monstrous torrent of magic power erupted from his body. Boom. The spectators from the outside world and the tornado players were still celebrating the victory, and the entire field was uprooted and blown into the sky. August gritted his teeth, trying to control the skyrocketing magic, casting a large protection for everyone present, and he could no longer control himself to fly like a rocket. Above the earth, as if it had experienced a 20-level wind in an instant, the surface of the earth was plowed, and only the things inside the protective cover could be spared. Until all this happened, the wizards present did not react to what was happening. Cho was stunned for a long time, only to wake up like a dream, and ran to the side of Astoria in a panic, knocking the cover. Astoria. What the hell is going on? What happened to August? I don't know, he was just fine, but suddenly the magic burst. Astoria's voice was tinged with crying and the same helplessness. In the sky, the torrent of magic power spread rapidly around August, and the speed was getting faster and faster. It was obviously a sunny afternoon, but the world was completely dark. Looking up, August can only see the endless magic power emitting a faint glazed light. Cho bit her lips tightly, and her white palms were bruised. At this moment, August's consciousness has been completely engulfed by the flow of information in the main god's personality. How many memories and inheritance does a main god who has lived for countless epochs have? I'm afraid even he can't tell. August tries to filter out the knowledge useful to him in the complicated information. He does not have time to pay attention to everything happening in the outside world. However, the whole world has exploded. The live streaming equipment is also protected, and everything that happens here is exposed to the eyes of the world. The phoenix chirped, and the flames exploded. The nearest Dumbledore and Grindlevald were the first to come hand in hand. Thank you, Fawkes. After thanking Fawkes, who had just been resurrected by August not long ago, he looked at the sky with a solemn face. The popping sound of apparitions continued one after another. Fleur, Hermione, Luna, Cassandra, Nagini. Harry, the Weasley twins, Nicholas Flames, Crouch, and Lockhart. Flitwick, Snape, McGonagall, Sprout. One after another, people who had a relationship with August for as long as they could come all appeared on the scene. Ultimately, even the 4 school founders sitting on other continents spent a lot of magic to rush back. Headmaster, August. Hermione looked at Dumbledore with a crying voice, and Celestia beside her rubbed her softly as if comforting. Don't worry, Miss Granger. We didn't figure out what happened, did we? Dumbledore said softly. Several founders were also whispering, and Grindelwald joined the discussion. In the end, the world's top wizards concluded. I don't know why, but August is getting stronger. Rowena has an ethereal voice with incredulity. It's terrifying. How much magic did he unleash? Rowena swears that even if she adds up all the magic of everyone on the scene, it would not be enough to match the current August. And the gap is widening. Hearing this answer, the girls' nervous mood finally eased greatly, but they still looked at the sky anxiously. Time passed, and another 2 hours passed. August's magic has completely enveloped the entire planet. The sky is dark no matter where it is. Silence, the silence of the sun and moon. Looking up, there is no color except dimness and oppression. The whole world seems to have been silenced, and the more people panic, the quieter they are. Silently waiting for the final verdict. August finally stopped releasing the tide of mana. The main god's godhead in his mind finally stopped turning, and the light dimmed a lot. The vast sea of memories and inheritance only absorbed less than 1%. But 1% is enough. August was extremely sure that ordinary wizards who were promoted to pseudo-god would definitely not have such a big movement as him. This planet can become his yo-yo. What pseudo-god can play like this? Recalling the reward of the mission of ascending to God, he once again rose to enlightenment. Not only will he become a pseudo-god, but he will also become the lord of the plane. His magic has permeated the entire planet, and everything is under his control as long as it is on this planet. Life and death are all in one thought. So, the second step, the domain. The invisible domain power uses magic as a medium to transcend the boundaries of legendary and envelop the entire world. Along with this, August became more and more deeply aware of the supreme principles of laws. Everything in the world has its own rules, and the flow of laws has its own rules. Therefore, there is always a desire to see the wonder, and there is always a desire to observe it. Like a little spark, this momentary light fell on August's eyebrows. A wisp of flame ignited from the center of his eyebrow, burning stronger and stronger. Above the surface, even if they couldn't see anything, Cho and the others kept their heads up. Dumbledore, Grindlevald, and the Big Four fell silent. They wanted to figure out what was happening with August but couldn't do anything. The gap is too big for them to understand all this is happening. In the end, it was still relying on the contract between Fury, Celestia, and August that it was determined that August's current state was very stable. At this time, the sea of magic in the sky suddenly changed. The magic sea that was initially fine but suddenly became undulating and turbulent. Magic is the most incredible and extraordinary power in the world. With such violent magic fluctuations, the whole world was in turmoil. Countless people cried out one after another. Eternal night is approaching, and the world's end has come. August. Fleur's voice was sad, with endless pain. Vila loves only one person in her life, and Fleur is even more so. If August had died, she would have cut herself off without hesitation. Sorry to worry you. Please wait for me for a while. Abruptly, August's soft voice echoed through the several girls. August. Several girls shouted loudly in surprise, attracting glances from Harry and the others. Just August spoke to us. Luna's eyes widened, and tears welled up. She hadn't cried since the beginning, but now she was. The expressions of Harry and the others also became ecstatic. A familiar, peaceful, but powerful voice resounded worldwide. God said, "Let there be light." Light. No matter where you are or if you look up and down, the whole world walks instantly, filled with the power of light. A ray of morning light from the beginning of August to the end of the world. At this moment, light also appeared in the hearts of billions of living beings, and the image of August standing tall in the sea of clouds and his calm demeanor appeared. August folds his arms flat, and the entire planet changes. Unbeknownst to humans, August's domain has been completely integrated into his sea of magic that covers the globe. No, that's not the domain anymore. It's God's domain. A void crack opened as if this wasn't enough, and a dragon roar came from inside. As if finding a breakthrough, the power of the divine domain quickly poured into the underworld. Osiris flew excitedly above the underworld, bathed in the light sprinkled by August. In this world, a considerable number of people have bowed down religiously and muttered in their mouths. Wish for your majesty Gaunt. Wish for your majesty Gaunt. Wish for your majesty Gaunt. Their voices grew louder and louder, and their actions infected others. More and more people spontaneously joined the prayer procession. August smiled slightly and waved his robe. The bodies of those who were praying shook, and inexplicable power gushed out from their hearts, constantly repairing their bodies and enhancing their magical power. This is the power of faith, a force star that the gods can clearly perceive and use. The power of faith is endless. Not only can it improve strength, but it also heals injuries and forge artifacts. It's just that August doesn't look at the strength that is enhanced through the power of faith. His future is clear with the main god's godhead, and he only needs to go step by step. What's more, there was the Book of the Law God, which was called the ultimate artifact by the system, waiting for him. These people prayed for him religiously and naturally deserved a reward. Now, there's only one last thing left. August took a deep breath. God said, "All hearts can change heaven and earth." God said, "All hearts can change heaven and earth." God said, "All hearts can change heaven and earth." His words spread throughout the world, echoing in everyone's mind. Almost subconsciously, all living beings who can use magic raise their wands in their hands. Even those who do not have wands raise their arms. Lumos. 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 Hermione shouted loudly with a smile and the bright tip of her wand. This is the simplest spell, and it is also the most suitable spell now. For God says there will be light. Several top wizards looked at each other, smiled, and raised their wands. Lumos. If you look at it from the sky, every human gathering place on this planet has a little starlight, which is extremely shocking. August closed his eyes and felt the restless elements in the air, the restless magic. It's still the last point, but I'm prepared. Lumos. As his words fell, 7 incomparably thick pillars of light soared into the sky. The level of magical activity in the air finally reached the boiling point, and the invisible shock wave spread worldwide. People looked around in amazement, only to feel as if something had changed and as if it hadn't. However, as wizards standing at the world's apex, the 4 founders grew their mouths in shock. They felt the opportunity to break through to a higher level. The world rises. Kingdom of God. Yes. August smiled, landed on the ground, opened his arms, and took the girls into his arms. In the future, he has to go further. But for now, that's enough. To all those who embarked on this journey, from the very first chapter to the very last page, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering presence, for it is your readership that turned me on to translate this, despite the many errors that have occurred. Thank you for joining me on this unforgettable voyage.